This audiobook contains 6 censored sentences and 156 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. And as ruler of the afterlife, Yama is truly the master of death. His aura increased slightly as the armor appeared on Tion's body. However, the most significant change was a sword in his hand that contained the terrifying power of death. Chains of death, numerous chains materialized from the void, heading directly toward Wang Wei. They covered the sky with sheer numbers and had one objective: capture him. "Even fate cannot restrain me, let alone death," said Wang Wei with a sneer. Roar of fate. All sentient beings in the chaos universe have a string of fates that manifest in the river of fate. Maybe some people have escaped from this shackle. Perhaps that is an inevitable outcome. With this roar, Wang Wei turned these strings, a manifestation of their entire life, of their struggle, pain, rise, and success, into sound. To be exact, he condensed their lives into a raging sound of anger, unwillingness, and defiance. Bang! The terrifying sound broke these chains of death without much resistance. Then, the sound wave pushed Tion a few steps backward, even leaving a small scratch on his new armor. The power of fate. Even while being suppressed, it has such power, he thought, his eyes colder than usual. His determination to kill his opponent reached another layer. He glanced at his opponent before attacking. Yama's judgment. He flicked his wrists, and the death sword in his hand flew into the heavens, turning into a colossal size, larger than a star. However, this was not the end. A book as large as the sword with the character's life and death manifested along with the pen. Then, the pen wrote Wang Wei's name on the book before releasing a power that boosted the sword's power. Then, the sword descended on its target. Deception of fate. The power of fate enveloped Wang Wei's body. Then, in an instant, he deceived fate itself. He confused the book of life and death, convincing it that although his name was also Wang Wei, he was not the one it was targeting. Crack! Cracks appeared along Wang Wei's body, and blood dripped from his orifices. Damn it, he cursed internally. His technique should have worked, but because of the suppression of his Tao, it failed at the last minute, allowing the death sword to target him. Luckily, he deceived most of the power. Tion was aggressive and did not give him time to rest, heal, or strategize. He waved his hand, and the pen made a mark on the book next to Wang Wei's name. In an instant, Wang Wei's status between heaven and earth, his status in samsara, changed to that of a sinner of the highest caliber. Previously, Wang Wei removed all his karmic sins and prevented more from happening with his karma-unbound physique. Furthermore, his accomplishment in the area controlled by the Tao opening sect provided him with countless merits to walk the path sagehood. However, with this one move, Tion temporarily changed all these accomplishments, turning him into someone who has created an unfathomable amount of sins during his life. With such sins, the judgment and execution against him became of the highest order. So, when the death sword descended a second time, he knew he could not resist without normal means. Bloodline fate. Myriad figures appeared behind Wang Wei. Upon closer observation, the one closest to him seemed to be his father, Wang Tan, followed by his grandfather, Wang Chong. At the end of this long line of people was the founder of the Tao opening sect and the ancestor of the Wang clan Yuan. Although the latter had no children throughout his life, he became the bloodline ancestor of the Wang clan once he cut off the connection to the heaven-opening emperor. Wang Wei looked at all these people before secretly shaking his head. He would wish to choose some of his ancestors. But for this technique, he needs assistance and no interference or resistance. So he could only choose his father. After choosing Wang Tian, an illusory figure manifested next to him. However, this was just the beginning. He used luck Tao to control probability and time Tao to create numerous possible futures. Then, one of these futures fused with Wang Wei's physical manifestation of fate. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from his body. The aura shocked Tion and everyone watching because it was the same as these two legends, the aura of a great emperor. Wang Wei's method was to summon his father's fate and use other means to create a possible future where the latter succeeded in achieving the 10 Supremacy Foundation. Now, such a technique would not be possible if not for the fact Wang Tian's talent had the possibility of reaching such a realm. Regardless, what's important is he chose the correct ancestor and succeeded. Wang Wei then changed his ever-changing Dao heart, turning into a supreme swordsman who dedicated his entire life to the Dao of sword, even to the detriment of his family and loved ones. Wang Tian's fate then fused with Wang Wei's body, superimposing his power into his son's. His proving Dao artifact turned into a pure white sword, releasing a terrifying sword will. With a calm demeanor, Wang Wei swung his sword, releasing a slash more brilliant than 1,000,000,000,000 galaxies. The slash overwhelmed the death sword, cutting it into two before proceeding to the book and pen. Unfortunately, they released a barrier that blocked its power. Even my father's sword Dao is suppressed, analyzed Wang Wei. This slash was enough to cut even Samsara into countless pieces if not for this suppression. Resisting? The more you resist, the faster you die, thought Tion. His technique is based on the Yama King, one of the highest rulers of Samsara. Yamas are entities that deal with the reincarnation of people as powerful and influential as paragons. If they do not have the strength to deal with some of these unruly paragons who are used to rule above myriad races and worlds, the path of reincarnation would have long turned into their playthings. Bang! A magnificent stone bridge appeared between heaven and earth. The Bridge of Remembrance, as soon as the bridge appeared, people instinctively knew its name. That's how ancient and noble it was. After someone dies, they have to walk through this bridge. Their lives will be flashed before them, allowing them to contemplate their past failures, successes, and regrets. Of course, the bridge will also record this person's life to allow the path of reincarnation to determine their karma, whether they will be sent to hell for punishment or get reincarnated. Furthermore, the true purpose of this bridge is to weaken the truly powerful souls and prevent them from making trouble after their judgment. The bridge released a terrifying aura that immediately suppressed his body, especially his soul. Wang Wei was almost removed from his current state of fusing with his father's fate. Then, to his horror, the previously destroyed death sword materialized for a second time. Then, with the book, pen, sword, and bridge working together, he disappeared from heaven and earth. This should have been the end, but Tion frowned instead. As someone in control of the true book of life and death, he knew whether his opponent was dead. Even this technique could not grant him true death. True death should have removed all possible revival methods and abilities. I should not underestimate him. Tion entered a state similar to Wang Wei, a calm fury. So, no matter how angry he was at the previous event, he would not let emotions cloud his judgment. He moved his head to find the newly revived Wang Wei. To his surprise, he saw the latter rushing toward him, seemingly using a secret technique with terrible side effects. Tion did not waste time as he struck again, using the same attack. However, he summoned his Samsara Pagoda to increase the potency of the attack. He wanted his opponent to die at all costs. However, Wang Wei's body had turned all red, with a brilliant flame covering him. No matter what attack or technique hit him, he was perfectly intact. The only signs he was not all right was his rapid passing vitality. He used Turtle Shell's secret technique that burned his body, soul, energy, Daos, and other things to drastically increase defensive capabilities. He pushed the technique to the limit, even sacrificing his life to reach his opponent. Tion felt something was wrong, so he chose the wisest tactic: escape until the opponent's secret technique ran out and he died. He took another page in Wang Wei's book and summoned layers of samsara that he called Reincarnation World. There are many branches of samsara, similar to how the river of time and fate have countless tributaries that flow to every world. So, Tion only had to use some of them. Alas, Wang Wei predicted his move and suddenly changed his technique. He used the Rainbow Paragon's technique, based on Turtle Shell's technique, to increase speed instead of defense. In an instant, his speed reached hundreds of thousands of times infinity. He bypassed all these reincarnation worlds and reached DTon. Innate talent. Fate shackles Wang Wei placed a shackle on DTon, making it so that whatever power he used to increase his strength was not his own or had a time limit. However, his plan failed as he received a terrifying backlash instead. So, that's how it is, he muttered before dying from the backlash. Although this was the last life from his life and death wheel, he was all right with it because he used it appropriately. Chapter 879, The Imperfection and the Divination. 879, The Imperfection and the Divination. Unedited chapter. As Wang Wei's body reappeared, a look of understanding and excitement appeared on his face. He solved many riddles, secrets, and confusion in this brief confrontation. Grand Tao, source, that's the answer to everything, he thought, his eyes brighter than before. Tao ancestors can control up to 4 of Grand Tao source. So why can't I, with the 10 Supremacy Foundation, do the same? Wang Wei immediately knew the source of his imperfections. He could use his current foundation to comprehend and control up to 4 of the Grand Tao source, bringing his power to another level. For some reason, DTon knew this truth, and he succeeded. However, he never showed his true power, most likely in fear that I would learn from him. So, he hid the Grand Tao source fluctuations. Furthermore, this answer also explained many other things. Why did DTon's Tao change the laws of one of the dimensions, making Samsara Tao the main Tao of the entire place? Why did all of Wang Wei's Tao be suppressed, especially his life and death, Samsara Tao? It's because he controlled the source or origin of all Taos, the Grand Tao source. As such, all laws or Taos are innately suppressed before the source. This is why Tao ancestors and great emperors are absolute beings before mortals. How'd he do it? Is it because he used a more orthodox approach and instantly knew he could control the Grand Tao source? Or is it because of something else? Asked Wang Wei, who quickly realized this was no longer important. What I need to do now is to also control the Grand Tao source. So you find the truth, said DTon, his voice and eyes colder than the abyss itself. In the previous confrontation, Wang Wei got answers, but so did he. He finally understood why his intuition warned him not to reveal his Grand Tao source. Wang Wei does not have any control of the source. However, with his monstrous talent and deep law comprehension foundation, as long as he knows it's possible, it's very easy for him to do the same and reach the same height as me. So, he must die before that. Boom! His aura, which was already scary, actually increased, and by an exponential amount. Behind him manifested a river made of chains. The manifestation of the Grand Tao source, thought Wang Wei. Grand Tao loved the river motif too much. He quickly removed these distracting thoughts from his mind. He knew he was at a precipice, and the slightest mistakes would cause him failure and death. His strength was raised from 7 to 9, which is the limit of 3rd class. I would not be surprised if he could reach the strength of 2nd class on his own. He remembered DTon's unique Proving Tao artifact. He now knew the reason for its uniqueness. It had experienced 1 round of Grand Tao source baptism before DTon even proved the Tao. With such a weapon, Wang Wei could imagine the strength DTon could reach. Damn it, how did things reach this far? Cursed Wang Wei, who no longer hesitated and used all his ability. His body turned gray with long claws, and his pupils turned dark purple. His body contained an ancient and noble aura. Bone's wings grew from his back, but they enveloped him, turning into bone armor. His flesh seemed to have sublimated as the yang and blood energy inside his body drastically improved. Ancient desolate God, transformation. The transformation was only the beginning. Wang Wei immediately activated the nothingness concept of his body, turning his body into a state of intangibility. Hand of Death DTon did not waste time and used his most intense and condensed attack. So the Life and Death book. The pen of judgment, the death sword, and the bridge of remembrance all turned into a huge palm of condensed death power. Boom! Everything on the path of the hand was annihilated. With the destruction of the yin and yang dimension, the battle was now in an empty void isolated by the power of heavenly Tao itself using a little bit of world source. Alas, this attack was useless. Wang Wei was perfectly intact as the hand passed through him as if he did not exist between heaven and earth. I need to hurry up, thought Wang Wei, who had figured out another puzzle his prophecy. 2 battles, 2 breakthroughs, 1 useless, 1 successful, forming a cycle finally breaking the shackles of death. I have fought with Dition twice. In our first battle, I made a breakthrough during our battle, but it was pointless. His power was beyond me at that time. Now, in our second battle, if I can make another breakthrough and comprehend my grand Tao source, I can win, prove the Tao, become an emperor, and break the shackles of death. Wang Wei's eyes became brighter as his divination had already determined his future and the path he must walk on to prove the Tao. However, I do not have to completely follow in the footsteps of fate. The last part of the divination has given me inspiration if I interpret it in another way. A crazy idea popped into Wang Wei's mind, and he could not contain his excitement. His mind worked faster than it ever had, trying to create ways to succeed. Assimilation. This world has assimilated to this level even though I tried to look out for it. I should have thought of this long ago and prepared. With his intelligence and wisdom, he should have had this idea long ago. Unfortunately, he has been too influenced by this world, integrating into its rhythm, thus being limited by the people's way of thinking. Luckily, it's not too late, and I already have the foundation to succeed. Wang Wei suddenly felt great danger and paid attention to Dition. The latter summoned the Samsara Pagoda, which had 5 of its 9 layers officially open. With these layers opened, Dition's connection to the Grand Tao source deepened, and his aura drastically increased. 10. The power of second class, thought Wang Wei with an ugly expression, and before he could react, the palm of death descended on him. Boom! His body flew away. Unfortunately, the concept of distance was distorted in this emptiness, so no one knew how far he flew. "I'm injured," he thought. His intangibility prevented the attack from killing him, but it severely injured him. Furthermore, he discovered he could not easily heal from his injuries. If these injuries pile up, once my state ends, I will immediately die, and it will be permanent. Wang Wei did not waste time and summoned 4 items, 3 Emperor artifacts and his Proving Tao artifact. They surrounded him at the center, 1 in each direction. The one at the north was one of the sect's main artifacts, the turtle shell. At the south was his Proving Tao artifact, which also took the shape of the turtle shell. This form allowed him to resonate with the one in the north, thus granting him better control and access to its power. The 2 artifacts in the east and west were of no major significance. As such, with these 4 magical artifacts, Wang Wei laid out a formation called 4-direction array. The array's sole purpose is to increase the intangibility state of his body, thus boosting his defensive capability. Finally, Wang Wei closed his eyes and focused on his law altar. Over the years, his Tao comprehension reached a terrifying level. It could be argued that he raised his Tao to the level of Grand Tao source, hence why his law altar turned purple from gold. However, because he never tried to comprehend the Grand Tao source, he was limited. So, all he has to do is convert his Tao comprehension into the Grand Tao source, allowing him to reach the same state as Dition, if not higher. As soon as Wang Wei began, an illusory river made of chains appeared behind him, making Dition's facial expression grave. No, I need to hurry no matter the consequences. He hurried up to open the 6th layer of his pagoda. Unfortunately, opening the layers above the 5th one took a great toll on his body and soul. If not for his innate emperor soul, he would have been incapable of opening them up. Regrettably, opening each layer will now take some time he did not have. Dition soon opened the 6th layer and attacked. Boom! Once again, his attack was overwhelming. However, it only increased the injuries on Wang Wei's body, not even interrupting his comprehension. No, I need to open the ninth layer and use that technique. Only with it could I forcibly destroy his intangibility. Time was of the essence. He knew if he let Wang Wei succeed, with his former strength blessed by the Grand Tao Source, he would have no chance of winning and surviving this ordeal. So, Di Tian chose to use extreme means to open up the 7th to 9th layer. Chapter 880 Cursed Fate. 880 Cursed Fate. Di Tian swallowed an unknown pill, drastically increasing the vitality of his fleshly body. Then, without hesitation, he sacrificed his blood energy to open the 7th layer of the pagoda. He rapidly became as thin as a mummy in the process, but he did not care. All he cared about was success. While doing all this, he did not stop multitasking and attacking with the hand of death. Wang Wei bore the brunt of the attack, injuries all over his body. However, his eyes remained closed, lost in the vast ocean that is the truth known as the Grand Tao Source. One Grand Tao Source, the river of chains behind him materialized, and his strength drastically increased. A subtle change appeared on his law altar as he felt all his primary laws were liberated and elevated to a higher level of existence. However, Wang Wei knew this was not the time to be distracted as time ran out. His danger sense went on overdrive as Di Tian opened more layers of his pagoda. His intuition warned him that if he did not succeed before the latter opened the 9th layer, he would die without leaving any bones left, and it would be true death without any escape. Boom! Di Tian's aura had an explosive growth. His sheer presence made the void fluctuate a little. His current thin body also made him look more menacing than ever. Then, without hesitation, he condensed even more power of death in the colossal hand before dropping on his opponent. Boom! Wang Wei's left side of his body exploded into a mist before disappearing forever from this world. His array appeared that it would not last long after a few attacks from the 7th layer. Regardless of his current situation, Wang Wei did not open his eyes. He made his primordial spirit composed of trillions of particles, with each particle capable of thinking independently as if it were him. So, he only dedicated one particle to pay attention to the outside world in response. Boom! The Emperor artifacts on the east and west of Wang Wei exploded, releasing a massive amount of energy. However, before the energy traveled out in this finite void, 2 more Emperor artifacts appeared and absorbed the energy released by their predecessor, thus strengthening the 4-direction array. Another death hand from the 7th layer dropped on Wang Wei. However, with the new formation upgrade, his injuries were minimal to non-existent. Di Tian paused as he watched what had happened. This method was a great way to bypass the limitation of only using 3 artifacts in the battle, showing that the final battle was not as fair as it appeared. After all, luck is also a requirement to become emperor. So people born from great families and factions have a higher chance since their birth is a manifestation of their great luck. Thank you for the idea, thought Di Tian with a sneer. He summoned 3 Emperor artifacts as well before exploding them into oblivion. Then, he directed the intense energy from the explosion to his pagoda, even healing his previously damaged body. Di Tian watched how the process of opening the 8th layer dramatically accelerated. However, a deep frown appeared on his face. This tactic successfully accelerated the process. However, he encountered another trouble. His body and soul could not bear controlling the rampaging energy of 3 Emperor artifacts, while also opening the pagoda's layers and resonating with the Grand Tao Source. If this continues, I will die before I even succeed. Di Tian hesitated only momentarily before a ruthless light flashed in his eyes. He will open the 8th layer at any cost. Then, he will reduce the number of artifacts sacrificed to 1. Boom! 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 3 more artifacts exploded, making the people watching this legendary, almost mythical battle cry in pain. They could not believe the D clan was so rich that they were willing to provide their heaven-chosen with so many Emperor artifacts. No, they did not think their family had so many in the first place. Of course, only a few could deduce that this wealth belonged to D. Tian, not the D clan. However, such a fact was even more shocking as an individual was more wealthy than even emperor lineages with 4 to 5 emperors. Samsara Pagoda 8th layer. D. Tian opened the 8th layer but found cracks on his innate emperor quality, primordial spirit. The Bodhi tree was trying to heal it, but could only prevent further deterioration. After all, the tree was in its infancy despite D. Tian having it for countless reincarnations. He paid attention to Wang Wei, and his eyes squinted. 2, and it's already close to 3. D. Tian knew he only controlled 3. 5 of the Grand Tao source. Unlike Tao ancestors, who have direct access to the Grand Tao source, people like them with the 10 Supremacy Foundation can only convert their law comprehension into the Grand Tao source. So, with his years of understanding the law, his law altar turned half purple after breaking the restrictions on him. So, after converting them into the Grand Tao source, he comprehended 3.5 of the Grand Tao source. The reason for his current strength is the superimposition of the Grand Tao source and the power of his 10 Supremacy Foundation, which equaled 5 of the Grand Tao source. Finally, his proving Tao artifact reached an unimaginable level after the 9 Samsara baptism. A second baptism after achieving 10 supremacy, since it's connected to him, and a third baptism after he comprehended the Grand Tao source. D. Tian looked forward to proving the Tao and what level it would reach after a fourth baptism of the Grand Tao source, after becoming an eternal emperor. But now, if he did not make the correct choices, he might never see such a day. D. Tian did not waste time by dropping the death hand with the 8th layer on Wang Wei. He guessed his opponent's law comprehension and foundation was more profound than him. So, his strength will soon reach and surpass him. So, the only true advantage he had was time. Boom! The mighty hand forcefully brought Wang Wei out of his state of intangibility, even destroying his 4-direction formation. Immediately, Wang Wei felt all the previous damage to his body as his life force rapidly passed away. The spirit particle in charge of the situation would die if he did not do something. So, he used one of his backup's quantum array. He did not use this array as he did for Zhenchao during his trial. With D. Tian's current fleshly body, all his atoms now had a will or consciousness. So, the moment he tries to harm him with the quantum-size arrays, his body would naturally react and remove them. His purpose in using them was on himself. Wang Wei chose to use them similar to nanobots, controlling them to repair his damaged body. The quantum arrays can multiply infinitely, so he used their large number to deal with the terrifyingly pure death energy inside his body. So, after killing trillions upon trillions of these arrays, the death energy was gone, and the arrays could fix most of the damage to his body. How pure, thought Wang Wei, seeing how 95 of his arrays died. He spent years letting them reproduce inside his body to reach such a number. Wang Wei wanted to use them as a means to aid his regeneration. However, after using them once, they became useless and needed more time to replenish their numbers. So soon? Thought the spirit particle with a smile. 3 Grand Tao source D. Tian's facial expression became grave. Before reaching such a level, he spent billions of years understanding the Tao and had access to 9 pillars inheritance and conjecture about the 10 Supremacy Foundation. But now, someone else used one lifetime, a few 100,000 years, to reach the same level as him. He gritted his teeth as he waved his hand to summon a sphere with a seal containing the character for Samsara. He looked at the seal with a look of reminiscence. This seal was his bloodline artifact in his first life. It used to be the creation seal, but he had to change it during his second life. After his defeat at Qiyuan's hand, he placed the artifact into a special innate treasure that could continue to nourish it as if it were still part of him. D. Tian tried to take both artifacts through Samsara and failed. So he left this one in the world to nourish and become more powerful with time. His plan was to fuse it with his Samsara pagoda, making it even more powerful. However, after the first Samsara baptism, he discovered the first layer of his pagoda had mutated. So he decided to wait until he proved the Tao completed the mutation before the final fusion. However, with each failure and reincarnation, the mutation intensified. At the same time, Dition also realized his strength was becoming more powerful with reincarnation after absorbing the seed of power. He was not stupid, so he realized that he might be destined to lose 9 heavenly battles. Then, on the 10th attempt, his strength-improving artifact would be perfected, and he could successfully prove the Tao. Dition had long theorized this was the fate weaved for him. However, he did not want to accept such a fact. So he buried these thoughts deep in his mind. I won't lose again. I will break free from this curse, prove the Tao, and see Ninger again. Chapter 881 The Winner 881 The Winner Dition took a deep breath. He knew he should have waited until after he became an eternal emperor before fusing the Samsara Pagoda with the Samsara Seal. However, he did not care about such a thing now. He did not want to lose his 9th heavenly battle and win the 10th. He did not want to follow his destined path. So, even if his action would lower the quality of the pagoda, preventing it from acquiring its 10th layer, he did not care. Anyway, when there is a will, there is a way. He could always find a way to make up for the flaws after he proves the Tao. Boom! The aura of the pagoda drastically increased. And in the process of opening the 9th layer, suddenly, the pagodas increased, and Dition's power reached 11 Grand Tao Source. He waved his hand to drop the death hand on his opponent. Wang Wei was tiny compared to this colossal hand. It even reminded him of some not-so-good memories in his early years in the pagoda. However, he was calm as death approached him. With his eyes still closed, he appeared to have given up and accepted his fate. However, to everyone's surprise, the hand bypassed him as if he did not exist. Although blood spilled out of his orifices immediately afterward, it is obvious to anyone watching that this was not the result of Dition's attack, but the backlash of whatever technique he used. Intangibility? No, I've dealt with this technique already, thought Dition as he dropped a second attack. The result was the same, but his eyes showed a look of understanding. It's some kind of clever evading technique, capable of even evading concepts. However, it seems to have a heavy toll on his body and soul. Dition's analysis was correct. Wang Wei used his ancestor the battle maniac's famous evading technique. Unfortunately, this technique was created by a paragon and turned into a source technique by Battle Maniac. With Wang Wei's current state, strength, and the fact Dition's strength was overwhelmingly more powerful than him, the backlash of using a source technique was greater than he anticipated. However, it was all worth it. 4 Grand Tao Source, he thought as he successfully reached such a level after surviving these 2 attacks. My current strength is even higher than Dition. However, I'm still no match for him with his pagoda. Wang Wei wanted to curse out loud every time he thought of that pagoda. According to his analysis, this weapon has the potential to grant a 10 Grand Tao Source boost if Dition plays his card correctly. Alright, let's focus. This is just the beginning. The conversation went smoothly, even accelerated after reaching such a threshold. However, Wang Wei was not happy because Dition stopped attacking. Meanwhile, the aura released by his pagoda becomes exponentially more intense, and his intuition goes on overdrive to warn him. This should have been a happy thing for Wang Wei, but he had to open his eyes. Dition succeeded before him, fusing the 2 artifacts and opening the 9th layer. As he watched the black hand descended on him, Wang Wei knew he would not survive this attack, even with his current strength. So, he used one of his trump cards. A mirror appeared on his hand. Without hesitation, he activated the Oracle Mirror and used one of its fundamental abilities copy. Zhen Chao used it to copy his strength, power, and ability. So, he did the same with Dition. And given how the karma between them drastically increased after he killed Li Jun, he should have acquired a great deal of the latter's power. Sadly, the mirror has the same restrictions he had when Zhen Chao used ITIT, could not copy certain unique aspects, and Dition had a few unique aspects. The first one is the 10 Supremacy Foundation. In the entire Chaos universe, only 2 people have such a foundation, and he was the first to acquire it. Second, it's his 10 Samsara baptism. The third one is the Fiend God bloodline. Although it is a diluted bloodline, the miracle could not copy all its abilities and powers. Finally, the last unique aspect of him was his Samsara pagoda. Wang Wei expected this outcome, so he prepared for the worst-case scenario. So, he used one of the first trump cards he created for DTon after his first defeat. It is a technique called Fate is Unfair. Some people are born with the highest achievement of another person who spent their entire lives accomplishing. Some people are born talented, instantly learning things that take others years of sweat, effort, and pain to master. Talent, luck, and background are some of the many ways fate uses to control people, determining their fate and achievement. Wang Wei learned this truth in his first battle during the spirit trial. He learned an evading method from a gladiator who spent years honing his skills between life and death. However, with his talent, he learned it in a matter of minutes. So, this technique was based on this fact. After casting it to boost the mirror, it became easier for Wang Wei to acquire all of DTon's power and abilities simply because he is an unparalleled genius blessed by fate. Boom! His strength drastically increased after acquiring 95 of DTon's power. However, he did not block the death hand and continued to evade. Luckily, things were now easier with his current ability. Then, the two looked at each other across the distance, each with their own deep thoughts. It seems I must use that technique. The 9th Samsara Fist, ruler of Samsara DTon, did not want to do so because he always felt something terrible would happen, and there might be severe consequences. But now he had no choice. As he looked at Wang Wei, who was still weaker than him, he felt a deep threat, but he could not understand the source. So, he decided to hesitate no longer. The 6 gates, or paths of Samsara, appear behind DTon, followed by the Phantom of Hell, the Book of Life and Death, the Pen of Judgment, the Bridge of Remembrance, and the Wheel of Samsara. They all formed a circle around his pagoda, as a strange magic circle appeared before DTon. Wang Wei's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly sat cross-legged, closing his eyes. Many people wondered what these two were doing. Let's begin, thought Wang Wei. This world had assimilated me too deeply, so I never considered it. However, the thought process should have been obvious. Why do I need the heaven will to prove the Tao? In many of the novels I've read on Earth with similar settings, my fellow reincarnators rarely do not rely on themselves to become emperor. So, why did I never try to do the same? He focused his mind as he began creating a path from his law altar that seemed to lead nowhere. The rules of this world are strict, and there are many limitations. So, my mindset has always been that it's impossible to do such a thing. However, my achievement of 10 supremacy proves that rules are not absolute. Furthermore, even if it was impossible, I should have tried. Luckily, it's not too late. Wang Wei already had a method to succeed. In Ji Lanfang's world, he acquired the Tao treading cultivation system. He once analyzed that the creator of this system wanted to create a method for people to prove the Tao or become Tao ancestor without any foreign aid. He failed, but Wang Wei knew he had a chance at success. He took the idea of the last realm of creating a heaven path that leads to the Grand Tao source. He created the heaven path, using his Grand Tao source comprehension to connect to the Grand Tao source directly. Finally, Wang Wei found a barrier, restricting him from moving forward. He pushed the barrier forward, and Wang Wei discovered his comprehension reached 4.91. So he kept pushing, using his comprehension, Tao body, soul, Tao heart, and even fleshly body to break the limit. With persistent effort, his comprehension reached 4.99, but he did not break the last barrier. The last step, he thought excitedly, ignoring the danger outside. He gathered the power of his pseudo-Tao will and will manifestation, fusing them into his true will. Without hesitation, he attacked those restrictions. Boom! He felt something shaking in his mind. Upon closer observation, It was as if his attempt was futile. However, his senses told him he was in the right direction. So, he mobilized more of his willpower, even to the detriment of his body. Crack. Wang Wei sensed a tiny crack on this limitation. My way is correct. Willpower, no, even true will, is the power that can create miracles. Wang Wei's body began to crack as he mobilized most of his hidden willpower. Boom! He forcefully broke through his limitations, and his comprehension reached 5. Immediately afterward, a unique chain appeared on the Grand Tao source as Wang Wei's fate, dominating Tao, or absolute freedom fate Tao, was accepted by the universe. He felt his chain was connected to an even more powerful chain, probably the original fate Tao that belonged to the 3800 origin Tao of the chaos universe. Then, a strange rune deeply connected to him appeared before engraving itself on the chain. Is that my Tao imprint? Thought Wang Wei before a mysterious power entered his body. In an instant, he felt a tremendous change. His Tao body was no longer an embryo and could even awakening. His soul and fleshly body underwent a baptism, granting him an immortal essence. From now on, he did not have to worry about his lifespan, as he was both immortal and eternal. Wang Wei opened his eyes in time to see Di Tian had summoned hand. Unlike the previous Black Hand, this one was human and had skin as white as snow. Furthermore, with the long nails and delicate features, it was very likely to be a woman's hand. This aura, it's similar to that bastard, the adjudicator of fate. Did that guy summon one of the 6 cardinals? Wang Wei was momentarily scared shitless until he realized Di Tian only summoned a projection with probably 1 decillionth of the owner's power. And that's probably an underestimation. What a great technique, he commented. Such a technique was beyond anything he had created. Although he could tell, it was only possible because of Di Tian's countless reincarnations and time spent researching samsara. Unfortunately, you're too late. He used Wuji Dao to bless his fleshly body, temporarily entering the second stage of nothingness, void. Boom! The hand passed through him, leaving him intact. Still injured. Muttered Wang Wei as he looked at the necrotic part of his left arm. Even with his current body, which is the level of pure concept, he was severely injured as that part died. Is this the power of one of the taboos? I don't think even Maitreya and that bastard reached such a level. Have these people reached transcendence, or are they still walking on that path, but are not quite yet there? Wang Wei shook his head, knowing it was not the time for such a thing. He no longer hesitated and removed the dead parts before regenerating them. He looked at Di Tian, his eyes extremely calm. He waved his hand, and the latter passed out without much resistance. Di Tian was already at his breaking point after using that technique, so he was powerless. Wang Wei turned his head, and as expected, a purple gold orb floated before him. The heaven will, he muttered with a smile. Without hesitation, he absorbed it. The path of Eternal Emperor was open to him. Chapter 882, Proving the Tao. 882, Proving the Tao. For a moment, Wang Wei had the idea of not using the heaven will and maybe keeping it for his family. After all, he is already a great emperor. However, his method seemed to reach the limit of becoming a great emperor. Maybe he could rise a few more %, but he would never achieve second class. So, he has to absorb the heaven will if he wishes to become an eternal emperor. Furthermore, he has a feeling heavenly Tao would not allow him to take outside of this battlefield. So, he sat cross-legged in the void, closing his eyes as he entered a deep state of meditation. After taking a few minutes to ensure he was in the best shape, he absorbed the heaven will. Wang Wei immediately had 2 sensations. The first was he felt a mysterious power that was protecting him. He had the feeling he was currently in the most secure time of his life. He knew this was one of the protective mechanisms of heavenly Tao. So, even if a paragon attacked him in his current state, he would be safe. He would even go as far as he was concerned. He would be safe even if Maitreya and Supreme Unity. Maybe only cultivators on the level of the 6 cardinals could get away with attacking someone in the process of proving the Tao after paying a severe price. Otherwise, Grand Tao will annihilate anyone who blatantly breaks the rules. Wang Wei calmed down as he continued the process. He felt a mysterious power checking his body. To be specific, it seemed to be checking his Tao heart. After meeting the requirement, Wang Wei felt the world was open to him. His mind seemed to be clearer than ever. In his life, understanding the Tao had never been this clear. It was like the answers he sought contained great hints. Wang Wei quickly reined in his mind, as he knew from the sect's archive that this was one of the feelings after acquiring the heaven will, and he should not trust it. All records indicated that although the heaven will makes it 1,000 times easier to comprehend the Grand Tao source, this was far from the truth, especially in the allotted time. So, Wang Wei focused his mind and began his comprehension. Things proceeded smoothly for him. In a relatively short time, his understanding increased by 10 while rapidly increasing. The mysteries of fate that he could never fathom manifested before him. He saw the connections between all his sub-daos: space, time, luck, karma, order-disorder, life and death, and destiny. He also peeked into the essence of freedom Tao and the power of choice, belief, and will to break the shackles of fate. Finally, with the essence of yin-yang, which can balance all things in existence, his Tao made rapid progress. Thump! Wang Wei heard a sound in his mind, and a piece of information appeared in his mind that allowed him to know what had happened. He reached a comprehension of 20 Grand Tao source, the first requirement to become an eternal emperor. Purple lights enveloped Wang Wei, along with a lotus of the same color, making the people watching this enthronement squint their eyes. Today was a day that would forever be embedded in the annals of history. The shock these two heaven-chosens brought upon them was already heart-attack-inducing enough by showing their third-class strength. But they just watched someone become an emperor without using a heaven will. Many people are wondering about the implications of such a thing. Could it be that the laws of heaven and earth have changed, and people can prove the Tao without the assistance of the heaven will? Is this method some kind of technique that was never discovered or created until now? Or is Wang Wei's case unique and only applicable to him? People wanted answers, but no one could provide them some. Furthermore, there's a high chance they won't ever find the answer. So, when Wang Wei displayed the vision that he achieved 20 Grand Tao source, no one truly cared despite the record-breaking time. For these people, someone becoming an eternal emperor will be one of the least impressive things that happen to do. However, these people's thinking quickly changed. They watched as the purple around Wang Wei rapidly changed to purple gold. What is going on? Asked the entire world. Today, they ask this question too often. Sadly, only Wang Wei knew what was happening and would not explain it to them. After the light around him completely turned purple gold, Wang Wei's consciousness woke up from this fascinating state of enlightenment. 25 Grand Tao source, he thought with surprise and an understanding. He already reached 5 comprehension before acquiring the heaven will. And since it guarantees a maximum of 20 improvement, he benefited from his previous success. Excellent, thought Wang Wei. This extra 5% has saved him numerous resources, merit, and time. Let's continue, he thought before concentrating. The next step was to cast his Tao will. However, the process was extremely simple for him. The Dui realm was a prototype of the Tao will, so the transformation was simple and easy. Tao will, as the name suggested, is the will manifestation of a cultivator Tao. Meanwhile, the Dui realm is acquired when a cultivator creates a cultivation system or Tao path that is universal and accepted by multiple people. It is a power manifested from whatever path of the Tao they created, a manifestation of their will to pursue the Tao. Long ago, only people who created a cultivation system could enter the Dui realm or have a manifestation of their Tao. However, Grand Tao eventually changed the rules of the chaos universe to allow the unorthodox way of acquiring the Dui realm. Wang Wei cultivated his Dui realm to the point where it could be labeled pseudo-Tao will, so the transformation was not a problem for him in the slightest. As such, a second purple gold lotus appeared behind him. Finally, with plenty of time remaining, he began the third step, existence. What is existence? Wang Wei had asked himself this question many times, and he had many vague answers and guesses. However, today he finally knew the truth. In simple terms, it is everything that makes someone who and what they are, including things like body or flesh, soul, Tao, and even Qi. However, these things mentioned are only the manifestation of one of the three cores of existence: essence, spirit, and Qi. A person's existence involves other things like their mind, spirit, memories, goals, ambitions, dreams, worldviews, past, present, and future experience. Wang Wei remembered a famous saying from his past life: "A man only dies once he is forgotten." Such a saying is also a manifestation of existence. The impact someone has on the people around them, on the world, and even on history are all part of their existence. Their names or titles are a part of their identity and thus part of their existence. As long as the world remembers me, as long as my achievements are known and remembered, as long as one person still knows my name, as long as one piece of paper records my name, I will be eternal. That's the essence of existence. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from Wang Wei's body as he opened his eyes. His body instantly experienced a great change, elevating to a higher life level while the third lotus manifested. Eternal emperors looked mysterious, but their core is absolute control. To them, their names, memories, and even achievements are an extension of themselves, an extension of their bodies. So, even if their bodies, souls, and even Tao imprints are removed, they can revive themselves. Wang Wei's eyes became brighter. Moreover, to become an everlasting Empyrean, I need to elevate my understanding of self, even involving reincarnations. Eternal Emperor's existence comprehension allow their self to transcend the concepts and limitations of the flesh, of material, and even energy. Meanwhile, everlasting involve the self transcending reincarnation and possibly other limitations. Wang Wei had a small comprehension of existence and true self before proving the Tao. Now, with this opportunity, he even laid a deeper foundation for him to become an everlasting Empyrean by deepening his understanding. After so many trials and tribulations, I've finally escaped the shackles of death and become eternal, muttered Wang Wei, thinking about how far he had gone to reach this stage. From the time he was a struggling young man on Earth to his endless loneliness in primordial chaos to his reincarnation, a lot of things have happened. His friends, families, loved ones, and sex placed great expectations on him. For many years, he suffered under the weight of that expectation, with only his grandmother to alleviate his pressure. Regardless, he fulfilled everybody's expectations. Mostly, he fulfilled the expectations he placed on himself. In his rise, he met many remarkable people, many talented foes who challenged him physically, spiritually, and intellectually, but he rose to the top, defeating all the people of his generation, becoming the final winner who gets to sit on the throne. My path was arduous, created on a mountain of blood and sins. But I have no regret, thought Wang Wei. When he chose to walk this path, he knew the consequences and what price to pay. And today, he finally saw the payoff. He made the first major step in his cultivation path. Wang Wei exhaled deeply before concentrating on a piece of information that suddenly popped into his mind. Chapter 883 Ripples 883 Ripples Primordial Chaos. Red Mist Forbidden Land. Heavenly Book opened his eyes, cursing out loud. Damn you, Madman Shu. Why is it such a pain for us to make a deal? Heavenly Book exhaled out loud to calm down. He was an arrogant man. After all, with all his abilities and accomplishments, how could he not be? Of course, as a Tao overlord, he would never allow such a character flaw to affect his plans. As an arrogant man, there are only a few people he can say he respects with all his mind, and one of these is Madman Shu. Chu Yun was truly a rare genius that the entire Chaos universe had never seen. Grand Tao bled 6 times since the beginning of time, and Madman Shu was one of the people responsible for one of these times. According to Heavenly Book's evaluation of the latter, he is the man closest to creating a method of transcendence without relying on foreign aid. That's how much of a genius Madman Chu was. Unfortunately, one of his early experiments to achieve transcendence resulted in his current mental state. If that bastard were not insane, he would truly be one of the scariest people in the chaos universe. Maybe the rumors are true, commented Heavenly Book. According to rumors, Grand Tao was scared of this man's ability, so it schemed against him, resulting in his current state. Heavenly Book focused and summoned a book, not the incomplete one that he was trying to create, but a second one with countless knowledge, secrets, and truths of the universe. He wanted to see if there was some information he could use to facilitate the deal with Madman Chu. Huh, he muttered as he felt something. He summoned his Heaven Book and saw more writings appear. Another time Nexus? Something must have happened, he muttered as he looked at the paragraphs in the book. I was right. One of them is in the Eternal Ascension world. It should be Wang Wei. Does he have a connection with the prehistoric world? Such information will change things. One of the blind sides of his information network has always been the prehistoric world. He tried a few times to infiltrate that place, and even suffered a small loss in his attempt. Is the Grand Tao Sun in that world? Another trouble. A deep frown manifested on his face. However, Heavenly Book soon squinted his eyes at a particular passage in the book. It was about him. I expected this, but it is still a little unsettling. His previous book did not contain his existence. After all, according to the previous track of fate, he was one of the infinite mortals of the world. His existence was inconsequential. However, he was now part of the story and played a significant role. Heavenly Book waited until the book finished. He reviewed all the information he had. I thought time was on my side, but that may not be the case, he deduced with a frown. In that case, I might need to take some risks. Heavenly Book was a man of action, so he immediately began to implement his plan. He sent a clone outside of the red mist. He hid his body in this place to prevent Supreme Unity from changing his mind and hunting him down. Luckily, this place was one of the few safe places he could hide from a half-step transcendent. He was confident that even if Supreme Unity came here, he would suffer a small loss at Madman Chu's hands. After his clone exited this forbidden land, he waved his hand to manifest a grand, mysterious, and noble river. The river of time, no matter how many times I see it, it's still magnificent, thought Heavenly Book before observing the river, searching for something. After a few hours, his eyes lit up before he took out a green jade from his space and sent it inside. He waited for a few seconds until the jade disappeared. It worked, he thought before sneering internally. It's really treating me as a pawn. His actions could be one of the biggest offenses of the universe. He tried to alter the primordial timeline by influencing the past. Such an act would have released a backlash that would instantly kill even him. And if he managed to survive, the justiciary of time would have come after him. However, he was currently perfectly intact and succeeded in this impossible endeavor. Heavenly Book knew this could only mean one thing: someone allowed his actions to proceed. And it was not hard to guess who had such authority. Grand Tao. The clone looked in the distance. His face remained calm and indifferent. As for him, since he is in that world, I need other means to test the water. Without wasting more time, he disappeared into the distance. Prehistoric world, Purple Chaos Palace. Hong Jun opened his eyes, so he finally reached that step. His eyes bravado an infinite distance as he saw Wang Wei proving the Tao. Fate Tao? He thought with a frown. Is it related to him? The all-seeing temple had a prophecy that would affect the entire chaos universe. As a person who cultivates destiny Tao, he used some means to divine the prophecy before even the temple knew the exact words. The all-heaven fate calamity is approaching. The strings of fate envelop primordial chaos. The mad emperor in his path to control his own fate will do anything to reach detachment. Hong Jun had a headache. He did not know whether the outlier he had saved for a while was related to this prophecy. However, it did not matter. Once the temples released the prophecy, people who cultivated fate Tao will be in the eyes of the storm. If they do not have the strength, they will suffer catastrophe. If it is related to him, things will get complicated, but it will also be an opportunity. Hong Jun waved his hand to manifest 3 pictures. These people were each selected by him to be reincarnated into other worlds to prepare for the upcoming calamity. As for Wang Wei, he was sadly collateral damage when Hong Jun facilitated the world collisions in order to hide his actions of reincarnating these people. He was not the only collateral damage, but he was the only one who survived. So, Hong Jun considered him an outlier. So he decided to save him despite the signs he was deeply connected to Grand Tao and the River of Fate. Hong Jun saw Wang Wei's willpower and how he survived primordial chaos. Impressed, he chose to provide some help and see how things would proceed. Hong Jun looked at these 3 pictures. They're all paragons, but that does not mean much. Only half-step transcendence has a remote chance of surviving the oncoming storm. He frowned after thinking of this. During all the time Wang Wei spent in the void, these people already proved the Tao and ascended to the realm of paragons. They have long reached the peak of their realm, but Hong Jun is not happy because their path of transcendence is going nowhere. All these deviations are because of Emperor Qin, he sighed. Emperor Qin Zheng was the first step of his plan. He was a test trial before the others. At first, Hong Jun thought he had failed since the latter only became a regular paragon. However, things changed when the Qin Emperor reincarnated, became eternal, and took the moniker of Human Emperor. According to Hong Jun's plan, he granted the Human Emperor a piece of his heavenly Tao Jade, allowing him to deduce a path to transcendence using the 3 talents of heaven and earth, human, earth, and heaven. Once he became a half-step transcendence, he would then be the vanguard for the others, showing them the path forward. However, the emperor had a suspicious mind and did not believe in anyone. Fearing that Hong Jun might be scheming against him, he ignored his warnings and participated in the ultimate taboo. The result was his death and the long delay of achieving transcendence. If he had listened to me, he should have taken that step by now, muttered Hong Jun as he shook his head. Now, there are too many variables, and his chances have drastically decreased. Hong Jun sighed to exhale his frustration. Why was he doing all this? To save the prehistoric world? Yes, but not entirely out of selflessness. He wants to see the path forward, and his only hope is to have more fellow Taoists to discuss, bouncing ideas off each other to become enlightened. If only Grand Tao had not erased most of the information about Pangu, lamented Hong Jun, he could have learned so many things about the path of transcendence. Sadly, although this world is isolated, Grand Tao still has its ways of intervening. And when necessary, it will go all out to ensure certain rules and restrictions. He moved his gaze to look at the tiny planet of Earth. Should I choose more people? He quickly shook his head. All the people born on Earth, no matter their race, gender, or ethnicity, are special. So, reincarnating them into other worlds is very dangerous and requires great risks. His previous actions of artificially creating world collisions have brought him to the eyes of many people. And Hong Jun did not like that, since it was not conducive to keeping the world safe and continuing his cultivation journey. Let's wait for a little longer. Chapter 884 Scary Conversation 884 Scary Conversation Eternal Ascension World Tao Opening Sect. As one of the most powerful sect in this chaos world, it has a special place called Ancestral Hall. Inside, there was only one person, an elderly man who was dozing off in a chair. Around was a group of statuses organized into 3 layers. The lower layer had the most status, followed by the second and the top layer. The statuses were lifelike, but some were unique. A few had cracks or had their entire face destroyed. In each layer, some of the statuses had crowns on their head while others did not. Furthermore, the crowns came in 2 different colors once they reached the second layer and above. While the elderly man was taking his nap, a white light flashed in the room, and a new status appeared in the 3rd layer. Wearing a crown, as soon as the status appeared, the elderly sensed something and woke up. He first looked confused before noticing the anomaly. He had been staying in this room for a few yuan epochs, so he knew it like the back of his hand. He quickly noticed the new status and looked at it in shock. A new emperor? No, even a new eternal? How is that possible? The sect has been closed for so long. The elderly man was confused for a moment before thinking about something. The lower dimension? He thought with excitement. After so many years, can they cultivate an eternal? Many people in the upper dimension believed the luck of the lower dimension sect had run out and would not cultivate a new emperor for a long time, let alone an eternal. It's good news the 10th one finally appeared. However, this might cause trouble, thought the elderly man as he looked at the statue with no face. He was not surprised, as the ladder would need to ascend before the status would be generated, finally connecting the new emperor to the luck of their sect. However, with the current political situation of the Eternal Ascension world, it's not a good thing for their sect to have a talented eternal emperor. Let's first seal the manifestation of luck to prevent anyone from detecting the appearance of this new emperor. The moment they acquire a new emperor or cultivator above, the sect's luck will manifest in a grandiose manner so that everybody can celebrate. So, even if they are in a sealed state, this fact does not change. However, before the elderly man could make a move, he discovered someone might have been faster than him. An unknown and incomprehensible power seemed to have hidden this fact before him. This power, he thought with horror, only one of the two could have done such a thing. Origin Seal Continent. What has gotten you so riled up? Asked Wu Hong, who sensed her presence a little agitated. The little brat succeeded, said the Sword Empress, not hiding her excitement as a terrifying sword will flashed in her eyes. What are you talking about? Asked Wu Hong in wonder. Your future husband, she replied. He succeeded in proving the Tao. Wu Hong's eyes showed slight surprise. Yes, it's around this time for the battle. Well, with the talent he showed, it's normal to become emperor. He should have become an eternal, right? You don't understand, said the Sword Empress. I would not be so excited even if he became an eternal emperor. Did something happen? The luck this kid provided to the sect was on par with a paragon, said the Sword Empress. More importantly, his luck was unique. It was memorialized luck. Wu Hong squinted her eyes after hearing this. Heaven and earth only grant memorialized luck to people with certain achievements that affect an entire world. In the lower dimension, it was rather easier to acquire it than the upper dimension. However, it was still difficult to acquire. For example, the Tao opening sect in the lower dimension had the memorialized luck for spreading the cultivation system to the world. With this luck, heavenly Tao would usually ensure the survival of the sect. This kind of luck is why sects from the Pill Ancestor, Formation Ancestor, Talisman Ancestor, Array Ancestor, and Weapon Ancestor have survived countless catastrophes until the current era. In the upper dimension, the Tao opening sect has only achieved memorialized luck thrice. And the 2 times were for the first and second Origin Wars. Do you know what he did? Asked Wu Hong. No, someone is blocking the news. I failed to divine the truth from the sect's luck. Them? No. True heavenly Tao? No above. Wu Hong showed another surprised look as she knew the implications behind these words. What did he do? I don't know. However, such an act can count as the sect's 4th memorialized luck. It's 1,000,000 times harder to acquire memorialized luck in the upper dimension than in the lower, so they are usually separated. This news is not necessarily a good thing, added Wu Hong. Indeed, with Supreme Unity's personality, he wouldn't care about the previous argument and should have attacked the sect. But now, he hasn't, so this could mean one thing. She intervened, said Wu Hong, her voice a little more indifferent than before. Sometimes, you're too stubborn, said the Sword Empress as she knew why her friend's attitude suddenly changed so drastically. However, Wu Hong did not continue this topic. What are you going to do? She asked. This luck is enough for me to return to the Empyrean realm and revive Qin, said the Sword Empress, her eyes brighter than the moon during a full moon. However, her friend did not share her excitement. Supreme Unity might tolerate the others in limbo, but he won't accept their revival, she reminded. That's why I will ask Mithriya for help. Well, that's not a bad idea. I thought you would try to dissuade me. I know what kind of person she is. I just want answers and an apology. I'm sure she has no qualms about apologizing. But answers. Dark Truth Fog. Supreme Unity immediately noticed a change between heaven and earth as soon as Wang Wei became emperor. Although Mithria hid the changes in the Tao opening sect, he noticed other anomalies. The luck of the lower dimension showed an exponential increase trend. And once that happens, true heavenly Tao will regain some powers and have better ways to fight against him. And if the upper dimension is also affected, showing signs of revival, then he will suffer terrible consequences. So, he placed his gaze on the source of his trouble. The blockade of the lower dimension meant nothing to him. Don't even think about it, said a beautiful yet noble voice. Mithria opened her eyes and looked at him. The moment you chose that path, you were doomed. Do you really want to fight for a little ant? If he is such an ant, why do you want to kill him at all costs? Supreme Unity did not answer as he sensed her determination. She would really fight him to death to prevent him from killing that brat. He felt frustration and anger for a moment before these emotions swiftly vanished. He closed his eyes, continuing to focus on this fog. He had to rely on the heavenly book to deal with the current situation, so he needed to be patient. In a white space, two people stood in an all-white space, looking at a small orb before them. Although the space appeared white, it was only a manifestation for certain people. This white space contained all power in existence, fused and existing at all times. Whether it was time, space, death, creation, logic, dream, or the mind, it contained everything. This place had many names, but these two knew it as Hongmeng, the place of beginning and end. The two people before the orb were a young man and a woman. The man had gray hair, while the woman had luscious black hair. "Do you have to do this?" asked the woman. Although she was smiling and giggling a while ago, now she was serious, knowing the consequences of their actions. If something happens to you during one of the time nexus, there will be consequences. "That's exactly why I'm doing it," replied the young man, whose eyes seemed to contain all truths in the universe. "I thought I had succeeded in achieving my goal, but discovered how wrong I was. First, I had to be restricted by the rules of Hongmeng. Then, I discovered people who stood above my head." His mind thought of the 5 supreme beings who stood at the top of Hongmeng. "If this plan succeeds, I will stand toe-to-toe with these 5, truly reaching the pinnacle, not worrying about rules and regulations. I always support your ambitions, but there has to be a better way to do this. This is the only fast and effective method I can think of," said the young man. The woman was quiet for a moment. "All right, be careful." "Huh, I thought you would continue to persuade me. I just want to know you're not doing this on a whim or moment of anger. Since you've thought this through, I will support you. Plus, what is the worst that can happen? Years of suppression, torment, humiliation, and a drastic weakening of power," replied the young man. "Those are nothing," she said. "They have transcended death, so no matter what happens, even Hongmeng and those 5 cannot kill them. However, some things are indeed worse than death. Yes, as long as we are alive, we can try again," said the young man as he looked at the small orb, which was a chaos universe. The young man observed all lives in this chaos universe, focusing on one especially. Although he could instantly annihilate this universe, including all parallel timelines, all dimensions, and all lives, including Grand Tao, he could no longer interfere after setting things in motion. Now, he has to wait for the final result, hoping his preparations are enough for this plan to succeed. Then, he can ascend to the top of Hongmeng. Chapter 885, Immeasurable Emperor. 885, Immeasurable Emperor, Immeasurable Emperor, muttered Wang Wei to himself. According to the information in his mind, his accomplishment of proving the Tao by himself, absorbing the heaven-will Tao, and reaching 25 Grand Tao Source gave him the title of Immeasurable Emperor. To be precise, Wang Wei created a new class of Emperor above Eternal. Could Grand Tao make the class of Immeasurable Emperor more common in the future? Encourage people to prove the Tao by relying on themselves? Wang Wei quickly denied this thought after pondering for a moment. The requirements to do what he did were too stringent. First, there's a need to achieve the 10 Supremacy Foundation, allowing the Tao comprehension to reach the level of the Grand Tao Source. The second is to push the soul, body, and Tao heart to the limit. Otherwise, the heaven path connecting directly to the Grand Tao Source will not succeed. The third condition is the power of true will, which requires a pseudo-Tao will and will manifestation to break the last barrier to enter the Grand Tao Source. Finally, the cultivator must also become an eternal emperor, having the talent to increase their comprehension by 20, cast the Tao will, and control their existence. Well, technically speaking, as long as they can achieve 10 supremacy, it is not a problem to become an eternal. With all these requirements, few people in the entire chaos universe can succeed. Wang Wei abandoned this idea as he focused on his reward for becoming an immeasurable emperor. A question and answer directly from Grand Tao. Wang Wei knew the importance of such a reward. Who is Grand Tao? An omniscient entity. So how valuable is it to ask it a question? He could already tell how many paragons would fight such a reward, all for the opportunity to ask Grand Tao about a clear path toward transcendence. This question is crucial to my future, but I should also be wary when asking. Wang Wei did not think he could ask any questions and would receive a satisfactory answer. For example, if he asked Grand Tao how to defeat it, the latter could just answer he needed to reach a realm higher than it, and this answer would technically be correct. After organizing the information in his mind, Wang Wei finally gazed at Tian. The latter was restrained by his power, but his eyes were calm and indifferent. Wang Wei knew what those eyes meant. He had accepted his fate. As he looked at the man before him, Wang Wei found himself very calm and peaceful. His unmatched fury and unparalleled wrath were gone, replaced by a calmness that seemed indifference. He never thought he would feel this way after what the latter did. Even in his final moment before proving the Tao, his mind was full of hatred and ideas on how he would torture him once he was the final winner. However, he found these emotions meaningless. Why is this? He asked himself, taking this moment to self-reflect on his current state of mind. It's because I see death in a different way now, immediately answered Wang Wei. Mortals are sad about death because they do not understand it. Even cultivators who know of the existence of samsara still have a fear of death because it is still a terrifying thing for them. However, death is so simple for the current Wang Wei. He looked in the distance. His eyes could see the process of reincarnation very quickly. After a brief search, he discovered his grandparents' soul and the location of their new reincarnation. His eyes barado the secrets of the river of time, seeing ancestor Wuqing and Li Jun. It was like they had never died and were next to him. Is this what it feels like to escape the shackles of death? To become a higher being? Wang Wei secretly sighed before flying close to Tian. After his ascension, he could now see and detect many things. There's a high chance Tian is connected to one of the 6 cardinals, and he might even be a fate seed, or reincarnation seed, to be exact. The latter's whole concept of 9 reincarnations, and his pagoda experiencing 9 samsara baptism. I have a gut feeling that he should have broken the curse on him on this reincarnation. He should have been the final winner. However, something happens to change everything. Could it be related to timelines? Did something happen that changed the timeline, thus affecting the fate of many people, including him? Wang Wei had no basis for this idea, but his instinct told him he was correct, that he had peeped at a core secret of the universe. However, he soon gave up following this line of thinking since there was no information. As for Tian, a slight pity flashed in his eyes. If this guy were truly related to the 6 cardinals, then his fate would be miserable. 9 is the limit, 12 is perfection, and 13 is transcendence. If my guess is correct, he might have to reincarnate 13 times. So, there's a chance he might not be able to prove the Tao until the 13th time. Wang Wei secretly shook his head before acting. He pointed at Tian's head, and a small golden tree floated from his sea of consciousness. Then, he pointed at his body, and Tian's flesh condensed into a blood crystal, leaving only his primordial spirit, which was free from his curse. I owe your wife a great deal of karma. I will repay it today, said Wang Wei. After proving the Tao, he truly understood how much Qiao Ning's information about perfection was worth. So, to prevent complications, he will help this couple and repay his debt. Wang Wei pointed at him again, helping him condense the ability seed, allowing him to inherit his 10 supremacy foundation in the next life. Of course, he took Di Tian's fleshly body, so he cannot absorb its strength and has to recultivate it in the next life. Then, he waved his hand to take something in the distance. Di Tian's dead eyes finally showed some luster after seeing it. This is her imprint, said Wang Wei calmly. A door suddenly appeared next to him. Without much hesitation, he sent Di Tian's primordial spirit and Qiao Ning's imprint into reincarnation. He did not forget to reinforce the karmic love bond between these two, ensuring they reincarnated in the same place, around the same time, and could meet each other. He calmly watched their disappearance. Lost in thought, whatever the 6 cardinals were planning, he would try to ruin it. He would love to see how they plan his next failure, while Di Tian still retains his 10 supremacy strength. Wang Wei raised his hand to summon a second imprint. He sensed Heavenly Tao's slight displeasure, but he did not care. The limit of Heavenly Tao is peak second class. First-class emperors are above Heavenly Tao and not restricted by its rules. As for him, that things should be glad they have been in a positive relationship for some time now. He mobilized his Grand Tao source, reversing the fate of the imprint's owner. Then, a single string from the river of fate, which was previously dim, regained its luster. Then, the string connected to the imprint through a new fate line. Wang Wei calmly watched as a new body was slowly forming. Revving someone from their imprint alone, without a soul, was an incredible task, even for an eternal emperor, depending on the Tao they cultivated. However, such a task was as easy as waving his hand. Thinking of something, he mobilized the chaos flame from his heart, turning it into a good fortune flame. He blessed the flame with his power to boost its effect before fusing it with the newly created body. This should increase your talent and chances at becoming an eternal. Half a minute later, a handsome man with crimson hair appeared before Wang Wei and everyone watching. He was momentarily confused as he looked at his surroundings. After seeing Wang Wei, his eyes lit up. "You did it?" "I did," Wang Wei replied with a brilliant smile. "Ha ha, I knew you would." The two rushed forward, hugging each other tightly. Li Jun's actions had many layers of calculations. In that situation, he realized his existence became a factor that could decide the battle's outcome. Knowing he had no chance of surviving, his best course of action was to ensure Wang Wei won, so he would have a chance at reviving. So, killing himself and not having his brother suffer the mental blow of killing his loved one was his best choice. So, without hesitation, he found the opportunity to end his life, removing Di Tian's advantage. "I'm so glad to see you," said Wang Wei, releasing him from his tight embrace. "Likewise, how was death?" "Terrible. Like you usually say, bad review." "I agree with that." Chapter 886, Preaching 886, Preaching unedited chapter. "We will have plenty of time to catch up," said Li Jun. Although he was only dead for a few hours, it felt like an eternity. However, he knew it was not time for them to catch up and talk. Wang Wei nodded before exiting the battlefield. He appeared floating above the sky in the central continent, alone. Li Jun knew it was not fitting to appear next to Wang Wei. Today was his big brother's day of glory and worship by all living beings and myriad worlds. As soon as Wang Wei appeared, all eyes were on him. The entire world became quiet, as even mortals suddenly felt it was not appropriate to make any noise. The majority stopped whatever they were doing, waiting as they sensed something was coming. Visions began to appear around Wang Wei as the sky turned purple. Sounds that contained the essence of the Tao echoed between heaven and earth, followed by the appearance of auspicious beasts like dragons and phoenixes that circled around Wang Wei. Illusory shadows of sages and myriad races manifested and bowed to him before dispersing. The vision swiftly spread throughout the entire world. However, this was just the beginning. The vision spread to all the great, medium, and small thousand worlds in this world community. As soon as these people saw the visions, they knew a new emperor had appeared. Even in the small thousand worlds, where knowledge about great emperors are rare or non-existent, they immediately knew what had happened as the knowledge appeared in their mind. The vision did not stop. It soon spread to the martial hegemony world community before continuing to spread. The entire lower dimension was shrouded in the vision in a short period. Typically, Wang Wei's vision would never spread so far, even with his mortal emperor title. At best, he would reach 10 of the lower dimension. However, his achievement of becoming the first immeasurable emperor was an act that should be celebrated by the entire eternal ascension world. And if it were not for heavenly Taoist blockade, the vision would have spread to the upper dimension. Wang Wei bathed in the glory of this moment. He could sense how far his vision spread, but it was not the time to focus on this aspect, despite knowing that a few emperors should have detected the reason for the vision and even deduced the oncoming chaos he was about to create. After the vision spread to its limit, an enormous transparent dragon manifested in the sky. The dragon was majestic, noble, and beautiful. It bowed to Wang Wei before roaming throughout the world. Everywhere it passed, the spiritual key between heaven and earth drastically increased, followed by a drastic increase in resources. More ores appeared in different regions across all 5 continents, followed by spiritual herbs, secret dimensions, and other types of cultivation resources. All cultivators suddenly felt it was easier to cultivate or understand the laws of heaven and earth. Is this the reward to the world for cultivating an immeasurable emperor? Wang Wei took a moment to understand why this dragon appeared. He summarized this as true heavenly Taoist reward to the world for giving birth to someone like him. His eyes could see the overall destiny of the myriad emperor world drastically increased, followed by a boost in its world source. Finally, after the dragon traveled around, its body shrunk to 1/3 of its size. It then swims back until it reaches the Tao opening sect. The sect's luck manifested in the shape of a multicolored dragon, and the 2 dragons fused. The multicolored dragon became more vibrant, lifelike, and with more spirituality. Furthermore, it exuded a unique aura that displayed its nobility and grandeur. All the emperor lineages of the world collectively sighed as they understood the Tao opening sect forcefully broke the 9 emperor curse. More than that, they cultivated a one-of-a-kind emperor that has never appeared in history. The prosperity of their sect for the next 12,000 generations is guaranteed. Many people feared they might take this opportunity to dominate the world and become a second power after the Qin dynasty to have absolute control over the world. With the potential this new emperor displayed, he had a high chance of succeeding. Wang Wei smiled after seeing the fusion. With this new luck, he knew his sect would survive countless catastrophes in the future. Furthermore, such luck is also a form of protection in case the sect does something wrong in the future. His mind changed to the next step as he wondered whether to use a throne or something else. Many of his predecessors liked to use a throne as an indication of their status, but some people chose different approaches. A throne is too flashy, and I'm not in the mood. A cushion materialized, and he sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes to access the Grand Tao source, to choose his emperor's name or title. Names have power, so he needs to be careful. He submitted his name and waited for a few seconds. Wang Wei sighed in relief when he received the feedback that it was not taken. If it were, he would have to confront an imprint of the holder of the name. If he failed the confrontation, he would have to choose another name. Wang Wei feared that someone of higher cultivation than him already took the name. In that case, he would have to choose option B. He opened his eyes and declared with solemnness, "I am the chosen son of fate, the controller of destiny, the weaver of karma, the manipulator of cause and effect, the bringer of good fortune and bad omen, the watcher of time, the keeper of order and disorder, the guardian of life and death, the silent observer of yin and yang, and the herald of the glorious era. My true name is Wang Wei, but you may address me as the fate-dominating emperor. His voice rang in the minds of all sentient beings in the world, from the lowest of peasants and slaves to animals with no intelligence, to immortal tier cultivator. Everyone could hear this bold declaration. Wang Wei gave people a short time to process his declaration. He could feel a magical change between heaven and earth after choosing his title. The change was mainly from his existence. From now on, the three words fate, dominating emperor, had a direct connection to him. As long as a piece of paper exists in the universe with that name written on it, he will not die. Finally, he proceeded with his preaching. The Tao gives birth to one. The one gives birth to two. The two gives birth to three. And the three gives birth to all things, starting with primordial chaos. His voice could reach everyone, including mortals. Furthermore, they contained Tao rhymes that allowed the listeners to enter a state of enlightenment, allowing them to better understand the truths he was speaking of. After the birth of primordial chaos, when does fate manifest itself? Why does it manifest? The fate of primordial chaos is to evolve from an infinite state to a finite environment, from a place of chaos to one of order, a state of death to life. Did primordial chaos choose such a development? Willingly subject itself to restrictions for the sake of development and improvement? Or maybe, when Tao created one, the fate of primordial chaos was already determined? Wang Wei's preaching was captivating. He first explained his understanding of the evolution of a universe from primordial chaos to the current state, focusing on the perspective of fate. Since fate was such a vast and comprehensive subject, his words were universal, so that all cultivators, no matter the Tao they cultivated, could learn something from him. He started with simple stuff that everyone could understand, ensuring he was as clear as possible. Then, by the end of this segment, only a few Tao ancestors and insurgent could follow. Once he finished, no one could understand the words coming out of his mouth. But these cultivators chose to memorize his words so they could contemplate later on. The process lasted 2 years. Then, Wang Wei began to talk about his understanding of cultivation, starting from mortal. He first talked about ways mortals can keep their bodies fit and prevent disease. He took this opportunity to spread a special breathing method that would keep all mortals healthy and free from disease, allowing them to reach the limit of their lifespan if they did not abandon this method. Subsequently, he talked about his understanding of cultivation from the body refining realm to the quasi-emperor. He sneaked in a small portion about control of energy and Tao so that immortal venerables and Tao ancestors can benefit. This section of the preaching lasted 1 year, making for a total of 3 years. When he stopped, people felt they did not have enough and wished he would continue for a few hundred years. Even a mortal felt the same way. Then, they were shocked after discovering they spent more than 2 years without food and water, but they were perfectly fine. Better yet, their bodies seemed in the best shape it has ever been. Wang Wei did not care about these people's desire for more. Most Emperor Tao preaching does not last this long and would usually end after 3 months. He watched as new visions manifested in the sky, and the spiritual key between heaven and earth increased by another 70. I have paid my karma to the myriad emperor world and even went above and beyond. Wang Wei finally removed one of the few karma threads his karma unbound body could deal with. To be exact, it's the second one after Qiaoning. Chapter 887, 100 Years Summon. 887,100 Years Summon. Wang Wei took a moment to scan the entire world and paused briefly before nodding. Then, his voice once again rang throughout the world, entering every cultivator's mind. In 100 years, all factions, hidden or not, with a void-shattering realm, and above must prepare to send a representative to see me. Everyone was shocked after hearing this, and many people only had one thought. Here we go. They did not forget that Wang Wei was a complete era's son, so he must be planning something. They did not expect he would be so aggressive and directly summoned all the emperor lineages, Supreme Land, Holy Land, and Law factions. So, with these words, all these factions began to discuss their next step. They prepared for the eventual possibility of confronting this monster. Wang Wei could guess what these people were thinking, but did not care. After finishing his declaration, he returned to the sect. He appeared on Tianwei Peak, and below him, all the disciples, elders, and even ancestors waited for him. They immediately bowed before saying, "Congratulations to the sect master for proving the Tao and escaping the shackles of time and death." The voices echoed in the sect in a beautiful harmony. Throughout the sect, everybody saluted Wang Wei except for his family. A smile appeared on his face. "At ease," he said, his soothing voice entering everybody's mind. He raised his hand to summon an imprint shining with the unique breath of an immortal. His hand condensed the power of life and death that he injects into the imprint. A body and soul was rapidly condensing, but Wang Wei was not in a hurry. Just like he did for Li Jun, he blessed this new body and soul with good fortune flame, increasing their foundation and talent. "Where am I?" asked a man, looking around with slightly squinted eyes. "Ancestor Wuching, it's nice to see you again." "Kid?" asked Wuching as he observed Wang Wei. He seemed to have thought of something and looked at his surroundings. Then he laughed boisterously. I knew you could do it." Wuching walked to Wang Wei and hugged. His behavior was inappropriate, given the situation and Wang Wei's current status. However, Wuching knew the kid was not someone who cared about such a thing, so he went for a hug. Wang Wei reciprocated the hug with a weird smile on his face. With his mind, he could tell Wuching was testing him with this hug, trying to ascertain whether he had changed, allowing his newly acquired power and strength to get to him. "None of these old foxes are simple," he commented. "It's normal for some emperors to become cold and indifferent to their family and loved ones after proving the Tao. Although such a case is rare for first-class and above emperors, since their Tao hearts are usually among the best, it still happens." So, Wuching and probably many others wanted to know whether such a thing would happen to him. "Okay, this is not the time to be fussy," declared Wuching, making Wang Wei's mouth twitch. "We will have plenty of time to talk later." As he watched his favorite ancestor fly away, he shook his head with a smile. Then he waved his hand to summon his grand Tao source, controlled the power from inside, and enveloped everybody. The mortal disciples and elders found their bodies glowing up before myriad effects manifested. Some elders who were old or had gray hair immediately became younger with a head full of black hair. Some disciples' aura suddenly increased as they broke their current bottleneck and elevated their cultivation. Meanwhile, a few people discovered their mind was clearer than before. They could easily understand things they previously found difficult. The mortals were not the only ones who benefited. The immortal ancestors discovered a drastic increase in their immortal ki. Additionally, they had some sort of blessing that made cultivating and gathering Ki 20 to 30 faster. The inner worlds of Tao ancestors became more stable and had a greater affinity with the Grand Tao source, thus increasing his skill. Such a skill, an effortless manipulation of the Grand Tao source. "Is he really an eternal emperor?" asked Origin 1. "We already guess he's not," said Sword 1, who also benefited from this experience. However, her main benefit is from her body. Wang Wei's mini Grand Tao baptism drastically increased her fleshly body. Accelerating the speed, she can walk in Wang Tian's new sword path. This descendant is too excellent. Origin 1 did not know he would one day suffer from too much success. Although it's a good thing that Wang Wei is this powerful, the help old people like himself can give him will be limited. Sword 1 knew what his friend was feeling as she experienced it a long time ago. Her young lady was too talented, so she was essentially useless and could not help her after she became an eternal emperor. But even the young lady was not as scary as the current Wang Wei. "Anyway, it's fine as long as we are not completely useless." Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction with everything. Every faction wants to cultivate a great emperor exactly for this reason, for benefits. So, he will ensure that his sect reaches an era of prosperity unlike anything it has ever seen. He proceeded to sit down on the ground, closing his eyes. A few seconds later, Tao Rhyme emanated from his body, fusing with Tianwei Peak. Countless runes manifested before him, appearing as a strange language. The ancestors knew what was coming and ordered everybody to pay attention. They knew the real feast was about to happen, so they all took their positions, observing closely. Time passed, and Wang Wei's Tao rhymes fused with every mountain of the sect. If not for the sect's formation that was activated, they might have spread everywhere. The runes that materialized before him were now in the trillions, showing a complex pattern. Finally, they fused into a book with the title, Transcending Fate, Sutra 33 Years. Now, it's finally completed, thought Wang Wei as he glanced at his emperor scripture. In this short time, he had two objectives: elevate his secondary Daos into the grand Dao source before condensing everything he learned into this book. The heaven will only work for his primary Dao. Luckily, he also had a deep understanding of his secondary Dao, so he only had to convert that comprehension into the grand Dao source, drastically reducing the time required. How is it? Asked Wang Wei, looking at the ancestors cultivating not far from him. The best I've seen, replied Origin One with a sigh. As the oldest of the group, he has experienced this scene 10 times now, so he was the best to judge the situation. Wang Wei nodded as he looked at these people. He could detect the subtle aura change between all of them. According to the sect's custom, when the emperor is creating their scripture, it's the best time for these immortal cultivators. They can use this opportunity to drastically increase their strength by comprehending new techniques and spells, and even creating unique cultivation techniques. The scripture hall is so vast and full of unique techniques because of such moments. And because Wang Wei's Fate Dao was so encompassing, it allowed for everybody to benefit. According to Origin One, only Qiyuan and miscellaneous scripture had such an advantage. Sadly, Qiyuan was the first emperor of the sect, so there were not too many immortal cultivators back then. Meanwhile, miscellaneous was not an eternal emperor. Wang Wei's scripture flew into the distance, returning to the secret realm where the sect held all the original versions of these emperor scriptures. He activated the sect master's token, summoning all the sect's 9 formations. He observed for a moment before activating his array Grand Dao source, forming a 10th formation connected to the rest. What do you think? Asked Wang Wei, directly addressing Miscellaneous One. Very powerful, he answered, looking at the aura of fate emanating from the formation. Then, he hesitated for a moment. However, there is room for improvement. Wang Wei nodded as he was not surprised by this comment. His current array Dao reached 8 Grand Dao source, while Miscellaneous One inherited the founder's Dao and should be around 40 or more. Find all the places that need improvement and give it to me. Furthermore, have someone in charge of the materials to stabilize the formation. With these improvements, Wang Wei knew he could increase his comprehension of his array Grand Dao source, so he was more than happy there were many flaws. Very well, nodded Miscellaneous One. I'll go see my family. Then, we will have a meeting to prepare for the meeting 60 years later. Sect Master, do we need to prepare for the artifact? No need. We will gather the best material from the entire lower dimension to cast the sect's Emperor artifact, so it should take a while. Wang Wei disappeared and returned to the Wang clan's mountain. Chapter 888 The End and the Beginning. 888 The End and the Beginning. As soon as Wang Wei arrived, someone rushed into his arms. I'm so glad you're okay, said Yu Yin, holding her son tightly as if this would be their last meeting. She saw how dangerous the battle was and how close her son came to death. She saw the pain in his eyes after losing Li Jun. At that point, Yu Yin did not care whether he succeeded. She only wanted him to return home safe and sound. I'm fine, said Wang Wei, reassuring her while gently caressing her back. Wang Tian had already walked before him, calmer than his mother. However, Wang Wei could detect his raging emotions. He knew the latter was only trying to remain calm to show his majesty as a father. I cannot tell you how proud I am, said Wang Tian, patting his son's shoulder. He had dreamt of this moment for over 1,000,000 years, and when it finally happened, he did not know what to say. All the words and emotions he wished to convey were condensed into this single phrase. Where's grandfather? Wang Wei did not finish his words before hearing a boisterous laugh from the hall. From such a distance, he could smell the stench of alcohol. "He's been bragging to his old friend ever since he won," said Wang Tian, shaking his head in helplessness. Wang Wei wanted to say he thought all his old friends were dead, but he knew this was inappropriate. "Let's go see him." Wang Wei walked into the hall with his mother tightly holding onto his arm. "My grandson, come drink with me," said Wang Chong, inviting Wang Wei to sit beside him. "My grandson is an emperor. No, an eternal emperor. Wait, maybe something more." He looked at Wang Wei before shaking his head. "That's not important for now. I can now die peacefully, and when I see the ancestors of the Wang clan in the afterlife, I can brag for all eternity." Wang Tian's mouth twitched. Many of the Wang clan's ancestors are alive and well. So, isn't his father cursing them to die? Wang Wei did not care as much about etiquette as his father, so he drank with the old man. "Do you have better wine? You're an emperor. You should have better wine." "Father, Wire has just proven the Tao. How could he have time to brew wine?" "That's true," replied Wang Chong with some regret. He felt the current wine was not up to par with the occasion. Wang Wei shook his head before taking out a jar of wine. As soon as he opened the lid, Wang Chang's eyes lit up. "This wine. It has been blessed with the Grand Tao source for only 33 years. But it should be enough for this occasion. Wang Wei will need high-level wine and cuisine for his essence flower ability." So, one of the first things he did after proving the Tao was using his Grand Tao source to brew wine and nourish his food. Now that he has acquired the array Grand Tao source, he will install arrays to ensure a better nourishment process for his food, wine, and other materials. "Excellent," said Wang Chong, his voice as loud as ever. The family had a great dinner. Everybody was doing well until Yu Yin said something. "What a great day for our family," said Wang Tian. "Indeed, in the future, our family will continue to prosper," added Wang Chong, who knew that many of their family plans would have no problems now that Wang Wei became an emperor. "If only she were here," said Yu Yin with a sigh, immediately quieting the room. She instantly realized her mistake, looking at her son with worry. "I'm fine," said Wang Wek, looking at the empty spot at the table. "Anyway, after I ascend, I will search for her." Everyone gave him their reassurance that everything would be fine. "Let's not mention this," said Wang Wei. "I feel something is different about you." "You noticed?" nodded Wang Tian. "After comprehending your scripture, I have almost met the requirement to achieve 9 supremacy." "That's great news." Wang Wei understood what was happening. The scripture of an eternal supreme has a low probability of allowing someone to understand a small portion of existence. His immeasurable emperor tier scripture has drastically increased that probability even though it is still low. So, with his father's talent, he succeeded in that low probability. Wang Wei raised his hand to summon his scripture. "Here." He handed the scripture to his father before condensing a second one for his mother. "This version contains my direct preaching about existence." Wang Wei did not have high hopes for his mother. She has the talent to become an eternal emperor, but it's on the low end of the spectrum, similar to Emperor Kong. So, if she wished to become an eternal emperor, he had to give her some aid and scheme something. Nevertheless, he wanted to try, and even if she failed, the scripture would deepen her foundation and give her tremendous help for the future. Yu Yin and Wang Tian placed the scriptures away, knowing this was not the time for cultivation. "I will search for a special longevity key for your situation," said Wang Wei to his grandfather. "No need to worry. The Grand Tao baptism has greatly alleviated my situation." "That's good. Are you prepared to face Emperor Nine Suns?" "No problem. Do you want to do it as soon as possible?" "No. I want to see the great area you're about to create." Wang Wei nodded before spending the entire day with his family. The next day, his grandfather continued drinking, and his father went to retreat, leaving only his mother, who wanted to continue spending time with him. Wang Wei went to see the ancestors. He found himself in a large room with one seat, followed by countless people standing. In the front row were the named insurgent, like Origin 1, Sword 1, etc. He looked at all these immortals cultivators, knowing this was the true foundation of the sect. and his job will be to deepen that foundation. He looked at everybody, focusing on the people in front. He saw someone he did not recognize. That's Shadow One, explained Origin One. He's in charge of the safety of the Wong clan in the hidden world. Wong Wei remembered the Shadow Ruler Emperor had two insurgents. The first was Ruler, cultivated the normal way, and the second was Shadow One, cultivated through the Shadow Lord art. With a quick look, Wong Wei knew this person's history. He was the sect master that Shadow Ruler defeated before becoming the sect master and proving the Tao. Sect master saluted Shadow One. Wong Wei nodded to him. Sect master, someone sent a talisman yesterday, said Sword One. We did not want to interrupt your family time, so we waited until today. Wong Wei received the talisman and used it. Su Shi has already returned? He muttered. Is that true? Yes. That means the academy also has an eternal emperor? Everyone looked at Wong Wei for confirmation, so Wong Wei nodded. Will that affect our plan? It will not, explained Wong Wei calmly. I can also tell you that Huafeng Wang and A.O. Shun have already become 6-star permarks. Soon, Feng Heng will also become an eternal. Plus, I have detected 3 immortal sovereigns hiding in this world. However, even if they all work together, they cannot stop me. Everyone quieted down, shock visible on their faces. However, soon, it was replaced by excitement. Yes, their sect master was an unparalleled talent this world has never seen. So they don't have to worry. So, will this world really become a place where emperors, Tao, ancestors, and immortal venerables walked on the surface, becoming a common thing? Muttered one of the cultivators. However, with the cultivation of everyone present, they heard him loud and clear. It's good that you have this strength and are confident, said Origin One. However, their existence will still have some effect, even if minimal. I have taken that into consideration, nodded Wong Wei. He was calm as ever, not letting his strength get into his head. You said that Feng Heng will prove the Tao, meaning he is not yet? Should we interfere in his promotion? Is that even possible? It's possible since he's most likely using an unorthodox path. The rise of Buddhism will bring about a large quantity of merit. If the sect plays their cards correctly, they can get a handful of it. Weakening their leader, Feng Heng, would be an ideal step toward that goal. No need, said Wong Wei. I owe Buddhism great karma, so not only must we not interfere, we must strive for their flourishment. Sect Master, we can still allow Buddhism to flourish while also eliminating Feng Heng. Yes, you could be the new leader of Buddhism. Wong Wei looked at the 2 fearless guys who said these words and shook his head. The karma involved in Buddhism is something even I'm afraid of. But you want to get involved in that quagmire? These 2 immortals immediately felt the fear of God deep in their souls. Their transcended bodies began to sweat for the first time in billions of years. Is it that scary? Asked Origin One. They had been planning things for years, so unlike these people. They knew about the rise of Buddhism sooner and the fact their leader, Feng Heng, would use merit to prove the Tao. So, a few of them tried to convince Wong Wei before to take the leadership position of Buddhism. But Wong Wei has always been vague about why he rejected their proposal. So they thought of waiting until he proved the Tao, when he had no far before persuading him once more. But now, it appeared things were not simple. Let me put it simply. Even the current founders, with their incomprehensible realms, cannot get involved in this matter, let alone me. Origin and Sword One's faces became extremely serious as they were one of the few who knew the meaning of these words. In the future, even after I leave, do not easily get entangled in the affairs of Buddhism, warned Wong Wei. Help if you can without losing too much. If it's not worth it, don't interfere. Wong Wei knew he was already in Methrya's camp in this battle, but he also did not want to get too involved until he had more power and a deeper understanding of her realm. As you wish. All right, let's get back to business, said Wong Wei. Is everything ready? Yes. Excellent. Let's move. Wong Wei handed 3 talismans. The first one went to Sword One, who headed to the Commerce Hub. The second was to Ruler One, who headed to the outside fate guards responsible for spreading a spy network across otherworld communities. He's responsible for Wong, just job, and she will take over after she becomes an insurgent. The third talisman belonged to an immortal cultivator who was Miscellaneous One's apprentice. His job was to head to the battle spirit world, where his mission was to keep watch on the Spirit Genesis sect. Finally, time passed, and the 100-year deadline arrived. Wang Wei once again appeared above the heavens, all eyes from myriad races on him. He was above a deserted place in the central continent. He waved his hand, and a towering tree manifested. World Tree thought everybody watching with greed in their eyes. However, they soon remembered who this thing belonged to. Subsequently, a beautiful palace appeared in the sky. Everyone was shocked as this palace was too beautiful. At one glance, people will have one thought in their mind, a place worthy of a peerless emperor. The palace was grand. Although it was called a palace, it was as large as any small thousand world. Furthermore, the space expanded as Wang Wei fused the palace with the world tree. Wang Wei pointed at certain areas, and the watchers immediately felt the changes. A vast quantity of innate ki appeared in one area, while in the second area, they detected immortal ki. I really need that immortal source, thought Wang Wei, not satisfied with the level of immortal ki. He used his ki flower ability to connect to the source ki space, finding a few areas with innate ki and immortal ki. However, he was not satisfied with the immortal ki veins he discovered. Finally, someone appeared before Wang Wei. "Are you ready?" he asked. "Yes." Wang Wei looked at the old beggar, thinking about their first meeting during the Academy's trial or their relationship during his supreme outlaw trial. "There is no going back now. I know, and am prepared." A third eye appeared on the beggar's head. Wang Wei knew it was the Heaven Dao innate treasure he used to pass his supreme outlaw trial, allowing him to continue using his Heaven Dao. Very well. Wang Wei's eyes burrowed the world's core and saw the physical manifestation of Heavenly Dao, a cloud-like creature. With a flick of his finger, he suppressed Heavenly Dao, forced it out of the world's core, and shoved it into the beggar's body. During the entire process, Heavenly Dao did not resist for two reasons. Firstly, it was pointless to resist. The current Wang Wei strength is not something he could resist. Furthermore, as an emperor, he has a high immunity to karma, so it won't matter if he slaughtered every living creature in the world, including Heavenly Dao itself. Lastly, Wang Wei already communicated his plan, and Heavenly Dao agreed after asking for a few negotiating points. Immediately afterward, the old beggar's eyes became cold and indifferent, and a subtle aura appeared on his third eye. Wang Wei waved his hand to send the old beggar to a special palace area. Finally, Wang Wei's voice once again echoed throughout the world. "I am the fate-dominating emperor. From now on, I will be the heavenly emperor, controlling the ups and downs of heaven and earth." Auspicious sounds and visions appeared in the sky, celebrating the birth of this new karma position. The Watcher sect, an old man took out a book, and words appeared on it. The 23rd day of the third month, year 123.45 billion of the current era, the Heavenly Emperor era began. The fate-dominating emperor declared the old era the dragon-raising era, signifying the era's purpose was to raise a proud and majestic dragon. Then, a section of the book changed. The era's name changed. Chaos era primordial era beginning emperor era void. Null era ancient emperor era incense. Fate era devil era middle emperor era. Academy Dao era. New emperor era. Dragon rising era. Tratino heavenly emperor era. End of the volume, next volume. Heavenly Emperor ERA, Chapter 889 Heaven Courts, First Meeting Interesting. Thought Wang Wei, who noticed the elderly man in the book. He had the idea of changing the new emperor era into the dragon-raising era, but he only told his thoughts to his family and sect members. But oddly, this book already knew the truth. He even discussed with his sect about reusing the old name for the Middle Emperor Erath Dao Academy era. Back then, the Dao opening sect secretly spearheaded the campaign to change the era's name to reduce the luck of the Enlightened Emperor Academy. However, Wang Wei wanted to change it back to prepare for a future relationship with Emperor Kong. What an interesting sect, thought Wang Wei before instantly reading the old man's fate line and knowing most of his secrets. The Watcher sect? According to the information he gathered, this is an odd sect. There has been only one emperor in the sect, the Heaven Record Emperor. However, this is not the odd part. The sect only has one member in each generation, chosen by the Heaven Record Bukin Emperor artifact with the sole purpose of recording history. The motto or objective of the Watcher sect is to record Historia, nothing more and nothing else. They forbid their members from affecting the world in any shape or form. They only observe and record. Their cultivation techniques required them to have a state of mind similar to Taoism, where they remained indifferent no matter the circumstance. If one of their members chooses to ignore the sect's motto and interfere, the Heaven Record Book will either kill or abandon them. This sect is weird, thought Wang Wei after deducing the knowledge he discovered. The Heaven Record Emperor appeared in the early stages of the ancient emperor era, recording the history of the myriad emperor world. However, the Heaven Record Book existed before its owner. The book chose the Heaven Record Emperor, then slowly cultivated him into a first-class emperor. Wang Wei became suspicious because the book appeared out of nowhere. Furthermore, even after a brief search through fate and the river of time, he did not find the origin of the book. He focused intently before catching something. This book is related to the chrono-chaos realm? That's unexpected. Wang Wei discovered a very well-hidden karmic connection between the book and one of the forbidden zones. Well, let's keep an eye on it for now. With this book, maybe I can learn many secrets of the world. Wang Wei disappeared, waiting for the arrival of these factions' representatives. Watcher sect. Discovered? Thought the old man. He never thought he would be discovered. According to the archive of the sect, they have been hiding in the world for countless eras. Since then, no eternal emperor has ever discovered them. What should I do? Should I leave the myriad emperor world and hide? However, as soon as he had that idea, a sense of dread overcame him. He understood that he was already targeted by that powerful emperor, so he could not leave. I guess I have no choice but to wait. Wang Wei sat on a throne, waiting for everybody. A few minutes later, thousands of people arrived at his palace. Most people came along, but a few people sent at least 3 representatives. Su Shi, Huofeng Wang, and Ao Shun squinted their eyes after entering the throne room. The man on the throne did not release any aura, but they felt they were facing an infinite being that was larger than life itself. Huofeng Wang was the most shocked. Her heavenly eye technique sublimated after becoming a pre-march. As such, she immediately knew Wang Wei had control of 25 of the Grand Dao Source. However, when her eyes tried to detect his battle prowess, she only saw question marks. Pay respect to the Heavenly Emperor. All the representatives said simultaneously. The insurgents below first class bowed 90 degrees to salute, while the others only needed to cup their hands and salute. This information appeared in their mind the moment they walked into the room. A few people wanted to disobey this rule, but soon gave up the idea after peeping at Wang Wei sitting on the throne. At ease, said Wang Wei with a soothing yet authoritative voice, allowing everyone to get up. Welcome to the first meeting of the Heavenly Court, declared Wang Wei with a smile. Then, the room became eerily quiet, without a single sound. This quiet lasted almost a minute before someone asked, "What is the Heavenly Court? What's its purpose?" Everyone looked at who spoke and realized it was the former most beautiful woman in the world who disappeared Axis Shur. People were shocked once they discovered Emperor Aura from her. Normally, they would have immediately noticed such a thing, especially given Su Shi's unworldly beauty. However, Wang Wei's natural presence was so strong that people immediately focused on him after entering the room. "I'm glad you asked. I was prepared to stare for a few hours, basking in the awkwardness if someone did not ask," said Wang Wei with a smile. People's mouths twitched, classifying this new ruler as the unpredictable and unreadable kind. However, everyone paid attention since they knew the main event was about to begin. For the past 100 years, they have racked their brain, pondering what the emperor was doing, but no one expected this. Most people still believe it's a way to conquer the myriad emperor world and become its absolute ruler, like the Qin dynasty. The emperor was just doing it differently. Heavenly Tao controls the world's order, laws, and restrictions, said Wang Wei. It is why the sun and the moon alternate, why the seasons change, why gravity keeps everything together, why spiritual ki exists in the environment, why crops grow, and so many more. To operate all these rules, Heavenly Tao also needs energy, hence the existence of World Source. Many frowned, wondering why the Heavenly Emperor told them such simple truths. However, they chose to wait patiently. Now, imagine if Heavenly Tao did not need to use World Source for these operations. Asked Wang Wei. You mean? Su Shi was the first to understand the implications of these words. Exactly. As the Heavenly Emperor, I rule heaven and earth, but it's not out of pure selfishness. With my power, I can bear the energy needed for the myriad emperor world's operation, thus saving a large quantity of world source. Wang Wei paused to give these people time to ponder his words. A few seconds later, the murmurs and divine consciousness communication ended. As you expected, I will also grant you this opportunity. Many people's breathing became rapid. Such a project will reward them with tremendous merit, allowing their factions to benefit tremendously. Immediately, they became on guard. Such a delicious feast, and the Tao opening sect did not eat it alone. People became on guard. Wang Wei waved his hand to manifest a golden list. This is the conferred God list. I will canonize individuals from different factions as gods, allowing them to bear a heaven position under the heavenly court, sharing the burden of Heavenly Tao. Many people finally realized what was happening. The Heavenly Emperor was using this method to lure all these factions to work under him. So, a few people sneered. The heaven position is not as simple as acquiring merit, continued Wang Wei. The position itself is a blessing. So, as long as you hold on to it, you will receive Heavenly Tao's blessing, making your cultivation countless times faster. Wang Wei saw greed flashed in many of these people's eyes before hiding them. The representatives of the emperor lineages are all immortals, so these old foxes know how to control themselves. Let me put things into perspective for you. Cultivating an immortal sovereign can take 400 to 1,000 generations and countless resources. However, with the highest position in the heavenly court, you can cultivate one between 50 to 100 generations without the additional aid of any other resources. Now, these people could not contain their greed. If some people were previously thinking about only agreeing on the surface, now they could not help it. If they did that, and other factions took the position seriously, their rivals and competitors would soon surpass them. So, they secretly cursed the Heavenly Emperor for being a young fox. I have a question, said Hua Fengwang. Please, what about the Heavenly Emperor position? What about it? You will eventually have to ascend. So, what will happen to it in the future? What will happen to this court? Wang Wei laughed out loud. It's my first day, and you're already thinking about my position. It's a valid question, continued Hua Fengwang. The Heavenly Emperor is a karmic position of heaven and earth. So, the Emperor of the next generation can take my position and rule the court. Can? Asked Ao Shun, who picked up on the difference between can and will. Not everyone can be the Heavenly Emperor, replied Wang Wei calmly. I will leave tests, and only after passing my assessment can anyone sit on this throne. So, in my new era, there will be two types of Emperor Heavenly Emperors or Ordinary Emperor. Everyone squinted their eyes as they understood the implications. The competition for the heaven will become 1,000 times more intense since they will now be fighting for the benefit of the court. Can you tell us your requirements? Ask someone else. The first one is the minimum strength of first class, replied Wang Wei, making people take a deep breath. If that's true, emperors below first class will become useless. Worse, they will be shunned by history since they were not ready to bear the title of Heavenly Emperor. The other conditions involve the Tao heart, strategic mind, and personality. After all, we don't want anyone like the Heaven Devourer Emperor to control the court. The faces of the devil cultivators changed as they realized the rule directly targeted them. What will happen if someone fails your test? Asked Su Shi. Who will bear the responsibility of the Heavenly Emperor? A regent directly chosen from the Tao opening sect will hold the position until the next generation. What? People were not happy. How could they allow the Tao opening sect to hold such power? How strong would they be after doing this? Relax, said Wang Wei calmly, making everyone quiet down. The regent will not have the power of the Heavenly Emperor, only the benefit. People sighed in relief. According to their analysis, the Heavenly Emperor has control of the conferred God list and can appoint people. As such, they feared the Tao opening sect would remove all their appointments and replace them with their people. But now, they can accept it if they do not have any power. However, a few people knew the immense benefit of this regent position. They knew how difficult it is to cultivate a first-class emperor, let alone one who could meet the requirements to become the Heavenly Emperor. So, they can foresee that there will not be any ruler of the court for many generations. During those periods, the Tao opening sect will benefit immensely. Could there be another way to choose the regent? No, that's not negotiable, said Wang Wei. You should understand my generosity for not filling the court with all members of my factions. So don't push it. Many people's hearts trembled as these words alone made them dread. They all wonder how powerful this monster is. Power naturally exuded from his body without even trying. So they decided to deal with this issue at a later date, preferably after this monster left. However, the wise one felt it would not be simple. Since the Tao opening sect created the court, how could they not leave ways to ensure their power? As long as that behemoth of an emperor leaves some of its power as protection, the consequences will be severe. Finally, there is also the opportunity for him to become more powerful before ascending. Chapter 890 Assignments. Let's proceed with the important parts, said Wang Wei, who suddenly paused, making everybody alert. I almost forgot something. He raised his hand in the distance, and 3 objects flew into his hand. The people who saw these artifacts, mostly swords, were shocked. Others had an ugly look on their faces. Racial luck artifact, muttered someone who recognized the human destiny sword, the demon destiny sword, the seed destiny trident, and many other small races' luck condensation artifacts. The person most affected by this event was Ao Shun. The demon race had just acquired their racial destiny item, but it was taken back. However, before he could say anything or make a scene, Wang Wei looked at him. I'm a person who likes to keep his word. So, I will compensate your demon race. After saying that, Wang Wei ignored these people and fused these items into the heavenly court. Boom! A terrifying vision covered the world. A dark gold dragon manifested between heaven and earth. As soon as people saw the dragon, they knew it was different as it had 9 legs and a crown around its horn. After the dragon condensed, it fused with the heavenly court. All the representatives could no longer remain calm. The Heavenly Emperor forcefully controls heavenly Tao, becoming the ruler of heaven and earth. Now, he forcefully took the luck of all races in the myriad emperor world, condensing the luck of the entire world into the heavenly court. With such a destiny, they could imagine how much faster his cultivation would be from now. As long as his strength can increase by a few more %, he will become even more scary. I can see the greed oozing out of your bodies, said Wang Wei with a smile. It's both amusing and interesting. The room was so quiet that you could hear the sound of an ant walking. Wang Wei shook his head, no longer amused by these people's reaction. All the conferred gods will have a palace in the heavenly court. You can stay here and enjoy the blessing of the world's luck. Of course, even if you don't stay here, the blessing will still apply, just not as good. People looked around and finally realized many things. For example, why is this place full of innate and immortal ki? Although high-level energy appears to be only useful for immortal venerables, that's far from the truth. Great emperors and Tao ancestors also had requirements for an environment with better energy. After absorbing it, their soul will receive blessing and thus increase the rate at which they understand the Grand Tao source. This truth is one of the many reasons the era before the Null era was so much better than the current time. It's also one of the reasons emperors would stay longer in the lower dimension. What a brilliant method, thought Su Shi after hearing Wang Wei's words. She understood the latter was using this method to gather people into the heavenly court. He did not use force, which could easily arouse the rebellious nature of these cultivators and force them to group together to attack him. Instead, he lured them into the court with irresistible benefit. Furthermore, these emperor lineages do not have a choice to accept this deal. If they do not, there's a group of people who will rush to accept the loose cultivators. Although these people have no sense of belonging to any factions, they will do anything as long as the benefits are enough. So, as long as these factions do not want the loose cultivators to become too powerful with the help of the court, they have to accept this invitation. Let's continue, declared Wang Wei once everybody stopped discussing. The conferred god list floated before him. Take the edict. In my name as the heavenly emperor, ruler of heaven and earth, I appoint Origin One as the central god of Kylan, overseer of the central continent. A brilliant light flashed in the list as a new name appeared. Su Shi will be the southern god of Phoenix, overseer of the southern continent. Ao Shun will be the northern god of Tortoise, overseer of the northern continent. Huafeng Wang will be the eastern god of Dragon, overseer of the eastern continent. Feng Heng will be the Wheat Cern god of Tiger, overseer of the western continent. As soon as Wang Wei finished, the conferred god list split into 5 pages, each floating to the new gods. No one reacted yet as they contemplated these assignments. Of course, the first reaction was that many people were not happy. Why these people? Their first answer was these people were the only group with an eternal level representative. But people soon gave up that idea when they saw that Feng Heng was nothing but a mortal. Although he was accompanied by an insurgent based on the latter's aura, he was only second class at best. Then, the situation became worse when people discovered these new gods had the power to confer gods under their domain. No one paid attention to the first warning on the page that said the Heavenly Emperor has the power to refuse an appointment or dismiss any appointments. The courtroom was quiet as many people were pondering these assignments. The people activated all their treasures to ensure no one snooped on their conversation. Su Shi glanced at the list in her hand, deep in thought. She figured out her role as a god. Although the Heavenly Emperor explained it, it was clearer now. For example, Heavenly Dao's highest expenditure of world source is to heal the space after cultivators of Tier 7 and above fight. However, now, she was responsible for using her power to heal the space, allowing Heavenly Dao to conserve more world source. With this method, the myriad Emperor World's world source will reach an unimaginable level in less than 1,000 years of the court's existence. As such, the world will enter a level of prosperity that has never been seen. She could see how the world would benefit in a short 1,000 years, let alone after countless generations. The Heavenly Emperor era is destined to be prosperous. She glanced at the man sitting on the throne, finally understanding why he was a complete era son. He must have been planning this for thousands of years. His plans are excellent, but he's also an expert schemer, she analyzed. Su Shi represented the Enlightened Emperor Academy, a faction in the central continent. But she now was the overseer of the southern continent. These sects and factions in the south will never allow people to encroach on their territory. So, if she does not take care of the situation properly, the Academy will be enthralled in many disputes, even leading to the Emperor Dao War. In the end, even if they win, they will suffer and be weakened to a certain extent. Something is bothering me. Based on my strength, shouldn't I be awarded the Eastern Continent, the second strongest of the 5? Analitsusi. If he wanted to weaken the Academy, it would make sense to send me to the East, where there are the second strongest emperor lineages after the Central Continent. Could it be that he felt it was more important to deal with the ancient clans? Su Shi knew the ancient clans would have the second most difficulty in this assignment after Feng Heng. With their arrogance, how they usually operate, and the strength of the faction in the East, their rule will be a nightmare. Forget it. I'm satisfied with the South. Although the South was not as good as the East, it had many advantages. Say it was the holy land of all professions. In terms of resources, they do not lose to the central continent because of these professions. What I'm more concerned about is why he assigned Feng Hung to the West. In such a place ruled by devil cultivators, it would be a nightmare for Anyonia, especially since there is the D clan to consider. A few people had similar thoughts as Su Shi, so they gave glances to Feng Hung, who remained calm. Only he knew the deep meaning behind his assignments. I guess he does not want my contradictions with Taoism to affect his rule, analyzed Feng Hung. He's on my side, but does not want to get too involved. The rise of Buddhism required a stepping stone, and he chose Taoism. However, the Heavenly Emperor predicted his actions and told him to change to a new targeted devil cultivators in the West. He obviously wants to deal with these people, but now he's also using Buddhism as his sword. Feng Hung figured everything out clearly, but he did not care. As long as he has value, the Heavenly Emperor will side and help him in Buddhism. Furthermore, Buddhism's innate pure nature and understanding of the mind is the nemesis of these devil cultivators. I only need to ensure I get the D clan to my side and give them enough god positions. Furthermore, there is room for greater development, thought Feng Hung with shining eyes. If Buddhism could become the national religion of the Heavenly Court, the benefit will be incalculable. Chapter 891 Court Dispute. The Northern Continent will be in chaos, thought Ao Shun. The demon race has always been one of the weakest factions, but they control one of the largest areas. Previously, the Northern Continent had no values. But with the Heavenly Court, such a place that was once considered barren is now more desirable than an immortal-like, beautiful woman who was naked. God positions can bring merit and blessing for cultivation. As such, too many people will do anything to get their hands on one. The best way to do so is to attack the weak demon race. Many ideas flashed in Ao Shun's mind as he thought about how to deal with this situation. He has the strength, but these people are not stupid. After discovering they could not defeat him, they would use other ways to force him to give up the positions. Huafeng Wang remained calm on the surface. She could see the downside of her appointment. If she were not careful, the ancient clan would make countless enemies in the Eastern Continent, ruining their plans for the future. However, she was very happy about the existence of the Heavenly Court. Once their clan cultivates a Heavenly Emperor, it will be easier to succeed. As long as he leaves, I might have a chance to sit on that throne, she thought calmly. We're not finished yet, continued Wang Wei. The sea will also be divided into 5 sections. The god of the Central Sea will be overseen by the Panlong clan. The god of the Eastern Sea will be overseen by the Sea Lion clan. The god of the Northern Sea will be overseen by the Dao Opening Sect. The god of the Western Sea will be overseen by the Loose Cultivator Alliance. The god of the Southern Sea will be overseen by the Sword Casting Villa. Wang Wei glanced to the sea race. He knew 2 of the 3 immortal sovereigns belonged to the sea race. One was injured, and the other hid deeply so as to not be affected by the world and plotted by Heavenly Dao. The last one belonged to the Sword Casting Villa. Wang Wei did not expect these sword cultivators to be hiding so deep. Although the latter is sealed, they should be able to exit with the current era. Your Majesty, with all due respect, I protest. Everyone looked at the person who spoke and saw it was someone from the sea race. Many people waited as they knew a good show was about to happen. The Panglong race representative took a deep breath, trying to organize his words. He knew if he were not careful, his life would be forfeited today. Even worse, his race might suffer. Our sea racia okay. I don't want to hear your nonsense, said Wang Wei. The sea is too vast, and you people only occupied a small portion of it. So, there are no problems with dividing. Butao Wang Wei gazed at him, and he did not dare open his mouth. The sea race has been hiding behind the scenes for too long. Imagine my shock when I learned there are 2 immortal venerables still hiding there. Everyone's faces changed after hearing this. Now, they understood why these two races were chosen as representatives. Immediately, they became guarded against the sea race. The situation has changed, continued Wang Wei. You can no longer use the bare minimum when dealing with issues regarding the world while secretly conserving strength. If you continue this way, even if I can tolerate you, future heavenly emperors won't. The sea race's people chose to retreat. They understood the heavenly emperor was determined to interfere in the affairs of the sea race. Many expected this outcome since there were plenty of signs. The Tao opening sect had created many stations in the sea, gathering intelligence and resources. They were adamant about their actions and refused any of the other races' objections. Furthermore, they could feel all these factions' weariness against their race. If they did not integrate into this era, they might suffer tremendously in the future. Any more questions? Asked Wang Wei. I have one, said Ao Shun. Can I exchange something else for the position of the god of the moon? Your Majesty, you must not, someone yelled. Yes, the yin power of the moon can awaken animals' spiritual intelligence, turning them into demons. Such a position should never be in the hands of the demon race. If the demon race holds the position of the moon god, they can drastically increase their population. So, no one wanted for such a thing to happen. The moon god position belongs to the eternal dream sect, and the sun god position is for the Yu clan, responded Wang Wei, making people feel relieved. Although these positions were not as important as the main gods overseeing a continent or sea region, they were still very important to the operation of the world. The moon and the sun are vital to cultivating the soul and have a great effect on mortals, so the position is very high. Ao Shan was disappointed even though he did not have much hope. These factions would never allow them such a great advantage. Meanwhile, the sulking spirit race finally felt some relief. The Eternal Dream sect was half spirit race, half human factions. They can place more emphasis on the Eternal Dream sect to see if they can use the moon power to cultivate more members for their sect. Your Majesty, I have some concern for the future, said another representative. Wang Wei's mouth almost twitched as he knew someone else was thinking about him after he left. Please? What is to stop a future heavenly emperor from walking the same path as the Golden Ape Emperor? Asked the person, giving Ao Shun strange glances. Although the proud dragon did not react, his trembling eyelashes showed he was trying to hide his anger. The demon race was in this situation because of the people's fear of the Golden Ape Emperor, fearing he would drive the human race close to extinction as he did near the end of the ancient emperor era. After someone asked this question, everyone paid attention to see how Wang Wei would answer. So he said calmly, "Don't let them." Everyone looked at him as if to say what kind of answer was that. "It's simple, isn't it?" said Wang Wei as he shrugged his shoulders. Cultivate peerless geniuses at all costs to prevent other races from sitting in this position. Your Majesty, things are not so simple. Yes, making an all-out effort to cultivate genius is a major factor in creating a powerful great emperor. However, the biggest trouble is often to find such a genius with the potential to reach such height. You people cannot imagine how brilliant this era will be, said Wang Wei nonchalantly. So, genius will be as common as dogs from now on. Everyone was speechless. This man was so confident that it went beyond the level of arrogance, turning into a natural charm. Of course, you better prepare. Use the opportunity one give you in my generation to cultivate enough immortal sovereigns. They will serve as a restraint for future heavenly emperors. Everyone's eyes lit up. The implication of these words is that this generation will be prosperous enough to cultivate many immortal sovereigns, which will, in turn, balance the power of the heavenly emperor. No, balancing the power of future heavenly emperors. The monster before them is confident enough to use this generation to reach a height of power they could not fathom. Everything comes in full circle, thought Su Sure. Future heavenly emperors must be top of the line if they don't want to be figureheads and hold all the power of the heavenly court. They also must have the support of factions that have immortal sovereigns. She understood Wang Wei wanted to ensure his replacement had not only strength, but also the political skill to control the court. They must be all round. Otherwise, they can only occupy the benefit of the position and not the power. Wang Wei looked at these people and smiled. The test he will leave for his successor will weed out people with extreme thoughts and ideologies. However, such a thing is not guaranteed to be perfect and detect everyone. Furthermore, a heavenly emperor might suddenly change during his reign after experiencing certain things. Plus, he did not think his method would be impossible to trick. He had never underestimated the abilities of these people. So, after years of studying and effort, someone might create something. As such, he will leave a protective mechanism to prevent some other race, heavenly emperor, from destroying the human race or affecting his era. As the creator of this era and the heavenly court, his benefit will not end even after ascending. Of course, Wang Wei will not care if a foreign race emperor removed all the human god positions and changed them to their race. As long as they have the strength and skill to do such a thing, he won't care, even if the Tao opening sect is affected. After leaving all these advantages for the sect, if they cannot keep their positions and power, they can only blame themselves. Chapter 892, the end of the fist meeting. Any more questions? Asked Wang Wei. Your Majesty, I do have a question. Go ahead. It's regarding the Qin dynasty treasury. According to our agreement, whoever is the final winner can possess the treasure. So, it's mine now, declared Wang Wei, making everyone speechless. No one wanted the world to become turbulent because of the appearance of the human destiny sword and the battle for the treasury. So, they kept the sword in the hands of Sun Jiaolong, the crown prince of the Great Wu dynasty, agreeing that younger generations could fight for it. Then, whoever proved the Tao in this generation will have control over the treasury. However, some people's idea was to band together and pressure the final winner to share some of the wealth of that treasury. But now, they had to restrain their greed. I have a question, asked Wufeng Wang. What are you? She asked with blazing passion and greed in her eyes, which was out of character for her usual noble and proud personality. Well, what a rude question. I did not mean any offense, Your Majesty, she continued. But many people wonder whether you're an eternal emperor or something else. Everyone looked at him, some with anticipation, others just waiting to see if he would tell the truth. I don't need to hide it, said Wang Wei. He knew that even 1144 if he revealed the truth. Most of the people in this room might forget after his ascension. That's because Grand Tao has not decided whether his immeasurable emperor class is a one-off thing that only he could pull off or would really become another class after eternal emperors. If it chooses the latter, the information will slowly fade from these people's memory. If it chooses the former, his immeasurable class will become common knowledge that most people can calculate or deduce. I am an immeasurable emperor, a one-of-a-kind class above eternal emperor. I use my ingenuity, luck, and Tao foundation to prove the Tao without any foreign aid, while also making full use of the heaven will. The representatives' eyes dilated as they understood how to achieve this class of immeasurable emperor. First, someone has to prove the Tao on their own. Then, they must become an eternal emperor using the heaven will, casting the Tao will, and comprehending existence. Your Majesty, if I may ask, do you want to know how I succeeded in proving the Tao alone? Asked Wang Wei with a smile. You won't succeed even if I tell you. However, I know you won't believe my words alone. Most of these representatives were embarrassed, but these old foxes with thick skin looked as if nothing had happened. This part of the process was easy. I used the cultivation technique from the Immortal Ascension world. Their creator had the same idea as me and created the system for that sole purpose. But he failed. He paused for a moment to allow them to process this information. Whatever this cultivation technique was, they could get their hands on it after traveling to that world community. But why did the creator fail? But the heavenly emperor succeeded? Many people's faces changed as if they had thought of something. So, some of you have figured it out? Said Wang Wei with a smile. The minimum requirement for this method to succeed is to be like me and Tion, breaking the barrier between mortal and great emperor. These people wanted a curse. After the reveal of these two strengths, these powerful sects and factions gathered all their members to overview all the knowledge they possessed to see if they could find out how these two did it. However, the conclusion was they were once-in-an-era geniuses that the world had never seen. So, how could they replicate their success? No one was stupid enough to ask the Heavenly Emperor whether a replicable method existed to meet that requirement. However, a few eyes secretly looked at the D-Clan. "Don't look at them for answers," said Wang Wei. He only succeeded due to a rare fortunate encounter from the upper dimension. He paused for a moment before gritting his teeth. That lucky bastard. The intelligent representative immediately analyzed two methods from this sentence and interactions. The Heavenly Emperor used some means that did not rely on luck to break the barrier between mortal and great emperor. This method may be replicable. Secondly, he does not hold any grudge or animosity toward the D-Clan. Otherwise, he would not have said these words to protect them. My method also relied on luck. It was simply not as easy as his. Wang Wei knew if it were not for Hong Jun protecting his science and technology world, it would not be so easy for him to become a mortal emperor. Maybe he would have found another way, but the process would have become 1,000 times more difficult. People wondered whether he was lying. However, they soon realized the Heavenly Emperor did not need to lie to them. He could just not answer and not care about their questions. However, some people guessed the reason for his honestiado, remove the greed of certain people toward the D-Clan and the Tao opening sect. Anyone with some brain could see how powerful that sect would become in this era. So keeping a secret method of cultivating mortals with emperor strength should not be a problem. But the Heavenly Emperor still went out of his way to disperse the greed and desires of most of these factions to protect his sect and ensure its longevity. Any more questions? Asked Wang Wei, but no one answered this time. All right, the next court meeting is 300 years from now. Please fill up the spots for your list by then. There is more, was the first thought in many people's minds. However, they realized how stupid this thought was. The Heavenly Court has just been established, so the Emperor must be planning many things for this great era. So, these meetings might be more often than they anticipated. Their second thought was that 300 years was too short for such an important task. Finally, they wondered what the next meeting would be about. Wang Wei looked at Wu Ming. He waved his hand to grant him a talisman. With this, you can fulfill our agreement. Wu Ming made a lot of effort to hide his emotions. He bowed with the most respect before standing up with a calm and indifferent expression, ignoring the curious eyes of everybody around. Then, Wang Wei focused on Feng Heng. You can proceed. I guarantee your safety until then. Feng Heng felt relieved. He did not prove the Tao because his method required some time, and he knew he could not succeed before Wang Wei. As such, he feared the latter would interfere in the process, ruining his chances. So, he decided to come to this meeting to test Wang Wei's reaction or views toward him. Based on his findings, he would choose whether to prove the Tao in this world or run away before returning. Thank you for your aid, bowed Feng Heng. I'm just repaying my karma, not a Wang Wei. Many people who were secretly eyeing Feng Heng and Buddhism were regretful. Of all the chosen gods of today's meeting, they were the weakest to attack, even worse than A.O. Shan's situation. But now, they knew the Emperor guaranteed Feng Heng's protection, so they could only sigh and maybe try to do things in the shadows. Of course, a few people were not surprised by this outcome. They have long known the Heavenly Emperor had the future Buddha scroll, so they analyzed many things after Buddhism received the Western continent. Wang Wei's gaze moved to the representatives from the great talisman city. Tell your city, Lord, to come see me. These people's faces changed. They thought the Heavenly Emperor wanted to liquidate their city lord for what she did during the final battle. They expected this outcome and planned many countermeasures, but did not know whether they would work. As you wish. The representative remembered Tong Rubing's warning before this meeting. If she is summoned, do not resist and accept everything calmly. So, He resisted the urge to bring that person's name as a way out of their city. Wang Wei's eyes turned to Su Shi. Do you want to talk? Yes, if you don't mind. Very well. You can stay after this meeting. Such a simple conversation raised the alert of many people. They wondered what this is about. Will there be an alliance between the two most powerful factions of the world? Su Shi is a beautiful widow, and the Heavenly Emperor's wife mysteriously disappeared years ago. So, is this a marriage alliance? Or something else? None of these people present wanted such a thing to appear. The Tao opening sect and the Heavenly Emperor were already so powerful militaristically and politically. They would become a behemoth with this alliance. Meanwhile, the Enlightened Emperor Academy is the only faction with an eternal emperor. Although the demon race and the ancient clan had 2 6-star primarchs, these people disdained any path other than the emperor path, so they always placed the level of 3 of the academy as the highest. Finally, Wang Wei's gaze focused on the supreme, holy, and law lands that hid in the back, trying to appear as invisible as possible in this meeting. These people's worst fear is to be noticed by all these immortal big shots. I know many of you feel left out of this meeting, but this is far from the truth, declared Wang Wei. All of you also have a future in the heavenly court. These weak factions swiftly bowed their heads to salute, praising Wang Wei for majesty and generosity. However, he could tell they did not believe his words. They probably thought he said these words to appease them. But all his words were nothing but empty promises. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. I can tell you don't believe me, so I will release some early information so you can prepare. Everyone listened up with bated breath. The heavenly court will expand to the entire world community. So, I will confer many gods, some of whom will be responsible for an entire world. The god position for many middle and small thousand worlds will belong to you guys. The reaction to this news was mixed. The weak factions were happy as they knew the Heavenly Emperor meant his words. Other factions were also happy since they now knew they could fight for the god positions for great thousand worlds. After all, a quasi-emperor alone cannot control most great thousand worlds, requiring at least Tao ancestors. However, some of these schemers from emperor lineages were not happy with this news. They were prepared to establish their own heavenly court in the lower realm. The meeting is officially adjourned, declared Wang Wei. I will see you again in 300 years. Chapter 893 New Friendship. Everyone left the court, and not a single person chose to use the residence area. Many of the supreme, holy, and law lands wished to stay, since this place was better than any of their sect's best cultivation secret realm. But they did not dare do so due to fear of the emperor lineages. Since they did not even have this courage, Wang Wei said nothing. Anyway, his main objective for these residences was to better monitor these factions, and they knew it. Furthermore, he had plenty of time to lure them. They only needed a push, and they would have no choice. As such, he was calm since he already set that push into motion. Su Shi also left the court meeting, heading to the reception area to wait for his talk with Wang Wei. Meanwhile, the latter looked at the only remaining people in the courtroom. You guys should have no problem selecting the gods, right? Yes, we have long decided who the spots belong to, replied Origin 1. It still hurts thinking of all the benefits we could have if we took all the positions. You have to look at the future and not focus on the immediate gain. I know. It just hurts every time I think about it, said one of the insurgents. Imagine how powerful we would become in 1 generation. No, in 2. Imagine the backlash we would suffer, countered someone else with a sneer. Not to mention the precedents we would set would drastically decrease the longevity of this new era. I know all of this, but I just can't help it. People sighed as they understood this man's emotions. But they were wise enough to know what was the best choice for the future of the sect. Let me see the final list, asked Wang Wei, ignoring these people's complaints. He knew if it were not for him, 90 of these people would not be able to resist the greed if they were in his positions, while the remaining 10 would have gone overboard and given the sect too many positions, garnering these factions' rejection. Origin 1 also ignored these people's banter. He did not hesitate and filled up his conferred god list on the spot before giving it to Wang Wei, who took a moment to check. He wanted to ensure all three factions of the sect were happy about the final outcome, burying any future internal trouble. Furthermore, he also wished to ensure the sect's allies did not suffer. Wang Wei gazed at the spot granted to the Origin Pill Dao sect. Do we ever find out why they were so suspicious? According to the information we received, the current sect master, Lu Cheng, is trying to refine a mysterious pill. However, he's gone extreme lengths to hide it. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. Is there a problem? I can divine or calculate the truth about Lu Cheng, said Wang Wei. How is that possible? It can only mean someone more powerful than me is protecting me. The Flame Emperor? Asked Origin One. Yes, nodded Wang Wei. However, the situation does not make complete sense. If I want to know the truth, I can just ask him. By then, will he intervene? Or the protection he gave Lu Cheng was passive and not directed toward me especially. No one knew how to proceed with such a situation. After all, it involves a paragon. What do you want to do? Let's wait, said Wang Wei. They cannot gather any rare resources without going through me. So, they will eventually have no choice but to contact me. Wang Wei could tell it was Lu Cheng being stubborn. Based on his knowledge of his cheat master, Yi Lao, he would have contacted him long ago and asked for help or cooperation. We will keep a watch on them, nodded Origin One. Finally, the team dismissed, preparing to take their position. Unlike the other factions, most of the Dao opening sect members stayed in the heavenly court to enjoy the benefits of innate and immortal ki. Meanwhile, Wang Wei stared at the conferred god list for a few seconds. He focused on a specific title, Queen Mother right now. The heavenly court is weak and cannot offer much help. However, soon, this won't be the case, thought Wang Wei with a gentle smile on his face. Consider this a dowry. He waved his hand to dismiss the list before walking to the reception room, where Su Shi, in all her unparalleled beauty, waited with a table of tea. I'm sorry for making you, fellow Taoist, said Wang Wei as he sat cross-legged across the table from her. It's no problem, she answered in a heavenly voice. Wang Wei saw the steam coming from the tea, and Su Shi preparing to serve the tea. Allow me. Su Shi glanced at him. He was different from a few minutes ago. He no longer exuded that natural aura of power and authority. On the contrary, he looked like a normal person having tea with an old friend. His charm or was more amiable, making it easier for people to relax and engage in deep and casual conversation. So, as she watched him pour tea for the both of them, Su Shi said, most martial artists love this tea because it packs a punch. Wang Wei nodded before taking a sip and closing his eyes. In a matter of a few seconds, his spirit experienced rapid changes. He was extremely excited, as if he had fought countless enemies without a single defeat. His fighting intent instantly reached its peak before fading away. I can see why martial artists would love it, he commented. By drinking this tea, they would enter a state optimal for battle, even giving them temporary stats boosts. Sadly, this thing had little effect on their level, so they could only drink it for entertainment. How was your time in the martial hegemony world? Both good and bad, replied Su Shi after taking a sip. These martial artists are very hot-blooded and love to fight. So, it was difficult to adjust to the constant challenges. So I had to adapt. It was a fun experience to get to know someone purely through fighting. With my beauty, it was easier to make friends and connections. Am sensing a but? Yes. My identity as a foreigner got leaked. Then, they quickly became hostile. Su Shi did not blame them, since she knew this was the product of their history. Do you think it was a coincidence the news leaked? Of course not. I think the traitors you mentioned were involved. Oh, what happened? After our conversation, I began to look around for their traces, but did not find anything Gauntle the Heaven will battle. Su Shi squinted her eyes as she sipped her tea. As soon as the fight started, these people banded together to eliminate me. They obviously banded together, but I was unaware until the end. You think it was one of them? During most of the fight, I only had my suspicions until the very end, explained Su Shi. Even with all of them together, they were no match for me. Of course, I was lucky their battle did not involve the theme of generals and soldiers, so they did not have an army. If these people were allowed to use an army, the battle would have been much more difficult. Only two people had broken the barrier between mortal and immortal, but they were no match for me, continued Su Shi. However, when I was about to defeat them, a strange man appeared and absorbed the power of these two. He was my real opponent. She sighed. My battle prowess was higher than him, but he had trump cards after trump cards, some of which I've never heard in my life. I almost lost my life due to some of his weird abilities. In the end, I was the final winner. It sounds exhilarating, commented Wang Wei. Nothing compared to your battle, said Su Shi, sighing deeply. She saw a recording of that battle and wished she could have experienced it personally, witnessing such a momentous event. Unfortunately, there is a balance mechanism installed by true heavenly Tao that ensures all heavenly Tao will finish at the exact same time and prevent any new emperor from traveling to other world communities and interfering. So, her transformation took more than 2 years, while Wang Wei finished instantly. What name did you take? Asked Wang Wei. Void Time Empress. Time is the main Tao, while void is a characteristic of your secondary Tao chaos. It's also a reference to the void or emptiness you once felt after losing your husband. A great name. Wang Wei nodded in approval, while Su Shi paused for a moment before continuing to drink her tea. Is our agreement still valid? Asked Su Shi. Of course, replied Wang Wei before summoning two things. Su Shi's gaze immediately focused on one of the items as she sensed a familiar aura. Then, a complicated look flashed through her eyes. With this information, it shouldn't take you long to understand existence reconstruction. She placed them away before exchanging them with a jade carving of a tiger. I've controlled a few weak emperor lineages and created a new faction. With this seal, you can control them. However, I should warn you their power is limited since I put them together so rapidly. Wang Wei did not care. He only wanted a springboard to enter and influence the martial hegemony world. His fate shadow guard is too small, their powers scattered across the lower dimension. So, he was more than satisfied with Su Shi's work. After the exchange, their conversation did not immediately end. Wang Wei took the opportunity to apologize for what he said and treated her during their first meeting. Su Shi admitted for a very long time she hated him for what he said. However, things are now water under the bridge. However, she did ask him to make up for her by reciting a few more poems. Wang Wei did not hesitate to agree as he shamelessly plagiarized the poems from his past life, even though he was more than capable of creating them himself. He felt it was a rite of passage for all reincarnators to plagiarize poems, especially to impress a beautiful woman. Finally, before Su Shi left, they made an appointment to discuss the Tao at a later date since the situation was not appropriate. Chapter 894, The God Positions. As Su Shi left the heavenly court, she saw an envoy from the great talisman city arriving. She glanced at them and guessed why they arrived a few hours later instead of immediately. She no longer paid attention to them, and with a step, she returned to the Academy's domains. She sensed countless eyes watching her from the shadows. Su Shi sensed something and headed to a meeting full of people waiting. Headmaster saluted everyone by standing up. Su Shi nodded before taking her position in the main seat. How'd it go? Asked someone. Fine. I got what I wanted, she replied calmly, making everyone sigh in relief. A few people were previously unhappy with the fact she chose to prove the Tao in another world. After all, this meant they would not receive the luck and destiny for cultivating the ninth emperor. However, after seeing the monstrous battle between Wang Wei and Di Tian, after learning of the current political landscape of the world with the appearance of the heavenly court, they were more than excited to have an eternal emperor shielding them. So, they guessed the headmaster wanted a way to revive Lin Fan, making people excited for myriad reasons. Firstly, they feared Lin Fan would become a flaw in the current headmaster's Tao heart. Their worries were not without basis, as Su Shi's Tao heart was not perfect because of Lin Fan. Luckily, his death was currently an obsession and did not affect her process of proving the Tao. Secondly, Lin Fan is a very talented individual. The Academy hopes to one day cultivate him into a heavenly emperor. Did you ask him about it's not the right time, said Su Sure. We have to wait a while before bringing it up. That's fine. Let's discuss how to deal with the conferred god list. Any ideas? Asked Su Sure. Can we see the list? Su Sure sent them information about what happened in the court, but many people wanted more information. So, she waved her hand to make copies of the list, ensuring everyone had one. As such, every teacher of the academy, from the highest insurgent to the weakest void-shattering realm, began discussing how to proceed with the list. The god of space is the position with the highest value, commented one of the teachers. Battles occur every day, so Heavenly Tao has to constantly use World Source to heal the space. Could we permanently reinforce the space? With this method, even quasi-emperors could not break the space while battling? This was a good question, but no one had an answer. The position of God seemed to be just an energy source, so do they have the power to modify the rules to a certain extent? Everyone looked at Su Sure for answers, making her pause for a moment. Yes, she replied after realizing the power of the gods like her, directly canonized by the Heavenly Emperor. However, the space god position has some rules or restrictions. Oh, can you elaborate? You can strengthen the space, but you have to ensure that void-shattering realm and heaven-tier artifacts can still teleport. So, no restrictions on other teleportation methods, but only during battle? That would be difficult and require some understanding of space law. Everyone pondered for a moment before realizing it should not be a problem for their headmaster to do such a thing. The real question is whether it's worth strengthening the space or continue using the current system. What do you mean? With the heavenly court present, wouldn't the battle reach the lowest level in history? Yes, with the court above their head, most cultivators will restrain themselves. As time passes, the situation will aggravate as the heavenly emperors become more and more powerful. In the early stages, low-level battles will indeed drastically decrease. However, immortal tier battles will become more common in the next few thousand years, added Su Sure. That's probably why we are given so little time to choose the position Sato ensure the battle is condensed into a short period, commented former headmaster Song. In that case, let's label the space god position as currently most valuable, but not the one with the most potential. This position should go to the Earth god position. The territory of the southern continent is vast, so a large quantity of world source is needed for operation. The Earth God position will also interact with the Metal God position when dealing with the ore veins underneath the Earth. And the Fire God position will be in charge of things like volcanoes. Finally, Earth Ki is probably the most abundant energy out of the 5 elements. The Water God position should be the most valuable for the sea area. But for us, not so much. We can divide the Water God position into God of Rain, God of River, God of Lake, and even God of Cloud. The Fire God position is very valuable in the southern continent. We could use it to ensure more spiritual flames appear in the south. Yes, these professions will love us. Better yet, we can use it as a promise to reduce their animosity toward us controlling the south. The people nodded in satisfaction with how flexible this system was. Suddenly, someone raised another issue. How to deal with the problem of weakened strength. The God position requires an individual to take on Heavenly Tao's job. As such, part of their strength will always be reserved for their God position. In other words, all the gods in the list will always be in a weakened state as part of the strength serves the working operation of the world. During a conflict, such a reservation could be dangerous. Could we remove our position while engaging in battle? Asked one teacher. No, that's not allowed, replied Su Sure, making everyone frown. Could this be the Heavenly Emperor's plot to weaken everybody? You're thinking too much, replied Su Sure. The solution to this problem is simply an artifact that can temporarily replace you when needed. Indeed, that was a good solution. They could just create a god artifact to store their strength and take over the burden for them when needed. I reckon if the Heavenly Emperor wishes, people with god positions could use the court's luck to boost their strength. That's true. Since these fortune dynasties can do it, the court should also have this ability. The question is whether he will? Well, wait for the future to know. I found a very important position, said Taoist, ever-changing. Which one? God of fertility, he replied. Mortals take about 90 of the world's population. So the world source needed to ensure the new life is brought into the world is astronomical. I think we have been looking at this thing from the wrong perspective, suddenly added another teacher. What do you mean? I think we should also focus on God's positions that affect mortals. Everyone took a moment to process these words and realized this person was correct. So they discussed positions that have an effect on mortals and how to either distribute them or create special positions. God of harvest would be popular with them. We could also have a god of season. The weather has great effects on mortals. The discussion continued until someone changed the subject. Something has been bothering me, asked former headmaster Song, making everybody focus on him. The Heavenly Emperor should also be sharing Heavenly Taoist burden. So, which positions is he taking? That was an excellent question. They did not think the Heavenly Emperor would not participate after knowing the benefit. On the contrary, they guessed he controlled the best positions. Your question is easy to answer, said Su Shi. Creation, fate, heaven, life and death, and even time. Many things need to be created every day between heaven and earth, said Taoist, ever-changing. The fate of all mortals and even cultivators must operate without issues, including our destiny and luck. Heaven should involve the order and disorder of the world. I'm guessing the core concept of the conferred God list involves order and disorder Tao. All life must eventually die, and creatures must be born to ensure the operation and development of the world, added another insurgent. Time is a link that connects all these other things. He might be even more powerful if you take into account his Tao. You're talking about karma and yin and yang? Yes, he should control these positions as well. No wonder only a first-class emperor can sit in that position. Heavenly Tao is on par with the second-class emperor. As such, if a second-class emperor took the position of heavenly emperor, they would be paralyzed as more than half of their strength would be held hostage to replace the world source needed for the world to function. The worst part is this statistic is only because other people already have their positions. So they shared a great burden for the emperor. If they all resigned, forcing the second-class great emperor to bear everything themselves, they might immediately collapse under the weight. I am so envious of the heavenly emperor. I can imagine how many merits he will receive in the future and how strong he will become. Is there a chance he would give us the time God position? Everyone looked at Su Shi with strange eyes. She immediately knew what they were thinking. They wished for her to use her beauty to entrap the heavenly emperor and get the time God position. Snort! A terrifying aura emanated from her body, scaring the people with these thoughts, reminding them that an eternal emperor stood before them. I need to display my strength and instill awe into these people. Otherwise, something similar might happen again, thought Su Shi with squinted eyes. The discussions continued. However, they could not immediately come up with a final decision. After all, such a thing involved the benefit of many people. So, Su Shi told them to stop and continue another time. Furthermore, she had something else in mind to discuss. I think I know what the next meeting is about. Everybody looked at her, their eyes asking if she was serious. Su Shi did not let them wait long as she waved her hand to manifest an image and explain her deduction. If that is true, we can prepare in advance so we can get more benefits. It's a shame time is too tight. Chapter 895, The Meeting's Aftermath. Su Shi walked out of the meeting room, teleporting to her cultivation room. She took out the imprint, looking at it in a daze. She's been thinking about this moment for a very long time, but when faced with the outcome, she hesitated. Have I changed? Has power got to my mind, turning me into someone else? Or is there another reason for my confusion? She did some retrospective on herself, concluding she was running away from her problem. The relationship dynamic with her husband will have to fundamentally change after reviving him. However, he might not be able to accept such a fact. So what will happen then? There will probably be many contradictions. If not resolved properly, they might go their separate ways. She exhaled deeply, reining in her mind. Let's first learn the existence reconstruction. Su Shi took out the information preparing to review it. However, before she even started, she detected someone outside her room. "Teacher Kyujin, what is it?" asked Su Shi directly through divine sense. "I'm sorry to bother you, headmaster," said Kyujin, bowing deeply. "I was just wondering about my student." Su Shi frowned as, in an instant, she realized many things. A few people in the academy were worried because she did not mention much about Lin Fan. So, they sent his former teacher and Dao protector to ask. As to why they are in such a hurry, she also figured it out. Firstly, it's because she is still only half an emperor of the academy. More importantly, the academy wants to train him to be the second heavenly emperor. Greed has blinded the minds of these people. Have they forgotten there is another monster in the Dao opening sect? Thought Su Shi, with his son as the first heavenly emperor, under the training of such a monster. How dare they think Lin Fan can prove Dao in the second generation? "I'm working on it," replied Su Shi. "Tell these people to not forget Wang Tian is still there." Kyujin's face changed. Because of Wang Wei's overwhelming presence, people seem to have forgotten that terrible swordsman. With his presence, who dare say they will be the second heavenly emperor? Kyujin bowed before leaving. Sword casting villa. Jian Wushuang waited for all the delegates to return. As soon as they appeared, a meeting of the highest order took place. They reviewed every detail of the court. "So, our villa has an immortal sovereign?" He was not stupid, and guess why their faction was the only one in the eastern continent that was canonized. So, he looked at his master for confirmation, but his master appeared as ignorant as ever. "My apology for not telling the truth," said Casting One. "The guardian asked that I was the only person privy to this information." "It's fine," said Jian Wushuang. Although he was not happy, he knew this was not the time to focus on such a thing. The important thing is how to deal with the list. Our main problem is the sea race. I doubt they will allow us to divide their territory so easily, and with two immortal sovereigns, it can be an issue. Not necessarily. The Heavenly Emperor does not seem to trust the sea race. We can use his name as a warning, preventing them from interfering. That's a good way, but will that cause conflict with the Heavenly Emperor? I think it's worth trying. After all, we are still a faction with an immortal sovereign. The worst-case scenario is we apologize and pay for our actions. Should we ask the Guardian for his input? Maybe. After all, such a major decision should not be taken lightly. Jian Wushuang immediately frowned after hearing this conversation. However, he did not say anything, but the emotions in his eyes were vivid. Suddenly, a powerful will descended on the room. "Do not forget who is the master of the villa," said an old voice. "Secmaster, please come see me after this meeting." The will disappeared, leaving everybody in shock. Meanwhile, Jian Wushuang had glowing eyes. "Secmaster, what do you think of this plan?" "There is no problem," nodded Jian Wuxiang. "But we can take steps to prevent contradicting the court." "Oh, do you have any suggestions?" "We can team up with the Yin Moon Palace and the Five-Element Balance Palace to pressure the ancient clan to give us more positions in the east. This method might work, but it's obvious the Heavenly Emperor wants to use us as his sword against the ancient clan. Is that all right?" "The way I see it, we have three choices," replied Jian Wushuang. "We could be the enemy of the sea race with two immortal sovereigns, the enemy of the ancient clan with 1/6 star pre-march, or the enemy of the Heavenly Emperor. So which one to choose?" He calmly looked at everyone whose eyes kept twitching. "Well, the ancient clan is an excellent choice." "I concur, fellow Taoist." Although these people were not present for the meeting, they experienced the horror of the Heavenly Emperor through the spells of their representative. "Wise choice," concurred Jian Wushuang. The meeting continued for hours before Jian Wushuang left to see the guardians. He soon found himself in a room divided into two. The side he stood on was brightly lit, while the other side was an endless darkness that even he could not see through. "Secmaster, I have seen the guardian," bowed Jian Wushuang. "My seal is not completely lifted, so I cannot meet you yet." "Guardian, do you know when you will be completely free?" "I should know the exact date after the second court meeting." Jian Wushuang immediately sensed that things were not simple based on that answer. "I don't have much time," So let's get to business, said the old voice. I have made a deduction and learned there might be a chance for you to prove the Tao in this generation. So be prepared. Jian Wushuang's eyes almost popped from his head. With his state of mind, he could not control his emotions, embarrassing himself before the noblest individual in the villa. Lord Guardian, are you serious? Why would I lie about such a thing? Replied the voice. So, you must be prepared. Reach the peak of your potential and wait for this opportunity. I will, replied Jian Wushuang. Western Continent, Devil Cultivator meeting. Damn, that heavenly emperor and all his bullshit. Why is he targeting us? There is no point in cussing. We need a plan. Otherwise, we might not survive this generation. How is our previous plan going? Asked the Mo clan patriarch. In such a short time, how can we cultivate an immortal sovereign? Said a woman with a creepy voice. The world was sealed, so we did not even have much time to contact other world communities. The issue is whether such a plan is still feasible. Can we leave this world without the heavenly emperor knowing? After knowing what we are trying to do, would that accelerate our destruction? So, what should we do? I say we will continue the plan. I disagree. Then, do you have a better option? I say we surrender to these bald monks. What? Are you crazy? Don't they have the concept of putting down the knife and becoming Buddha? I say we surrender to them and convert into monks? Fuck you. I would rather die than surrender to these monks. I agree. It would be better to surrender to the court instead of these bald monks. Huh, what do you mean? We can just become the thugs of the heavenly emperor. At least, it's better than these bald monks. That might not be a bad idea. Don't listen to that bastard. I suspect he is a spy of the court. You're a spy of the court. Bastard, don't think I know you hated me, because I know you stole ya. Shut up. Enough, roared the Mo clan patriarch. We are on the verge of destruction, and you guys are bickering like children. Everyone calm down. But a seed was planted in many people's minds. Mo patriarch knew this after seeing the reactions of some people. We need to acquire a god position in one of the highest levels. Then, by using it, we can cultivate an immortal sovereign. How exactly are we going to do that? It's obvious the court is not a fan of us. I have a three-part plan, said the Mo patriarch. Firstly, some of us do need to surrender to the court, becoming their thug. Such a method should bring us some grace to the heavenly emperor, preventing him from interfering in our process of getting a position. Secondly, we must focus on Ao Shan. We will try to get some positions from Abi, any means necessary. Finally, we need to clean up our own garden and offer tribute to the heavenly court. Everyone's faces changed as they realized the meaning behind these words. Who is it going to be? Asked another devil. We cannot send our best sect to the court, but we also cannot send our weakest one. So, someone in the middle, continued the Mo patriarch. As for the cleanup, Chapter 896, The Comeback. Wang Wei stood in the heavenly court. His calm eyes seemed to see everything. The past, present, future, and fate of all creatures between heaven and earth. He saw the arrival of Tong Ruobing, but only sent a message for her to wait in one of the rooms. His eyes seemed to Barato all the secrets of the world. All the pawns are in place, except for one. He focused on the loose cultivation alliance. According to his calculations, many factions would pressure the alliance for their god positions, forcing them to have no choice but to rely on the court. However, based on his divination, the alliance is more stubborn than anticipated and plans to resist. However, he did not care since he knew they could not resist. After discovering they had no choice, they will run to him for support. Wang Wei watched for a few more minutes before closing his eyes. A few hours later, he opened them, focusing on one of the 6 forbidden lands, the Western Pure Bliss. Feng Hung, dressed in a black and white robe with a bead necklace, had 2 items floating before him. The one on the right exuded Taoist rhyme, while the left one emanated Buddhist lights. All his eyes were currently on him, so they immediately recognized the item on the right. Taoism luck condensing artifact. Such a thing should have been tightly locked in the Tai Profound Gate. But now, Feng Heng, a Buddhist monk, had. People finally realized why the Tai Profound Gate kicked Feng Hung out of their sect, even labeling him as a traitor and hunting him down. Central Continent, Tai Profound Gate. After seeing Feng Hung's appearance, they felt something bad was about to happen, especially after taking into account the Heavenly Emperor's words after the first meeting. Summon everyone we can. We must stop whatever he's trying to do. However, as soon as he said these words, a terrible will descended on the sect, pressuring everybody present. They knew this was simply the result of a gaze, but even the most powerful insurgent in the gate felt their knees tremble with that gaze. Luckily, the gaze disappeared after leaving a temporary seal in the shape of an invisible shield. No one could enter or leave the sect in the next few hours. Western Continent. Feng Hung felt the time was appropriate, so he began, "Heaven above, I plead thou to respond to my suffering. Buddhism has suffered a catastrophe, severing our inheritance for generations. Although we have sinned, we also paid for our karma long ago. We have learned from our mistakes and rehabilitated." His voice echoed throughout the entire world, even spreading further. "I'm only asking for a chance to reappear in the world." After saying these words, he activated his heart of hope. Immediately afterward, time seemed to have stopped for everyone watching. Then a giant noble and mysterious eyes manifested in the sky. True heavenly Tao, the destruction of Buddhism, involved the entire lower dimension, so the myriad emperor worlds could not assess such a situation. Furthermore, even if it could, it would not be under Wang Wei's control, since certain aspects of heaven and earth alike the outlaw trial layer beyond his control. The eye briefly glanced at Feng Hung before taking something from him. The monk knew it was the merit garnered by Buddhism across many world communities. So much merit? If not for Wang Wei's help, my heart of hope might not be sufficient. Even if it was, I probably could only become a low-class emperor. A purple gold orb descended from the sky, floating before Feng Hung. The world went into an uproar as they could recognize this thing even if they were dead or dreaming. The Heaven Will. Feng Hung did not hesitate as he absorbed the Heaven Will. A similar protection mechanism as Wang Wei surrounded him. Even after true heavenly Tao's eyes disappeared. Time passed, and soon, a golden light followed by a lotus of the same color appeared behind Feng Hung. People knew he passed the first barrier comprehending 20 of his grand Tao source. Soon afterward, a second golden lotus manifested. People were not surprised, since Feng Hung was a heaven chosen with the Duyi realm, so it should be relatively easier to cast his Tao will. The genuine challenge is the last part. Many people prayed he would fail, only becoming a pseudo-eternal emperor. Others watched with indifference. Only a few monks inside the Western Pure Bliss land prayed their leader would succeed. After what felt like an eternity, a third lotus appeared behind Feng Hung. Immediately afterward, his vision spread throughout the world and this community. The vision did not stop after spreading to a dozen world communities, almost on par with Su Shi's vision. However, Feng Hung's vision had its specialty. The worlds that Wang Wei secretly spread Buddhism using his spirit flower divine ability randomly had visions of Buddha, Golden Lotus, and chants of mantras. No one knew why, so this became a mystery. Feng Hung's transformation was as swift as Wang Wei, so he soon opened his eyes. "I am Feng Hung." His voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The wielder of yin and yang, of absolute beginning and absolute end, and the creator of Tao Buddhism. From now on, I shall take the name Taozen Buddha Emperor. From now on, his name will forever be inscribed in the annals of history. However, Feng Hung was not too excited, as he knew things were not finished yet. He looked at Taoism's luck condensing artifact. He pointed his finger, and the sky changed. A terrifying chain binding the character for Buddhism appeared between heaven and earth. The chain seemed to flow through countless worlds. But this place was the origin, the absolute beginning magic, muttered Feng Hung with anger and hatred. He exhaled to control his emotions, focusing on the chains. Feng Hung saw a few cracks, and he knew this was the result of years of planning. If not for his creation of Tao Buddhism, mixing the luck of these two religions together, such a tiny crack would never have appeared. More importantly, without that crack, Buddhism would never have a chance to appear in the world even in its current underground manner. Feng Hung waved his hand to control his grand Tao source. He created a yin-yang disc to grind the chain, causing more cracks to appear. The absolute beginning was definitely a powerful eternal supreme, he commented while secretly shaking his head. Then, he used the two luck-condensing artifacts to bless his body. With his newly increased strength, more cracks appeared on the chains. However, the frown on Feng Hung's face did not disappear, as he knew the process would still take some time. He was no longer under the protection of heavenly Tao, so anything could happen to him during this time. He did not want any variables to appear during such an important event. Feng Hung quickly made the decision to use extreme means to destroy this magic as soon as possible. However, he soon felt another blessing boosting his strength. The heavenly quartz luck? He thought without saying much. He increased the power of his yin-yang disc. Boom! A few minutes later, the chain exploded into trillions of motes of lights, freeing the Buddhist character. A mysterious wave traveled to every world in the lower dimension, subtly changing. Tears dropped from Feng Hung's eyes as he watched everything. He knew what had happened from now on. Buddhism can show up in the open without having to hide like rats. They were free. Brothers, sisters, masters, everyone, do you see it? Muttered Feng Hung, not hiding his sadness. I've done it. I have succeeded. Our inheritance is no longer cut off. Many memories flashed in his mind. He spent countless eras drifting in the world, lost in the drug known as loneliness. Feng Hung felt lost and without any purpose, but other people forced a purpose on him. So, he had to move forward. He had to continue his mission even in times when he felt there was no hope and wished to end everything. Everything was for this day. Feng Hung exhaled to rein in his emotions. Now that he has revived Buddhism, his next step is to ensure its prosperity. He looked at the Western Pure Bliss land and waved his hand. Immediately afterward, golden light shone over the Western continent. The place soon became a world of its own, with a plaque at the entrance with a name engraved on it. Today, I, the Taozen Buddha Emperor, established the Western Bliss sect. I invite fellow Taoists from all over the world to the opening ceremony. Feng Hung's next step was to select disciples and develop his sect. So, he planned to invite all the emperor lineages to the ceremony, deciding to send the invitation to the heavenly emperor personally. This method is a way to display power and the inheritance of Buddhism while also acquiring a bunch of resources from different factions in the form of gifts. In the current situation, Buddhism will require all the help necessary for its revival. Chapter 897 Tong Rubing's Fate Western Continent. The Mo clan patriarch looked at Feng Hung's process of proving the Tao, and many things made sense to him. What did the heavenly emperor's words mean during the meeting? Why was Buddhism granted control over the Western continent instead of the D clan? Everything points to the heavenly emperor knowing Feng Hung would do this and prepare in advance. Is there another method to prove the Tao without the heaven will battle? Does the heavenly emperor know of this method? Countless thoughts flashed in his eyes, but he soon gave up as this was not the most important thing to deal with currently. Go call for another meeting. We need to hurry up, said the Mo patriarch. Previously, these devil cultivators did not care about Buddhism's control over their continent. According to them, they would have long teamed up to destroy these bald monks if not for the heavenly emperor's protection. But now, Feng Hung has turned into an eternal emperor. If they do not react in time, their faction will suffer. Damn it, what's going with this era? Cussed the Mo patriarch. Eternal emperors are supposed to be rare entities, but in a short 100 years since the heavenly emperor era started, there are already more than 2 of them. The worst thing is his intuition told him this was just the beginning. Mo patriarch exhaled deeply to calm down. He summoned a few people from his clan. Go contact the D clan to see if they can ally with us to weaken the power of Buddhism. He ordered the first group. He chose someone 17. 58 from their clan who is wise, calm, and perfect for this kind of diplomatic mission. As for you guys, use more resources to find Mo Xingyun. Patriarch, Why are you suddenly interested in the young lady? Since she did not return, I doubt we will ever find her again. No matter what, you must find her, replied the Mo patriarch. The heaven chosen of this generation seem to have all a unique destiny. I don't know if it's from heaven and earth or the influence of the heavenly emperor, but all of their destiny has changed. So, no matter what, she must return to the clan. If you find her, tell her we are prepared to give absolute power to her, and we're even willing to swear the highest oath. Patriarcha Mo Patriarch raised his hand. Time is changing, so we need to adapt to survive the upcoming ideal. Mo Patriarch sighed, feeling helpless as things kept going wrong for their family. Their clan is technically an eternal clan. However, that selfish bastard, the Heaven-Devourer Emperor Never, left anything for the clan after proving the Tao, except for his bloodline. As a member of their clan, the luck of cultivating such an emperor automatically went to them. But they did not have an artifact or a ray to go with it. So, after they detected his body possession, their first reaction was to kill Mo, Xingyun, or seal him. However, the Heaven-Devourer Emperor convinced them by giving them his Emperor Scripture. He made an oath after reviving he would create a genuine foundation for the Mo clan, convincing the Patriarch and many ancestors. But now, it seemed they made another poor decision. Hurry up, we don't have much time left. The two groups bowed before disappearing. Heavenly Court. Wang Wei stood in a beautiful garden, surrounded by many spiritual herbs. However, he was not yet satisfied with the garden, since its number of immortal and emperor-tier resources was pale compared to even the weakest emperor lineage. However, he knew the Heavenly Court had just begun and needed time to gather a deeper foundation. Wang Wei watched Feng Heng and experienced the entire process. However, his eyes did not seem to focus. If anyone could see him now, they would be shocked, as his eyes seemed to be the origin of all the universe's secrets. The balance mechanism is more strict than I thought, he muttered with a frown. With true heavenly Daosai present, he could see and divine more information than usual. So, he learned a lot of information. I need to do something, otherwise, only my father will ever walk the path of eternal. Many thoughts flashed in his eyes. He thought he could drastically change his plan after becoming an immeasurable emperor. However, he was wrong. On the contrary, his identity made the situation worse. Wang Wei used his divine sense to summon something. A few seconds later, a cute and charming woman entered the garden. Tong Ruobing has seen the Heavenly Emperor. She bowed 90 degrees, showing the most profound respect. Tong Ruobing could not help but sigh to herself. They were once equal, heaven chosen of the same generation competing for the throne. However, as the loser, her fate was to bow to the winner. At ease, replied Wang Wei as he slowly turned to face her. His purple robe, decorated in gold, seemed perfect for his status. It was as if these two colors were purposely created for a man of his strength and power. Of course, with his natural charisma, any dress he wore would appear noble and majestic. Our great talisman city has sent gifts to celebrate the Heavenly Emperor's enthronement, continued Tong Ruobing, showing the utmost respect. Her acting was perfect, and no fault could be detected from her facial expression, soul fluctuation, aura, or even mood. Oh, I'm intrigued, said Wang Wei, his voice not hiding his emotions. Tong Ruobing waved her hand to manifest 3 chests behind her. The first one is the traitor's soul, Yuzhou. She did not stop as she knew this gift was technically not real. She only used his soul to show her and the city's allegiance, separating them from the so-called traitors. The second one is a few resources, continued Tong Ruobing, opening the second crate. Wang Wei saw numerous immortal and Tao spiritual herbs, ores, and talismans. He even saw a few Emperor artifacts and Emperor resources. The great talisman city seemed to go above board to garner his forgiveness. Interesting. These 2 gifts are already this exciting. It makes me look forward to the last one, commented Wang Wei. You won't be disappointed, Your Majesty, replied Tong Ruobing before opening the last treasure. The origin talisman? Wang Wei was genuinely surprised as he saw the final treasure. Our great city would like to lend this treasure to the Heavenly Emperor. For how long? Asked Wang Wei, who heard the insinuation behind her words. He waved his hand to take this emperor artifact that looked like a talisman pen. He could sense the deep grand Tao source power inside. Until your ascension. He. Everyone seemed excited about my departure, commented Wang Wei, making Tong Ruobing wish she could roll her eyes. Isn't it obvious? Your existence has blocked the way for too many people, and they cannot defeat you? So, we can only wait until you leave. Are you sure about this? Asked Wang Wei. This artifact is the luck condensation artifact of your city. Are you sure you want to leave in my hand? Yes, we are sure. Such a broad mind and vision. It's worthy of you, commented Wang Wei, who guessed it was Tong Rubing's idea to use this gift to placate him. If you had sufficient strength, you would have been my greatest rival in that generation. Tong Ruobing smiled, but did not say anything else. These words were meaningless now that everything had concluded. I like your gift very much, uttered Wang Wei. Soon, the Source Rune Palace's luck would be in his hands, and now. He also had the blessing of the great Talisman City's luck. If things go smoothly, he might be able to control the Origin Pill Sect's luck, leaving only Origin Weapon Mountain and the Body Dao Cave. With the luck of the Dao opening sect and this faction's luck, he might be able to condense something similar to a cultivation civilization luck, boosting his cultivation speed to a scary level. After thinking about this, Wang Wei was in a genuinely good mood. All right, our misunderstanding has been resolved, said Wang Wei with a genuine smile. Thank you, Your Majesty, bowed Tong Ruobing, feeling relief. Let me ask you, continued Wang Wei, pausing momentarily and making Tong Rubing's heart skip a beat. Anything I can do for you? She asked, her voice less relaxed. Do you want to become emperor? Tong Rubing's mind went blank for a moment, as she did not expect the conversation to turn to this. She reacted quickly as many thoughts flashed in her mind. Are you talking about Feng Heng's method? Exactly. Her breath became rapid before she used all her strength to calm down. What does Your Majesty want? I know you, said Wang Wei, his eyes more profound than ever. With your cleverness, you are probably already thinking of asking Mulei to establish a heavenly court in his world. But do you think you can use my ideas without any consequences? Wang Wei released no aura. But Tong Ruobing felt a terrifying dread swallowing her mind. Your Majesty, you have wronged me, said Tong Ruobing as she immediately kneeled on the ground, her face deeply embedded on the floor. Have I? Said Wang Wei as he removed his gaze from her, making Tong Ruobing feel both relief and shame. However, she knew when to bend, stretch, and when to break rather than surrender. It's not impossible to use my idea, uttered Wang Wei nonchalantly, making Tong Rubing's mind go into overdrive. I'm sure to convince my husband to pay to use your idea, she immediately said. It's always a pleasure to deal with smart individuals, said Wang Wei with a smile. Get up. A power enveloped Tong Ruobing, lifting her from the ground. Since it's my idea, you need to pay to use it. So, as long as Mulei is willing to pay me the required merit and luck, I will have no problem. Tong Ruobing frowned. She thought Wang Wei would ask for things like immortal tier resources, but did not expect he wanted a piece of the pie. She thought for a moment before saying, I don't think it's a problem to pay the merit and luck, but it's impossible to give you god positions. That's fine by me, replied Wang Wei, who knew most worlds would not accept foreigners ruling over their own. Furthermore, we have more room to cooperate. Chapter 898 Existence Manipulation. Tong Ruobing looked puzzled. She could not think how they could continue cooperating, so Wang Wei explained. Do you think it will be easy for Mulei to establish a heavenly court? Said Wang Wei. According to my analysis of him, he should have changed his path after the deception trial, walking the path of body, refining, and key refining. However, with the talent displayed, even with some fortunate encounter, he would barely become an eternal supreme. Tong Ruobing was quiet, as the latter was correct. Based on their conversation, she knew Mulei's power could barely reach 25 Grand Dao Source after awakening, using his Dao will, soul, body, and even secret technique. I know he has potential, especially in the body refining path, and his strength would have been higher had he walked the true power Dao realm. However, I guess he was worried about the issue of lifespan, continued Wang Wei, and yet again he was correct. Mu Lei did not want to take the chance he could eventually open the gate of power, so he did not walk the pure body refining path. Your Majesty, what are you getting at? Asked Tong Ruobing directly. The Star Beast world is different from the Myriad Emperor world, explained Wang Wei. It is not a world in decline. On the contrary, because of their unique cultivation system, their world has connections and relationships to hundreds of other heaven worlds and communities. Can you imagine how many immortal tier powerhouse such a world has? How many immortal sovereigns are secretly hiding? Tong Ruobing's face became solemn. Even if heavenly Tao schemes against these sovereigns to prevent them from remaining in the lower dimension, I guarantee they will have more than the 3 we have. So, do you think Mu Lei can easily dominate heaven and earth in such a powerful world? Continued Wang Wei with a sneer. Using your cunningness to help him, you can use diplomatic means to form many allies in this court using god positions as bargaining chips. However, some people will only use force, so how will he deal with them? So, you're offering your help? Asked Tong Ruobing. Yes, if he pays me the merit and luck necessary. I will help him deal with his enemy. I can even hide my identity to prevent any complications. No cultivators wished for other worlds to intervene in their internal affairs, so Wang Wei did not mind hiding his identity to prevent complications for Mu Lei. I should probably hide my identity too in the early stages, thought Tong Ruobing. So what do you say? Asked Wang Wei. I don't have a problem with this deal. However, I'll have to discuss everything with him before we make any final decisions. That's fine, nodded Wang Wei. I can send you there. Do you want my help, or do you want to go by yourself? Don't worry. This is a free service. Tong Ruobing's first instinct was to reject such an offer. Her sect has artifacts that can travel in the endless void. However, she suddenly thought it was an excellent opportunity to test the power of the Heavenly Emperor. Thank you, Your Majesty. However, I still need a few minutes to prepare before my departure. That's fine. After you finish, you only need to utter my name, and I will send you to your destination. She opened her mouth to thank him before saying something else entirely. Which name? Anyone is fine, replied Wang Wei as he waved his hand, teleporting her back to her city. What a clever little imp, he muttered. The heavenly court and the position of heavenly emperor have many layers of meaning for their existence, one of which is Wang Wei's attempt to cheat the system. Of course, according to him, it's just an application of existence. He knew the importance of names and titles. So, after creating the court, he will ensure all documents and word of mouth contain his 2 names, Fate Dominating Emperor and Heavenly Emperor. His attempt involves the paradox that he is the Heavenly Emperor, but at the same time, he is not. If one day, someone could erase him from existence, meaning the word Fate Dominating Emperor was no longer in the annals of history, people would only know there was a first Heavenly Emperor but could not remember who he was and what he accomplished. They might not even know he created the court. That's when Wang Wei's scheme comes into play. Even if he is erased from history, could he revive himself using the name Heavenly Emperor? In other words, he is trying to incorporate the name Heavenly Emperor into his existence. If someone wants to kill him in the future, they would have to erase an entire era of history because he will always exist as long as the name or title of Heavenly Emperor exists. Wang Wei's plan has not succeeded yet, but he will try his best. However, some clever people like Tong Ruobing already began to suspect something. It's to be expected since Wang Wei's actions are suspicious. Most eternal emperors would ensure their names resonate between heaven and earth. After all, the more impact they have in the world, the more their names are remembered, the harder they are to kill. However, after proving the Tao, people kept referring to Wang Wei as the Heavenly Emperor instead of the Fate-Dominating Emperor. Such an act is suspicious. It doesn't matter if you guys suspect anything, thought Wang Wei. I control the fate of this world. So, I only need to nudge things a little, and your perception of the truth will be twisted. After a while, none of you will ever have this idea again. Better yet, you won't ever think this was my plan. Wang Wei secretly shook his head, thinking how ridiculously powerful he had become compared to the lower dimension. Of course, he was not prideful because he had met the people who reached the pinnacle of the chaos universe, so he understood how small his current power was. He waited for a while before receiving Tong Rubing's signal. With a snap of his finger, she disappeared from the world. Star Beast Community. Tong Ruobing and his team of 5 appeared in a desolate and empty location. She looked around and only noticed void energy that could kill void-shattering realm cultivators if they were not careful. In the distance, she saw something that looked like a shining egg, as if the stars could reflect on the egg's shell. The Star Beast world? We are already here. Supreme true monarchs and quasi-emperors can freely travel in the endless void, not to mention the Great Emperor. However, even an eternal emperor with space Grand Dao source can teleport them so far away and so effortlessly. There's a void barrier between each community, making traversing each one extremely troublesome even for great emperors. Is this the extent of his power? Could he have easily teleported me directly into the Star Beast world without any problem? Such a thought was scary, as it meant no world was safe under this man's grasp. Furthermore, his tentacles might soon spread throughout the entire lower dimension. Tong Ruobing took a deep breath to calm down. Her companions did the same as they reached a similar conclusion. She was prepared to contact Mu Lei and not directly enter the world. However, she discovered a talisman in her hand, along with a message. Then, a wry smile appeared on her face. The talisman contained Wang Wei's power. However, she knew the purpose of receiving this thing, a display of strength to Mu Lei. I need to prove the Tao as soon as possible and use whatever means necessary. She has always been ambitious, knowing the importance of strength and power. However, recent events have further reinforced these ideas. Tong Ruobing understood the lower dimension was experiencing a terrifying change. Without power, she will only become a passerby or, even worse, die in irrelevance. However, she refused to accept such a fate. As such, she will do whatever is necessary to rise to the top, participate in this new era, and leave her own legend. She took a deep breath before sending a message to Mu Lei. Myriad Emperor World, Heavenly Court. Wang Wei's eyes looked in the distance. The concepts of distance and space were nothing but molded sand to him. As long as more Eternals from different factions appear in the world, the balance mechanism will not be as strict or severe on the Tao opening sect, he thought. He had to prepare for the future, otherwise his sect might suffer under the constant schemes of Heavenly Tao. Even if the sect completely controls Heavenly Tao, they cannot escape the situation. On the contrary, it will become worse, as true Heavenly Tao might be forced to intervene. Furthermore, I will need many generals and lieutenants to get rid of the 8 parasites as quickly as possible. This generation's geniuses are people of unparalleled talent, luck, and Tao heart. It would be a waste not to utilize them. His eyes seemed to scan the entire world. It's a shame for Mo Xingyun. She was on the list to be trafficked. Wang Wei already knew the devilish girl entered samsara, trying to cultivate the 9-extremity foundation. All right, I will help you hide your karma. If you succeed, don't forget you owe me a great karmic debt. He waved his hand to send a seal to Mo Xingyun's soul in reincarnation. The devil girl tried to hide her negative karma to ensure her reincarnation had no issue. However, Wang Wei could tell her methods were shoddy and would soon be discovered. He removed his eyes from reincarnation, focusing on the world. All the pawns and chess players have been set, so he only needs to wait for the results. Then, he will start the next game. There should be a short period of chaos, but that's to be expected, thought Wang Wei. All right, let's wait for our guest. He slowly walked to the reception room and brewed tea. As expected, a guest arrived at the court a few hours later. Chapter 899 knew Buddha Wang Wei indicated with his hand for Feng Hung to sit down. The tea was already brewed, so he directly served it. You should be busy, so why are you here to see me? I've come for myriad reasons. The first of which is to offer my sincere thanks to the benefactor, replied Feng Hung, his voice containing his deepest sincerity. am only repaying my karma. Now, I don't know anything to Buddhism. Feng Hung nodded as he knew Wang Wei's relationship with their religion was complicated. Personally, he also did not want to get to the bottom of things since it might involve Mother Maitreya. As per our agreement, this poor monk is here to offer your share of the merit, continued Feng Hung, handing Wang Wei a cluster of purple and gold lights. Without hesitation, Wang Wei accepted them. The rise of Buddhism in the lower dimension was so quick due to his actions. If he had not used his chat group to secretly spread throughout many worlds across multiple world communities, Feng Hung could never have gathered enough merit to prove the Tao so swiftly. My third objective is a gift for the benefactor, continued Feng Hung, waving his hand to manifest 2 golden books. The past and present Buddha scroll. Wang Wei read D. Tian's memories and learned many interesting things, including a few lost and unique emperor scriptures. However, he did not learn this technique because it was restricted by a power he did not dare deal with. Yes, after becoming enlightened, this poor monk felt these books by a power he did not dare deal with. Yes, after becoming enlightened, this poor monk felt these books were destined for the benefactor, added Feng Hung. Of course, Sir Heavenly Emperor, don't have to worry. These are gifts and have no karmic attachments. Wang Wei looked at these 2 emperor scriptures. He always felt these 3 scriptures would be critical to him, but he did not yet know why. He'll accept your gift. Ba, uttered Feng Hung, clasping his hand, showing hesitation in his facial expression. There's more? This poor monk has a selfish request. If it's selfish, don't ask, replied Wang Wei casually. Feng Hung sighed deeply. This poor monk wished his state of mind was pure, devoid of desire and mortal dust. Sadly, this poor monk shoulders a holy mission and cannot separate from this cause. Wang Wei took a sip of his tea. How many monks can truly separate themselves from the world, focusing on enlightening on the Dharma and forsaken worldly desires? I bet these types of people are rare, even in the upper dimension. Feng Hung sighed in agreement. What's your request? This poor monk wishes for the benefactor to become the honorary Buddha of Buddhism. Little monk, do you want to tie me to your ship? This is the poor monk's intention, replied Feng Hung as he shook his head. I don't know much about the upper dimension as the benefactor. However, I can tell the benefactor is already involved in the dispute, and a side has been chosen for you. Wang Wei did not say anything and continued sipping his tea. This poor monk is not trying to blackmail the benefactor or anything of the sort. My only desire is to ensure Buddhism's prosperity. Wang Wei still did not answer, so Feng Hung continued. The benefactor does not need to reveal to the world that he's Buddhism's honorary Buddha. More importantly, the benefactor can access some of Buddhism's luck with this position. Wang Wei pondered deeply about Feng Hung's offer. Ever since the revival of Buddhism, he's been thinking about the significance of such an event to someone of Maitreya's level. Currently, he has a few theories. The first one is that Buddhism's luck is vital to her. This idea is far-fetched, as Wang Wei believed the luck of the lower dimension was not that valuable. However, there's the possibility that the luck of Buddhism will not be completed until the lower dimensions branch is revived. The second theory is that she wanted merit, and with the current political balance of the upper dimension, it's not easy to acquire. Merit is the most magical thing in the universe, almost omnipotent in its utility. However, the same argument as the first theory. Such a small quantity of luck should not be worth it for someone of her caliber unless something else is involved. Maybe merit is more valuable to half-step transcendence even in small quantities. Wang Wei has little to no knowledge about such a level, so he cannot know for sure, leaving his theories with too many variables, loopholes, and incongruities. The third theory involved her Tao heart. He knew from Wu Hong the leading cause of Buddhism's downfall was Maitreya. Something went wrong with her during her battle with Taoists, affecting all the Buddhist monks in the eternal ascension world. She affected their mind, making them easily turn extreme. Then, faith became the catalyst for Buddhism's destruction in the lower dimension. Meanwhile, The branch in the upper dimension survived because of their close proximity to her and the resources available to them. Wang Wei believes that Mithraia's Tao heart might be completed after the revival of Buddhism. The last theory involved the battle between these two sons. Mithraia's tentacles can now reach the lower dimension, allowing her to better influence the eternal ascension world and weaken Supreme Unity's power. All these thoughts flashed in Wang Wei's mind. I don't know for sure whether Mithraia can be trusted, but I know for sure Supreme Unity cannot tolerate my existence. The revival of the myriad emperor world will also cause a flourishing period to the entire lower dimension, which in turn will strengthen true heavenly Tao's ability to combat Supreme Unity. Furthermore, he must eliminate these parasites after ascending and allow the upper dimension to return to its peak. So, no matter what, Supreme Unity will not allow him to live. I need protection because even if I can become a paragon as quickly as possible, it will be useless against someone in the half-step transcendence. So, my only choice of survival is to garner her protection. Wang Wei frowned. No, I have a third option. I can introduce Hong Jun, another supposed half-step transcendent, into the game, making more variables. Wang Wei's mind became clear as he knew how to proceed after ascending. His main objective is to do whatever is necessary to buy him enough time to reach the same cultivation realm as these primary chess players. I accept your offer, said Wang Wei, finally focusing on the monk after a few minutes of pondering. I'm sure your wish is for Buddhism to become the national religion of the court. However, that cannot be done now. After making a decision, Wang Wei decided to invest more in Buddhism, even completely turning his back on Taoism. He chose to be no longer as indecisive as before. Some things require calculated risks. As such, he should not let his fear and insecurities prevent him from acting when necessary. However, he would not destroy Taoism in the lower dimension, at least not now. He did not want to force Supreme Unity to do something drastic and forcefully attack him while in the lower dimension. Feng Heng's eyes lit up after hearing these words. He previously had a small hope for his plan to succeed, but now he saw an opportunity and only needed to wait for the correct time. Thank you. Benefactor, you won't regret your decision. I hope so. Feng Heng swiftly handed him a token to indicate his status. This poor monk hopes the benefactor can attain the Western Bliss Sect's opening ceremony. I will be there, nodded Wang Wei. The two chatted briefly before choosing a day to discuss the Tao. Finally, Feng Heng left. Wang Wei looked at the token in his hand. His status as an honorary Buddha has many downsides, but also many upsides. My identity cannot be public for now. However, I can use it to get more benefits. His eyes squinted as a cunning and ruthless light flashed. Although Taoism is my enemy, I can still use them as pawns before I discard them. Furthermore, there is still a chance to turn them away from Supreme Unity. Wang Wei understood that his enemy is Supreme Unity, but does not necessarily need to be Taoism. If he plays his cards correctly, they can even be turned into allies. There is no need to rush. I can take my time and place more pressure on them. For now, it's still not enough. He dropped his blood on the token and instantly refined it. Immediately, he felt a connection to Buddhism's luck. Although it was young and was recently condensed, Wang Wei could feel its potential. I should probably have warned Feng Heng to be wary of these traders targeting Buddhism in the otherworld communities, thought Wang Wei. However, it may not be bad if he suffers a few losses and has to rely more on me. He grinned before suddenly raising his head and looked in the distance. So soon? He muttered. Chapter 900 Swift Decisions, Star Beast World, Star-Lord Mountain. As currently the most influential sect of this world, cultivating their 8th Great Emperor and 2nd Eternal Emperor, Primal Star Planet was magnificent. The sheer size of the planet could compare to countless domains in the myriad Emperor world. If any scientist from Earth could see this planet, they would curse heaven because of how ridiculous it is for a planet to be bigger than a galaxy. However, such a thing is more than common in this strange world. Emperor lineages will all create artificial planets as the local for their factions. As such, there are many unnatural locals in this world. No, Even the naturally created planets and stars are ridiculously large. Deep inside the Star-Lord Mountain, in a secret room. What a brilliant idea, said Mu Lei with shining eyes. However, he quickly controlled his emotions, thinking rationally. What do you think? Is it possible? Asked Tong Ruobing. Mu Lei did not answer immediately, thinking deeply about the feasibility of this idea. Let me see the talisman. He took it from her hand, taking this opportunity to caress her jade-like hands, making Tong Ruobing glared at him. Without any shame, he closed his eyes and focused. A few seconds later, Mu Lei's face paled before opening his eyes with a look of horror. What monster, he commented. Is he that powerful? Yes, at least 30 grand Dao source. At least? Can't you be sure? Mu Lei shrugged his shoulders. All I know is I didn't survive a single attack, and he did not use much of his strength. Tong Ruobing sighed. So you agree? Why not? With so much benefit, there is no reason to disagree. Mu Lei's eyes shone with ambition. A few people were unhappy with his choice of not walking the pure body, refining path. However, he did not regret his decision. During the deception trial, he learned of the political situation of the upper dimension. He knew his life would not be peaceful after ascending Gownless. He wanted to bow his head and become someone else's dog. Unfortunately, the pure body refining path only has strength before opening the gate of power, meaning they're easily killed. So he chose this path to ensure he had a higher chance of surviving after ascending. Furthermore, his choice did not ruin his potential, only delay it. His talent and foundation as a body refiner did not go away. So, as long as he has enough resources, he can quickly temper his body to a level comparable to if he had chosen the pure path. Now, with the Heavenly Court, he saw his opportunity. His strength will drastically increase if he succeeds, even becoming a potent eternal supreme. Do you want to discuss with the elders before deciding? No need. Some of them might get greedy and do something foolish. Let's come up with an agreement with Wang Wei first before discussing it with him. Tong Ruobing nodded. I will accompany you home to discuss with him. This might not be a good idea. Tong Ruobing shook her head. The situation of the Myriad Emperor world was special, and the appearance of a foreign eternal emperor might instantly complicate things. I'm not reassured for you to return home alone. Tong Ruobing pondered briefly before coming up with a solution. Can we go somewhere more private? Mu Lei was puzzled by such a weird request, but did not ask more questions. He tore apart the space and teleported her to his favorite planet. Once he almost died from a competitor's sneak attack and had to recuperate on that desolate planet. Then, from that moment on, it became a place he went to when he wanted to be alone with his thoughts. They soon reached a small mansion, and Tong Ruobing acted. Heavenly Emperor, please show your presence. The room's atmosphere immediately changed, becoming more mysterious, majestic, and noble. Then, out of nowhere, Wang Wei appeared in the room. Mu Lei's eyes dilated. A projection? From so far away, and with just a name? As an eternal emperor, his name has power, so he could sense it if someone called him countless world communities away. However, the feeling will be very vague, and he has to take time to search for the source. However, Wang Wei's ability was instant and without any restrictions. A little trick, said Wang Wei, who seemed to have guessed his thoughts. I attach karma to my name, making it easier to detect when people mention it. I sometimes envy the versatility of outlaw Daos. Since we have to pay so much for our Dao, it's normal for them to be more powerful, replied Wang Wei, who sat in the invited seat. Have you thought about my proposal? I have, and I agree. Excellent. I knew you were a decisive man of action. I never knew you thought so highly of me, said Mu Lei with a smile, and Wang Wei said a few more praises. He analyzed Mu Lei during their interaction as business partners. His conclusion was that the latter was the decisive type of person who would not hesitate to go after what he desires. Furthermore, Mu Lei did not have the deep, hidden pride Heaven Chosen's had, making his mind and actions more flexible. In that case, let's discuss the details. The two started negotiating the terms of this deal. Before coming here, Wang Wei thought Tong Ruobing would be his greatest obstacle to acquiring as much benefit as possible. However, he was soon proven wrong. Muley knew no shame when arguing, trying to squeeze as many benefits as possible. Their previous dealings were small and not as valuable, so Muley was a gentleman throughout the process. But now, the man did not show the pride of an eternal emperor. Wang Wei felt he was discussing with a cunning street merchant instead of a dignified, eternal being who has transcended the shackles of time and death. After a few hours, they reached an agreement and signed a contract. Wang Wei gave Mu Lei all the information about the court, including how refined the palace was and the god-conferring list. Subsequently, he handed Tong Ruobing the merit-proving method with the stipulation only she could use it and was forbidden to pass it on to a second person. Finally, Wang Wei's projection disappeared. "What do you think?" "Even scarier in person," replied Mu Lei. "Anything else?" asked Tong Ruobing. "The lower dimension will become turbulent. We need to prepare for the upcoming storm." He could see or detect many hidden things between heaven and earth with his current strength. "Let's go. We have plenty of work to do." Myriad Emperor World, Heavenly Court. Wang Wei looked at the contract in his hand. Smiling brightly, he put them away, stood up, and stretched his body. "I haven't slept for a long time, so let's take a nap." He walked to his room to sleep. The next day, he woke up because he had another visitor. The person who walked into the throne room was a woman with dark yet sexy makeup. She had a long saber hanging on her side. Despite her beauty, her body had a blood stench embedded deeply into her bones and soul. She immediately knelt on the ground to kowtow. "Ho King has seen your majesty, the heavenly emperor." "At ease," said Wang Wei. "If I remember correctly, you're this generation's sect master of the Bloodsaber sect?" This was a devil sect with two great emperors known for their saber Dao, so Wang Wei remembered them. It's the honor of this lowly servant to be remembered by the emperor. Lowly servant? Yes. Our Bloodsaber sect would like to serve the emperor, swearing to go through water and fire for the court. Wang Wei briefly paused before laughing out loud. An oath of loyalty from a devil cultivator? I've officially seen it all. Your Majesty. I mean every word, quickly explained Ho King. Is that so? Muttered Wang Wei without another word. His silence intensified the pressure in the room. Ho King's heart was racing and sweat felt on her back. Luckily, Wang Wei finally spoke. I've been thinking of establishing the position of Divine General and creating numerous divine legions under the control of the court. However, Your Majesty, our Bloodsaber sect is willing to become your sharpest sword. Uttered Wang Wei, deep in thought. I haven't made a decision yet. However, you can move the elites of your sect into the court and begin your training. When it's appropriate, I will canonize you. Ho King's face on the floor became ugly as she understood the implications. The devil cultivator's action was not enough to appease the heavenly emperor. At the very best, he was no longer as disgusted with them now, since they were somewhat useful, but it was far from enough. As you wish, said Ho King, knowing this was the best option for now. She soon left the court to report the result. These devil cultivators are interesting, muttered Wang Wei. However, they will make fine cannon fodder. He waited in the room as he knew another visitor should be coming in a few hours. This place is a little deserted. Should I choose a few palace maids to make things livelier? Wang Wei shook his head as he knew he could suffer terribly if he did such a thing even if his intentions were pure. In beginning to envy these future heavenly emperors who will fill the court with a harem of 3,000 beauties. He could foresee the degeneration that will happen in the future in this magnificent court he spent so much time and effort to build. Unfortunately, he had no destiny for the harem life. I should begin completing my little pond. It will be a great way to cultivate my fate Dao. He thought about many things he needed to do in the future, including a display of his strength. Otherwise, it won't be long before these people lose their fear of him, becoming bolder and taking risks. He also has to plan for his flesh tribulation, from the knowledge he received from the ancient desolate emperor. This particular tribulation was nasty. So much work to do. Luckily, I have plenty of time. Chapter 9, A One Attack. Is everything done? Asked Wang Wei. Yes, replied Wu Ming with an excited smile. Who knew in just 2 days? This man slaughtered most of the upper echelons of the Origin Rune Palace and enslaved all the rest, turning his Wu clan into the leading faction of this ancient emperor lineage. Thank you for help, added Wu Ming, sighing deeply. He was now one of the few people in the world who experienced the horror of this heavenly emperor. With one talisman, he could borrow Wang Wei's power, and Wu Ming had never been so intoxicated. He could slaughter immortals like they were ants. Anyone who stood in his way would be slaughtered or suppressed. During the entire process, one thought kept popping into Wu Ming's mind: run away to keep this power. The temptation of this idea was beyond what people could understand. The experience was worse than during the primordial spirit realm when he had to experience the hard devil. Only 2 things prevented Wu Ming from doing something stupid. He knew this strength did not belong to him and would disappear soon. Secondly, he had a mission to revive the Wu clan. His ancestors should have been the Array ancestors, but the founder of the Origin Rune Palace stole their Wu clan's destiny. So, in his generation, he would take it back no matter the means. Without wasting time, Wu Ming handed Wang Wei a token that resembled a small mountain with runes engraved on them. As soon as he held the token, Wang Wei sensed he now had access to the Origin Rune Palace's key luck. It's so weak and feeble, he commented. That's to be excited, sighed Wu Ming. They have been in decline for too long. They would have long been annihilated if not for the Array Dao luck and Heavenly Dao's protection. Wang Wei pondered briefly, then it's time to revive them. It would be pointless to condense cultivation civilization luck if some aspects of it were lacking. Any idea? Asked Wu Ming with excitement. Wang Wei looked at him, and in a moment, he saw the latter's fate and future. Well, it was your clan's destiny to revive the Origin Rune Palace's destiny and luck. However, the process will take too long, so let's change things. How to begin? First, move some of your members into the court. I need you to build a Totem Warrior Legion. Totem Warrior? Asked Wu Ming, confused. However, some information immediately appeared in his mind. I see. Totem Warriors are the weaponized version of his clan's formation body. It was one of the ideas Wang Wei gave him. A Totem Warrior will engrave formation into their bodies, boosting their abilities and even granting them different powers. Some can even engrave part of an emperor's formation to borrow its power. Our Wu clan already created the Totem Warrior system. However, only the ones with ordinary formations. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. Tong Ruobing is a Totem Warrior, as she successfully inherited the power of the Origin Talisman. Meanwhile, Wu Ming, the person who gave these ideas, did not succeed. Don't worry. The court will support you with plenty of resources and talent. Wu Ming felt relieved after hearing this, so he bowed and left to do his duty. A talented person. However, he does not have a single ounce of Emperor destiny. Is this a choice? All geniuses or heaven-chosen have Emperor destiny, meaning the luck to become a great emperor one day. However, Wu Ming is different. It seems he has no desire to become emperor, with only the obsession for his clan to regain what they lost. His only ambition is for his descendants to cultivate a potent emperor, but he never thought of becoming one himself. Wang Wei shook his head and no longer paid attention to him. He focused in the distance. They already couldn't resist. He muttered. Western Continent. Ao Shun was discussing how to assign his god positions and how to make full use of the current system for their demon race to rise and prosper. Unlike the other factions who decided to take their time to analyze the list and decide, he never stopped in the past few days. Ao Shun already had a framework and had chosen many people for different positions. Suddenly, Ao Shun sensed something, and a look of anger manifested on his face. Open the formation, ordered Ao Shun before disappearing. But Sir, just do it. He knew what the latter wanted to say. The demon race used too many resources the last time they opened the formation to cover the entire continent, although they have been recuperating since their alliance with the Dao opening sect. They still needed plenty of time to be considered prosperous. Now, they would lose even more if they had to do it a second time. delaying the growth of their race. Alas, regardless of how the spoken person or anyone else felt, they followed their leader's instructions and opened the formation. Meanwhile, Ao Shun stood above the clouds, looking in one direction. You disgusting maggots really thought I was a soft persimmon? Unfortunately, of all the conferred gods, you're the weakest, said a gentle voice. Soon, a young and handsome man appeared in the sky. He had long black hair, a red robe, and a very captivating evil smile. Besides his smile, nothing about it made him look like a devil cultivator. However, that's only to the normal eyes. Ao Shun can see the negative karma from this man and even knows the main source. This person cultivates an evil technique that steals women's primordial yin to nourish himself. Tell all the other ants to show up. Their hiding method is child play to my eyes. Your Excellency, there is no need for this, said the evil young man. We can negotiate and prevent any need for violence. Ao Shun glanced at him. The devil cultivator wants to step on me so the world and the heavenly emperor can take them seriously. But I also want to step on you to warn the world to display the strength of the demon race. So, there is no need for negotiation or conversation. I will slaughter all of you as a show of might. Boom! Ao Shun released a terrifying aura, immediately suppressing the young man. Dragons were one of the most powerful and noble creatures between heaven and earth. As such, their aura could suppress creatures of a lower bloodline than them, and even influence weaker creatures with no bloodline. Do it, said the evil young man, and 10 people appeared to surround Ao Shun in groups of 2, with one in front and one behind. A vision of some sort appeared on the first row of people. Ao Shun looked at the person before him. A world of flame appeared above the person's head. A world of water appeared from the person on his west side, followed by a world of earth, wood, and metal. The second row individuals mobilized their power as a noble and immortal-like aura emanated from them. Unfortunately, the evil aura hidden deep in these people ruined their immortal ambience. These immortal venerables mobilized their immortal ki to create 5 arrays, each with one of the 5 elements. The arrays then resonate with the internal worlds of these Tao ancestors, forming a unique technique and formation. The evil young man had already disappeared from Ao Shun's sight, but he controlled this operation in the shadows. According to records, 6-star Primarchs do have the strength to fight and even defeat eternal emperors. However, they have a weakness that they cannot regenerate or heal as easily as eternal emperors. A cunning light flashed in the evil young man's eyes. I only need to take advantage of this weakness. I don't need to defeat Ao Shun. I only need to use this Yin 5-element array to block him, slowly injuring him until he compromises with us. The evil young man quickly ordered his people to attack. As such, a green flame dragon manifested in the sky before rushing toward Ao Shun. The proud dragon calmly watched the attack reach him, not hiding the contempt in his eyes. Then, a swallowing power emanated from his body, and the green flame dragon disappeared, shocking most of the people secretly watching this battle. Don't you know there are differences between Primarchs, just like there are differences between eternal emperors? Asked Ao Shun with a sneer. He was one of the highest tiers of heaven chosen in his generation, so how could he become any regular Primarch? Ao Shun made a claw motion with his hand. Dragon Claw Boom. The Tao ancestor with the fire internal world spewed a large mouthful of blood, looking at the dragon with incredible eyes. Tao ancestors know their weakness is their internal world. Without it, they cannot borrow the power of the Grand Tao Source. As such, they usually have myriad ways to hide and protect their internal world. However, Ao Shun directly ignored these measures and destroyed his internal world with one blow. Although he did not die after its destruction, he instantly lost more than 80 of his strength. As such, the man immediately thought of running away. He felt pain, thinking about how much time and effort he would have to take to rebuild his internal world again. The sad part is that he had a fortunate encounter and built a unique fire internal world that made him an insurgent. Now, after rebuilding, he might not be able to return to his previous strength. Unfortunately, the man did not have time to move before Ao Shun made another move. His human eyes turned reptilian, and the man exploded into a blood mist with one gaze. Chapter 902 The Vast Difference After Ao Shun killed the first person. He looked at the immortal venerable behind him. He instantly realized the opponent was nothing but an ordinary cultivator and not an insurgent. His purpose was only to add to this formation. The devil cultivator's heart immediately skipped a beat after noticing Ao Shun's gaze. He felt like he was facing an apex predator that truly stood at the pinnacle of the universe. His battle instinct kicked in, and he mobilized the vast immortal key inside his body. While he tried to, Ao Shun controlled his chaos innate law, now sublimated into heaven law, and released a subtle fluctuation. The face of the devil cultivator changed as he discovered he could no longer control the energy inside his body. Then, Ao Shun flicked his finger to generate a terrible force. Boom! The immortal venerable exploded into a blood mist. Ao Shun ensured the death was as brutal as ever and visually stimulating. Dark water of filth soul, severing sword, earth-devouring, mountain blood-sucking would under the evil young man's command. The formation did not immediately collapse. On the contrary, they went on the offensive, using the remaining elements. Chaos conversation after these attacks reached Ao Shun. They did not have the desired effects. Instead, he controlled them and converted them into a trace of chaos energy that he stored inside his body. "You're next," he said to the Earth-world devil cultivator, making the latter pale. Ao Shun teleported before him and hit him with his delicate-looking palm. However, the cultivator knew how terrifying such gentle hands were. Bang! The devil cultivator was not immediately annihilated. At the last minute, he summoned an emperor artifact that resembled a blood bead. The artifact released a blood-red shield that blocked most of the damage to this attack. "It's futile," commented Ao Shun before making a clenching motion. A terrifying force squeezed the devil cultivator from the left and right. His shield did not last a second before exploding into a blood pool. Afterward, Ao Shun focused on the latter's inner world. As long as this world is not destroyed, the Tao ancestor is not really dead and can revive itself. So, the dragon opened his mouth and swallowed the entire world, generating more chaos power. Dragon roar, a supreme and noble roar, echoed between heaven and earth. It was the sound of a beast declaring its superiority to all sentient beings. With this roar, the earth immortal venerable's body disintegrated into a million motes of light scattered in the clouds. At this point, these people realized this plan was a catastrophic failure. So, these cunning devil cultivators immediately chose to run away. "Do you think you can come and leave as you please?" Sneered Ao Sheng. The space around them suddenly changed. These devil cultivators soon discovered no matter how far they ran or in which direction, they would find themselves a few meters around the dragon. "Lord Ao Shun, there is no need to continue this senseless slaughter," hurriedly said the evil young man. "We made a mistake and acknowledged our fault. If you let us leave, I promise we will send the demon race a hefty compensation. Like I said, you're a warning to the rest of the world. Lord Ao Shun, don't push things too far. A cornered rabbit will bite back even when facing a lion," said the evil young man with a grave tone. "Rabbit? You're not even ants in my eyes." An immense anger flashed in the evil young man's eyes before becoming extremely cold. "You leave me with no choice. Now I'm intrigued. Hopefully, your next move can make this battle interesting." The evil young man felt even more humiliated, but he knew there was no point in such an emotion, especially in this situation. "Let's do it," he ordered the remaining survivor. However, no one responded to him, even after a few seconds. "Do you think you have a choice? He had already sentenced us to death." No one can leave this place alive if we don't use some drastic measure. The survivors gritted their teeth before rushing toward the evil young man. They turned into red lights before fusing into his body. Soon afterward, his body mutated. He grew to more than 10 meters tall. His upper body was full of so many muscles that it looked disgusting with all the green veins. Furthermore, his upper body was so much bigger than his lower torso. He could be described as having short and thin legs with a tiger's back and a bear's torso. Lastly, the evil young man's eyes were utterly dark. Ridisigna menacignosa. His intelligence seemed to be fleeting for a moment before regaining consciousness. Blasphemous transformation? I thought his technique was lost during the Devil era. The evil young man did not answer. This technique was not lost, but the Devil cultivators hid to prevent other factions from using it as an excuse to eradicate them. After all, although this technique can boost strength, most people will lose their minds after using it, turning into mindless killing machines. During the Devil era, countless Devil cultivators used this forbidden technique when fighting the Devil race. One of the most common tactics was to drop a mindless, transformed individual into the camp of the Devil race and let them slaughter until they were put down. However, if you think this is enough to stop me, you're gravely mistaken. This is just the beginning, said the evil young man in an eerie voice that was composed of many individuals. A dark red sword appeared in his hand, releasing a strange fluctuation. Dao will artifact? How is that possible? Mutere Dao Sheng, genuinely surprised. Dao will artifacts are something only pseudo and true eternal emperors can leave for their faction. These artifacts are often used to permanently kill great emperors. However, under the balance mechanism of heavenly Dao, the power in these artifacts will slowly dissipate with time. With the foundation of the Devil cultivators, they should not have such a thing. Even if they did, the artifacts should have long become useless. I see, said Ao Shun. You guys found a Dao will artifact and used countless human sacrifices to keep the power from dissipating. You hide very well, but this will not change anything. That remains to be seen. The evil young man slashed his sword, creating a black slash, boosting his strength to the limit of possibility with the Dao will artifact. However, Aoshin calmly raised his palm and blocked the attack. This attack barely reached the threshold of an eternal attack. Moreover, it's an energy-based attack. Aoshin only took a moment to analyze the situation. After this weird mutation or fusion, his opponent's inner world should have strengthened or sublimated. However, his mind was constantly on the verge of collapsing, making it impossible to control his grand Dao source. So, he converted his inner world into an energy-producing base, using more of an immortal, venerable way of battling. Aoshan frowned as he saw a white mark on his palm. Primarch truly cannot compare to an emperor. He thought, no matter the class, emperors have an extremely high immunity toward energy ki-based attacks. Furthermore, they can adapt. For example, if an insurgent ki could do damage to an emperor before, they could take some time to absorb that special ki and become immune to it. Unfortunately, Primarchs did not have such an ability. Luckily, my law is chaos. I can integrate everything for my use. Aoshan focused on his opponent. A strange fluctuation emanated from his body, and he flicked his finger. Great cutting technique swish. Before the evil young man could react, the right part of his body separated from the rest. Dao will. How's that possible? Muttered the Devil cultivator. However, Aoshin only responded with a sneer. He was a unique Primarch in some ways. Innate demon gods have a powerful body to rely on after becoming Primarchs. However, the same cannot be said for humans. Even with powerful bloodlines, humans are still inferior to innate demon gods in this aspect, not counting body refiners. So, how to make up for this weakness? The answer is Dao will, also called Law will. Humans who previously acquired the Duyi realm can acquire their Dao will after becoming 6-star Primarchs. Meanwhile, Innate demon gods do not have cultivation systems and rely entirely on their bloodline and comprehension of their innate laws. As such, they cannot enter the De realm. Adding the fact that 99 of them were too proud to cultivate any human cultivation system, Aoshin's case is indeed rare, since he's one of the few innate demons with a Tao will. Okay, I have proven my point. You can die now. No, roared the evil young man as he mobilized his Tao will artifact, even summoning his inner world to surround and protect him. Unfortunately, Aoshin's attack bypassed his defensive measures and instantly annihilated his body and soul. Finally, the dragon swallowed the remaining mutated inner world. With the acquired chaos power, I can temper my body to a higher level. Greed flashed in Aoshin's eyes as he wished he could hunt countless immortal tiered devil cultivators. The technique he created to convert everything into chaos power is very precious, and he wished he could use it without restraint. Luckily, he could control himself. Chapter 903 Ruthless. The world was in shock after watching this battle. The cultivators and factions of this world had a subtle arrogance that most did not detect. The source was what happened to the heaven-devouring emperor. In their mind, since they could deal with this eternal emperor, the other should not be a problem. Their thinking was if things reach a dire state, they could use the same method. Finally, with more than 2 eternal emperors in this world and a few others on par, they subconsciously lowered the value of eternal emperors due to the lack of rarity. Some people even had hidden contempt for the 2 primarchs of this generation. However, after witnessing Aoshin's battle, they woke up and realized their mistake. They realized eternal emperors were the pinnacle of battle prowess in the lower dimension for a reason. Immortal sovereigns can only restrain eternals, but did not mean they were superior to the latter. Aoshin's battle reinstated these people's awe of eternals, making them more prudent when dealing with the 10 conferred gods. Western continent, Emo clan. Fail, he muttered with a listless look. He did not expect these people to win, only to display their strength and pressure Aoshin. Sadly, he underestimated how terrifying people of that level are. If the dragon has such power, what about the heavenly emperor? The Mo patriarch shivered as he thought about this. He quickly reined in his thoughts, knowing this was not the time. He received news from Ho King, knowing the scheme of the heavenly emperor. However, there was nothing he could do, even if he knew. The Mo patriarch took a deep breath before contacting one of his servants, ordered them to begin. A light of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Their Mo clan has paid a great deal to survive this catastrophe. He had to mediate between these unruly and murderous devils, ensuring they could be united to deal with the situation. Now, he only hoped his actions were worth it. Western Bliss Sect. Feng Hung watched the battle, analyzing Aoshin's strength and comparing it to his. He was not surprised by the outcome, so his main focus was how to deal with the dragon in case they became enemies. Muttered Feng Hung as he noticed something. Numerous devil cultivators flew from different domains. Their movements indicated some sort of organization. Then he saw these people begin to slaughter low-level devil cultivators. In a few seconds, millions of devil cultivators die in the hands of their own kind. What are they doing? Asked Feng Hung. Then he saw a hint. A black cauldron floated above the continent. Each time someone died, golden lights entered the cauldron. They're killing their own to gather merit? What's the point of doing this? Yin Yang's symbol flashed in his eyes as he calculated the secrets of heaven and earth. I see. The heavenly emperor wanted to eradicate the devil cultivator, so they chose to do it themselves, leaving only a few survivors. This method was similar to how someone had to amputate their limbs to save their lives. The higher factions of the devil cultivator chose to abandon the weaker ones for survival. The merit should be an offering to the heavenly emperor, showing their submission and dedication. After discovering the truth, Feng Hang's first instinct was to stop everything. However, he chose otherwise, as his interventions would ruin the heavenly emperor's benefit. I could participate, although the Western Bliss Sect does not have as many members. We can still overwhelm these people as long as I personally take action. Feng Hung frowned. If I choose this path, I would have to hand over the merit assembled to the Heavenly Emperor. He knew better than to dip his finger into someone else's food. Simultaneously, he did not want to participate in vain without benefit. Feng Hung struggled to make a decision. After a few minutes, he sighed. This poor monk's destiny is to revive Buddhism and cleanse the Western continent. Now that someone is helping in the process, preventing me from killing too much, I should be glad. So, there is no need to be weighted by losses and gains. Feng Heng's aura became more peaceful, so he closed his eyes and meditated while chanting sutras. D-Clan, Patriarch, what should we do? Nothing. Buta our D-Clan needs to remain as low-key as possible during this generation. The room quieted down, and Di Tsung saw the desolate look on these people's faces. He sighed out loud. Our main objective is to find the reincarnation of a young patriarch and see if he wishes to return to the clan. The clan members' eyes lit up. As long as they find Di Tian, their clan can cultivate a heavenly emperor on par with that monster. Di Tsung secretly nodded in satisfaction after seeing their reaction. Heavenly Court. Wang Wei watched the battle with great focus. His eyes could see many things others could not. Heavenly Tao is not the one boosting Ao Shen's innate law, so it should be under the division of true Heavenly Tao. But if he was a 4-star or lower, would that be Heavenly Tao's job? The world's secrets flashed in his eyes as he peered through fate itself. The answer was yes. Heavenly Tao is responsible for boosting 4-star primarchs or lower. Meanwhile, 5-star and above, corresponding to first class and above, was under true Heavenly Tao's jurisdiction. Can I interrupt that boost in any shape or form? With the boost, primarchs are no way near the level of Great Emperor's Grandao source. Negative, replied Wang Wei. The Heaven Path is another balance mechanism of the world targeting the Emperor Path. So, unless I'm on par with true Heavenly Tao, I am powerless. Wang Wei calmly watched the battle end and Ao Shen's departure. Is he close to manifesting his willpower? Well, it makes sense. Ao Shen had to fight multiple imprints in his bloodline, trying to take over his body during his Heaven Path tribulation. In the process, he must have tempered his willpower to a high enough level. Wang Wei's gaze switched to the Western continent, and he immediately deduced the Devil Cultivator's plan. The Mo clan patriarch is truly a talent. The fact he could think of such an idea so quickly proved his ability. I am more than happy to receive merit without working for it, thought Wang Wei. And your plan is excellent, but you forgot something gay future. The Devil Cultivators are unstable, so he did not want to leave them any foundations to rise in the future. Wang Wei knew it was impossible to eradicate them completellionless. He used extreme means like the absolute beginning Emperor's magic. However, he understood the world needed balance, yin and yang. So, complete eradication of the devil race will destroy that balance. He could foresee that if he took these measures, it wouldn't be long before a devil cultivator version of Feng Hung appeared, tasked with the destiny to revive the devil cultivators. So, his goal is to clean them up, forcing their faction to start over. He hoped after a couple of generations, when the devil cultivators had trained a few emperors and showed signs of reviving, his successor could wipe them again, forcing them to restart over. From now on, it will be the precedent to clean these guys up after they revive. Wang Wei observed the chaos in the Western continent with no desire or intent to stop it. He focused on Buddhism's response. No action, he muttered. It seems he's truly an enlightened monk. So far, Feng Hung has displayed that his mission toward Buddhism is why he could not achieve true enlightenment, allowing his state of mind to reach a higher level. There will be many temptations, thought Wang Wei. If you can resist, you can truly sublimate. If not, you will only be lost in the red dust. After deducing Feng Hung's state, Wang Wei suddenly remembered his ever-changing Tao heart. Maybe I should continue tempering it by incarnating as different lives. As soon as he had the idea, he could not resist. So, Wang Wei waved his hand to send countless invisible lights into the world. After proving the Tao heart seems the most useless attribute. But Wang Wei knew this was far from the truth and took it very seriously. Wang Wei stopped paying attention to the world and prepared to rest. However, he suddenly sensed something. My father is out of his retreat? Sooner than expected. He disappeared from the court and returned to the sect. The mountains were not as lively as they used to be because most of the disciples moved to the court to take advantage of the better environment. I told you he would immediately return, said Yu Yan with a smug look as she looked at her husband. All right, you know him better than I do, said Wang Tian with a smile. That's right, and you better not forget it, she added. Son, I made your favorite food. Chapter 9. Oh, for Yu Yan's fate, how was your retreat? Asked Wang Wei as he took a bite of his red braised pork belly. It was a success, replied Wang Tian with a smile. I already created 3 incarnations. Are you going to let each cultivate the cutting aspect of Sword Tao? I previously thought of this. However, I changed my mind. Wang Tian shook his head. I want each of them to focus on one aspect of basic swordsmanship, elevating it to the highest level before the final fusion. Basic swordsmanship involves cutting, stabbing, parrying, and many more. After his battle with Jilan Fong, Wang Tian felt he could improve in other areas, using their essence to make up for his sword-cutting Tao. That's good. However, you seem worried about something? Asked Wang Wei. If it's the issue of resources, you don't have to worry. No, that's not it, replied Wang Tian. I'm worried they won't experience much tempering by staying by my side. I thought of sending them to other worlds, but I always feel there is a better way. Better? In what way? Asked Yu Yan. How do I explain this? I want my incarnations to be challenged, to meet swordsmen on my level to temper their sword Tao, explained Wang Tian. Is there a world where sword Tao is supreme? Let me check. The river of fate materialized in Wang Wei's eyes as he saw countless secrets of the lower dimension. There is a sword overlord world where sword cultivators are the mainstream. Unfortunately, they have been in decline in the past few generations. Decline? Well, it seems the other weapon Daos were unhappy about becoming irrelevant and basically staged a coup. Unfortunately, the final winner of this generation is not a sword emperor. The world's name might even be changed soon, explained Wang Wei. Let me check the lower realm. He paused for a second. Even the lower realm of that community is facing the same issue. I smell a conspiracy. Wang Wei did not think it was a coincidence that Sword Tao faced such a backlash across the entire world community. You could send a few incarnations in these worlds to revive Sword Tao. Indeed, that's a good idea. But that's not exactly what I want, replied Wang Tian. Do you want your incarnation to face countless opponents like yourself and Ji Lanfang? Asked Yu Yan. Basically. Then, have Wire create a world full of swordsman geniuses for you. Send all the incarnations without any memories and have them battle it out like the heaven will. Wang Tian's eyes lit up before looking at his son. Can you do it? Creating a world is simple. However, if you want countless sword geniuses, gathering and condensing the Sword Tao destiny for that world will take some time. It will take longer if you want the world to have a long history and well-developed sword techniques and arts. Lastly, such a world will not have high-level resources for your incarnations. Time is not an issue. Wang Tian was not in a hurry and was willing to wait as long as necessary. Regarding the resources, I only care whether the incarnations will temper their Tao heart and Sword Tao. Once they finish, we can provide the resources needed to reach a complete nine-extremity. That's fine, nodded Wang Wei. One last thing. Is there a chance for me to achieve 10 supremacy? Wang Wei sighed. I've done the calculations. As soon as you enter my unique world, you will die. Wang Wei never dared say the word science and technology openly. Regardless, he was telling the truth. According to his divination and the future he saw, Hongjun's protection only extended to him and not his family. Dtion's limit breaker is very rare. So even if we rely on luck, our chances of finding one in the lower dimension are almost zero. However, there is still one last method, but I don't know if it will work. Wang Wei remembered the method to condense his perfect foundation. According to Wu Hong's predictions, he will receive all the materials after entering the dark truth, so there's a chance he could get a limit breaker there. Is it dangerous? Asked Yu Yin. Probably. In that case, no need to take the risk, said Wang Tian firmly. The last thing he wanted was to place his son in danger because of his ambitions. Even if not for you, I need to go to that place. Is it truly necessary? Asked his mother. Yes, replied Wang Wei. If these methods don't work, we could try some alternative methods. Wang Wei did not have much hope for his father. The 10 Supremacy Foundation requires talent, luck, and destiny. However, based on what he observed, his father simply did not have the luck and destiny for such an achievement. He and Di Tian have taken the destiny or luck of 10 Supremacy in the Myriad Emperor world for the next few eras, not generation-set eras. Well, there is no need to be too focused on this. If it does not work out, then it doesn't. Wang Tian understood some things are destined for only a few individuals. For example, he would never have acquired the eternal emperor destiny if not for his son. Wang Wei secretly sighed. He made numerous calculations and divinations and saw myriad futures. He tried to forcefully alter his father's father into someone destined to achieve 10 supremacy in each of them. However, the result was true heavenly Tao warning and blocking his actions. In one of the simulations, the latter directly annihilated him because he went too far. As such, Wang Wei concluded he had the power to do these things. However, according to the game analogy he used, his level of authority is not enough to touch these domains. Mom, how about you? How was your retreat? I did gain something. However, it's not enough to create an incarnation, replied Yu Yin with some sadness. She has long known her talent was nothing compared to her husband, but she refused to admit she was not as good as that idiot. Don't beat yourself, reassured Wang Wei. That small comprehension should drastically increase your chance of becoming an eternal. She smiled and nodded. Oh, before I forget, can you do a grand Tao source baptism for the Yu clan? Wang Wei suddenly paused his chopstick. What's wrong? You should have some time now. Wang Wei sighed out loud. I'm sorry, but I can't. What do you mean? You better explain yourself, said Wang Tian with raised voice. His eyes indicated he was prepared to give his son the first ass-whooping in his life. As for his status, he did not care. No matter how strong and noble his son was, he still came out of him, so he could still correct him. Calm down, exclaimed Wang Wei. I'm not saying this because of how I feel about grandfather. Then, what reason would you have not to help your mother's clan? Balance mechanism, replied Wang Wei. What do you mean? Are you saying because of how strong the sect is, heavenly Tao will intervene when I prove the Tao, preventing me from becoming an eternal? Asked Yu Yin, who quickly put many things together. Wang Wei secretly gave her a thumbs up. Although they have been worried about the balance mechanism for a long time, the focus has always been on Li Jun and Yin Liling. Exactly. But what does this have to do with you not helping the clan? I need to do some trickery to ensure nothing happens to you, explained Wang Wei. The first step of my plan is to release news that you had a fallout with the upper echelons of the sect. You'll have to leave and return to the Yu clan. Dad can visit, but you cannot easily return to the sect. I will use deception Tao to deceive. True heavenly Tao the rumors were true, preventing it from interfering with your ascension since you no longer have any connections to the sect and can even be considered to be enemies. Yu Yin pondered briefly. This might work. However, will there be negative repercussions after I prove the Tao? There will, answered Wang Wei. As such, you need to remain extremely low-key during this generation, not intervening in the slightest. You and father can do whatever you please in the next generation, but not now. Why can she act in the next generation? By that time, I would have strengthened other factions in the world to the point that heavenly Tao should reduce the restrictions on us, replied Wang Wei. I see. However, for this plan to work, Yinner cannot tell the upper echelons of the Yu clan. As such, they should not see you in a positive light. I can bear this little infamy, shrugged Wang Wei. He did not care about such an insignificant thing. There should be no issue in telling them some things after I prove the Tao, added Yu Yin, who could not bear the thought of her clan members hating her son. "Do as you please, but make sure they keep their mouths shut and not ruin everything," replied Wang Wei. He did not want anything to ruin his well-crafted plan. Yu Yin nodded. "When do I need to leave?" "There is no rush. We still have plenty of time before we start gathering merit for you." Chapter 9:05 Unparalleled Strength. After the dinner, Wang Wei checked on the rest of his family. His grandfather was in retreat, studying his fate transcending sutra and learning from it. According to him, he wanted to do whatever was necessary to prepare for his battle against Emperor Nine's sons. Li Jun and Yan Liling were in a similar state, in retreat to prepare for their moment. Wang Ju was in the process of becoming a Dao ancestor. The Lord Shadow technique allowed Wang Wei to condense a unique Dao seed for her. Furthermore, Wang Wei gave her a few branches from the world tree to stabilize her inner world. Tai Gang was relaxing, waiting for his time to become Dao ancestor and serve Wang Wei one last time. Then, it's time for him to reincarnate. After checking on everyone, he returned to the court to also cultivate. He ignored the chaos in the Western continent. Furthermore, this was technically his first retreat since proving the Dao. Wang Wei clenched his hand inside the room, feeling the power in his vein. 31 infant fiend god force. He only needed 9 more to reach the level where he could fight a third-class emperor with his physical prowess alone. "I've experienced 2 grand Dao source baptism, and the increase is still so small," complained Wang Wei. During the final battle, he only had 21 infant fiend god force, so an increase of 10. Of course, Wang Wei knew the reason for such a small increase was due to the fact he was in the infant fiend god realm and not the primordial dragon realm. Wang Wei shook his head, redirecting his focus elsewhere. He reinforced the array in the cultivation room. "I have a rough idea of how strong I am, but now, let's get the exact date." The room suddenly changed as 10 palaces of majestic and noble aura manifested. Anyone who laid eyes on them would be drawn, thinking the answers to all life's secrets, to their fate, were somewhere in these palaces. Interesting. My awakening is the form of my fate palaces, thought Wang Wei before checking his current strength. 35 grand Dao source, an increase of 10. An emperor's Dao body is a manifestation of his foundation before proving the Dao. The awakening is a display of that foundation for battle. So, since Wang Wei achieved 10 Supremacy Foundation, he received a 10 grand Dao boost. Next, let's try adding the soul. A terrifying soul power originated from his sea consciousness manifested, adding to his already immense strength. After the soul power appeared, Wang Wei's strength oddly did not increase, remaining the same at 35. However, he was not surprised. Cultivating and battling in the Emperor realm is odd. Although percentage is used to determine power and realm, the strength increase of 1% is exponential. As such, there is a vast difference in strength between 4 and 5 grand Dao source, and the same for 69 and 70. The higher the percentage, the larger the difference. Because of the vast difference, boosts for emperors logically do not make sense. For example, Wang Wei's current strength of 35, because of the vast difference between 35 and 36, even if his soul gave a 10 boost in stats, it should not increase his battle prowess. The answers to these questions are one of the mechanisms for the Emperor tiers. Some techniques can only boost Emperor's basic stats, allowing them to battle opponents of the same strength or percentage. However, another technique called the Source Technique grants Grand Dao boosts, allowing them to fight above their percentage. One example of a Source Technique is Wang Wei's Force Control skill. The battle mechanism for Emperors still has many logical flaws. The Grand Dao boost should not stack. Wang Wei's Awakening and Innate Paragon Soul should not combine to give him a 20 Grand Dao boost since the difference between each percentage is so large. Theoretically speaking, it should be like he can use his Awakening to fight an opponent with 35 Grand Dao boost. Then, after the technique ran out, he exchanged his Innate Paragon Soul, similar to using card slots. It was the same for his other Grand Dao boosts. However, Wang Wei could stack his boosts. He only needed to use his Dao imprint as the medium, allowing his grand Dao boost to stack, ignoring the exponential difference between each percentage. Wang Wei activated his Dao imprint, and his strength reached 45 grand Dao source. Without hesitation, he added another booster, his physical body. However, he soon frowned, realizing he only received a 2 boost. I see. She took into account I would cultivate into the lower dimension, and my physical body would reach 40 Fiend God Force. Wang Wei did not mind the low boost. Of all his boosters, his soul and body were the ones with the most potential. Subsequently, he activated his Dao will, granting him a boost of 3. The Dao will has more potential than that, thought Wang Wei. In a dangerous situation, the boost of the Dao will can reach 5 if pushed to an extreme, but the backlash will also be terribly even for an eternal emperor. Wang Wei's current strength reached 50. So he summoned his willpower manifestation, achieving another grand Dao boost of 10. Is this the strength of 60 grand Dao source? I can easily destroy dozens, if not more, world communities with one attack. This thought was scary. Each world community contained millions of worlds, yet he could destroy all life and matter in these places with a wave of his hand. But it's not over, said Wang Wei as he summoned his Proving Dao artifact, his power reaching 65. I feel a little unstable. Wang Wei was very sensitive and discovered his stacking ability from his Dao imprint showed signs of instability. I should probably take time to study the imprint and discover the secrets of this stacking, he commented before continuing. He activated his Source Technicia, Force Control skill. His power reached 67 grand Dao source. Without the level of Heavenly Dao control, the boost is only 2. Doesn't matter. It should be completed soon. One of the reasons he captured Heavenly Dao and forced it into a human body was to better observe how it operates and controls laws. So, his force control skill will soon succeed. However, I have a feeling, even if it's completed, my strength will only reach 69, not reaching the level of Empyrean. He knew his feelings were true. In the future, even after his base's strength of 25 increases, it will be difficult to cross the 70 of Empyrean. There should be many reasons for this. The first one is the vast difference between tier 11 and 10 in the Emperor path. The second and main one should be the restrictions on the lower dimension. True Heavenly Dao does not even allow Dao rulers to appear, let alone an Empyrean, even if it is just battle prowess. Wang Wei frowned as he realized he would need to hide his strength and not display all of it. Otherwise, true Heavenly Dao might immediately exile him into the upper dimension. Well, it doesn't matter much. I should be invincible in the lower dimension. It's a shame I cannot immediately slaughter Old Man Nether. Wang Wei considered 2 people in the lower dimension to be his true enemy. Old Man Nether and the possibility of Death Reverence showing up as he destroyed the corpse-selling sect. No, a third possible enemy is the old gods behind Elancheng and the Abyss Gap. Something unexpected might come from that weird locale. Okay, let's use the 300 years to cultivate the body, thought Wang Wei as he waved his hand to change the time ratio between his room and the outside. Then he took the immortal tier level of the ancient desolate body, refining scripture to read and analyze. While he was in retreat, the outside world was in a semi-turbulent state. A terrifying slaughter took place in the Western continent. Large-scale emperor wars took place as these devil cultivators slaughtered each other. Feng Heng, who did not want to intervene, had to because the fights began to involve mortals, so he had to take action to save them. In the Eastern continent, the top emperor lineages went to put pressure on the ancient clan. They had a disagreement, but no one fought yet. However, the knowledgeable ones knew it was only a matter of time before the sword-casting villa intervened. By then, things will become more complicated. In the southern continent, everything seemed fine as Susher did things in a more diplomatic way. However, news of what happened to the Origin Rune Palace was leaked. The news was shocking at first, but no one truly carried it until they learned Wu Ming began to live in the Heavenly Court. Some factions began to worry about the overwhelming advantage the latter would have after using the excellent cultivation state of the court. As such, some people began to be tempted, wondering whether they should also join. In the northern continent, Ao Shun was low-key after his victory. He used the time when people's eyes were focused on the West to revive the demon race as much as possible. Furthermore, he is also trying to find a way to become an emperor. Typically, he would not have such a thought and was ready to reincarnate. However, after saying the anomaly of this generation, he believed there might be a way for him. The sea race was also low-key despite the grievances they felt. As such, no one knew whether they were truly laying low or biding their time for something else. The gears of the world turned, waiting for the second court meeting. Chapter 906 Second Flesh Tribulation Warning. Body horror. Wang Wei held the ancient desolate body, refining scripture, reading the immortal tears sections. Although he has read it dozens of times, he now understands this technique more deeply after achieving his current strength. No wonder Desolate One could not cultivate it to the highest level, he commented. According to his calculations, this technique can be cultivated to the 6-star pre-March level or eternal level strength, corresponding to 70 infant fiend god force. However, the latter part of this technique requires too many resources, and some aspects are too theoretical and not very applicable. Should I immediately change to the 12 fiend god revolution? Thought Wang Wei, who discovered another flaw of this technicia. It no longer perfectly fit. The immortal level had two parts: soul modification and primordial god veins. Soul modification is to refine a unique emperor soul called Desolate Soul. Finally, fuse the soul and the body, elevating it to a higher level. However, Wang Wei cannot acquire the Desolate Emperor Soul since his innate Paragon Soul is of higher quality. Finally, his soul and body are already linked through his spirit particles. Although I cannot use the soul modification, I can learn from it. Analyze Wang Wei. I can create a way to transform spirit into essence, using my soul to nourish my body. This method was the best path for him to use his potent soul energy to temper his fleshly body. As for the primordial god veins, they are worth cultivating, thought Wang Wei. This technique requires condensing a unique energy or power vein in the body, gifting the flesh with immense speed, defense, strength, resilience, and even divine abilities. The only downside is the amount of resources needed to condense each vein. Furthermore, the number of veins is theoretically infinite. Once I acquire my human fiend god bloodline, I can change these primordial god veins into fiend god veins, making them more powerful, commented Wang Wei, whose eyes lit up. He also plans to renovate this technique, making it more on par with the state of the lower dimension. Wang Wei remembered Ying Jin's obsession with having the best body refining technique. Although Wang Wei did not focus too much on such a thing, he still wanted his sect to have the advantage. He already innovated the technique in Immortal Realm by adding the black hole acupoints aspect. So let's do the same for the Immortal Realm. I will need to get some unique resources before I cultivate. Before then, let's pass the second flesh tribulation. He closed the book and removed his clothes. His ancestor, the Ancient Desolate, did not tell him much information about the tribulations of the true power Tao realm. However, he gave him some precautions and advice. The latter told him to make sure to remove his clothes and all other items on him when passing the second trial. Wang Wei still remembered the fear that flashed in that man's eyes as he gave him that advice. At that time, he wondered what made such a paragon behave in such a manner. So, he asked his wife, and she only told him he was lucky to have elders to watch out for him. Furthermore, she had the same fear flashed in her eyes. Since then, Wang Wei has been curious what kind of trial Grandao made that even traumatized all these paragons. Well, today he was about to find out. So, he removed his clothes, his space ring, and the ornament holding his long hair. Then, based on his ancestors' advice, he laid flat on the floor. According to the latter, this position was the most ideal for passing the test, better than sitting in the lotus position. Finally, Wang Wei summoned the test. He sensed a terrifying will or power descended on him. He took a deep breath, trying to calm down. After a few seconds, his body metallized, rapidly turning into metals. According to the information in his head, he only needed to control his body and prevent this process. Wang Wei had great control over his body, so such a test did not affect him much. Although the unknown power metallizing his body resisted, it was futile. As such, after more than an hour, he passed the first part of the test. Then, he received a confirmation on whether to continue or postpone the second part. Ancient Desolate told him there were no rewards for passing the tests together. However, he told him the hardest part was the third part, but the scariest part was the second one. He told Wang Wei he could take some time to prepare for the second test. Wang Wei did not hesitate to continue. Immediately, something terrible happened, something horrifying. A large tongue of more than 40 centimeters grew out of his forehead. However, this was just the beginning. All his luscious silver-gray hair turned into more than 100 tongues. An immense fear overwhelmed Wang Wei's mind as he noticed the anomaly of his body. He knew these changes were not an illusion, but his body mutating. He would turn into an abominable monster if he did not do something. Wang Wei tried not to panic, but the fear in his mind seemed to have been boosted by an unknown power. As such, with each passing second, the fear of becoming an unrecognizable and uncontrollable monster overwhelmed his spirit. So, he had to mobilize his willpower to overcome the fear. Then he concentrated. This test is basically about control and overcoming fear. I need absolute control over my body to prevent my cells from mutating and splitting faster than cancerous cells. Control was his expertise. As such, after overcoming the fear, Wang Wei controlled his body, changing the tongues in his body back to their former parts. Afterward, he focused on the second mutation already appearing in his body eyes. He had thousands of eyes scattered all over his upper and lower torso, some of which manifested in places they had absolutely no business in being there. He used subtle manipulation of his body to close these eyes. However, as soon as he turned a part of his body back to normal, another part had one or a pair of eyes. Without hesitation, he accelerated his speed and controlled his entire body. Wang Wei used all spirit particles connected to multiple cells in his body to ensure no mutation occurred. Alas, his method proved futile. The higher power controlling this test told him it was not over. A strange and vile liquid began to squirt from his ears, followed by his nose. Was it bile, vomit, blood, an unknown fluid of the body, or a combination of everything? He did not have an answer because the stench of that liquid exponentially increased the fear in his mind. Luckily, he reacted swiftly and controlled his mouth. Otherwise, this test would have surely scared him to death. Wang Wei focused, as he knew something internally must have been disrupted for his body to have such a mutation. So he swiftly found it and fixed the issue. Alas, the horror was not finished. The mutation suddenly accelerated as if someone had given it steroids. In less than a second, he turned into a flesh monster. His body grew to more than 5 meters tall. He was so fat that he probably weighed more than 5,000 kilograms. His internal organs were not where they were supposed to be. Some of his bone overgrew, breaking his skin. His eyes seemed to be at the bottom of his body instead of the top, and his muscles turned into fat or some substance of the same ability, and his blood vessels were on the outside, turning his body red. The previous suave and handsome heavenly emperor was gone, replaced by a horrifying flesh creature. Wang Wei's eyes flashed with great fear somewhere south of his body. He wanted to bite his tongue and use pain to confront the fear. However, ironically, he did not even know whether he had teeth or a tongue. Wang Wei's focus reached the pinnacle as he pushed his force control skill to the limit. He slowly and methodically changed his body into the previous self. Immediately afterward, he condensed a mirror as he caressed his handsome face. Wang Wei never considered himself narcissistic despite his heavenly handsome face. However, the horror of his previous body was simply too much. Don't want to continue? For the first time, he hesitated. Since when have I ever been fearful? He sneered before continuing. The next stage of the test was easier for him. His body turned into a dragon, and he had to return to his human form. Wang Wei understood if the previous test only reached the limit of controlling cells. This one was a control of genes or bloodline. As such, after transforming into a dragon, he ignored the intense voice in his head that told him he was a dragon and should remain as such, controlling his body to return to his former self. So, this is also a test of the self, commented Wang Wei. If he had lost himself and believed he was a dragon, he would have failed the test and died. After his successful transformation, the third part of the test was not finished. Wang Wei's body rapidly disintegrated into trillions upon trillions of atoms or particles. As he watched his body disperse, the fear of death overwhelmed him. Wang Wei knew he would truly die if he failed the test, and even his control over his existence could not help him. So, he hurriedly controlled these atoms that make up his body and reassembled them one by one, particle by particle. This part of the test was easier for him because of the force control skill, so he only needed to focus on passing the spiritual aspect, which was not easy. Each test is designed based on an individual's level of willpower, so Wang Wei's test could be called nightmare-level difficult for anyone else. This tribulation aims to push every body refiner beyond their limits, tempering their flesh, will, control, and spirit. Only after meeting these requirements could they become entities on par with paragons, who controlled the Grand Tao Source. Phew, this nightmare was over, muttered Wang Wei, who finally understood why he was told to remove his clothes and jewelry. If these things remained, they could have fused with his flesh and become part of the mutation. No wonder these two felt so much fear. This tribulation was truly traumatizing. Chapter 9:07 Tribulation's Secret, unedited chapter. Wang Wei clenched his fist, feeling the power surging in his veins. His strength did not change much, but he felt complete, unbothered, and unrestrained. After proving the Tao, people who cultivate as key refiners and body refiners are an anomaly or a paradox. Great emperors are essentially conceptual creatures, their bodies composed of the very concept they cultivate. Although their flesh and blood appeared the same as ordinary people, they were not. However, body refiners are flesh and blood creatures. It's just their flesh has reached an unprecedented level. As someone who walked both paths, Wang Wei is both a flesh and blood creature and a conceptual life form. This paradox previously had a subtle influence on his body. However, after the tribulation, everything was solved. His concepts were not deeply fused with his flesh, forming a perfect balance. The concept and flesh now work together in harmony, granting him the advantage of both, while also removing some of the flaws of the others. Wang Wei exhaled deeply as clothes appeared on his body. Why do I feel this test was weird? After experiencing this tribulation, he had a feeling that there were some secrets as to why it was in such a manner. So, he took a moment to gather his thoughts and deduce the truth. The answer did not elude him for long. The old gods, thought Wang Wei, thinking about his experience of meeting Cthulhu during the cleanup. In most iterations of the old gods myth, people will lose their sanity after meeting them. The spiritual aspect of this test seemed targeted to resist their influence in a mind. Furthermore, in some iterations, people will mutate into abominable creatures. Could Grand Tao have designed this test to resist the influence of the old gods? As he continued this line of thought, many ideas popped into Wang Wei's mind. According to my theory, body refining was the first cultivation path of the universe that led directly to the Paragon realm. If Cthulhu appeared during that era, it's understandable why Grand Tao would change the test to fight against the Elder God's power. Suddenly, Wang Wei felt he had come close to the truth. He could predict the chains of events. The body refining path prospered. Cthulhu appeared. Grand Tao changed the tribulation to deal with his problem. And finally, Cthulhu was sealed and the test remained in the present. Could Cthulhu be why the first gate is missing? Or does that involve something else? Wang Wei did not have an answer, Yet, as there were too many possibilities for this answer, and he lacked too much information, let's not focus on this for now. The truly valuable information from this deduction is where Cthulhu originated from. It's obviously not a creature originating from this chaos universe, unless it escapes from the prehistoric world. So, there could be only one answer, A from Hongmeng. This deduction validated one of Wang Wei's most important theories, there are other chaos universes. After achieving transcendence, a cultivator can escape the chaos universe and enter Hongmeng. In Hongmeng, there are other chaos universes and other cultivators, even creatures who might be born there. Cthulhu was one of these creatures, but it accidentally discovered this chaos universe and took a look. However, the result was its defeat and eventual sealing. No, things are not so simple. If the myths about the old gods are true, Cthulhu is not this weak and should not be captured so easily. So, the fact it suffers such a fate can mean three things. First, this chaos universe is one of the best, so the power ceiling is terribly high. However, this theory does not hold up. No matter how high its power, can it compare to a transcendent creature? Wang Wei shook his head. Based on the information he knew, he felt it was impossible for Grand Tao and all the universe's citizens to deal with a transcendent. The second possibility is that this universe has cultivated a transcendent, thus considering its home part of their territory. So, after Cthulhu broke through this chaos universe, another transcendent dealt with it. Wang Wei felt this theory had more substance for multiple reasons. The first is the parameters he attributed to transcendence. Once a cultivator reaches that step, they should have truly achieved immortality and eternity, meaning nothing can kill them. However, sealing them might be different. After all, there should be a difference between each transcendent. So, in a battle where no one could kill their opponent, sealing and humiliating them might be how to dictate the victor and deal with contradictions. Wang Wei did not think transcendents were enlightened beings who were above mortal desires and influences. He's sure many are as such, but many others also achieved transcendence to be able to do what their hearts desire. With these two opposite mindsets, he did not doubt there would be conflicts in Hongmeng, even with the default setting that none of them could die. Another reason supporting his theory was the ultimate taboo. He had long realized this event involved achieving transcendence. However, without anyone achieving transcendence, how could such a thing appear in the universe? Of course, there's also the possibility that Grand Tao deduced a path to transcendence without achieving it. Then, it used the event to elevate the power ceiling of the world by allowing these methods to flow out of the world. Wang Wei's intuition told him the event of the ultimate taboo involved both this chaos universe's past transcendence and Grand Tao's scheme. His ancestor, Qinlan, either took advantage of the situation to open a path of transcendence for all sentient beings in the chaos universe, or Grand Tao used him as a pawn. Things could also be more complicated, and he willingly became a pawn just to see the way forward. After all, many of these pinnacle paragons who have not moved a single step forward were willing to die just to know the possibility that there was a path forward. To these people, death was nothing. The truly scary thing was knowing there was no way forward. The third explanation for the fate of Cthulhu is that it was a clone. According to myths, the old gods have infinite clones. Some of the well-known old gods are nothing more than the clone of another, more powerful old god, forming a weird chain. The captured Cthulhu in this chaos universe might be one of the infinite weakened clones of the real Cthulhu, who scattered his essence throughout Hongmeng, hunting for chaos universe to conquer and destroy. This theory is the one most likely to be true, thought Wang Wei. However, if that's true, this world is truly a dangerous place. Wang Wei's own theory scared him. He was nothing but a little emperor. Although he almost reached the battle prowess of an Empyrean, such a fact did not make much of a difference. He was nothing but an ant before a paragon, and paragons are ants before half-step transcendence, who are ants before people on the level of the 6 cardinals. But even the cardinals are not at the level of Grand Tao. But can Grand Tao deal with a transcendent being like the old gods? The evidence does not show it could. After all, despite being sealed, Cthulhu could still influence the universe by creating followers or places like the Abyss Gap. More evidence of this conclusion is the fact that Grand Tao did not exile the sealed Cthulhu back to Hongming. The logical thing to do is get rid of such a hot potato, but Grand Tao did not do this, which showed it was not confident in hiding its world coordinates from Cthulhu's main body. So, it sealed the clone with the hope the latter would just ignore it and no longer intervene. Such a line of thought also indicated that the transcendence from this chaos universe might not be on the same level as Cthulhu. Damn it, being too smart is not a good thing. Cussed Wang Wei, controlling his mind to not get out of control. He hated nothing more in this world when things were completely out of his control and he was powerless to do anything about it. Unfortunately, he was worse than the ant in a confrontation on the level of transcendence. There is no need to scare myself. Who knows how long this Cthulhu's clone has been sealed, and the chaos universe is still fine. So, the situation is not as bad as I imagine. I only need to continue walking forward until I can become a true chess player. He used his immense Tao heart to calm down, preparing for the long journey ahead of him. Furthermore, his current deduction might be extremely crucial for him in the future. After all, he might have discovered the mystery of the 13 taboos of this world. Such information is extremely valuable, whether he uses it for himself or trades with some interested people. All right, let's cultivate. Only true strength can make me feel relieved. Wang Wei exhaled deeply as he continued his retreat. Chapter 9:08 Tenfold Battle Realm. Wang Wei closed his eyes, adjusting his state. He overviewed all his knowledge about essence, spirit, and ki, and combined them with the immortal part of the ancient desolate body refining scripture. In a short period, he created a method of transforming spirit into essence. He even went further and created a method of transforming ki into essence. Unfortunately, his current body requires an extremely high level of ki or energy to have the slightest effect. Regardless, Wang Wei already planned a trip to the source ki space, so maybe he could find something useful to him. After succeeding, he gathered a large amount of his soul energy and transformed it into a power that tempered his body. In the process, Wang Wei furthered the connection between his soul and body. Previously, he only had 1.269 trillion spirit particles, but his body contained more cells than that. Now, he ensured all his cells had a trace of his soul energy. Time passed, and Wang Wei continued his cultivation. Crack! At one point, the sound of bones cracking and his muscles snapping like a whip echoed in the room. Finally reached 40 infant fiend god force, commented Wang Wei. The amount of energy this took does not seem to be worth it. Wang Wei knew how valuable soul energy was. One of the many barriers preventing people from becoming paragons is their souls cannot reach the quality and quantity required. However, he did not have this problem. Before reaching the peak of the Empyrean realm, he had already met the soul and luck requirements. He had faith in himself to reach the Grand Tao source requirement. So he only needed to learn the other requirements and prepare for them while in the Empyrean realm. As such, Wang Wei did not want to squander his soul energy. According to his calculations, he might even have enough reserved to reach the peak of the Paragon realm. So there is no point in sacrificing his bright future for a quick improvement in the true power Tao realm, especially when he has other options. I can use my soul as an auxiliary aid for my flesh, but not directly improve it, concluded Wang Wei. After making a decision, Wang Wei did not waste time and condensed his first primordial god vein. The process took some time since it was his first one, but soon enough, a new energy system was added to his fleshly body by condensing a special vein. Wang Wei clenched his fist and felt a small increase in power. Although he still had 40 fiend god force, his power did increase. These veins can increase strength, defense, speed, stamina, and other stats. They have potential. However, the method of condensing them is very limited. Wang Wei felt the consent of primordial veins was brilliant and gave his ancestors the credit he deserved. However, He did not like the method used to condense them. I would love to see the updated version after Ancient Desolate became Paragons. Well, that's assuming he did not change to another technique. Wang Wei felt it was unlikely since the Ancient Desolate used the body refining scripture as his emperor scripture. I have been considering upgrading the zodiac techniques to keep up with my current state and realm. I can condense them into special primordial god veins, elevating their powers. Furthermore, when I turn these veins into fiend god veins, they will experience a second baptism and sublimation. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he thought of a way to improve the Ancient Desolate body, refining scripture, condensing unique veins. The Ancient Desolate Emperor seems a little too obsessed or focused on the desolate concept of this technique. So, it requires desolate energy to condense a desolate emperor's soul or primordial god vein. However, I can add variety to this technique. Stars are already a part of it, so I can condense God's veins based on the zodiacs and the constellations. I can condense God veins from other innate demon gods. For example, if I get Aoshin's blood, I can condense a chaos dragon vein. I could get some primordial energy from Su Shi and condense primordial veins, golden Buddha vein from Feng Heng, and 5 sacred beasts from Huafeng Wan. The possibility for this technique was endless. Ha ha ha. I'm truly an unparalleled genius, thought Wang Wei with a smirk. Now how do I get these things from these people? He could secretly steal them with his ability, and no one would notice. He could directly ask, and few would resist. No, I can use these things in the next court meeting to establish a better precedent of communication, fair trading, and improvement for everyone. Wang Wei patted himself on the back, thinking how he was such a dedicated heavenly emperor. Everything he does is for the betterment of the world and the prosperity of his new era. Well, I still need some resources. Wang Wei disappeared from his room and appeared outside one of the forbidden lands, the Blood Earth. Without hesitation, he entered. The world around him changed. The sky was dark, and the earth was dyed red. He saw countless creatures that seemed composed entirely of blood. Are those the blood Azura? With one look, he knew these creatures had nothing to do with the Azura race. He calmly watched as a few people remained in this place's periphery, fighting these creatures for opportunity. A few cultivators had blood-related techniques and would absorb these creatures. Simultaneously, these cultivators became the nutrients of the blood Azura once they were killed. I remember my mother and father were stuck in this place and almost died. With my father's strength, such a place would not be much of a threat to him unless he entered in the early stages of cultivation. Someone must have schemed against him. Wang Wei took a moment and used his time Dao to see that past event. As expected, something abnormal occurred. This place was not very welcoming of the Wang clan bloodline, so these creatures became mad as soon as they saw him and chose to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Everything is connected, sighed Edward. Their ancestors stole something from this place. Billions of years later, his father and mother fell in love while fighting desperately in this place. If not for what the Ancient Desolate Emperor did, maybe he would not be born today. Fate is truly a wonderful yet scary thing. Wang Wei shook his head before entering the core area of this forbidden place. He entered another dimension and found himself in a large hall. He first noticed traces of writing on the walls and ceiling. However, someone or something removed whatever was recorded. The second thing he noticed was 2 large blood pools on each side of the hall. He was not surprised by their appearance. He already knew the blood Azuras existed to gather blood, soul, and energy for the owner of this place. That's why the outer area is not as dangerous as the core and would open once in a while. It's also why there are many rare opportunities for cultivators in this place, and many emperor lineages will treat its opening as a secret realm. Wang Wei walked to the end of the hall, where he saw a colossal creature sitting on a throne with a small bead releasing energy into his body. The towering creature looked humanoid except for his red skin and shining lights in his chest that resembled stars, claws, and horns. The primordial god opened his enormous mouth to swallow the small bead, stopping his recuperation. He opened his eyes with the plan to call Wang Wei a thief's descendant. However, He stopped before a look of horror appeared on his face. You've actually achieved the legendary tenfold battle realm? Tenfold battle realm? The primordial god had a look of contempt on his face. His expression basically told Wang Wei he was an ignorant boy. However, the latter did not care. The moment the latter said the word tenfold battle realm, he could have deduced the secret. Better yet, he could use his time Dao to see the infinite possibility of the future and know how this conversation is going to go. Or he could use his fate Dao to know exactly what the latter would say. With his strength and mastery of fate Dao, his conversations could be like this, since probably few people in the lower dimension could block his powers. However, Wang Wei knew how such a thing could change or twist his mindset. Conversation even with his friends and familia would become pointless since he already knew the final outcome. After living like this for a long time, his mindset would be twisted as he became colder and more indifferent. He would start to believe all sentient beings are poor creatures imprisoned by the shackles of fate. And, as one of the few exceptions, he should not associate with these people. As such, he never used his ability in this manner unless necessary. The primordial god soon realized who he was speaking to, so he changed his attitude and answered politely. There is a 50 difference between eternal emperors and empyreans. Every 5 is one-fold, explained the primordial god. So, it's a way to determine an emperor's ability to fight above his grade? Correct, nodded the giant creature. In this era, a one-fold battle realm is considered an eternal supreme. Was it different in your era? Asked Wang Wei, sensing the sneer and mockery from this creature. Yes. In my time, it requires threefold to bear that tile. Threefold equates to 35 Grand Dao Source. The requirement is indeed higher than the current 25. What was the highest record of your time? Sixfold, replied the primordial god, lost in his memories. No one believed a higher level could be achieved. Even the percent who achieved such a result had extenuating circumstances. I see, nodded Wang Wei. Your era was truly glorious despite being drought with war and conflict. However, it will still pale in comparison to mine. The primordial god did not comment on this statement. All he cared about was how to deal with the current situation. His previous plans were useless before a tenfold battle realm. His mission was on the verge of succeeding, so he did not want to die yet. Chapter 909, Primordial Desolate, you don't have to worry. Based on your response to my questions, you might survive this encounter, said Wang Wei, who sensed the unease of this primordial god. Wang Wei's words made the god's mouth almost twitch. His first instinct was to roar to admonish this little creature who was audacious enough to say such a thing to him. But he dared not. He survived that terrible war. As a result, he lost many things, one of which is his pride as an innate creature. Once upon a time, they roamed the world as the noblest creatures between heaven and earth. Unfortunately, the war trampled on that pride. The human racia? Once a weak tribe that needed their protection, a weak tribe that they disdained to look at and associate with, a weak tribe that some treated as Fuda, successfully rebelled against them. These weak creatures grew to heights the innate demon gods could not fathom and slaughtered their kind, forcefully pushing them off the top of the pyramid chain. The primordial god knew how scary these tiny creatures were. After all, the human race fought both the primordial gods and the innate demons in one. Although the war soon escalated to encompass thousands of other races, these three were still the main fighters. Let's have a conversation, continued Wang Wei. However, it's hard to communicate with my head raised. If you don't mind, please shrink your body. Are you trying to humiliate me? Wang Wei looked at him. I thought you had accepted the reality of your circumstances. However, it seems it's not true. He waved his hand, and the giant creature shrunk to the size of a normal human. How do I address you? The primordial god paused momentarily before sighing deeply. I am known as Primordial Desolate. Primordial Desolate, he muttered. This name seems to be of some significance. Of course, it was thought Primordial Desolate. In his era, only the primordial god with the noblest bloodline could use the word primordial in their names. Unfortunately, now it's meaningless, Wang Wei no longer continued this subject. I have a few questions about the past. If you don't mind, please answer. What do you want to know? Firstly, how did the war end? Primordial Desolate took a moment to recollect before frowning. My memory is a little blurry. However, I remember, near the end, our Saidia, which was Lozinga, suddenly had the advantage, pushing the acquired side to a dangerous level. We captured world after world, forcing them to migrate to their headquarters. However, on the cusp of our victory, their side suddenly brought out a formation, the Heaven-Mending Formation. Fear flashed in the primordial god's eyes as he uttered the name of the formation. 12 of the best emperors of the acquired life, including your ancestor, the Heaven-Opening Emperor, each leading a node of the formation. After that, the war was basically over. They slaughtered my kind without remorse, including children, women, and the elderly. Finally, we realized our end was inevitable, so the leaders called for a mass ascension to the upper dimension, saving as many lives as possible. Wang Wei listened quietly, ignoring Primordial Desolate's attempt to use his empathy. He knew how cruel these innate demon gods treated the human race before his ancestor opened the Tao for all sentient beings. You said you had a sudden revitalization near the end of the war. Do you know why? It seems I can't remember, replied Primordial Desolate with a frown. He immediately noticed such an anomaly. After all, he is a 6-star pre-march, and probably one of the strongest. Yet, his memories were failing him. Wang Wei was not surprised. During this conversation, he used his time Dao to check the past and see if the latter was telling the truth. However, he discovered the timestamp around the null era contained a weird power. Someone seemed to have manipulated the river of time, blurring the events of that time to hide certain information or truth. Most events in history are connected to the upper dimension in one way or the other. So, the same should be said for the null era and that battle between innate and acquire. Why did you survive? What is your mission for staying in the lower dimension? Asked Wang Wei, who knew he could not find the truth today. Anyway, he already had some theories and could verify it later on. I was chosen to remain here, hoping to revive our kind in the lower dimension. That's it. He asked. He could guess as much. How could the innate demon gods give up the entire key luck of the lower dimension? Isn't that enough? Asked Primordial Desolate in confusion. It's either this guy is clueless or I'm reading too much into the situation. Last question. Why did you allow my ancestor to steal your heart? Asked Wang Wei. He knew how powerful this guy was, so it made no sense for Ancient Desolate to succeed in stealing his heart. Primordial Desolate smiled wryly. He did not wake up after Wang Chong was lucky enough to survive his means and entered the core area of this hall. He was severely injured from the war and had to seal himself to survive. Furthermore, a few great emperors would barge into his sleeping place and challenge him. Although most were a nuisance, a few severely damaged him. He remembered 2 of them especially, both from the same sect. As such, when Wang Chong studied his body and walked in a path similar to his ancestor, he did not care. After all, to him, the latter was nothing but an ant walking around him. Although he hated humans, he cared more about healing his injury. Primordial Desolate only woke up when the latter tried to steal his heart. He then discovered the little thief was the descendant of the Heaven-Opening Emperor, which was related to these 2. Angered overwhelmed his mind and wanted to slap him to death. Then, an idea came to mind. My plan was to use the heart to assess your Wang clan's bloodline. Then, from there, I can steal your clan's luck and accelerate the revival of my kind, explained Primordial Desolate with a wry smile. Not a bad plan, nodded Wang Wei. As a clan who opened the Tao for all sentient beings twice, the Wang clan's luck was unique. As such, it was the perfect target to revive the innate demon gods, especially after humans became the protagonists of the world. I know you failed, but why exactly? Asked Wang Wei, who knew someone left protection in your Wang clan's bloodline. My means were discovered and eliminated, explained Primordial Desolate. Then, that thief dared to use the word Desolate as his emperor name. He did not thank me for his achievement, but returned here, sneak attacked, and injured me. Wang Wei secretly gave a thumbs up to ancient Desolatia, a truly ambitious and daring man. Wait, I remember my ancestor exchanged some blood with Emperor Seven Lotus. Since you tempered with it, did you do something to him? Him? He was a great tonic, replied Primordial Desolate, licking his lips. I did not give this guy enough credit. From the records of the sleepers, he knew there were auspicious visions after Seven Lotus ascended, just like every great emperor. Now, he guessed Primordial Desolate artificially created this thing to hide the truth of his action. He even guessed Emperor Seven Lotus was not his only victim and may have tricked many low-class emperors with his bloodline and secretly swallowed them. Yes, how could someone who survived that war and chose to remain and revive the race be stupid? Thought Wang Wei. Even the character flaw of his race was probably eliminated after experiencing the close destruction of his kind. Can I ask you a question? Do you want to know whether I'm really going to revert the environment back to innate? Yes, it's true, nodded Wang Wei. But how can it be done? Our innate demon race has been searching for a solution for so long without an answer. Heaven and earth blessed your race with many attributes and advantages, but ingenuity is not one of them, replied Wang Wei. Although it sounded like he was making fun of the latter, he was just telling the truth. The innate demon god's noble birth created a very hierarchical society with no room or requirement for ingenuity. As a result, they have long become stiff and conservative in their ways of thinking. If not for the war that forced them to evolve and improve, many of their accomplishments in that era would have never occurred. So, it's true, muttered Primordial Desolate after feeling the latter's resolute confidence. As for the other comment, he did not care. History has proven these words were, in fact, true. So, our race's revival is the result of a human's action? The irony, he thought with a wry smile. He sighed deeply. What are you going to do with me? I originally wanted to kill you and use your body as cultivation resources. However, I changed my mind. Primordial Desolate's mouth twitched. Once the innate demon gods return, they will need a leader to ensure they learned of their past failure and guide them. His eyes became fierce. They need to know their place after being born, and you're the perfect person to lead and teach them. It will be my honor, Primordial Desolate quickly said, before the first innate creature appears. You can wait until then. The mighty ancient god wanted to curse out loud as he knew this heavenly emperor wanted to use him as a lackey. Finally, give me your heart and some blood, continued Wang Wei, making Primordial Desolate look at him in shock. Don't worry. With your position in the heavenly court, you can regenerate them in no time. Primordial Desolate almost passed out from anger. That bastard wanted to use him as livestock, farming his heart and blood to cultivate his body. Don't feel wronged, said Wang Wei calmly. Everett me and everything have to bear karma. You once used human ancestors as livestock. Now it's your turn. However, you're lucky that you don't have to die yet. They did not have that luxury. Chapter 9, Ten Wang Ju S Fate. Chapter 9, Ten Wang, Just Fate. 9 Ten Wang, Just Fate. Primordial Desolate sighed, resigning to his fate. Then, without hesitation, he plunged his left hand into his chest and dug it out. He left a few blood essence in the heart before handing it over. His aura drastically diminished, and his red face appeared somewhere purple. The shining stars in his chest diminished as if they had lost their luster. Wang Wei held the heart in his hand, feeling the immense energy inside. Then he felt bored. The Forbidden Lands were once feared, and renowned places used as cautionary tales, even for great emperors. When he started his cultivation journey, one of his main ambitions and goals was to deal with them. However, after basically bullying Primordial Desolate, he felt things were lackluster. This primordial god's power should be between 40 to 45 grand Dao source, so he should have made a great challenge. Unfortunately, he could destroy the latter with one finger. There is no point in feeling this way. I have today's success not because of a certain innate talent, but due to years of hard work, dedication, planning, and a little bit of luck. Wang Wei no longer focused on such a thought. He placed the heart away before focusing on Primordial Desolate. He wondered what position to grant him in the council. His first thought was to make him a divine general. However, he gave up that idea since the latter had no troops under his banner. Furthermore, it was not wise to immediately force the revived innate demon gods to work for the court. He will give them some time to adapt and learn of the situation. Then, he will try to incorporate them into the court system. Anyways, I can still use Primordial Desolate as a thug, thought Wang Wei. In that case, I could try granting him one of the artificial god positions. Wang Wei has been contemplating the creation of artificial god positions inspired by Western mythology from Earth, like the god of blacksmith. The blacksmithing concept does not involve heavenly Tao, so no world source is involved. Blacksmithing falls in the category of the god of Earth and the god of metal, revolving around the metal or ores used for the process. Finally, the god of flame is also involved. However, Wang Wei wanted to try something new by creating the blacksmith god position. His idea is that this god would use its power to reduce the resources required to train a blacksmith. Whether it's mortal blacksmithing or cultivator's artifact refining, countless resources are used to train a qualified weapon maker. If the blacksmith god could bless these people's refining process and reduce the resources needed, then Heavenly Tao could save more world source reserves. Additionally, the luck of this era can increase with the development of civilization. A position like blacksmith god can allow mortal metallurgy and technology to develop, thus increasing the prosperity and destiny of the entire Myriad Emperor world. If this plan works, I can create highly sought-after positions like the god of alchemy, array, talisman, and weapon refiner. The training of any of these professions requires an exuberant number of resources. However, with these divine positions, Wang Wei will walk the path of resource preservation and management. Although the world will not lack resources after he reverts the environment to innate, it's still a worthwhile effort to prevent wastage and better management. Since the plan is ready, let's try it out. The conferred god list appeared in his hand, and he used his power to modify this unique artifact. From now on, you will be the god of blacksmith, declared Wang Wei. However, Primordial Desolate was confused as he did not understand this weird position. He had heard of the court and the god positions. Although he was not clear on the details since he was not part of the meeting, he was still knowledgeable about the subject. However, he was genuinely confused about this odd position. Alas, Wang Wei did not explain to him, but waved his hand to teleport his primordial god to a place in the court where he could rapidly recuperate. He ensured to give him one of the best spots so he could heal faster. Such high-level and rare resources must be treated with care. Subsequently, he focused on the Blood Earth, thinking about how to deal with it. This place would make a great trial for the sect, he thought. As long as he sealed one of Primordial Desolate's hearts into this place and surrounded it with a formation that provides it with energy, more Blood Azura can continue to be born. Then, the sect's disciples can kill these creatures and absorb the energy they release, tempering their bodies. This place will become a haven for body refiners, while regular disciples can use it to temper their bodies during the body refining and divine body realm. This place could even give birth to immortal tier Blood Azura, allowing more ancestors to temper their bodies. A few more insurgents could be born from it. He nodded in satisfaction with this idea. So he activated his Space Grand Tao Source to move the entire Blood Earth back to the sect. From now on, the second forbidden land of the Myriad Emperor world was gone after the Western Pure Bliss land. The world took notice of this change and did not take long to guess who acted. Factions with eternal battle prowess began to ask their representative whether they could also deal with the being inside this place. They received different answers and acted based on these answers. However, none of this mattered to Wang Wei, who returned to his cultivation. He absorbed the primordial god's heart to condense more veins, drastically increasing his fleshly body. 47 infant fiend god force, muttered Wang Wei as he clenched his hand and felt the veins inside his body. Better than I anticipated. He was satisfied with this retreat. Although the heart will slowly have no effect on him, he can use other resources to refine a pill with the heart as the core material. By then, he can continue to enjoy the benefits. Wang Wei then checked outside. There are still 10 years before the second meeting. Huh. Wang Ju is out. He closed the array in his room and summoned her. Swish. A woman dressed in black appears in the room, kneeling on one knee. Sectmaster. Get up, nodded Wang Wei. How is the result? As you expected, my base strength is on par with an Eternal Emperor. However, I can enter a state I called Fate Battle Mode, where I can borrow more of your power. Oh, how strong can you reach? 35 grand outsource for a short duration, 40 if I go all out with severe backlash, and 50 if I sacrifice my life. As Wang Ju said these words, the awe in her heart was indescribable. She knows she did not inherit the full strength of the sect master, yet she was so powerful. The strength is not bad, he thought as he gazed at her inner world. It contained a unique seed at its core, emanating his fate power. The power can perfectly blend with Wang, just Shadow Dao. From now on, you will be the guardian of the sect. Yes. You seem hesitant. You don't want to? Asked Wang Wei. That's not it. I was just hoping to continue following you in the upper dimension, replied Wang Ju. Wang Wei looked at her before looking in the distance. It saddens me to say, but you can no longer keep up with my step. Wang Ji's eyes dimmed. Maybe in the future, when I have established a foundation and reached the level where I have fewer restrictions, I will summon you to serve at my side. However, now, you have to protect the sect for me. Wang Wei was not just saying these words to appease her. He has a feeling that people he can trust will become extremely valuable to him in the future. As such, he will not abandon Wang Ju because she is weak. However, it will be a while before they can reunite after he ascends. I know you're not a fan of the name Shadow 3. You can take the name Fate Shadow 1. Thank you. You should know of your next mission? Yes. I will spread the Fate Shadow Guards to as many world communities as possible in the shortest time possible. With your current strength, there should be no problem. But even if there is, you only need to mutter my name, and I will come to your aid. Wang Wei's warning was superfluous. They had a deep karmic connection, so he would immediately know if she was in danger. I will keep that in mind, replied Wang Ju, who felt relief after hearing these words. She took out a talisman and handed it to Wang Wei. This is my replacement at the headquarters while I am away. You can ask him for anything. He's very qualified. Wang Wei checked the information, and a slight surprise flashed in his eyes. He knew this person, the little assassin he met with the innate space technique. If he remembered correctly, his name was Zhang Jing. The latter left his post in the Shadow Slayer Temple after helping the Fate Shadow Guards from Better infiltrating the place. Then, he entered the headquarters and rapidly climbed the ladder until Wang Ju recognized his talent and ability. It's a shame, thought Wang Wei. He felt it would have been better if the little assassin had a protagonist template or destiny and his sister was an unparalleled genius. Well, I trust in your judgment. Chapter 9:11 Old man Tianji Wang Wei watched Wang Ju leaving and walked out of the cultivation room. He stretched his body while sniffing the clean air full of innate ki. I need to visit this source key space, muttered Wang Wei before checking the world. The chaos everywhere had ended, and everyone was preparing for the second court meeting. He focused his eyes on the Western continent. Currently, the weakest emperor lineage in the West had at least 3 great emperors, and they were the faction with 3 outstanding emperors. All the others were destroyed in the cleanup, reducing the population of devil cultivators in the West by more than 80. The survivors suffered a tremendous blow in the process of destroying so many factions. As Wang Wei watched the war, many thoughts flashed in his mind, mainly about the balance mechanism of the world. The myriad emperor world has a history that spawns countless Yuan epics. Yet the Tao opening sect was the first sect to cultivate 10 great emperors in that long period. A cultivation generation is between 3 to 5 million years. If an emperor spends much time in the lower dimension, the generation will not last longer than 10 million years. With such a long time span, the number of emperors cultivated since the beginning emperor era is astonishing. Removing anything that happened before the Null era, it seems statistically impossible that the top emperor lineages have such a small number of great emperorsa. especially since they controlled most of the world's resources and the best cultivation technique. So, how do we explain this anomaly? Is it because of the Nine Emperor curse? It does play a part. Before the Tao opening sect, other factions cultivated Nine Emperorsa, Chaos Ruler sect, Amitabha Temple, the Jin clan, and a few others. These factions were wiped out by the cruelty of time and because of the balance mechanism. However, the Nine Emperor curse is not enough to explain this phenomenon. The truth of the matter is heavenly Tao will distribute most of the luck and destiny of a generation to the countless supreme, holy, and law lands. In most generations, the emperor will be someone similar to Emperor Nine Sons of Wang Chang's generation. The result of this action is there are many scattered emperor lineages with one or two great emperors. Sadly, the fate of these factions is terrible. The upper echelon factions like the Tao Opening Sect, the Emperor Enlightening Academy, the Tai Profound Gate, and all the others will secretly destroy these weak factions to steal their luck, resources, and foundation. Their actions are a way to preserve their faction superiority while also fighting against the balance mechanism. Wang Wei exhaled as he felt his understanding of heaven and earth deepened. Then, he focused on watching how the war in the West proceeded. These weak emperor lineages were ruthless and did not want to behave like pigs waiting to be slaughtered. They formed an alliance, resisting their destruction at all costs. These devil cultivators would have suffered even more if not for Feng Heng's aid. As for why he intervened and helped these devil cultivators, it's because the battle was getting out of hand, forcing him to use way too much power to heal the space. Additionally, the war affected mortals, so he wanted it to end as swiftly as possible. Of course, despite his intervention, Feng Heng was smart enough not to touch the merit the devil cultivators prepared as an offering for the Heavenly Emperor. You were smart enough not to touch what's mine, but some people do not have this wisdom, muttered Wang Wei with a sneer. He snorted, his booming voice echoing in every cultivator's mind, followed by a dozen individual screams. In an instant, myriad cultivators, including a few insurgents, died in different factions in the Western continent. Wang Wei did not blame the remaining people for the faults of few. He accomplished his goal of dealing with the devil cultivators without even lifting a finger himself. Now, the remaining devil cultivators have restrained themselves while also becoming great thugs under his court. The Western Bliss sect restrained the D-clan, preventing their power from drastically increasing after the cleanup. So, he is more than satisfied with the final outcome. Feng Heng has been a very cooperative ally. Should I give him more benefit or reward? Thought Wang Wei before shaking his head. During the opening of the Western Bliss sect, he sent a clone and gave the latter an excellent gift. So, there is no need for that now. Wang Wei looked at one of the rooms in the court, which was filled with golden spots. With the devil cultivator's merit, it should be enough for another 5 increase. Wang Wei smiled in satisfaction. This is why he created the court. Although it will become harder to increase his cultivation, he can breeze through the early stages of the Emperor realm. Wang Wei then checked his 2 legions, Blood Saber and Totem Legion. Their training was going well. They improved dramatically with the luck blessing of the court. I need to refine a Dao Source Seed for Tai Gang as soon as possible so he can start training the Undying Legion. As for Li Jun's Slaughter Legion, they have their own purpose to train for. Wang Wei had many things to do, including cultivating new Dao ancestors and immortal venerables for the sect. However, he also wanted to see if he could create better ones after his cultivation and battle prowess crossed into the Empyrean level. After finishing his checkup, Wang Wei walked into the central area of the court. He entered a special and very restricted area, gazing at an old man dressed like a beggar sitting cross-legged in the room. After his arrival, the beggar opened his indifferent eyes. "How is it? Are you satisfied with this power?" "More than satisfied," replied the beggar calmly. "If not for your actions, I would never have an opportunity to practice heaven Dao at such a height." "I'm sensing you have questions," said Wang Wei as he sat before the beggar. "Why don't you begin by introducing yourself? I've known for so long, but still don't know your name. People in my generation called me Old Man Tianji." Wang Wei gave him a weird look. The name Old Man Tianji is often used in novels about his past life for people who are good at divination and calculating heaven's secrets. Maybe this name has some other mystery. So, what do you want to ask? Why did you fuse heavenly Tao into my body? Your court does not need heavenly Tao to have a carrier to function normally. There are many reasons I chose this method, explained Wang Wei. Firstly, I wanted to see how a heavenly Tao would control laws via a human proxy. It's a great learning opportunity. Secondly, according to my calculations, heavenly Tao will be easier to control, manipulate, and restrict in this form. Finally, I felt heavenly Tao was too rigid when doing certain things. Sometimes it needs a certain humanity or ingenuity in its actions. However, it's incapable of doing so I give it this ability. His hope was for heavenly Tao to have a small balance of humanity and ingenuity while keeping its core essence as a program. In other words, a true artificial intelligence. Are you afraid it will acquire sentience? Asked Old Man Tianji. You don't, replied Wang Wei. And you know why. Just like the absolute beginning magic, the Sword Empress left a powerful sword power in the lower dimension that especially targeted heavenly Taos, preventing them from gaining sentience. The name of her scripture is Heaven Slashing Sutra, and she fulfilled its title. I know you're strong, but I still wish to warn you, said Old Man Tianji, his facial expression as blank as a white piece of paper. The Heavenly Emperor karmic position is one of the highest secrets of heaven and earth. Your actions of blatantly stealing it and revealing it might have consequences. Wang Wei knew what he meant. The Heavenly Emperor karmic position existed as a last resort mechanism. Once a world faces true catastrophe, Heavenly Tao will manifest the position as a last attempt to protect the world. The three karmic positions existed for a specific situation. The Heavenly Emperor will appear when the laws of heaven and earth are affected. If they are incomplete, destroyed, or infected, then it's the job of the Emperor to return things to the way they were. The human Emperor will appear when the protagonists of heaven and earth, whatever the race or civilization, are threatened and on the verge of extinction. Finally, the Earth Emperor will show up when samsara is affected and the yin-yang balance of the world is tilted to the yin side. There might indeed be some consequences, but not as severe as he said. Wang Wei discussed with Heavenly Tao before taking the position. However, his revealing the information to Mu Lei is indeed considered crime. Furthermore, more people will know about this secret once he starts to expand to other world communities. However, he renovated the Heaven Emperor position and made it better. The entire situation of the conferred God list and conserving world source is all his idea. Chapter 9, 12 Meeting of the Highest Order Above Primordial Chaos. Terminus Haven. The adjudicator of fate sat on a round table with 5 unfilled spots. He looked in the distance, a little distracted. His short gray hair was slightly longer than the last time Wang Wei saw him. However, it was still compared to Cultivator's usual long hair. The place he waited was odd. Everything was all white except for countless dots and lines that kept moving like small worms. At the center of this chaotic space was a purple palace that appeared magnificent on the outside, but contained one room bathed in gold and white. While waiting patiently, the adjudicator kept tapping his hand on the table. "Fate, fate, fate!" roared someone, finally catching the adjudicator's attention. "Oh, you guys are here. Why are you so distracted?" asked the judge of chaos, a woman with light purple skin, long black hair, a floral black dress, glowing eyes, and a crown. "What's your purpose for asking for the meeting?" asked the magistrate of heaven, a burly man with no shirt, white pants, and golden rings as bracelets. "Did one of the seeds bring you trouble again?" asked the overseer of Samsara, a woman dressed in all white with a black cinnamon bar on her forehead. She exuded a cold aura similar to death. Her voice contained great ridicule, and she did not hide it in the slightest. "What's with you? You seem a little more aggressive than usual," asked the justiciary of time, a humanoid cat dressed in purple. His body contained countless ornaments associated with time. That bastard is now interfering with my plans, she replied. The others knew who she referred to as soon as she uttered these words. I haven't heard of a battle? Commented the arbitrator of the source key. She was a woman with black eyes and gold hair. However, her outfit was difficult to describe, as most of her body appeared illusory, as if she was nothing but a phantom and did not truly exist. I think she met his younger self, commented the magistrate of heaven. In that case, things are getting interesting. The group knew Samsara's plan involved a way to get out of their predicament of being prisoners. Additionally, unlike Fate's actions, which brought him trouble, her actions are legit and did not break Grandao's rules. Well, your pawn was his greatest nemesis during his mortal period. Shouldn't you have expected this outcome? Asked Time, calmly licking his palm. His action was the most common action of a feline species, but when he did it, it contained a natural regal and nobility. You know things should not have turned like this, replied Samsara, not hiding her displeasure. True. The timeline has been a mess, replied Time. The lower end of the river should have been set in stone, but now there are signs of chaos. The cat could not help but sigh. One thing that has always been constant since he had this job was that the past was absolute. But now he could not say for sure. Let's focus on the situation, reminded Chaos. Fate, why did you call this meeting? Fate sighed. I recently sensed a subtle fluctuation in the river of fate. According to my predictions, the Fate Stealers are about to be active. Are you serious? Asked Samsara. I thought we dealt a great blow to them. Yes. They should have been greatly injured and recuperating. You and Time reassured us that they would no longer be a problem, declared Source Key. Explain yourself. Everyone's focus shifted to Fate and Time. Their auras scarier than ever. I don't know what's going on, explained Fate. I'm more worried than all of you. He knew he was the least likely to survive this catastrophe, so he did not want the Fate Stealers to return. I think I can explain, said the cat, remaining extremely calm despite the situation. Heavenly Book Paragon changed the lower end of the primordial timeline. I'm guessing he took the opportunity to also change some things. Lower end, middle, and upper end, past, present, and future. 6 of them are creatures that have transcended the shackles of time. As such, they can travel through the river of time to the past, present, and future. However, at some point, they discovered the upper end of the river became blurry before becoming inaccessible to them. With their power, they immediately knew what such an event meant. Someone strong enough either blocks the upper end or something happens to them in the middle, making it so they don't have a future. Bastard, roasted Samsara. If not for you breaking the rules, how would we be in this situation? For a brief moment, the entire chaos universe trembled. Luckily, the place they were located isolated most of the power. I only did what you people did not have the courage to do, replied Fate with a sneer. Furthermore, you know, even if he was not one of my Fate seed, he would still attack us. You've seen the other timelines. But it's a fact you aggravated the situation, countered Samsara, who refused to back down even though she knew he was correct. This is not the time to be fighting, persuaded Chaos. Easy for you to say. You are the least affected in this situation. Chaos looked at Samsara coldly. The latter was correct. No matter the final situation, she has the highest chance of survival. That madman will not destroy primordial chaos and all the chaos worlds, which is her domain. The only way she might suffer is if her favorite children, the fiend gods, might be eradicated by that bastard. You really need to calm down, persuaded Source Key. Then she focused on Time. How can a little paragon change the primordial timeline? Because someone or something allows it. Grandao. Most likely. But why? Whatever is happening at the upper end of the river of time requires such manipulation, replied Time, but his answer showed he was not confident in his analysis. If it wanted to change the primordial timeline, why not do it through us? Asked Chaos. Isn't it obvious? We are no longer reliable, replied Heaven with gritted teeth. His anger reached the pinnacle, especially after knowing that bastard Heavenly Book was involved in the situation. We all know the current situation is the result of a chess game between Grandao and someone else, explained Time. Since Grandao made its move with Heavenly Book, then the appearance of the Fate Stealers should be the opponent's turn. The room quieted down. The facial expressions of all of them looked terrifying. They did not know who Grand Dao's opponent was, but they had long guessed who it was. However, they refused to admit it was true because of the implications. That bastard is in the same realm as us. How could he be fighting Grand Dao? Said Fate with a desolate voice. He knows he was the only one who has no chance of surviving if that bastard is the one fighting against Grand Dao. So, he did not want to admit Time's analysis. There is no need to panic, said Heaven. We know the future is ever-changing. As long as we do what we are supposed to, we still have hope of changing it. Heaven is correct, not a time. Our main goal should be to find one of the time nexuses, kill his young self, and eliminate him for good. That's easier said than done, said Samsara. He's very good at hiding his time nexuses. The last time we tried that, he ambushed us and almost killed Fate and Source Key. She sneered. We don't even know why he has time nexuses. Without such vital information, we are already at a disadvantage. Beings on their level have transcended time and space. So it should not matter whether their past selves are killed. It's irrelevant to them and has no effect unless very specific means are used by people of the same level or higher. However, that bastard seemed to have such a major flaw that he could easily be killed even by a mortal at specific times of his life. Moreover, these time nexuses will appear once before disappearing forever. According to their calculations, there will soon be a time when the time nexuses will disappear forever. As such, each time they missed one, their chances of eliminating him drastically decreased. Does that matter? Asked Heaven. In a direct confrontation, we are not their opponent. So, we can only rely on this method. Everyone groaned after hearing this. The scariest part about that bastard was not his overwhelming strength or his scary intelligence, but his powerful allies that he cultivated. They might be able to deal with him if he were alone, but he has so many thieves in his camp that it's sickening. You guys still haven't talked about how to deal with the Fate Stealers? What else can we do? Let's hunt them down, said Heaven. It's not like they had any other choice. Luckily, Grand Dao will not place any restrictions on them when dealing with that bastard. Do you think we should solicit Heavenly Book's help? After all, it seems he's in our camp now, suggested Chaos. Absolutely not, replied Heaven immediately. He's nowhere near qualified. Whatever, replied Chaos while the others shrugged. They could see Heaven felt deeply against this plan, so it was not worth alienating him for a mere Paragon one with unmatched potential. Chapter 9:13, Looking Outside Primordial Chaos. Red Mist Forbidden Land. Heavenly Book opened his eyes. Why do I feel I miss a great opportunity because of some bad karma? He knew his intuition did not warn him for no reason, so he immediately tried to find the secrets behind his feelings. However, no matter what method he tried, it proved to be futile. Nothing? So, it involves someone on my level that is very good at hiding their tracks, or it's related to someone above my realm. No matter which is the truth, there was nothing he could do. After all, his hint was too broad, meaning there were too many possibilities as to why he had this kind of intuition. If it's related to someone in my realm, I can deduce the reason to a few dozen individuals with whom I have bad karma. If it's someone a higher grade, then there are only a handful. The real question is, what kind of opportunity did I miss? Heavenly Book shook his head and focused on his book. He discovered more information. Tenfold Battle Realm? Well, given his possible achievements, I should not expect any less, commented Heavenly Book. However, his attitude was still nonchalant, and that's because his achievements are even greater than this. He not only achieved the tenfold battle realm, but went beyond it. His battle prowess created a new class never seen before in the taboo battle realm. So, he did not care about Wang Wei's achievement, as he was still not a match for him. Furthermore, it's yet known whether he can keep such battle prowess in the Empyrean and Paragon realm. Heavenly Book flipped the pages of the book, reading and analyzing every detail with great concentration. Finally, a frown manifested on his face. Why do I feel this son of Grand Dao is a waste compared to this Wang Wei? No matter what he thinks about it, these people's destinies are intertwined, so their achievements should be similar or relative. However, it appeared not to be the case. Maybe the Grand Dao son is a late bloomer, muttered Heavenly Book. So far, he only has some scattered information on these two up to the Great Emperor realm. So, there's a chance for them to improve and become stronger. No matter the situation, with a title as the son of Grand Tao, he should be extraordinary. So, let's not pass quick judgment. Heavenly Book has always been extremely cautious when doing things despite how arrogant he often appeared on the outside. He always displayed such a facade to trick his opponent into underestimating him. Heavenly Book looked in the distance. It's been so long, and the all-seeing temple hasn't finished with their divination yet. He once tried to finish the prophecy before them, but felt an immense horror. So, Heavenly Book concluded the prophecy might involve the information he learned from his book. The universe is about to enter an era of chaos and strife. Based on Qiyuan's actions, the Eternal Ascension world will be involved and might even be at the center. Sadly, I cannot use the pawns I left there. The situation in the Eternal Ascension world made him feel aggrieved. He spent so much time and effort creating a few pawns worldwide. Yet, after Mithriya and Supreme Unity appeared, his pawns became their pawns. Heavenly Book sighed, knowing he could not help it. Unless he finds a way to hide and survive against half-step transcendence, the situation will not change. Heavenly Book closed his eyes, prepared to continue waiting. He has clones in different chaos worlds doing certain tasks. He only needs to be patient. However, not even 10 seconds after closing his eyes, he opened them again. A talisman appeared before him, and he activated it. Death Reverence has appeared, although the news only said signs of his appearance. This news still shocked him. There are a few paragons that Heavenly Book cannot see through and their secrets, and Death Reverence is at the top of the list. Why is he showing up now? No, the current situation is the perfect time for him to appear. Without hesitation, Heavenly Book created another clone and sent it to the sighting site of Death Reverence. A lack of information equals unwanted variables, so he wanted to know the whereabouts of Death Reverence. Eternal Ascension World, Origin Seal Continent. What exactly did this kid do? Muttered Sword Empress as she gazed at the Tao opening Sex Key Luck. Even if he opened a new era, only a few hundred years have passed. How could he have gathered such luck? The current luck feedback from the lower dimension is enough for Qiyuan and someone else to revive. Furthermore, there is a great trend of upward increase. She remembered the kid discussing with Qiyuan how he was going to change the environment and make many improvements. However, they could not stay for long, so she did not hear the details. However, now, it appeared the kid had a grand plan with far-reaching consequences. It's not just the Tao opening sect, said Wu Hong. The entire destiny of the upper dimension has shown signs of revival. They knew what those changes meant. It was a signal that the current political situation of the Eternal Ascension world was about to be reshuffled, just like it did when so many paragons fell during the ultimate taboo. Such a change should be a good thing. The terrible reigns of these 8 parasites were coming to an end, and the world could return to its prospering age. There's also a chance they could create an even more prosperous era. However, the wise individuals knew the 8 parasites did not determine whether this reshuffling would occur. No, such an honor went to the 2 sons. Such a change has given Mithriya the edge. But it also means the kid's situation is now more dangerous than ever, added Sword Empress with furrowed brows. With Supreme Unity's mindset, he will do everything possible to kill him. Unfortunately, there is nothing we can do in this situation. Wong Sigid. Not liking how powerless she often was since the end of the ultimate taboo. Sword Empress felt the same way, but understood there was no point in lingering on the past. What benefit did you get? What do you mean? You're married to this kid, so you should benefit from whatever he is doing. I'm curious about what you got. Nothing. You should know he was only married to some unknown clone of me. With how shameless and thick-skinned this kid is, do you think he will care? Sneered Sword Empress. Plus, heaven and earth have already acknowledged your union. Anyway, I haven't acknowledged it. But you also haven't refused. Wu Hong chose to ignore her. Internal, Wu Hong was cursing out loud as she knew her friend would never let go of the fact her descendant was her husband. So what did you get? Nothing. However, I've recently had a feeling something good was about to happen. Sword Empress, eyes lit up. At their level, any fortunate encounter that can be described as good is never something simple. Don't forget to respect your elders with some gifts afterward. The beating I gave you last time was not enough? Do you want some more? Relax, I'm just kidding. Coughed Sword Empress lightly before changing the subject. Have you noticed Time Eater's erratic movement recently? Yes, he seems in a rush. Do you think we should take action? He might be a variable. There is no need, replied Wu Hong. These people were never true allies. Once they detect his anomaly, they might be the first ones to take action. And once one of them acts, it's only a matter of time before the contradictions between them explode. You might be right, but something tells me Time Eater will not let things escalate to such an extent. Even if he doesn't act, Supreme Unity won't allow them to disintegrate from the inside. Fair point, but I still think our best option is to wait and recuperate as soon as possible. Wait? Do you want to wait for the kid? Yes, since it's his destiny to deal with these people, let him deal with it. We can heal and support him if necessary. That's fine too, nodded Sword Empress, who guessed many people had similar ideas. Sometimes, it's best to let fate do its work and not interfere. It's best if we focus on the future after these parasites are gone. Are you talking about the prophecy? Although it took some time because of the current isolation, they still receive the all-seeing temple's divination. Yes, you should understand better than me that if the universe becomes chaotic, we might be at the center of the storm. Sword Empress grunted with her melodious voice. She knew Qiyuan's action of concentrating most of the luck of the chaos universe on the Eternal Ascension world had many advantages as well as many disadvantages. Unfortunately, they were now in a time when the disadvantage prevailed. The chaos is indeed a great danger, but it's also an opportunity, muttered Sword Empress, and Wu Hong agreed with her. Chapter 9:14 Source Key Space. What will you do with me? Asked Old Man Tianji. What exactly do you mean? I cannot, nor do I want to be Heavenly Tao forever. So what fate awaits me? Why do I feel like you're in a hurry? Even if you want to retire, you can't do it in the next few generations. Since you are the first Heavenly Emperor, you should set precedents and prepare for everything. After all, you don't want any of your successors to ruin your legacy, replied Old Man Tianji. Wang Wei paused and looked at this man up and down. Most people will kill to be in your position. Why are you in a hurry? Being a container of Heavenly Tao is an alternative form of immortality. So Wang Wei knew how many people would kill to be in Old Man Tianji's position even if they are restricted and lose their emotions. I agree to your request because it was the only way I could think of to continue my Heaven Tao. However, I have no desire to be stuck in this position for eternity, replied the elderly man without hiding the truth. Do you want to create an alternate method of immortality? Asked Wang Wei. Yes. According to my idea, people can inherit my position and serve the court. In return, the reward would be a form of immortality after their terms end. Wang Wei nodded his head as he remembered the 9 Devil God world. He did not expect Old Man Tianji to remain in his position forever. However, he also overlooked the possibility that his job was similar to the God position. That's not a bad idea, he responded. The presiding Heavenly Emperor will choose someone to inherit your position whenever you retire. It will be a while before the old man can leave, so Wang Wei does not know the exact generation. So, such a job was left for future generations. That's fine. However, you should be careful when picking my successor. Of course I will. You can also give me some requirements to ensure no problems. Only some people can bear the power of Heavenly Tao without any problem. People need strength, a firm Tao heart, and a profound state of mind to succeed. The position is very repulsive to people with ulterior motives. Heavenly Tao cannot gain sentience because of the Sword Empress. So, people who think they can use their power for selfish reasons will have their souls and minds obliterated after the fusion. The two chatted for a few more minutes, designing a special trial to choose the next Heavenly Tao vessel. How about my successor inheriting my name, Tianji? Wang Wei squinted his eyes after hearing this. Are there any secrets behind this name? There are probably some. Why the uncertainty? My inheritance is a unique one. Every generation's successor will inherit the name Tianji. In the past, many of our successors originated from the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. That would explain why they thrive in the divination department for so long. Wang Wei previously had a decent relationship with the Heaven Mystery Pavilion after borrowing their 8-trigram turtle shell to boost his divination and create his heavenly physique. However, after they gave his information to Di Tian and almost killed him, he did not associate with them. Wang Wei knew they had no choice. After all, Di Tian was the one asking. With their weak strength, how could they refuse a request from the future patriarch of the Di clan? However, Wang Wei also knew they could have contacted him and dealt with the issue. With the Dao opening sect, how dare the Di clan do anything to them? Alas, the Heaven Mystery Pavilion was used to remaining neutral, surviving in the cracks between powers. So, they gave away the information. Ultimately, Wang Wei no longer considered repaying the karma he owed them for borrowing the 8-trigram turtle shell. After the thing was useless to him, he returned it and had no connections with the pavilion. Do you know any more information about the name Tianji? I only know the inheritance involved divination and secrets of heaven and earth. As for others, I don't know much. How long have they existed? Have there been any great emperors? Old man Tianji frowned after hearing this question. It seemed it was hard for him to know the answer to these questions. No emperor in our inheritance appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the ancient emperor era. Wang Wei could tell he was telling the truth. The most interesting thing about this conversation is he could not divine any information about the name Tianji. He sensed an information blockade about the name, meaning even members of the sect do not know much about their lineage, nor is it easy to reveal. I have never heard of the name Tianji, nor has the sect. Furthermore, even the sleepers have no information. Wang Wei internally sucked his tooth. This world has so many mysteries that now only showed the tip of the iceberg. First was a Watcher sect, and now he met a secret divination lineage named Tianji. Well, that's fine. He knew he had to take his time to unravel some of these secrets. As such, he was not in a hurry. He soon ended his conversation with old man Tianji. The latter could not retain his consciousness for long. Heavenly Dao had to remain in control the majority of the time. However, in this brief conversation, Wang Wei benefited immensely. He saw a way forward to create the Heavenly Dao control in his force control skill. Now that he knows of the existence of the source technique and its importance, he will take great care of this technique since its potential did not end after entering the Empyrean realm. If done successfully, it could even be useful in the Paragon realm. After leaving the meeting room, Wang Wei directly entered the source key space. The place still resembled a world of blue. However, Wang Wei did not see endless mountains. Instead, he found himself floating above an ocean or lake. My lifespan is not rapidly passing away, commented Wang Wei, noticing the obvious difference since the last time he came. Now he had an immortal essence. The environment could no longer immediately kill him or rapidly eat away his lifespan. Wang Wei observed the pool of water underneath him and immediately noticed the immense energy contained. He waved his hand to control a drop of liquid. Without hesitation, he swallowed. This is not water, but energy so concentrated that it turned into water. However, Wang Wei did not finish the sentence when the lake reacted violently. Boom! A terrifying energy explosion enveloped Wang Wei and the surrounding. At the center of everything, the perfectly intact floated with a calm expression. So volatile, he commented. He only took one drop, and the lake reacted in such a fierce manner. Moreover, the explosion was on par with a peak second-class emperor. If everywhere is this volatile, it would explain why more people have not made the source key space their living habitat. Such a large quantity of key is useful even for emperors. And Wang Wei believed there should be places where the energy is useful for paragons. Unfortunately, this place's operation made it extremely difficult to live long-term. Man will conquer nature. So, I'm sure the upper dimension has developed the technology to change the environment to be habitable for cultivators. Wang Wei looked in the distance as the power of fate flashed in his eyes. As expected, Even divination is not as smooth as usual. The path of Qi has its own advantage. Although it is the worst of the main three parts, it does not mean it is useless. As long as the Qi is large, pure, and of a certain quality, it can be used to deal with paragons. Furthermore, this environment is perfect for them. In the source Qi space, it's much easier for immortal venerables, immortal sovereigns, and immortal kings to become insurgents. The environment provides an extreme advantage. Wang Wei finished his divination while thinking about these things. Then, he opened a portal to travel to the location he discovered. However, the subtle space fluctuation released by his action created an energy catastrophe everywhere. If not for his strength, he would have turned into minced meat. Can't believe I came here when I was mortal, thought Wang Wei. After he first condensed his Qi flower, he accidentally entered this place. If not for Ancestor Wuching pulling him out, he could guess what fate awaited him. I should drink with that old guy after I'm done. Wang Wei looked at the place he arrived at. He saw a pure blue planet before him. There was no life on the planet or any topographies like mountains. The best way to explain this thing was a sphere the size of a planetary body. Immortal Qi Mater Dvankve. This is enough to refine 3 immortal mansions with 9-leaf purity Qi. If he reduced the purity, he could create more mansions, but he felt it was not worth it. Currently, the sect needs quality over quantity. Chapter 9, 15 Balance Mechanism. Unedited chapter. Wang Wei sat cross-legged, floating in the air. Before him were 3 small carvings resembling the Temple of Havens. He modeled his divine altar. However, these carvings were pulsing immortal Qi instead of origin Qi. Immortal manions were nothing more than very condensed immortal Qi, processed to generate and convert other Qis into immortal Qi. In the process of creating one, Wang Wei only had to pay attention to a few things. The first of which is compatibility with the Dantian or Divine Sea. If the immortal mansion is not compatible with most Divine Seas, then only a few people with a unique physique would be able to use it. Furthermore, there are too many types of energy, so Wang Wei has to consider the compatibility with the origin source, catering the immortal mansion to that specific Qi. The second thing he considered was stability. After refining the mansion, it will slowly modify the body and soul to a higher level, granting its user the immortal essence. However, if the immortal mansion is unstable, the immortal Qi release will destroy its users instead of helping them transition into a higher life form. There was no problem with the refining process. However, is there a way I can improve the process? Maybe make the immortal mansion unique? Muttered Wang Wei. The idea of a unique immortal mansion is not unique because that's where most insurgent techniques for immortal venerables originated from. Instead of thinking of ways to make the immortal mansion stronger, why not go in the direction of making cultivation faster? Decreasing the time the sect needs to create a Tier 11 immortal sovereigns, pondered Wang Wei while reviewing the information he knew about Tier 11. The core of Tier 11 is life. Empyreans have the power of creation and can create worlds and life. The inner world of Tao Ruler evolved to also create living creatures. However, these creatures require stringent requirements to leave the inner world and survive in the eternal ascension world. Finally, immortal sovereigns would absorb souls into their immortal mansions. The reason for this transformation is due to the difficulty of cultivating. The lives created by Empyreans and Tao rulers are to speed up their understanding of the Grand Tao Source. They can link their souls to their creations, boosting their comprehension. Meanwhile, the souls of immortal sovereigns are to aid them in refining and processing more immortal Qi. The Totem Warrior could be a solution, thought Wang Wei. If they could link their immortal mansion to a specifically designed Emperor formation that helped them refine and process immortal Qi, the time needed to become sovereigns would drastically decrease. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after thinking how powerful the Tao opening sect would become after he left them such a formation or method. However, his excitement soon faded as he thought of the balance mechanism. If the sect truly had the method of cultivating so many immortal sovereigns, the mechanism would truly not tolerate their existence. According to Wang Wei's speculation, the sect will become so powerful and influential in the next 3 generations that they could easily take over the entire Myriad Emperor world while fighting every faction at once. As such, he had already prepared drastic measures to prevent the balance mechanism from scheming against them. For example, the Tao opening sect will not participate in the Heavenward battle in every generation. Instead, the sect will retain a low-key attitude, even entering a semi-sealing state. After his father's generation and the 11th emperor, they will only participate in the battle every few generations when they have a talented enough heaven chosen. As for Li Jun and Yin Liling, their situation is special, so they will not count for the sect's great emperor positions for a very long time. As such, they might be the 15th and 16th emperors, or maybe lower. Wang Wei did not know for sure, but he knew Kai Song would be counted as emperors before them. Why is my job so hard? Wang Wei began to resent true heavenly Tao. If he lived in a regular chaos world where the power ceiling was the Paragon realm, his sect would not have to worry about balance with the strength of their ancestors. Alas, it was not necessarily a good thing that true heavenly Tao's power was half-step transcendence. Forget it, it'll just work a little harder, thought Wang Wei, who already had a plan to deal with the issue of the immortal key gathering array. He will allow the court's people to use it. However, the array will have tiers, granting people different levels of boost and aid. The first tier will be a secret and only accessible to the Tao opening sect. Meanwhile, everyone else will have access to the second tier, which they will think is the first tier. The other factions will have a way to accelerate the rate of cultivating immortal sovereigns, just not as fast as the Tao opening sect. With such a design, the balance mechanism cannot complain. Wang Wei looked in the distance. The only issue is the balance between each heaven will and their community. The Myriad Emperor world was in a fast-track development. So far, there is no balance mechanism acting against it because the world has been behind for countless eras and is basically catching up. However, once the Heaven Emperor era reaches a small peak, it will soon become a problem when one community can overwhelm the majority of the lower dimension. Well, such a thing doesn't concern me. It's up to true heavenly Tao on how to keep the balance, not me. Such an issue was not yet his problem. Wang Wei can already detect some information about this issue. Currently, countless fortunate encounters are appearing in other world communities in response to the development of the Myriad Emperor world. True heavenly Tao saw the potential of his era and is already responding to keep the balance. As such, before it's time for his tentacles to reach other world communities, countless new insurgents and immortal venerables will appear. Wang Wei can even predict that ascending the battle realm will be much easier for many great emperors as an attempt to balance his overwhelming power. Under the luck blessing of true heavenly Tao, all these prideful and arrogant great emperors will have an easier time putting away their flaws, calming down, and working together to balance him. Wang Wei did not care. With his current strength, few things in the world could truly balance him. His worry is that true heavenly Tao will act out of desperation and remove the power suppression on immortal sovereigns. If it does that, he has to hurry to ensure his battle prowess enters the Empyrean realm as soon as possible. Wang Wei exhaled. There is no need to worry. I've prepared to the best of my ability. He sent his people into the world community to establish a footstep before arriving. However, his motive is to also allow them to take their share of the luck and destiny true heavenly Tao will sprinkle to balance him. Furthermore, their job is to ruin any possible alliance and connections that might threaten his rise. Finally, he has his eyes set on the Spirit Genesis sect's method of using paradox to hide from true heavenly Tao. If he can get his hands on that method, the Tao opening sect will have an additional security measure against the balance mechanism. Wang Wei disappeared and returned to the sect. Without wasting time, he summoned Origin 1 and Miscellaneous 1. Was the list finished? List? Asked Origin 1, who soon understood what he meant. Did you create a Tao source seed? No, Immortal Mansion, and 3 of them. Okay, let me call them. Origin 1 went for himself, calling 3 elders from the sect, all from Wang Chang's generations. Soon, Wang Wei saw 2 people before him, 12 men and 1 woman. Besides the woman, who barely looked middle-aged, everyone else looked like they were 1 foot in the grave. Wang Wei nodded to them, and they immediately saluted, but he did not let them kneel. The fact these people were on top of the list showed their merit to the sect was unmatched by 3 generations. They deserve his respect for their contributions. It's a shame they did not meet the requirements to become Dao ancestors. Wang Wei granted them each an immortal mansion and watched them refine it. He wanted to ensure he did not miss anything or whether there were places he could improve. The process was smooth and efficient. After the immortal mansion entered their divine sea, these people's law altar in the sea of consciousness returned to the divine sea. The immortal mansion swallowed the law altar before the first ray of immortal ki appeared. Then, 9 brightly shining leaves appeared in one spot of the mansion before more ki was produced. After a certain threshold, the immortal ki traveled throughout their bodies, remodeling them into an immortal body. The woman turned into a young girl in her 30s. One of the men turned middle-aged, and only the last one kept his appearance. Their bodies shone with bright, immortal-like lights. Their temperament and aura changed, becoming more ethereal and noble. However, the process was not over. After casting the immortal body, the immortal ki rushed into their sea of consciousness to transform their souls, turning them immortal soul. The process took more than 6 hours, but Wang Wei was not impatient, observing and recording every aspect. He learned many things. For example, the law cultivated can determine what leaf an immortal venerable can reach. For example, Heaven Chosen, who have cultivated their law to a profound level, is guaranteed to reach 9 leaf after the immortal mansion absorbs their law altar. The strength of the fleshly body determines how much immortal ki a person acquires during the transition. Since the quantity of immortal ki determines an immortal venerable's cultivation level, body cultivators will have a higher cultivation level after becoming immortal venerables. Finally, he knew immortal ki was not so effective in tempering the flesh, so he gave up his idea of using it for himself. Thank you, Sect Master, for giving us this immortal fate. 3x, get up, said Wang Wei. This is only your reward for the years of dedication to the sect. Wang Wei chatted with them and secretly encouraged them to show up to the sect and old friends. These cunning individuals knew his purpose and went to execute it without wasting time. Chapter 916 Heavenly Emperor Era's Fate. Chapter 916 Heavenly Emperor Era's Fate. Don't forget to protect them during their immortal tribulation, said Wang Wei. Mortals who refine an immortal minion must survive immortal tribulation. Luckily, one of the positives of having an emperor refine an immortal mansion is that a small part of their powers can remain in the mansion to aid in the tribulation. However, Wang Wei also did not want something to happen to these people, so he wanted Origin 1 to add more security measures during the tribulation. Wang Wei then gazed at Miscellaneous One. How is the sex formation going? Did you fix the flaws? Yes and no, replied Miscellaneous One. I have fixed all the flaws my abilities could find. However, Fate is a very versatile Dao, so I wanted the array to display all its power without any waste. As such, I have rearranged the other 9 formations and used yours as the core for an even more powerful array. Lastly, I must ensure that future formations can fuse with this new combination formation. I see, nodded Wang Wei. You need to add Gu Xian's Deception Dao into the formation. Our sect will need to be more low-key in the future, so it should help greatly. No problem, replied Miscellaneous One. As he said, Fate Dao is versatile, and with the Origin Dao of the founder, it's not a problem to add Deception Dao ability to the sex array. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction. Once the final array is finished, he can study it to elevate his understanding of the Grand Dao source. The reason I called you is that I need you to make a unique array for me, said Wang Wei before explaining his idea of using the Totem Warrior and Immortal Mansions to cultivate more immortal sovereigns. Origin One's eyes lit up after hearing this idea. Then he fixed his eyes on Miscellaneous One. It should not be a problem, explained the array master. However, Totem Warrior is a new profession, but it's not well developed. So it might take some time. We could just ask Tong Ruobing. She has already succeeded, suggested Origin One. Tong Ruobing used an acquired source rune physique to take power from the Origin Talisman. As such, she could be said to be the first and only truly successful Totem Warrior. Is that okay? If we do this, she will receive a lot of luck for the creation of the Totem Warrior, said Miscellaneous One. Even if we don't ask her, she will still receive the merit, said Origin One. And he was correct. Although it was Wang Wei's idea, she was the one who executed it perfectly. So, much of the luck belonged to her. Speaking of her, how are things going in the Star Beast world? As expected. Trouble after trouble, replied Wang Wei. Although Mu Lei has not asked for help yet, he has been keeping an eye on that world. As he predicted, things did not proceed smoothly. Even in the first step of establishing the Heavenly Court, Mu Lei used the same rough method as him by forcefully controlling the heavenly Tao of his world. However, it fought back and resisted immensely. Although it was overwhelmed by sheer strength, the Beast-Star world's heavenly Tao used all its knowledge, ability, and means to resist and make trouble for Mu Lei. The Heaven Emperor is one of the highest secrets between heaven and earth. If not for Wang Wei's karma unbound physique and his potent strength, his luck would have suffered backlash for revealing such information. Luckily, Mu Lei listened to Wang Wei's method and tried to convince Heavenly Tao afterward that his methods were the best for the world. Alas, he was not a son of the era, so Heavenly Tao did not have so much faith in him, so the process was slow. Secondly, the other factions in the world reacted strongly. The Star Beast world's cultivation system relies too heavily on massive resources. As such, these people's nature is to fight for every opportunity, turning the Heavenly Court into a big, fat, and juicy piece of meat. Most people did not want the Star Monarch Mountain to eat alone. Others did not want anyone to have Ida, especially since the Heavenly Emperor had so much power. So, since establishing the court, Mu Lei did not even have time to confer with the main gods, and countless battles have occurred. Luckily, with Tong Ruobing and his sect, he made many allies beforehand, so he did not have to fight alone. Additionally, his strength is drastically increasing with time, making it easier to dominate the world. Wang Wei secretly watched everything and was shocked at how 6 immortal sovereigns had already shown up, and he knew this was just the tip of the iceberg. The Star Beast world is one of the top worlds in the commercial hub, amassing resources from more than 100 world communities. So, it made sense they had enough resources to cultivate more immortal sovereigns. The truly shocking thing is these sovereigns are the ones who survived the balance mechanism and were not schemed against being killed, exiled, or sealed. After watching the chaos in the Star Beast world, Wang Wei knew how weak the myriad Emperor world had become after isolating themselves from the endless void for so long. If not for the prestige of the predecessors, other worlds would have long invaded or interfered in the affairs of this world. What do you think their final fate will be? Asked Origin One. Of course, they will win, replied Wang Wei. Mu Lei is an eternal emperor and even an eternal supreme. Although the weakest tier, it's still an eternal supreme. The only issue is how much power and rights he will have as a heavenly emperor after quelling the chaos. Many of these factions are fighting against him to take more rights and power away from him. In other words, they want more benefits. So, the real issue is whether Mu Lei is willing to compromise. As for Wang Wei, he's acting as a foreign mercenary. Although he requires a hefty price to show up, Mu Lei will not have to lose any power by utilizing him. In that case, we need to prepare for the future relationship between our two worlds, uttered Origin One. Furthermore, it also means Tong Ruobing will prove the Tao in this generation. She will be a foreign queen mother by then. Do we also give her a position in our court? Queen Mother is a position only second to the Heavenly Emperor. So, it holds a lot of power and is responsible for replacing a great deal of world source. It will depend on whether she will stay in the myriad emperor world or not, replied Wang Wei. However, based on the situation, it's very unlikely. Wang Wei could guess her subsequent actions, lay out an emperor foundation for the great talisman city before focusing most of her time and attention on the Star Beast world. After all, she has more to gain over there and does not have to worry about a monster like him looming over her head. If that's true, we can either exchange one of our spots for theirs, or we grant the great talisman city a spot that is neither too high nor too low, suggested Origin 1. It's best to exchange spots, decided Wang Wei. It will be easier to spy or even intervene in their worlds through an ambassador. But they can also do the same to us. If they have the means, why not? Origin 1 then remembered who was before him and shook his head. Yes, with the vast difference in power. How dare these people try to intervene in the affairs of the myriad emperor world? What about world communities? Once we spread our footsteps, the information about the court could not be hidden. By then, many people will try to set up their own court. Do you still want me to spread our court to the entire lower dimension? Origin 1 quieted down, although I could do this with my strength. However, such an act would doom my era, replied Wang Wei. Even my father could probably barely take over my position. Then, once an emperor was not powerful enough to control the court, the other heavenward worlds would band together and eradicate the court and even the myriad emperor world to prevent another me from appearing. Origin 1 sighed, as he knew this was the case. Being powerful was fine, but being too powerful was a problem. Strength is needed to control a certain level of luck or destiny. Unfortunately, besides Wang Wei, no one has the strength to control the destiny of a heavenly court that controls the entire lower dimension. If he did something like this, the luck and karma backlash after he ascends is enough to wipe out the entire world. It just pains me that so many people will copy the court without any price. If things were so simple, I would be more than happy, said Wang Wei, shaking his head. If things proceeded as such, he could blackmail all these people for using his idea. Furthermore, the lower dimension would enter a heavenly emperor era across all world communities. As the founder, the luck and blessing he would receive would be incalculable. Are there any secrets? Asked Origin 1, suddenly thinking of something. Balance mechanism? Yes, I can already detect it. True heavenly Tao is about to change the order of the lower dimension. In the future, it will not be so easy to become heavenly emperor, so it will not completely ban it. No, since the system is beneficial to Ida, especially in the current situation. With more heavenly emperors, true heavenly Tao can save more world sources. If the entire lower dimension could operate with the aid of these heavenly emperors and not use much world source, it can now focus on dealing with supreme unity. However, it also knew the power of the heavenly court is easy to cause chaos and destruction in the lower dimension. So there will probably be limitations, similar to how Wang Wei planned to prevent his successor from messing up his creation. Then what should we do? We only need to continue doing our own thing. Become a model of how the heavenly court system should be. Then, true heavenly Tao can use our model as the standard, and we can receive the credit we deserve. That's a good way. Furthermore, the destiny of being the first and only perfect heavenly court is enough for the Tao opening sect to prosper for a long time. But also the same for the myriad emperor world. That's exactly what Wang Wei was thinking. It's also one of the reasons he was not worried about revealing the truth about the heavenly emperor position. In his plan, he must gather the luck of the entire lower dimension, even if he is not the ultimate heavenly emperor. Otherwise, it will be impossible for him to become an everlasting Empyrean and open the gate of power. Chapter 9, 17 Second Court. Meeting the 300-year deadline approached, and every faction was ready for the second meeting. The anticipation was so great that most people did not care that the Blood Earth one of the 6 forbidden lands disappeared after a visit from the Heavenly Emperor. Anyway, the Western Pure Bliss land was dealt with by Feng Heng. So people began to believe only a few forbidden lands would survive this era. With the second meeting approaching, people waited with bated breath. They hoped and feared this meeting would be as world-changing as the first one. In the past 300 years, they have experienced the benefit of the heavenly court's rule. They wish the heavenly emperor would bring them even more benefit. Of course, some worry about drastically improving the Tao, opening sex, military, and political power. Sadly, such a thing was inevitable and could not be changed. The day of the meeting, everyone stood in the throne room, calmly waiting. Everyone arrived earlier and slowly waited without any signs of impatience. Then, at the allocated time, Wang Wei slowly walked into the room and sat in the chair. "The officials have seen Your Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor." The voices of thousands of people echoed in the room. Many people did a 90-degree bow, while those with sufficient strength only saluted with a slight bow. "At ease," said Wang Wei with a chuckle. He did not take the fact these people referred to themselves as his official to heart. So far, only Wu Ming and a few devil cultivators have habited the court. Although many were tempted, they seemed to come up with an agreement to continue and wait. However, Wang Wei did not care, since time was to his advantage. While these factions were still indecisive, his Tao opening sect was taking full advantage of the court's benefits. Wang Wei looked at everyone before landing on Su Shi's. A unique emperor's soul? It should be tempered using primordial energy, analyzed Wang Wei. Her strength should have reached the threefold battle realm, with the potential to ascend to the fourfold realm. Wang Wei could tell Su Shi was in the process of creating a unique body refining technique. To be precise, she will complete the one she was already cultivating. Once she succeeds and achieves 40 infant fiend god force, she will enter the fourfold battle realm. A unique technique. From now on, the Academy will have an insurgent technique similar to the ancient desolate body refining scripture. After briefly checking on Su Shi, Wang Wei did not pay much attention to the others. In such a short period of 300 years, they did not make much improvement even with the current benefit of the court. Most of these eternal-level powerhouses were saving their merit for later use. Su Shi made such rapid improvements due to her time Tao. Like Wang Wei, she has more time to cultivate than everyone else. As much as I would love to chat and form a bond between Emperor and officials, unfortunately, only a few of you are pleasing to look at. So let's be direct. Do you have anything to notify me? No one cared about the Emperor's rude words. They had already done a character analysis on him and knew he was the type of person who could use societal rules and etiquette to his advantage or directly disregard them. Furthermore, they also knew the reason for his words. As expected, Patriarch Mo walked to the front. "The people in the West have been enlightened by the Emperor's words and decided to correct our ways," said Patriarch Mo while bowing. "To repay the Emperor's kindness, we have brought an offering. Although the Emperor can break the proper etiquette and rules, he cannot. Otherwise, these other factions will use such an act against him and the devil cultivators." With a wave of his hand, a large black cauldron shone with golden lights in the middle of the room. Myriad eyes, full of greed, were directed at it, but no one dared act. Wang Wei raised his hand, and the cauldron rushed to his hand, shrinking to palm size before arriving. He checked the merit inside and nodded in satisfaction. "I have to say, Mo Patriarch, you are quite the capable official," commented Wang Wei, not hiding his appreciation for the latter. In such a short time, the man devised a way to save the devil race from extermination. Furthermore, he used the most ruthless and efficient method possible. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the compliment. I'm glad I did not have to annihilate you and the devil cultivators. If your plan of betraying the world and introducing a foreign emperor to deal with me were put in motion, I would have massacred every last one of you." Patriarch Mo's body trembled as he felt a terrifying gaze weighing on him. Luckily, he never moved from his bowing position. Otherwise, he could not fathom the fear of directly facing those eyes. How did he know our plan? Did someone betray us? No. With someone of his strength and Tao, it should be easy to divine the truth. "Your Majesty, my actions back then were nothing but a moment of poor judgment. I promise it will never happen again." Patriarch Mo knew it was pointless to deny what he did and would bring him even more danger. "Is that so?" uttered Wang Wei softly. "However, I will feel more secure if I ensure such a thing won't happen again." A river made of chains manifested behind him as Wang Wei mobilized his Grand Dao source. Then he said out loud for everyone to hear, "Order from now on. The tribulations of all devil cultivators will be 10 to 100 times harder than normal, judged based on their karmic sins. Disorder. Those who survive can wash away part of their karmic sins." When Wang Wei finished his words, a scroll appeared before him before scattering between heaven and earth. The world trembled slightly, but only a few people detected this physical change. However, every cultivator of Quasi-Emperor or above detected this new change. However, only immortals and some Quasi-Emperors proficient in divination or calculation knew what had occurred. Patriarch Mo's face became ugly as he received a transmission from the insurgent that accompanied him. He knew the myriad Emperor world's fundamental rules were forcibly changed, making it 100 times harder for devil cultivators or people with great karmic sins to cultivate. From the supernatural realm, cultivators must survive heavenly tribulations. But now, 99 of devil cultivators cannot enter the supernatural realm. Patriarch Mo could see the future of the devil cultivators. The already weakened surviving factions will have to abandon most of their emperor scriptures that require blood, flesh, soul, or negative emotions to cultivate. Cultivating disciples or elders will require more resources like emperor artifacts to protect them from heavenly tribulations. The rise of their future heaven-chosens will be 100 times harder. "At least he left us some hope," thought Patriarch Mo with a pain in his heart. Washing away karmic sins was extremely difficult, usually only possible through things like merit. Now, as long as they survived heavenly tribulations, they can wash away some of their sins. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy," said Patriarch Mo. Everyone looked at this once ambitious man and secretly sighed. Today's representatives knew it would be virtually impossible for the devil race to thrive or prosper in this world. Their fate is sealed unless they can give birth to an unparalleled genius that could forcefully overcome the current low luck or destiny of the devil cultivators. Many people secretly sighed in awe at the power of the heavenly emperor. "You're dismissed," said Wang Wei, making Patriarch Mo secretly sighed in relief. He took a few steps back to return to the representatives' side. Wang Wei finally focused on the representatives. "The main topic of this meeting is the improvement of mortals' lives," declared Wang Wei before waving his hand to manifest a list. Everyone focused on the list, not missing a single point. 1. Dao Opening Sect, 10 trillion merit points. 2. Great Gene Dynasty, 856,000 merit points. 3. Heavenly Tree Village, 567, 987 merit points. 4. Emperor Enlightening Academy, 507, 876 merit points. 5. Clan 489,008 merit points. 6. Western Bliss Sect, 434, 675 merit points. 7. 5 Elements Balance Palace, 345, 876 merit points. 8. Tai Profound Gate, 320, 565 merit points. 9. Eternal Dream Sect, 318, 678 merit points. 10. Great Talisman City, 285, 897 merit points. The list was longer than these 10 factions. However, the discrepancy between the top 10 was very noticeable. Furthermore, the difference between the first and second place made many people frown, wondering if the Heavenly Emperor was playing favorites again. "I know what you're thinking, but I guarantee there is no fraud in this list," added Wang Wei. "As I said, the main topic of discussion is the livelihood of mortals. Now, I will show you the lives of the mortals in our territory, so you will understand the list." He waved his hand to show them how the mortals in their sect's domains live. He showed them how they had developed a civilization unique to themselves. Chapter 9, 18 Mortal Civilization, unedited chapter. Cultivators' view of mortals has always been consistent. They are weak, making them uncomfortable to be around. After all, if they do not perfectly control their strength, even a slight release of aura could massacre millions of mortals. They considered mortals dirty. With their evolved senses, it's easier to see all the impurities in a mortal's body or any bacteria in their bodies. They can see all the pores or smell any odor emanating from them. Mortals had short lifespans, making it very arduous to have any friendship or relationship with them. Even the weakest cultivator could retreat for a few decades, and after leaving their seclusions, their supposed friends have lived the majority of their lives and are on the verge of death. Cultivators believed mortals were ignorant. They spent the majority of their lives in a daze, ignorant of themselves or the world around them. Even the few who are wise enough do not live long enough to deepen their knowledge to a level worthy of recognition. As such, cultivators often scoffed at the word mortal wisdom. Despite how the majority felt about mortals, they knew their lives were inseparable from mortals. They originated from mortal roots. And if they wished to ascend to greater heights in the cultivation journey, they must never forget this fact. These ideologies or notions have been ingrained in most cultivators. However, during this meeting today, their worldview collapsed and was reorganized. Wang Wei showed them that with the right guidance, mindset, and resources, mortals can create their own civilization. They have developed art, literature, philosophy, unique customs, and technology. They opened wisdom to their fellow mortals, teaching them about the wonders of the universe. What shocked these representatives more was the fact this mortal civilization was more than capable of dealing with supernatural realm cultivators. The world is vast beyond words can describe, and cultivators only take 10% of the population. If the remaining 90 of mortals could create a civilization as brilliant as this one, low-level cultivators would now become useless. Everyone began to pay attention. Grassroots cultivators are the backbones of the cultivation world. They're usually in charge of most of the work like mining, planting, and hunting for resources. However, if mortals could replace these grassroots cultivators and use things like construct to replace their service, the cultivating world would soon experience a booming change. The eyes of these representatives became firmer as they concentrated. They remember a few thousand years ago, the Tao opening sect started a project of opening schools for mortals and creating a bunch of constructs to facilitate faster travel and development. They copied these methods because Heavenly Tao was very generous during that time and handed out plenty of merits. However, once there were no longer any benefits, most people stopped doing such a pointless thing. Most factions even dismantled these constructs to recycle the resources used. However, now, they regret their actions as they realize the true purpose of doing these things. The Tao opening sect has been preparing for the court for countless millennia, granting them countless advantages. Why are we only fourth? Thought Su Sure as she looked at the list. She guessed correctly about the main topic of the court, so she suggested the Academy copy the Tao opening sect's model of dealing with immortals in their domains. With her level of power, she detected the Tao opening sect's domains had a vibrant atmosphere around them unlike any other factions. This atmosphere greatly contributed to their sect's key luck. Based on this analysis, she also sought to replicate their success. Unfortunately, she only had a short 300 years and could not immediately catch up to the sect's 1,000 years of history. Even then, she believed she would be second during the meeting, acquiring more advantages for the Academy. Alas, she was wrong. I have never heard of the Great Jin Dynasty, she thought with a frown. She already analyzed why certain groups were in their position. The Heavenly Tree Village was a new supreme land that rose in this generation. They focused deeply on tempering the Tao heart by living a simple, mortal life. Despite their short existence, most factions knew about them. After all, the Heavenly Emperor built the court on top of a world tree raised in that village. Furthermore, the Emperor also left a projection to the village. In an emergency, The projection can act as protection. People even believe the projection could borrow the strength of the real tree when necessary. The conclusion of most emperor lineages is that this village has a great karmic connection with the heavenly emperor, so they labeled them into the class of not making them into an enemy. The D clan often dealt with mortals and protected them from devil cultivators, so their ranking made sense. Their clan often does good things for mortals to reinforce their identities as protectors of the Western continent. The Western Bliss sect, although recently established, was the savior of countless mortals during the era of chaos in the Western continent. Additionally, they inherited many of the mortals that the D clan used to protect. Lastly, as a sect of Buddhism that focuses on compassion, they treated the people under their rules with great respect. The five-element balance palace and the Tai profound gates are the leaders of Taoism, the biggest religion of the myriad emperor world. They have countless believers and worshippers scattered all over the world. As such, they treat the mortals under their reign with decency and dignity to ensure their reputation and consolidate their key luck. The Eternal Dream sect most likely received some inside information from the Tao opening sect and did not abandon the mortals like other sects once the benefits no longer manifested. The Yu clan was not higher on the list because they controlled only one domain, and their population was not up to par. Tong Ruobing was probably smart enough not to completely abandon these mortals, as she felt the Tao opening sect was planning something. So she chose to wait and continue her support, even if it was the bare minimum, analyzed Su Shi. She would definitely do something like this with her personality. It would also explain why she was not higher on the list. Everything else made sense except for this great Jin dynasty. Many people had questions similar to Su Shi, but knew it was not the time to ask since the Heavenly Emperor was not finished. After everyone processed the information he gave, he continued, "The Tao opening sect will become the standard model that I want you to follow." Many people immediately frowned after hearing this, releasing an aura of hesitation and struggle. Wang Wei immediately guessed their main source of concern: resources. Two main things are required to create a civilization like the one the Tao opening sect cultivated: food and the resources for the constructs. The issue of food can be dealt with after working together. However, the constructs are another problem. This world is too vast. According to Wang Wei's calculation, the world's largest domain is 576 times that of the observable universe back on Earth, and that's only one domain. Whatever domain a mortal is born in, they will never leave it through their entire lives. Even worse, millions of generations of their ancestors will live and die in that same domain. The distance between two cultivator cities is usually counted in the light years. Meanwhile, the distance between two mortal cities in the same mortal dynasty can be as large as the Earth's circumference. If not for the fact that animals like horses were bred by heaven and earth for long and fast travels, transportation in mortal dynasties would be a nightmare. With such a vast distance, the constructs needed by mortals will need to be at least heaven tier to allow them to break the space and teleport to vast distances. However, heaven tier resources involve void, shattering realm cultivators, and the power of laws. Such resources are valuable even in emperor lineages, so how could they use them to cultivate mortals? Even with the possibility of reward from heaven and earth, the gain was not worth the loss. Wang Wei waved his hand, and a seed appeared. This is the good fortune seed. After planting it, it will absorb the spiritual key between heaven and earth to accelerate growth. Furthermore, it can be programmed to turn into different crops like rice, grains, fruits, etc. With this thing, the issue of food is dealt with. The only precaution you need to take is to prevent animals from destroying the crops and deal with heaven and man-made catastrophes like dragons turning over, earthquake, drought, and insects. Everyone's eyes lit up as they saw another possibility for this rice cultivate body-tempering cultivators. Any product raised from this good fortune seed should contain traces of spiritual energy, which can be used for the tempering realm. They can use large quantities of food to replace low-level pills. Lastly, if they could retain some power of good fortune from a seed. It is the perfect energy or power to cast the foundation for their heaven chosen. Wang Wei knew what they were thinking but did not care, so he continued. As for the issue of transportation, I also have a solution. He waved his hand to show them a special dimension. This is a subspace created by the Tao opening sect, only accessible to mortals for their transportation. Our mortals have control of this subspace, allowing them to travel long distances without using any heaven-tier resources. Your job will be to create the same subspace and connect them. Be warned that the subspace belongs only to mortals, and cultivators are forbidden from using it. What a great method, thought most people, followed by why didn't I think of that? One last thing, continued Wang Wei, pointing at the list in the middle of the room. This list was not created arbitrarily by me to decide the number of merits. People's eyes squinted as they realized the implications behind these words. Heavenly Tao is in charge of the list and decides the number of merit points allocated. It's based on plenty of criteria, with the main focus on mortals' livelihood. In other words, the more developed and fulfilling the lives of the mortals in your domains are, the more merit points you will receive. No one said a word as they guessed they were more. As for what those merits are for, said Wang Wei with a smile. Of course, it is a form of currency for exchange. He waved his hand to show another list. People's breathing became elevated as the first thing on the list was Grand Tao Source Seed, followed by Immortal Mansion. Now, that Heavenly Tao has plenty of world source. It needs a new way to develop the world, hence this list. As you can see, with enough merit points, you could directly exchange Tao Source Seeds and Immortal Mansions from Heavenly Tao, cultivating more immortals for your factions. Chapter 919 Unfairness. The representatives could no longer contain their excitement, greed, and desire. Previously, they thought the Heavenly Emperor wanted to elevate the life of mortals simply for a few merits and luck. But now they knew there were tangible benefits. The path of immortal venerable and Tao ancestor has always been controlled by great emperors, a right directly handed to them by heaven and earth. A few people knew such a thing was not absolute in the upper dimension, but that did not matter since they were not there. But now, people have another method to access these two paths. The Emperor's monopoly was basically over. Although they knew the Grand Tao Source Seeds and Immortal Mansions created by Heavenly Tao would not be as unique and special as the ones created by great emperors, it was still better than nothing. The most excited of these groups were the non-emperor lineages. With this merit point system, they might have a chance to become immortal and Tao lineages relying on their own effort, however. The eyes of these people soon dim as they see the price of these two things. They were not the only ones. The emperor lineages soon had a similar response. Based on the prices, only the Tao opening sect could buy the things on the list. Even the great Jin dynasty could not buy an immortal mansion. People soon focused on other items on the list, and despite only having a few things, everything was expensive. The only thing most people could buy was epiphany time. As the name suggests, people can use merits to enter a state of epiphany, elevating their comprehension to a realm never possible. Alas, the epiphany time is divided into mortal and immortal grade, and these factions can only buy the mortal grade. Furthermore, there is a warning in the list that the immortal grade can only help people cultivate 40 Grand Tao Source before becoming useless. Two more items on the list caught people's attention: Power Veins Pills and Pure Soul Power. The effects of these items are indeed valuable. The Power Veins Pills can drastically increase the flesh bota strength. There is a notice that 100 of these pills are enough to cultivate an insurgent with a fleshly body that can fight third-class emperors. However, after seeing the price, most people shake their heads and focus on the pure soul power. Soul or spiritual power has always been vital, especially in the immortal realm. For a cultivator to become an Empyrean, Tao ruler, or immortal sovereign, their soul power must reach a certain threshold. Sadly, that threshold is so high, preventing countless people from reaching it. The pure soul power is something people on our level desperately need, thought Ao Shun, who knew the importance of soul power. Furthermore, the power vein pill and soul power are the perfect combination to cultivate immortal sovereigns. A powerful flesh makes it easier and faster to gather immortal ki. Meanwhile, the soul is required to reach tier 11 and control the immortal ki in the mansion. Everyone will want these items, analyzed Huafeng Wang. However, they are limited. She gazed at the notice that these two things were not as easily available as the other things on the list. As you can see, people can also place their things on the list for others to buy, explained Wang Wei. If things proceed smoothly, the list can become a way to exchange high-level resources without any fear of fraud or contradictions. The Heavenly Emperor was correct. If Heavenly Tao could act as a medium for transactions, many people's fears of being cheated or reneging on deals would be removed, allowing for fair trade. They could see the advantage of such a simple system. With fair trade, cultivators will become more open and exchange the needed resources, leading to another boom in the cultivation world. Such a boom will directly boost the Heavenly Emperor era, making it more flourishing. It will also make the era more competitive, analyzed Feng Heng, who predicted how difficult it would be for Heaven Chosen to prove the Tao in the future. The threshold for Heaven Chosen will reach a new height, and only the best of the best can be the final winner and seat on the throne. And this is just the beginning of the era, continued the wise monk. Normally, Heavenly Tao would not tolerate an emperor to stay too long in the lower dimension. However, this may not be the case for the Heavenly Emperor. As long as Wang Wei continues to improve the world and his era, Heavenly Tao might give him a pass and postpone the next generation just to ensure the world is as brilliant as ever. After figuring out this thing, many people despaired. They all wanted this monster to leave as soon as possible, but they realized his stay might be extended. Such a change might be advantageous to me, pondered Feng Heng. He wanted as much time as possible to lay the proper foundation for Buddhism before his ascension. So, if Heavenly Tao extends the Heavenly Emperor's time, it will do the same for other emperors to balance him out. Does anyone have any questions? Asked Wang Wei. I do, said Ao Shun, who walked in the front. Our demon race does not have much of a human population. So, how can we gather more merit points? After controlling the north, Ao Shun reduced the human population by migrating them to other continents, mainly to the Tao opening sex territories. We are also in a similar situation, concurred a representative of the sea race. It's almost impossible for the human race to live in their territories under the sea. The small population is very small and lives in specially curated environments. Your situation is special, said Wang Wei. Humans are the protagonists of the myriad emperor world, so they're the best and fastest way to gather merit points. My suggestion is to incorporate more humans into your territory. Then, use the demon school I created to cultivate more of your kind. Create a civilization that perfectly integrates humans and demons. Ao Shun and the sea race representatives frowned. This method was far from ideal. Cultivating more humans, even mere mortals, will only benefit the human race, not their kind. As intelligent as they were, they could deduce how much the power of humans would increase after the rise of countless mortal civilizations. Mortals make up more than 90% of the population. Hence, they're the source of talent for the cultivation world. With such a large population, countless mortals with cultivation talents are never discovered, forever remaining mortals until the end of their lives. Although these people are classified as individuals with poor luck, their talents are undeniable. Now, things will become different. The mortal and cultivation world will no longer have a clear divide. As such, it will be easier to find talented mortals from now on. Additionally, if they follow the Tao opening sex model, the mortals in their territory will have a higher-than-average talent for cultivation. Martial arts provided these mortals with stronger bodies, increasing the chances their descendants could be healthier and even inherit their strong bodies. Martial arts allowed them to passively absorb spiritual ki between heaven and earth, making their descendants have a higher affinity with spiritual ki. Such affinity will make developing a leakless body easier and walking the cultivation path. The greatest creation of the mortal civilization is the extraordinary citizens. These people have access to their spiritual power, making them low-level pill masters, talisman makers, weapons refiners, and other professions. In the future, their number will drastically increase, thus contributing to the prosperity of the human race's luck. With such advantages, how could Ao Shun and the Sea race allow humans to prosper in their area? The worst thing is the demon school situation is also a pit. It does allow them to turn simple mortal animals into demons or sea races. However, the demon race is born with extraordinary bodies and supernatural abilities at the expense of their intelligence. It's extremely arduous to raise an animal's intelligence to the level of humans and turn them into demons. Even after succeeding, their animal instincts usually make them aggressive and full of killing intent. They will need to take time and effort to remove that aggression. As for integrating demons with humans to create a unique civilization, it's not as simple as the Heavenly Emperor said. Furthermore, even if they succeeded, a good part of their luck would go to the Tao opening sect for the creation of the demon school. No matter which angles they looked at this advice, they felt they suffered while the Heavenly Emperor benefited without doing much. Wang Wei looked at them, and guessed why they were thinking. Although it seems unfair, that's the price these races had to pay after losing the battle to become the world's protagonist. Furthermore, their issues involved the fundamental cores of every race. Demons are born powerful but lack in the soul or intelligence department. Meanwhile, it's the opposite for humans. Humans have become the protagonists in multiple worlds because of their intelligence and ingenuity. It is easier for them to innovate and create ways to make the mortal or cultivated world flourish. Because of this ability, humans have become one of the most powerful races in the entire chaos universe. Wang Wei looked at Feng Hung. Buddhism is excellent at opening wisdom. You could try to incorporate demons into your human civilizations. Success will grant Buddhism great blessing. Amit Ba, uttered Feng Hung while playing with his praying beads. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was smiling wryly internally. He could feel Ao Shun and the Sea race's fierce gaze. Of course, he had the same idea as soon as the Heavenly Emperor said these words. However, he did not expect the latter to use him as a pawn to motivate the demon and Sea race. In such a situation, he chose to remain quiet. Anyway, he will not give up any opportunity to help Buddhism, especially since he has his nemesis, Taoism, on the side. Taoism is not as excellent as Buddhism in opening wisdom. Its advantages lie in dealing with or suppressing demons and devils. However, they were also good in that area, just like Buddhism has its merit when dealing with and sealing evil. As such, Feng Hung knew he had worthy competitors and would not stop because of the warnings of Ao Shun and the others. Where's the great Jin dynasty's representative? Asked Wang Wei after scheming against these people. Everyone looked around to see whether there were any secrets to this dynasty that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 9, 20 The First Path to Transcendence. A middle-aged man wearing a black robe with dragons on his sleeve stepped forward. His hair was perfectly combed in a bun, and a faint aura of a ruler emanated from him. However, anyone with the right perception could detect he was trying his best to hide his aura and look as small as possible. Such an act was not deemed cowardly by other representatives, and that's because the man was only in the quasi-emperor realm, indicating the Great Jin dynasty was only a supreme dynasty. Han Shun has seen your majesty, the heavenly emperor, said the sovereign of the Great Jin dynasty. I was as surprised as everyone else when I saw your dynasty's name on the list, commented Wang Wei. I was even more surprised when I checked it for myself. Han Shun smiled in embarrassment. It was a unique situation. I was severely injured, ended up in your majesty's territory, and was saved from the people. Once I was healed, I had the idea of creating a fortune dynasty and decided to model the way of living of my saviors. Wang Wei nodded in understanding. The Great Jin Dynasty has such a high position because Han Shun copied many things from the Tao opening sect's spiritual rune civilization. As such, the peoples lives under his rule are peaceful and prosperous. I have to give you some credit, acknowledged Wang Wei. The Great Zhou Dynasty was still recovering after the stunts their first prince caused. Although they have recondensed their dynasty's key luck and prevented the dynasty from collapsing, they are not in the best shape to be too caring about the lives of their citizens. The Great Wu Dynasty is in a similar predicament. After son Jialong's death, their dynasty's luck seemed to have reached the bottom. The secret of their having multiple pseudo-emperors was leaked, and the surrounding dynasties did not hesitate to attack them, gutting most of the territories son Jialong occupied for them. Meanwhile, other dynasties do not dare to copy the Tao opening sect's model despite being aware of it, and all because of unwarranted fear. These monarchs feared, due to the open wisdom of the citizens from the spiritual rune civilization, they would reject the concept of monarchy and try to overthrow their dynasty. Of course, this is a high fantasy world, so no matter how much mortals revolt, it will be pointless. One divine body realm cultivator is enough to trample on Wang Wei's spiritual rune civilization, let alone even weaker mortal dynasties. The main source of fear for these people is that a peerless cultivator genius will appear among these mortals and rise against them. So, most dynasties ignored the changes in the Tao opening sect's domain, while a few wise ones adapted a few things to improve the lives of their citizens and gather more luck. However, Han Shun was not one of these people. He copied Wang Wei's civilization to the best of his ability while also being a wise ruler that is loved and respected by his people. Sovereign Han Shun is a perfect example that our model can be copied and executed, said Wang Wei, looking at the representatives. As such, you should learn from him. Everyone secretly looked at Han's son. However, their emotions and real thoughts were hidden. However, the great Jin sovereign was secretly scared. No matter his achievements, it did not change the fact he was only a mortal in the eyes of these big shots. Wang Wei waved his hand to condense a golden talisman. This is a reward for your effort and dedication. People were shocked by the power contained in this talisman. A few with dark thoughts immediately extinguished them. Thank you, your majesty, hurriedly said Han Shun, bowing with his most respectful attitude, while also breathing in relief. He knew he was saved and could continue developing his dynasty without any problems. I only need to become a Tao lineage in this generation while preparing for my descendants to become emperors, thought Han Shun with great ambitions. He received the talisman and returned to the back of the line. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's eyes glimmered with mystery as he watched Han Shun's actions. Although the latter looked like a lucky loose cultivator on the surface with no background, the truth could not be hidden from his eyes. He is the human emperor's next chosen pawn after son Jialong, thought Wang Wei, who could see the unique destiny that Han Shun inherited. His plan is probably to get the heavenly emperor position from one of the great Jin dynasty's descendants. Wang Wei's eyes twinkled, but he did not say anything or do anything to Han Shun or the great Jin dynasty because he had already figured out the human emperor's end goal. The latter wanted to acquire the three karmic positions of heaven and earth: human emperor, earth emperor, and heavenly emperor. Then, by fusing their essence, he can reach the realm of half-step transcendence. However, such a plan is not so easy to accomplish. The heavenly emperor in the lower position is not nearly enough for the transcendent path, so he will need to acquire it in the upper dimension. The one I leave behind is probably only a key for the one in the upper dimension. But even then, things will not be simple. The eternal ascension world's power ceiling is half-step transcendence, so he cannot use my method to become the heavenly emperor in the upper dimension. If the human emperor attempted such a stupid thing, true heavenly Tao would obliterate him. So, will he go to another source chaos world where the power limit is only the Paragon realm? Unlikely. There is a high chance he reincarnated not only because he wanted to become a boundless paragon, but because he needed one of the main source worlds to become transcendent. Countless thoughts flashed in his eyes as he analyzed the human emperor. He has already acquired the human emperor position, which true heavenly Tao acknowledges. What he lacked is the other two. One of the 8 parasites, the Earth Emperor, is probably one of his pawns for the Earth Emperor position. However, I have a feeling that guy did not truly acquire the position and is just another key. The Earth Emperor's position involved reincarnation, so Wang Wei did not think the Earth Emperor had control over reincarnation of the upper dimension. Then there is Old Man Nether. He has been obsessed with reincarnation for heaven knows how long. Is this also related to the Earth Emperor position? Wang Wei secretly shook his head as he had too little information to speculate about Old Man Nether. Technically speaking, it should be almost impossible for the human emperor to acquire the heavenly emperor position. However, with the current political situation of the upper dimension, after acquiring the key, it's not impossible for him to negotiate something with true heavenly Tao. True heavenly Tao might agree as long as his positions can weaken Supreme Unity's control over the world. Wang Wei frowned as he wondered whether the human emperor would be an ally, an enemy, or a neutral acquaintance. Ever since he guessed the human emperor was the kin emperor from Earth, he had an instinctual aversion to the latter. However, he also knew he could not completely rely on his instinct for certain things. I should consider my relationship with the human emperor based on the situation. The real issue is whether I should use his method to also become a half-step transcendent. Wang Wei did not ponder much longer about the situation before rejecting the idea. Such a method is applicable to people of the sovereign Tao. If I use his method, half-step transcendence will be my limit, and I will never truly become detached and become free and unfettered. No matter how tempting this method was, it was contradictory to his path and goal. So, he would never use it unless he was forced and had no other choice. Furthermore, this method is only an idea and has no tangible method of success yet, so it's yet to be determined whether it will succeed. Such a brilliant idea. Did the human emperor come up with it? Thought Wang Wei. I doubt it. Even people like Wu Hong and Qiyuan did not have a concrete idea of transcendence. So how could he? The human emperor was most likely reincarnated during the Qi dynasty more than 2,000 years ago from Earth's modern time. So, he did not have access to many ideas and creativity from the internet era. Wang Wei has long predicted that the novels and other works of fiction he read on Earth were not simple stories created out of imagination. They might have some deeper secrets. Otherwise, it made no sense for them to contain so many pearls of wisdom, secrets, and ideas applicable to real life. So, this must be the work of Hong Jun. As a half-step transcendence, he has walked in this path and knows more about how to achieve this realm. But if he already had a method of transcendence, why did he participate in the ultimate taboo? He should have known of the danger. As soon as he asked this question, he knew the answer: lack of trust. According to history, Ying Zheng was the kind of suspicious emperor who never truly trusted anyone. So, how could he easily believe in Hong Jun and follow his plans without any precautions or preparations? Wang Wei shook his head. He would have done the same if he were in the human emperor's shoes. He probably would have done worse, since Hong Jun's portrayal in many stories has not been ideal, so his weariness towards the latter is extremely high. Wang Wei exhaled slightly as he finished his thought. His analysis was rewarding as he already had one idea for a way to transcendence. Although only applicable to sovereign Tao, such an idea is valuable beyond words could explain. He focused on the room and realized everything had quieted down, waiting for him to wake up from his distractions. "My apologies for making you wait," said Wang Wei. He knew he did not need to explain, but he still wanted to show respect to these people, to be specific to the ones with eternal strength. He only needed to say a few words, so why not do it? The meeting will end. If you want to place something in the contribution list for others to buy with merit, you need to submit an application. Our next meeting will be 1,000 years later. This should be plenty of time for you to work. People nodded while also secretly speculating what the next meeting would be about. Most people believed it was time for the court to branch out to the lower realm, spreading its wings to other worlds in this community. A few emperor lineages have already begun to prepare. Unfortunately, They do not have an ability like Wang Wei Soul Network, so it's not easy for them to find other worlds. Su Si, Feng Heng, Ao Shun, and Huafeng Wang, please stay. Others, you may leave, ordered Wang Wei calmly. Chapter 921 Dao Discussion. Wang Wei led the group into the court's garden, where 5 seats forming a circle awaited them. Everyone sat cross-legged as Wang Wei served tea. I called you here for 2 reasons, said Wang Wei. Firstly, I want to exchange some things with each of you. Your Majesty, what can we offer you? Asked Su Shi. Primordial power, purest Buddha light, chaos power and bloodline, and 5 sacred beast bloodline, replied Wang Wei. In return, I can offer you power veins pills, pure soul power, and even merit points. Everyone pondered for a moment. Those things were valuable, but not enough to make an enemy out of the Heavenly Emperor. Furthermore, it was not like he was asking without paying anything in return. Bruce. They might not be able to stop him if he wanted to take them by force, even if they worked together. Your Majesty is the benefactor of Buddhism, so this poor monk has no problem trading, said the eminent monk. As long as the price is right, I have no issue with trading, said Ao Shun. Although Chaos Bloodline was valuable, it depended on who wanted it. For some people, it was not such a big deal. In the end, everybody nodded and negotiated a price. In the end, the most valuable of the 4 was Su Shi's primordial power, followed by Hua Feng Huang's 5 sacred beast bloodline, then Ao Shun's powers. And Feng Heng was last. However, Ao Shun was the one who benefited the most since he exchanged both his bloodline and chaos power. Wang Wei was satisfied with the result. He will be able to condense a few unique power veins with these unique powers. Additionally, he plans to modify his 12 zodiac technique to condense unique acupoint abilities based on innate demon gods and existences like immortals and Buddha. Then, he waved his hand to manifest a small golden tree. Everyone's eyes lit up as they recognized this wonder of heaven and earth, the Bodhi tree. The Bodhi trees require Buddhist rhymes to grow and develop, said Wang Wei, who shook his head. He had tried to grow this thing on his own, but his methods were so slow and inefficient that he gave up. His current understanding, boosted by his fate domination physique, could not be improved by the current level of the Bodhi tree. I will lend this tree to your Buddhist sect. Help me cultivate it, said Wang Wei as he handed it to Feng Heng. The monk's eyes lit up after receiving the tree. His Western Bliss sect had a Bodhi tree, and it was even more developed than this one. The tree has been the core of the Western Pure Land for countless years and has become a symbol for Buddhism. Feng Heng could guess the benefits of planting a second tree next to the ones he has. He could probably use the resonance between these two to condense a 3rd Bodhi seed and grow his own tree. This poor monk will take care of everything for your Majesty, said Feng Heng, ignoring the envious gazes these people were giving him. I believe in you, nodded Wang Wei. The second reason for this meeting is for a Dao discussion. I would like for us to share our understanding of the Dao. Su Shi and Feng Heng felt this was a great idea. However, Ao Shun and Huafeng Wang had reservations. I'm very interested in the difference between Grand Dao Source and Heaven Laws. Maybe we can learn by comparisons. Furthermore, I know you guys wish to walk the Emperor path, so such a discussion might be helpful for your future endeavors. The Heavenly Emperor's words made sense, so they agreed. Who wants to go first? Asked Wang Wei, but no one immediately answered. I will go first, said Su Shi after sensing the quietness was rapidly approaching the level of awkwardness. She took a moment to gather her mind before beginning. What is time? Is it simply the progression of events from the past to the present to the future? Is it the movement of particles? Is time even linear? Or are we forced to experience it as such? Su Shi's preaching began from her understanding of time, followed by the relationship between time, karma, life and death, and chaos. Dao rhymes emanated from her body as she discussed her understanding, and the others closed their eyes to understand. Her preaching lasted 9 years before it ended. Then it was Feng Heng's turn. His preaching started with yin-yang before evolving also in a time mostly absolute beginning and end. Then it also contained Taoist and Buddhist principles, which benefited the group's understanding of the mind and the soul. He also lasted 9 years before ending his discussion. After the monk ended, it was finally one of the Primarch's turn. A.O. Shun decided to go first, and his understanding of chaos heaven law did show its uniqueness. Heavenly law was nowhere near as grand or potent as the Grand Tao source. However, its application and implications were worth learning. It contained some secrets of heaven and earth, since true heavenly Tao boosted all heavenly laws. Wang Wei, Su Shi, and Feng Heng benefited most in understanding and applying their Tao, while by imitating how true heavenly Tao boosted heaven laws. Finally, heaven laws seemed to contain the secrets of bloodline. Wang Wei opened his eyes after A.O. Shun's preaching. I see. The Emperor path becomes immortal through understanding laws. The Tao path turns itself into a world, and the immortal path uses energy, but the Primarchs achieve immortality through bloodline. If there used to be a soul path, they achieve immortality through the soul, while the true power Tao realm does it through the body. Wang Wei felt his understanding of heaven and earth deepened. Furthermore, he was now more confident in modifying his fiend god body 12 revolution. Hua Feng Huang's turn arrived, and she also preached about all her 5 heavenly laws. A.O. Shun focused more on the heaven will boost, so she focused more on the bloodline aspect of Primarchs. After 9 years, it was finally Wang Wei's turn. Wang Wei's preaching was even more encompassing than Su Shi's, since his Tao was versatile and contained multiple parts, including time and yin-yang, which Su Shi, Feng Heng, and Huafeng Wang had in common. After the 9 years ended, everyone felt it was too short. This poor monk has benefited immensely from all benefactors, said Feng Heng. Communication is truly the key to development. I agree with what this monk is trying to say in a roundabout way. We should do this more often, said Wang Wei, and the others nodded. Amitatha, uttered Feng Heng, not in the least embarrassed. After the next meeting, all of you should have improved. We can have a discussion again, said Wang Wei before sending everybody away. However, Su Shi asked to speak to him privately, so she stayed. I'm here for 2 things, said Su Shi. The first one is I want to participate in the raid on the Tao burial ground. Pardon me? I kept my eyes on the future, observing countless possibilities. According to my calculations, you will attack the Tao burial ground, which will be a feast. Wang Wei briefly paused before laughing. You're right. However, this is a feast for me and the Tao opening sect. Is there any negotiation room? No. Wang Wei knew the benefits of destroying the Tao burial ground. So how could he let anyone else get in on the benefits? Fine. I didn't expect much anyway, replied Su Shi, exuding a level of graceful beauty that should not be present for such a mundane task as sighing. What else do you want to ask me? I want your permission to allow me to officially become the 9th Emperor of the Academy. Do you want to use merit to get Heavenly Tao's permission to officially become the Academy's 9th Emperor? Yes, nodded Su Shi. That's not a bad idea, said Wang Wei. You agreed so easily? You knew I would agree? Of course. After all, I know about the balance mechanism, and the Academy having a 9th Emperor will greatly reduce the pressure on you. I just did not expect you to agree so swiftly. Like you said, it's beneficial to me, so why not agree? Plus, we could be considered friends, so why not use this opportunity to strengthen our friendship? In that case, I apologize for having such a profit-driving mindset, said Su Shi with a smile that made the flowers in the garden wilt in shame and embarrassment. Wang Wei nodded before asking, how are things with Lin Fan's revival? The existence reconstruction technique is harder to master than I foresaw. Why do I feel you're not in a hurry? Su Shi paused before sighing. There are some things I don't want to face right now. You should know the consequence for people of our realm for our mind to have flaws. The more you run to avoid the problem, the bigger of an issue it will become. I'm aware, as long as you keep that in mind. The two chatted for a few more minutes before Su Shi left. Then, Wang Wei waved his hand to teleport 80 of the Tao rhymes from their discussions to the Tao opening sect. Such vast and extensive Tao rhymes will greatly benefit the sect and allow its disciples and elders to better understand the laws of heaven and earth. Finally, Wang Wei focused on a battle in the distance. Chapter 922 Immortal Sovereign S. Might Chapter 922 Immortal Sovereigns might, although the four spent 45 years in the court, only a day passed outside. Wang Wei did not want their discussions to affect the political situation in the world, so he used his time Dao to change the rate of time outside and in the court. As such, a day later, Feng Heng, Ao, Shun, and Hua Feng Wang left the court and returned to their factions. At least they tried. Hua Feng Wang teleported to the moon, which is the entrance to the ancient clan's small world. However, a visitor was waiting for her, an elderly man dressed in all black, slowly caressing an all-white sword while sitting cross-legged on a moon rock. A sharp aura naturally emanated from the man's body. If a mortal looked at him, their eyes would bleed like a sharp object pierced their pupils. "You're from the sword-casting villa?" asked Hua Feng Wang. "That's correct. Haven't you people given up already? The ancient clan do not have the right or power to monopolize all the god positions in the eastern continent," said Jian Sha. "But you guys get to control an entire region of the sea? You and I both know the sea is not as valuable as any of the continents. Furthermore, our territory does not house too many powerful emperor lineages unlike yours," calmly responded Jian Sha without stopping to caress his swords. It was as if he had not seen or touched it for a long time and was very nostalgic about it. "All I'm hearing are excuses and rhetorics," snorted Hua Feng Wang. "This conversation is pointless. You and I are only pawns on this chessboard, but it seems your ancient clan has offended the chess player." Hua Feng Wang's pupil squinted. "Yes, our battle is inevitable." She took out her white tiger-killing sword, releasing a terrifying killing intent. "Such a beautiful and powerful sword is wasted on a sword user like yourself," said Jian Sha as he stood up, releasing a killing intent as pure as his opponent. "The obsession you people have over the purity of the sword is disgusting and unsavory," replied Hua Feng Wang. "You wouldn't understand," replied Jian Sha, shaking his head. "However, what should I expect from people who only see the sword as nothing but a tool?" His aura changed, becoming more ethereal and elusive. He resembled a supreme immortal swordsman who had slaughtered gods, demons, Buddhas, and great emperors. Jian Sha mobilized an immense amount of immortal ki before rushing forward. In an instant, he appeared before her and slashed his sword downward. Clink! Hua Feng Wang blocked the attack, but her pupil squinted. She discovered a vast energy that offset her killing heaven law. Clink! 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 Jian Sha released a barrage of sword strikes, each faster and more potent than the previous one. In an instant, their swords clashed thousands of times. Then, Hua Feng Wang suddenly felt something was wrong as her intuition warned her of danger. So, she used her yin-yang Dao to control push and pull. A powerful force manifested out of nowhere, pushing Jian Sha 100 meters away. Push! Thousands of sword marks appeared on Hua Feng Wang's body, destroying her clothes and revealing her jade-like skin. She was calm throughout the process, not showing an ounce of pain. "The undefendable sword art?" she asked as her body naturally healed. However, not all the sword marks disappeared. "You're quite knowledgeable, little girl," said Jian Sha. The undefendable sword art was an ancient technique that existed before the Null era. No one knows who created it, but this technique was famous because it was often used to deal with non-emperors. The technique was extremely difficult to block, so immortal venerables and Dao ancestors would use it against their own kind, inflicting heavy injuries on their opponent. The idea of this technique is to take advantage of the fact the other paths do not have the healing factors of the Emperor path. Hua Feng Wang secretly sneered after figuring out the opponent's tactic. Although she did not have the unnatural healing factors of eternal emperors, she had the Phoenix bloodline to make up for it. So, she only needed to be on guard for the opponent's other tricks and schemes. After her body naturally regenerated, Hua Feng Wang prepared to go on the offensive. However, before either acted, a voice echoed in their surrounding. "Could you guys fight someone else? I don't want your battle to destroy the moon." "The moon god?" said Hua Feng Wang. Yes, and your battle can affect my domain. So, please fight someone else. Hua Feng Wang and Jian Sha looked at each other before disappearing. They appeared near the world's barrier to ensure their battles did not affect other people. Immortal Lotus Step Jian Sha used a spell that increased speed. In an instant, he appeared before his opponent, leaving numerous lotus shining with immortal lights in his thrall. Clink, clink, clink. His sword clashed with Hua Feng Wang. However, he discovered she did not hesitate to fight him head-on despite knowing about the undefendable sword art. Soon he knew why. His sword technique failed. A subtle white and black shield appeared around her body, blocking the attack. Are you surprised? Asked Hua Feng Wang. This technique is ingenious, using cause and effect to ignore any defenses. However, as long as I can block the karmic connection between me and you, it's easy to defend against it. The sect master warned me about you, telling me I should not treat you lightly because you're a member of a terrifying generation. I should have listened to him, sighed Jian Sha. You should have listened to him, she said with a sneer. Killing sword, she slashed her sword and manifested a terrifying white tiger that rushed toward Jian Sha. The latter tried to use his speed spell to evade, but he soon realized he was caught in a trap. Yin-yang was reversed, so up was now down, left was now right, and moving was now stopping. When he thought to move, he was actually telling his body to stop. Jian Sha's mind was fast, and he quickly figured out the ins and outs of this technique. So he told his body not to defend, which in fact generated a protective field around him. Unfortunately, the sword slash bypassed his defense and entered his body, heading directly into his immortal mansion. Is that your plan? To kill my immortal mansion and render me useless? Unfortunately, Jian Sha released a terrifying energy fluctuation that broke Hua Feng Wang's yin-yang technique. Your immortal key, muttered Hua Feng Wang with a frown, but Jian Sha did not explain. It's 100 times harder for insurgent immortal venerables to cultivate to the immortal sovereign realm. So emperor lineages will only choose regular immortal venerables with normal immortal ki to cultivate to tier 11. However, after becoming an immortal sovereign, Jian Sha was lucky to discover a unique ki in the source ki space. The killing ki perfectly fused with his immortal ki, granting a unique attribute. The ki was not enough for him to become a tier 11 insurgent, but it did drastically increase his battle prowess among his peers. His strength was one of the reasons he was not injured and was sealed by heavenly Tao. Little girl, I admit I've underestimated you. However, I have survived countless eras and too many eternal emperors, some I don't even remember. So today, no matter what, you will be defeated and forced to hand over the god positions. Old geezer, you have too much nonsense coming out of your mouth. Sai the world is truly unfair. If this was the upper dimension, why would I care about a mere pre-march? Hua Feng Wang wanted to tell him it was his fault for choosing such a rubbish path. However, she was smart enough to know countless people were watching this battle, and if she said these words, she would offend every immortal path cultivator in the myriad emperor world. So, she decided to go on the offensive by summoning a colossal phoenix composed entirely of beautiful blue flame. However, Jian Sha's response was calm as he only said one word: kill. The character for killing manifested in the sky with a bright red color. Then, without hesitation, he slashed his sword. A white light enveloped the world as a terrifying sword energy emanated from the sword. Subsequently, the flame phoenix instantly turned into trillions of perfectly cut pieces. Kill, said Jian Sha, manifesting the second character. He slashed his sword a second time, condensing a massive amount of immortal killing ki. Hua Feng Wang raised her hand to summon her killing heaven law. Her palm easily absorbs the technique, even using it as nourishment. Jian Sha frowned briefly before two more killing characters manifested between heaven and earth. His aura arose drastically as the space around him twisted without much effort. So far, he has used 4 killing characters in his 7 killing sword art. He was confident in his sword, but knew not to underestimate his enemy. A brilliant sword energy that was as vast as countless galaxies descended on Huafeng Wang to eradicate her from the world. Chapter 9:23 Forced Compromise. One of the properties of water is its malleability or its ability to contain everything. So after seeing that attack, Huafeng Wang mobilized her Azure Dragon bloodline to summon a pale blue ocean. The ocean swallowed or maybe fused with a vast sword energy descending on her, turning into deep red. Then, the ocean turned into a blood dragon that rushed toward the elderly swordsman. What arrogant little girl. She had already used my power against me once. Wasn't that enough? Jian Sha waved his sword, and the red dragon turned into ink to write 3 more kill characters. His aura changed, turning into a supreme being that has slaughtered immortals. In some ways, Jian Sha was such a being as his hands once bathed in the hands of countless immortal venerables and one immortal sovereign. Rain of immortal killing sword, trillions of black swords manifested in the sky, each shining with lights of destruction. With a swing of Jian Sha's swords, they descended on Huafeng Wang. Her expression was grave, as she did not expect her opponent to be capable of releasing such a devastatingly powerful. Damn it! Why does A.O. Shun get to show off his power against these weak devil cultivators? And I have to face such a powerful immortal sovereign? Her clan has records about the strength of immortal sovereigns, and none she read about were this powerful. Her opponent was obviously not a regular immortal sovereign. Phoenix manifestation Huafeng Wang turned into a red phoenix, allowing the swords to descend on her. Then, a beautiful sound of chirping echoed between heaven and earth as her phoenix roared in pain. Whenever the sword touched her body, it would pass through as if she were an elementary creature, intangible by physical attacks. However, the killing energy on the sword would damage her, but her current form was the best at minimizing damage. Furthermore, she had unparalleled life force to heal and regenerate. Once the rain of swords ended, Huafeng Wang appeared, her face slightly pale. Creation Destruction Ball, she mobilized her Yin-Yang Heaven Law to resonate with the Destruction and Creation Tao, manifesting 1 blue and red ball. They rotate before fusing into a half-red and half-blue ball with the sign of Yin-Yang at the core. The ball rushed toward the swordsman, making his heart race faster than it had ever done in a long time. Jian Sha felt tremendous danger, so he activated his immortal lotus step to evade. Alas, Huafeng Wang seemed to have predicted this move. As soon as Jian Sha evaded, she activated her Dao will to boost her speed and instantly appeared before him. A second Creation Destruction Ball appeared in her palm, ready to destroy her opponent with a single thought. Unfortunately, the thought never arrived. Huafeng Wang felt a terrible pressure coming out of nowhere, making her mind and spirit very sluggish. Everything around her slowed down. She had difficulty thinking and breathing. Her memories were blurred, and her concentration was non-existent. The attack in her palm weakened and almost disappeared. Then, a red aura materialized around Jian Sha's white sword as he swung down with the intention of annihilating her from existence. Huafeng Wang's bloodlines passively activated at the last minute as a beautiful dragon armor with tiny yin-yang symbols in each scale enveloped her. Boom! Huafeng Wang's body flew in the distance, but there were 2 sections as the previous attack bisected her diagonally from her shoulder to her waist. Flame tendrils emanated from the 2 sections of her body and connected them. Huafeng Wang finally regained her bearings with some confusion before becoming extremely serious. That was soul coercion? Immortal sovereigns are Tier 11 cultivators, so their immortal souls are of a higher class or grade than even eternal emperors. As such, it's perfectly normal for them to use it to pressure any Tier 10 cultivators. However, from what Huafeng Wang knew, such a tactic was only applicable to the upper dimension since immortal sovereigns cannot use most of their soul powers in the lower dimension. This bastard, she thought, looking at him with red eyes. She came so close to death, and that idea scared her. Unlike great emperors, she cannot rely on the Tao imprint to revive herself or use a variety of means of eternals. Little lady, this is just the beginning. Look around you. Hua Fenghuang's face became ugly as she swiftly scanned the surroundings. She saw 4 invisible arrays scattered in 4 directions: east, west, north, and south. Immediately afterward, she felt a pressure on her body as the space transformed. This subtle change reminded her of her trip to the Source Key space. Her heavenward law was difficult to mobilize, and she felt it was extremely arduous to operate. A formation that imitates energy dominance, she said with gritted teeth. Even the Grand Tao source will be affected as long as the energy purity and density are high enough. Correct, said Jian Sha with a smile. Energy dominance is one way for a mortal sovereign to dominate lower tiers like yourself. In fact, it is the most orthodox way to become a Tier 11 insurgent by creating an energy dominance that can even affect Empyreans. Sadly, we are restricted from using such a method in the lower dimension. Jian Sha was relaxed as he knew victory was in sight. Primarchs did not have as high of energy resistance as great emperors, so such a formation was very effective against them. Do you think this is enough to stop me? Of course not, replied Jian Sha. After seeing Hua Fenghuang's battle prowess, he changed his attitude and listened to the precautions Jian Wushuang told him to pay attention to. As such, he knew such a method was not enough to kill a pre-march with a 5 sacred beast bloodline. Little lady, why don't you check on your clan? Rage flashed deep in Hua Fenghuang's eyes as she swiftly used her divine sense to check on the small world of the ancient clan. Her pupils dilated as she sensed countless immortal powerhouses and one person who had a similar aura to Jian Sha. You allied with the sea race. Unlike the ancient clan, we know how to bend and stretch, replied Jian Sha casually. You're dreaming if you think these people could destroy my ancient clan, said Hua Fenghuang with gritted teeth. Of course not. After all, you people are protected by luck and destiny. However, we can destroy enough of you until you're forced to close your doors and recuperate for countless generations. The void around Hua Fenghuang trembled as anger almost overwhelmed her mind. She did not expect her ancient clan, once the ruler of heaven and earth, to fall to such a state. How the mighty have fallen. What do you want? Asked Hua Fenghuang, calming herself down. Jian Sha smiled before sending her a scroll. As soon as she read it, she almost lost all the composure she used so much effort to gather. These people wanted half of the god position in the eastern continent, and many of them were high-level ones with great potential for merit and world source blessing. It's impossible for me to give you half. Time is of the essence, little lady, and we do not want to negotiate for a long time with you, said Jian Sha. How can such a decision be made lightly? She wanted to negotiate. Otherwise, she will be very disadvantaged in this settlement. There is no point in buying time. We know the key luck dragon of your clan is enough to bless one first-class insurgent to have the battle prowess of an eternal for a short period. We have taken measures to prevent that from happening. So in the next 10 minutes, if you don't make a decision, we will begin a massacre, explained Jian Sha with a leisurely tone. You, hurry up. We have already wasted more than 2 minutes. Hua Fenghuang activated her Yin Law to cool her mind. You can have half the positions, but they must all be unimportant ones. Or you can have a quarter of them, but only a few important ones. No bargaining. Little lady, you don't seem to pick one of these options. Otherwise, our ancient clan will wage Emperor Tao war with all of you until both sides perish. Don't worry, I will pay extra care to use Sword-Casting Villa during that war. Jian Sha's mouth twitched. No matter how weak the ancient clan was, it was still one of the most powerful factions in the world due to its ancient heritage and the fact they were an amalgam of many factions with great destiny and luck. So if they went crazy, the Sword-Casting Villa would suffer. Decisive, aren't we? Commented Jian Sha. Fine, we will take the second option. However, we want half the important positions. No more than 10, countered Hua Fenghuang. Fine, sign the contract. Hua Fenghuang looked at the contract, and it was very simple. Furthermore, These people were smart enough to apply the contract to only this generation. After all, everyone knew the court situation would be reshuffled after every generation. After making sure there were no problems, she signed it on behalf of the ancient clan. This is not over, Huafeng Wang declared before disappearing. Jian Sha smiled calmly before waving his hand to remove the arrays and return home. Now, he had to negotiate with the other eastern factions on how to distribute these god positions. Northern Continent. Ao Shun watched the battle with clenched hands. The Emperor path is the only true path. In the last meeting, he felt great humiliation during their Dao discussions as he sensed Grand Dao sources' great superiority over heaven law. Now, after watching Huafeng Huang's battle and realizing he might have been in an even worse situation if he was in her place, the humiliation overwhelmed his mind. I need to become an eternal emperor, he muttered. And the only feasible way for that to be possible without reincarnation is merit. He thought of Feng Heng's method of proving the Tao. I doubt I could get the information from his hand without paying a tremendous price. The only other person who might know this method is Wang Wei. Ao Shen Gruan es Ligao. He knew he did not need any methods to use merit to transition from the heaven path to the Grand Dao path. As long as he had plenty of merits, he could ask true heavenly Tao directly. However, the correct method can exponentially decrease the amount of merit needed. Since it was not possible for him to gather enough merit to use the direct method, he needed whatever method Feng Heng used. Countless ideas flashed in Ao Shun's mind before his eyes suddenly lit up. He waved his hand, and a body on the verge of death appeared before him. Xiao Songshi. If I remember correctly, his Baishi clan has a star sage? Ao Shun became excited as he quickly began to heal Xiao Songshi. Chapter 9, 24 Fiend God Body, 12 Revolution. Wang Wei watched the battle calmly until the two reached a compromise. And Huafeng Wang left in anger. His expression did not change much, making it impossible to know whether this was the outcome he desired or not. The ancient clan's ambitions are too grand for their capabilities. I hope they understand the message I'm sending them. Otherwise, no matter how harsh the backlash for their annihilation is, I won't hesitate to eliminate them, muttered Wang Wei. These people's ambitions are an instability to his era. If they messed around too much, the heavenly era might be short-lived, and that's something he cannot accept or allow. Huh, uttered Wang Wei as he looked at the northern continent. Ao Shun's fate has changed. The power of fate flashed in his eyes, revealing heaven and earth's deepest truths or secrets. He wants to use the Star Sage to transition into an eternal emperor? Well, he's a 6-star pre-March, so there should be no problem. However, the 3-star Sage does not have such ability. But Ao Shun's bloodline is chaos, so he should be able to raise the Sage to 4-star. Wang Wei did not care much about Ao Shun's breakthrough, as it will only help alleviate the issue of balance mechanism, just like Su Shi. What about Huafeng Wang? Does she have the same idea? He gazed in the direction of the ancient clan. His eyes ignored the innumerable distance between his position and the clan's small world. It's undecided. It seems she wants to wait for when I leave and become heavenly emperor. Wang Wei pondered the implications of her controlling the court. The next generation belongs to my father. However, the best plan would be to wait a few generations after him before participating in another battle. After all, it won't be good for the sect to have 3 consecutive eternal emperors. 2 generations are enough to establish a deep foundation for the heavenly emperor era. Furthermore, Li Jun and Yin Liling will be watchguards and ensure no problem occurs for a few generations. After figuring things out, Wang Wei no longer cared whether Huafeng Wang became an eternal in this generation or waited later to become a heavenly emperor. The real issue is the balance mechanism against the myriad emperor world. One generation might have as many as 5 eternal emperors. There needs to be balance. Otherwise, the other world communities cannot compete. His gaze borrowed the river of fate as he divined the truth. I see. A system like the Devil God world. This should work. Wang Wei frowned after discovering the truth. The situation in the lower dimension will become complicated. I must hurry up. Although the development speed of the era was perfectly all right, he did not want any unknown or uncontrollable variable to suddenly appear. So, he decided to speed up certain things. Let's increase my strength first. Without wasting time, he walked into his cultivation room and entered seclusion. Wang Wei took out the things he exchanged with the five Eternals and began to condense more power veins. His body began to glow golden, releasing a holy aura full of compassion, love, and understanding. Sounds of chanting could be heard emanating from his body, lasting for many years. Afterward, countless visions manifested in the room. There were noble dragons with the power of chaos, followed by the five sacred beasts. With each vision, Wang Wei's flesh became increasingly more powerful. After an unknown amount of time, everything returned to normal. Wang Wei stood in the room with only pants on. He clenched his hand. 59 Infant Fiend God Force, the peak of second class. He sighed, thinking how difficult cultivating in the true Power Dao realm was. The resources he used to condense the power veins were top of the line, but the increase was so small. Of course, Wang Wei knew between 40 and 70 Infant Fiend God Force was a special time for body refiners, and cultivating in these stages is harder than usual. It seems every body refiner will have some sort of bottleneck in this stage. Some people will spend eons without any improvement. Most pure body refiners will waste their 9 yuan epic lifespan between these stages. Luckily, he can pass this stage with relative difficulty with his talent and top-level rare resources. After checking his body, Wang Wei continued his retreat. He took out 2 things from his space ring: Di Tian's diluted Fiend God bloodline and Su Shi's primordial chaos power. Without hesitation, he fused them in an attempt to make up for the flaws in the bloodline. He immediately noticed a transformation in the blood after fusing with the primordial chaos power. Wang Wei observed every detail of the change, analyzing the secrets of this Fiend God bloodline. It's not enough, he muttered after observing for countless years. He observed his Ki flower ability to see how much chaos Ki he had in reserve after so many years. Most of the innate Ki in the flower had turned into chaos Ki, to Wang Wei's satisfaction. Now, I can use Ao Shun's pure chaos power and Su Shi's primordial power as a template to condense primordial chaos Ki. Wang Wei started to condense his chaos Ki into primordial chaos Ki. His first attempts were futile, but he eventually succeeded after repeated efforts and relentless study. He channeled the newly created primordial chaos Ki to the Fiend God bloodline to complete its sublimation. Success, said Wang Wei with a smile. He did not want to waste time, so he continued without pausing. He used the knowledge he gathered to renovate the Fiend God body 12 revolution. Previously, he only had a template or embryo of what the 10th revolution would be like. Now, he upgraded the first 9 revolutions and finished the 10th revolution. He even had ideas for the 11th revolution. By now, this technique looked nothing like Dao Monarch Qianhua's technique. Wang Wei closed his eyes and accessed his bloodline or genetic information. Humans are not creatures that inherently rely on bloodlines. Some cultivators will fuse their laws or Dao comprehension into their bloodline, allowing their descendants to inherit their cultivation talent and countless divine abilities. However, most powerful humans do not do so because of the limitations of bloodlines. Another reason is that humans have a unique bloodline based on intelligence and good fortune. Take a clan like the Wang or Di clan. In every generation, talented individuals will be born in their clans. Their geniuses will be born with a high affinity with spiritual Ki, high comprehension, and good luck and destiny. High affinity with spiritual Ki means their descendants will have a great talent for cultivation. High comprehension means their souls are easier to cultivate, and they have no problem understanding the laws. Finally, luck and destiny have too many benefits, one of which is a higher probability of being chosen by heaven and earth to inherit a heavenly physique, which is like a bloodline without limitations. As Wang Wei accessed his bloodline, he briefly saw the lives of all his ancestors, going as far back as Kiyun. He saw when the latter became the source of the Wang clan's bloodline. He also took this opportunity to check whether no one left some imprint in the bloodline. Although he trusted Kiyun and the others, he could not be too sure. Luckily, there was nothing, besides a few restrictions to prevent other people from body-possessing members of the Wang clan and using the bloodline to ruin the clan's luck and destiny. Everything was normal. After sighing in relief, Wang Wei proceeded to the next step, condensing the bloodline seed. However, Qian's bloodline seed was a prototype of the fiend god bloodline. To be specific, it was a unique bloodline with the ability to evolve and grow. What Wang Wei condensed was his human bloodline into a seed, while retaining the evolutionary traits of the bloodline. Wang Wei waved his hand to summon a pill with creatures carved on its body. This pill was created by refining Lu Mixie's body and soul. She possessed the myriad beast physique, which is the perfect catalyst to absorb multiple innate bloodlines to evolve his human bloodline. After swallowing it, he immediately felt his bloodline had a subtle change. Wang Wei had moved the golden pool of blood he exchanged with Heavenly Tao to help it save people during the cleanup. The pool contained countless innate demon god bloodlines and was the perfect resource for cultivating this technique. With the help of unique laws from Lu Mixie's body, Wang Wei's bloodline seed absorbed the energy and power of the blood. After an unknown amount of time, he succeeded in the first revolution. Wang Wei could feel his human bloodline sublimated to a higher level. However, this was not enough, so he continued until the third revolution. According to my revision, every 3 revolutions is a level. The first 3 is the extraordinary bloodline. The middle 3 is the innate bloodline, while the final 3 revolutions are the chaos bloodline. Wang Wei sensed his body. He could feel a unique power from his blood that was nourishing his skin, muscles, tendons, ligaments, bones, organs, meridians, blood, and even soul. Alas, it was too weak for the current him. Regardless, he broke into 60 infant fiend god force, allowing him to have the battle strength of a first-class emperor with only his fleshly body. To succeed in the 4th revolution and elevate my bloodline to the level of innate demon gods, I need to choose a Tao as the source. Should I choose Fate Tao or something else? He pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Let's continue with the original plan and use my Boda's characteristic, nothingness. According to his estimate, once he succeeds, he will officially enter the 2nd stage of nothingness, void. Wang Wei did not waste time and gathered the small power of nothingness in his body. The power was only enough for him to become intangible, but the quality of this power was probably the highest in the entire chaos universe. He fused it with his bloodline seed as the base before proceeding with the 4th revolution. The process was not as easy as Wang Wei thought. He felt a great resistance to what he was doing. With a quick calculation, he understood why. It would be one thing if he were condensing an innate, chaos, or even fiend god bloodline. However, he was elevating his human bloodline to that level. According to the rules of heaven and earth, humans are born weak, so his act is somewhat of an act of rebelling against heaven and earth. Luckily, he is an immeasurable emperor and cares little for the rules. If Wang Wei was immortal, such a cultivation technique would have garnered a terrible heavenly tribulation and even divine punishment thunder. However, it was only a slightly annoyed resistance for his current self. Chapter 925, Fiend God Body, 12 Revolutions. 2. Chaos life forms are higher than any innate demon gods, even though they also cultivated innate laws. When the world was in a state of chaos, the laws were not even completed, so there is no such thing as chaos laws. Wang Wei had no problem with the 4th to 6th revolution, since his golden pool was composed of too many innate bloodlines. However, from the 7th revolution, he needed to elevate his bloodline to the level of chaos bloodline. Humans or acquired lives bloodline is unique. They can be as powerful as any innate chaos, or even fiend god bloodline. However, there is a caveat: they must use the grand Tao source to make their bloodline noble. A great emperor's bloodline is as noble as any innate bloodline. The same for Eternals and Chaos bloodlines, and a Paragon's bloodline might be even better than any fiend god. However, Wang Wei's actions were as if humans were born innately by heaven and earth, and their bloodline was inherently noble. He did not use the Grand Tao Source to make his bloodline powerful and forcefully turned himself into an innate demon god. After the Seventh Revolution, Wang Wei's bloodline reached the level of any order chaos life forms. However, he also felt something outside the court waiting for him, but did not care. After the Ninth Revolution, Wang Wei felt his human bloodline reached the level of any disorder chaos life form. Although these creatures have no mind of their own, their madness makes them extremely powerful and destructive. Furthermore, their bodies are more powerful after being tempered using disorder chaos ki instead of order chaos ki. After the Ninth Revolution, Wang Wei did not condense any innate laws, but continued with the 10th Revolution. He immediately felt an intense resistance, but did not care. The energy in the golden pool was plentiful, and he had a real fiend god bloodline as a model to copy from. With that single sample, he can use his divination to deduce countless other bloodlines and learn from them. Crack! He heard something breaking before his body emitted a sense of joy. He then felt his body rapidly transform, from every cell to every atom. The power of nothingness rushed to every corner of his flesh, nourishing and strengthening everything. 10th Revolution and the Void Stage, muttered Wang Wei with a smile as he felt the changes in his body. Then his gaze broke the court and looked at the sky. Purple gold clouds floated above the court, flashing with lightning of the same color. Immemorial tribulation, he muttered. Heavenly tribulations do not stop for cultivators in the upper dimension because they are immortal. From breaking through Tier 11 and above, there's a bottleneck that even the most talented individuals will experience. But even after passing the bottleneck, these cultivators must also survive immemorial tribulations to become Empyreans, Tao monarchs, and immortal sovereigns unless you're in the lower dimension. The immortal sovereigns that do not ascend do not have to pass immemorial tribulations. Hence, one of the many reasons they are so weak and restricted in the lower dimension is also why so many of them do not ascend, because of the fear of surviving the immemorial tribulation. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. Immemorial lightning and thunder not only exist as a tribulation for cultivators, but also as a form of punishment similar to divine punishment thunder of the lower dimension. Unlike the lower dimension, true heavenly Tao is extremely lax in his control over the upper dimension, letting these mighty cultivators do as they please. However, once they get out of line, go too far, or do something truly shocking, immemorial punishment lightning will descend on them. The most powerful of these punishments is enough to eradicate even the best boundless paragons. Wang Wei calmly watched the immemorial tribulation above him before focusing on the surroundings. He could feel he was now in a separate dimension created by true heavenly Tao to prevent the tribulation from destroying most of the lower dimension. How considerate, he muttered before going into action. He used the divine punishment thunder his wife sealed inside his body to temper his newly condensed bloodline. He wanted it to be as pure as possible. Then, he allowed the immemorial tribulation to descend on him. Wang Wei had to admit, if not for his own strength, his fleshly body would never survive this tribulation on its own. So he activated all his Grand Tao boosts and fought with this tribulation, ensuring it would be used to temper his bloodline instead of destroying it and ruining all his efforts. To his surprise, the strength of this tribulation reached as much as 65 of the Grand Tao Source. In the process of surviving this tribulation, Wang Wei stabilized his tenfold battle realm, and his strength reached 69 Grand Tao Source. Finally succeeded, muttered Wang Wei, who did not expect his act of elevating his human bloodline to the level of fiend gods to be a rebellious act against heaven and earth, making the tribulation so difficult. Wang Wei suddenly felt something and scanned the entire world with his divine sense. Many people were observing the court with eyes full of fear. The power of that tribulation terrified too many people. The main issue is that many of these people believed he did not survive this tribulation and became restless. So, he released a terrifying aura that surrounded the entire world, warning these monkeys that the kind was still present. Then, the world returned to its calm, with people even more awe and respectful of the heavenly emperor. Of course, they most want to know what he did to have such a terrifying tribulation. Wang Wei focused on himself, as he still had more things to do. He checked his strength. 74 infant fiend god force. He now had the strength to fight eternal emperors with his flesh. Although the increase looked small, Wang Wei knew the true potential of this bloodline. A mysterious power was constantly being released and tempering his body at all times. Now, like all fiend gods, he only needed to wait for his bloodline to develop, and his body would passively become stronger. Sadly, he also has the downside of all fiend gods. It might take billions, if not a few yuan epochs, before his bloodline reaches the peak. By then, he will reach 100 infant fiend god force without doing any work. All I have to do is continue cultivating or absorbing more energy to accelerate the rate my bloodline develops, and I can easily enter the 5th true power Tao realm. Wang Wei nodded in satisfaction before continuing his work. True heavenly Tao does not allow any bloodline on the level of fiend god to exist in the lower dimension, so he needs to do some extra work to ensure the Wang clan won't be annihilated or forcefully exiled to the upper dimension. He used his order-disorder Tao to place some restrictions on the bloodline. He classified future bloodline descendants into 3 categories. The first category is the unawakening. These people are the previous bloodline that is based on good fortune, luck, cultivation talent, and comprehension. These people do not have any bloodline abilities or blessings. But it does not mean they did not benefit from the human fiend god bloodline. The benefit Wang Wei gave them was an unparalleled talent for body refining. After Qiyuan separated the bloodline, the other Wang clan inherited the heaven-opening emperor's talent for body refining, while the Tao-opening sex branch inherited Qiyuan's talent for cultivation and comprehension. As such, in each generation, some people of the Wang clan have a talent for body refining, while others do not. Now, Wang Wei provided the talent for all descendants of his branch. The second class of descendants will be the semi-awakening. This class of individuals will only awaken a bloodline between 1 to 3 revolutions. Afterward, they have to cultivate the fiend god body 12 revolution and increase their bloodline concentration. The advantage of this class is they can choose whatever Tao or concept they wish as the source of their bloodline, adding more variety to the Wang clan source bloodline. They do not have to inherit Wang Wei's nothingness powers. This class of people can also awaken innate laws and become primarchs. As for the level of primarchs they will become, it will depend on their abilities and talents. The last class is the full awakening. This class will inherit everything from his bloodline and will essentially be fiend gods. Upon awakening their bloodline, they will immediately become immortal and awakening primordial law of void, not primordial law of nothingness, since even Wang Wei cannot condense such a thing as of yet. This class of individuals will only have to rely on their bloodline to reach the strength of eternal emperors. However, they cannot participate in the heavenly battle. If they want to prove the Tao, these people must ascend and do it in the upper dimension. The first class will be the clan's main source of great emperors. The second class will create more primarchs or immortal tier powerhouses. This group of people will guarantee variability in the bloodline. Nothingness or void can contain everything, similar to chaos. So, no matter what Daos the second class people choose, it will benefit the entire bloodline source. Meanwhile, the last class will be the secret guardian of the sect, while also being the main source of talent for the clan in the upper dimension. Wang Wei will one day ascend, so he must prepare to ensure his power in the upper dimension. The last step is to make sure the clan members have a choice, thought Wang Wei, placing a seal in his bloodline for future descendants. In other words, all members will start in the first class and choose whether to awaken their bloodline, in which category. Of course, there is a chance of failure, especially for the third class of full awakening, since not everyone can inherit his bloodline. Chapter 9, 26 Fiend God Body 12 Revolutions. Finale. Next is the other three clans and the sect, muttered Wang Wei before continuing his work. His bloodline contained the bloodline of the Li, Yin, and Yu clan and many other families to which the Wang clan had married. Wang Wei even discovered the bloodline of the Di clan and even members of the Divine Tao League. So, Wang Wei took some time to trace the bloodline source of the Li, Yin, and Yu clan. I only need to slightly modify the Li and Yin clan's bloodline, granting them some benefits until Li Jun and Yin Liling can cultivate to the 10th revolution, acquire a human fiend god bloodline, and fully modify the source. I only hope they can do it before I ascend, so I can protect them through the tribulation. The Wang clan members won't have a problem cultivating the 10th revolution since their bloodline is already at that level, and they are only adding to it. However, it's different for the Li and Yin clan. Wang Wei soon finished modifying the Li clan's bloodline source and proceeded to the Yin clan. He discovered their bloodline was matriarchal in nature, favoring woman over man in its blessing. Now it made sense why their two emperors were women, commented Wang Wei before continuing. Kid, what are you doing? Suddenly said a voice. Ancestor, you're not dead? How rude, said the Sword Empress. So, you're the only one who survived the ultimate taboo. However, why do I feel you're so weak? Said Wang Wei as he looked at the woman who appeared before him, releasing a natural, terrifying sword will. I was injured, so now am only a little emperor, replied the Sword Empress. But even if I'm in this state, how dare you say I'm weak? She looked at him up and down. Tenfold battle realm? She did not hide the surprise in her face, followed by envy and regret. What's with this look? When I was young, I was super competitive, so I wanted to achieve the tenfold battle realm and even the legendary taboo battle realm. So, I underwent foundation re-establishment. Alas, I only achieved ninefold, and it's the same for your wife. One of my regrets is that I failed. You achieved ninefold without tempering your body? Tempering the body is overrated, replied Sword Empress before remembering her situation. Many source techniques can boost the flesh to be on par with the best body refiners. Although it's only a temporary boost, it's more than enough for battle. Wang Wei nodded his head. He had long anticipated the eternal ascension world was a cultivation civilization that had developed to a terrifying level. As such, almost everything was possible after countless years of research and development of techniques, spells, and arts. How is she? Asked Wang Wei, and Sword Empress smiled. She's fine. Plus, she does not completely reject your marriage. You only need to woo her again. I'm satisfied as long as she gives me a chance. Wang Wei was prepared to use the stalking tactic if she refused to let him court him again, without a care to how disturbing and shameless such a thing was. But now, he was glad she would give him a proper chance. Kid, you haven't answered my question. What are you doing in my clan's bloodline source? It's like this, replied Wang Wei before explaining everything. Human fiend god, bloodline, what an ingenious idea. You're over-exaggerating, replied Wang Wei with a humble smile. You don't understand people on my level disdain innate and chaos bloodlines, but not fiend gods. However, the primordial and grand Tao path are semi-exclusive, making it difficult for paragons to condense fiend god bloodlines and even harder for fiend gods to prove the Tao and become paragons. Your method is the perfect approach to this situation. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. I'm sure other people had such an idea before. Sword Empress sighed. Do you think removing Grand Tao's cognitive barrier is simple? Are you saying Grand Tao placed barriers around people's minds to prevent them from having certain ideas and thoughts? Asked Wang Wei with squinted eyes. Yes, fate is so powerful, but it appears to be useless to the more powerful cultivators. But that's only my own error, thought Wang Wei. If you can control a paragon's environment, the culture they're surrounded by, the people they often come into contact with, and even the habits they develop through long years, it's easier to subtly influence their mind and decisions. It's like designing invisible parameters that can grow and develop. That's the horror of Fate Dao. Wang Wei had an epiphany, knowing that reaching 35 grand Dao source won't be much of a problem and would require less merit or resources than before. Thank you, ancestors, for enlightening me. You don't need to thank me, replied Sword Empress, who did not think she did anything to deserve such credit. Dao Lords and Overlords have this title not only because of their intelligence and wisdom, but because they have broken off the cognitive barrier of the world. Their mind is no longer in the perfect box Grand Dao, created for all sentient beings. I see, nodded Wang Wei, feeling Dao Lords and Overlords had a strange relationship with Grand Dao. The latter loved them for their mind and innovation, but also hated them for going out of line. Your technique is truly useful to me. I can condense my human fiend god bloodline and stand there as my body is tempered. I don't have to waste my time and effort and only absorb countless resources to grow. Sword Empress' eyes lit up. The more she thought about this idea, the better she found it was. I can condense a unique sword bloodline, so I can walk the ultimate path of swordsmanship. She was truly excited. Meanwhile, Wang Wei smiled wryly as he could sense his ancestors had some aversion to body tempering, most likely because of countless arguments against the ancient desolate emperor. Ancestor, is it possible for you to modify the Yin and Li clan's bloodline? Wang Wei would prefer if she did this instead of Li Jun and Yin Liling, removing the risks involved. That's not a bad idea, she replied. Even without Battle Maniac here, she can still modify the clan's bloodline source to the highest level. And that's because she knows the core secrets of the latter's existence and can access and modify it. That's how close the three of them are. What Daos do you think I should use as the base? The Yin clan did not inherit your swordsmanship talent, so it's best to use a more encompassing Dao, like Chaos. The Li clan did inherit the ancestors' battle talent, so it's fine to use it as the base. In that case, let's use Brother Kishan's Origin Dao as the base for my Yin clan. The Li clan will inherit the battle Dao. That's fine, nodded Wang Wei. From now on, the Dao opening sect's 3 classes will have 3 unique human fiend god bloodlines: Void, Pseudo-Nothingness, Origin, and Battle. Will it take long? I only need to cultivate the 10th revolution first before I can modify it. By then, I should return to the Empyrean realm. Let's see how that little bitch bullies me. She gritted her teeth as she uttered the last phrase. Wang Wei pretended he did not hear anything. Although his strength was on par with his ancestors, that's only on the surface. Who knows what kind of technique she knows to return her peak? Furthermore, he is also the kind of person who respects his elders. Ancestors, will you have no problem condensing your bloodline in the upper dimension? Don't worry. I've made up with Mithriya, and she will protect me. Wang Wei was quiet before asking, is she trustworthy? One issue intelligent people like you, Kishan, and Wu Hong have in common is you overanalyze things, making it more difficult to trust people without knowing much about them. Mithriya did something wrong, apologized, and even promised she would explain things at the appropriate time. That's more than enough for me. I also wish I could trust so easily, sighed Wang Wei. Sword Empress shrugged her shoulders. She was used to dealing with Qiyuan, and his descendant seemed even worse, so there was nothing she could do. I'm leaving, but I will see you again once I'm done. Oh, I will search for Qianwa's inheritance to see if I can find the 11th and 12th revolutions for you as inspiration. Thank you. Don't thank me. You only need to create the 12th revolution as soon as possible, so I can become an inextinguishable paragon without much effort. Wang Wei's mouth twitched. His ancestor was so happy in her fantasy, she forgot she still had to pass the flesh tribulations in the true power Dao realm, even with a human fiend god bloodline. I will, replied Wang Wei, deciding not to ruin her excitement. As soon as the Sword Empress disappeared, he focused on finishing his task of giving some benefits to the Yu clan. Of course, they will not be as obvious or high as his faction. Additionally, even if Wang Wei wanted to, he could not give them too many advantages. Unlike the other 2 clans, whose bloodline has been entangled for countless generations, The Yu clan's blood inside of him was small. Lastly, the Yu clan's bloodline does not have enough destiny to bear the karmic weight of being human fiend gods. If Wang Wei elevated them to that level, it would be a matter of time before they received luck backlash, leading to their destruction. After all, how dare a clan with merely one emperor bore the bloodline of a noble creature as fiend god? If not for the countless paragons that have appeared in the Wang, Li, and Yin clan, Wang Wei would not dare share his bloodline with the whole clan and would only use it for himself. Lastly, Wang Wei sealed most of the benefits for the Yu clan's benefit until his mother proved the Tao. Finally, Wang Wei paid attention to the world to see the influence of the sect on his new bloodline achievements. Chapter 927 Bloodline changes. Wang Wei gazed at the entire world, seeing all the changes of the Wang clan and a few others. Because the bloodline had just awakened and was in the first generation, countless individuals inherited its 10th revolution and the full bloodline. The immortals and insurgents from the Wang clan benefited the most from this change. The new bloodline drastically improved their physical bodies and granted them some abilities related to nothingness. People like Origin One, who was on the verge of eternal strength, immediately reached that level with that boost. Meanwhile, the others only need a little more resources to strengthen their bloodlines and reach that level. The second group of people to benefit the most are the sealed individuals. Before death, many Wang clan members will seal themselves and become the sect's foundation. When needed, they will wake up from their coffins and fight one last time for the sect. However, this was no longer applicable as most had no issue with their lifespans. Those who inherited all his bloodlines were immediately immortal. Meanwhile, the few unlucky ones who inherited 9 revolutions and less still had their lifespan drastically decreased. Regardless, these people do not have to worry about lifespan once the environment is changed back to innate. With a 4-revolution bloodline, they can rely on the environment to become immortal. As long as they continue to absorb innate ki, their lifespan will be infinite. Such an ability is one of the reasons the innate demon gods are considered the darlings of heaven and earth. Wang Wei focused on another group, the sealed heaven-chosen. The steward had to deal with all these heaven-chosen forcefully awakened due to bloodline activating. These heaven-chosens had choices to make and also no longer had to partially seal themselves to wash away their karma and suffer terrible pain. The sect now had plenty of karmic washing water, so they did not need to suffer like this. They can completely seal themselves or enjoy their new immortality. It's all based on their choices. In the hidden Wang clan world, many people were baffled by the chances before the ancestor arrived to deal with the issue. Meanwhile, Wang Wei saw the look of envy and desire in the Li and Yin clan members. Their bloodline did change, but it was a basic change. Their lifespan increased, but it was still nothing compared with immortality. These people seemed to have inherited certain qualities from Wang Wei's cultivation of the ancient desolate body, refining scripture. Some people inherited his innate field for his skin, his mastery of elementary control due to his organs, or any of his other body parts abilities. A few people even inherited his exaggerated regeneration with some restrictions. He saw a girl from the Yin clan who inherited his chakras that he opened during the divine body realm. The Li and Yin clan were not the only ones who inherited his fleshly Buddhist divine abilities, but they were the majority. With a thought, he sent a message to all Yin and Li clan's bloodline descendants, telling them their bloodline would also evolve, but they needed to wait a little while. Wang Wei watched their faces and eyes change, going from envy to excitement and pride. He smiled before focusing on somewhere else. His gaze was now in the room with the 9 blood pools. He removed the remaining traces of imprints in the blood with a single thought. Over the years, during his retreat, he had a better understanding and control of the Tao imprint and his existence, allowing him to achieve such a feat now. Anyone in the sect can use Emperor blood to temper themselves or even improve their talent. With a wave of his hand, he created a 10th pool, removed a drop of blood from his heart, and sent it. That single drop turned into an ocean of pale gray blood shining brightly with purple. Dark lights like the stars during the night. With my blood and the fiend god body 12 revolution technique. Members of the sectarian factions can also temper their bodies and activate a unique bloodline. The only downside is their limit is the 9th revolution until they ascend to the upper dimension. Wang Wei had no choice but to leave things as such. The issue of bloodline could easily lead to contradictions. If members of the sectarian sides have human fiend god bloodlines, they could easily create another family that will become the core of the Tao opening sect. However, here lies the issue. The sectarian sides recruit outside disciples. So each time they cultivate a great emperor, a new family might be born into the sect. If this problem is not solved, it's only a matter of time before the sect becomes one controlled by many families or clans. Kai Song, Jin Mingyao, and future sectarian emperors could create a new family, leading to many other problems. The Shadow Ruler Emperor did not create a family, most likely to prevent such a situation, but it's not guaranteed others will be as accommodating as him. The next group of people Wang Wei focused on was the Yu clan. Their changes were the least, as he mainly focused on increasing their lifespans and their base talents, ensuring the Yu clan would prosper from now on relying on themselves. The Yu clan did not know the drastic changes of the Wang clan, so they were not jealous and envious. They were only happy they could benefit. Wang Wei proceeded to check on the scattered Wang clan bloodline. As expected, there were many outside clan members who were not known or registered. After so many years, it's understandable that some bloodlines remained outside. Some families had the Wang clan bloodline just like he had traces of the D clan bloodline, but they were too little to even elicit an awakening, especially since Wang Wei ensured these people did not benefit from this mass awakening. However, Wang Wei did discover something interesting. The Wang clan and the other two families had branches scattered in the lower realm and otherworld communities. According to his divination, Qiwen sent these people outside to ensure the clan would have a backup in case something happened to the main branch in the Myriad Emperor world. According to the rules he set, the branch members cannot easily reveal their identity or connection to the main branch, and they cannot live in any heaven-will worlds to minimize the danger. He cultivated a powerful guardian to protect them and left an order to send replacements to these branches in case something happened to them. The ancestor is wise, but I might have caused some trouble. With these people's awakening and unique bloodline, it's only a matter of time before other interested parties discover the connection to the Wang clan. Wang Wei pointed his finger and accessed the River of Fate. He placed a cognitive block around this family's bloodline. So, in the future, even if someone knew these people had a unique bloodline similar to the main branch, no one would ever think there was a correlation. The only way to remove this blockage is if a Tao Lord or Overlord is close to his power. Otherwise, no matter who investigated these branch members, they will never connect them with the clans in the Myriad Emperor world. Wang Wei finally focused on his family. His father inherited a 9-revolution bloodline, and that was by design. Just like the Sword Empress said, walking both the primordial and grand Tao path is troublesome. Unfortunately, the 10-revolution bloodline is classified as the primordial path. So, if his father inherits his human fiend god bloodline, there will be some issues when he tries to prove the Tao. As such, Wang Wei only allowed him to inherit the 9-revolution, while also leaving him a special seed to modify his bloodline as he wished, using the power of nothingness to contain everything. After proving the Tao, he can sublimate his bloodline to the 10th revolution. He should be walking a similar path as the ancestor, thought Wang Wei before checking on his mother. Her inheritance focused more on increasing her talent for body refining. In the future, she can also cultivate the fiend god body 12 revolution, and Wang Wei will leave methods to help her in the tribulation. Unfortunately, only she can inherit the bloodline and cannot leave it to the Yu clan after achieving the 10th revolution. His grandfather was laughing like a madman while using a punching routine to adapt to his soaring strength. He inherited the entire bloodline, even dealing with his problem of lifespan. Wang Chong, now had two paths before him. The first one was to cultivate an 80 to 90 infant fiend god force before ascending and fighting with the Nine Suns Emperor. The second is to reach the high end of the primordial dragon realm or the low end of the infant fiend god realm, becoming a Tao ancestor before fighting his enemy. Wang Wei smiled as he watched him. However, his smile soon turned into a frown. Does he still want to reincarnate? With the first option, his grandfather can still prove the Tao. However, the latter seemed to have made up his mind to start over, to have his own glory as an emperor of the lower dimension, and maybe even sit on the heavenly emperor throne. Maybe some part of him still hopes to reunite with grandmother after reincarnation. Wang Wei checked the path of reincarnation, and his frown deepened. He used the karma connection he and his grandfather had to check a second time, but was still unsuccessful. Did she cultivate a higher realm than me in her second life? Or maybe she was reincarnated into another source chaos world. He knew if his paternal grandmother had reincarnated into the upper dimension, he would still have found traces. However, the result was nothing, so he could use these two explanations for the current situation. Forget it, and let's not tell the old man this news to not affect his already fragile Tao heart. Wang Wei then checked on Li Jun and Yin Liling. They had no great changes since he was waiting for his ancestors to modify the bloodline source. He waved his hand, and two people's projections appeared before him, Sword and Desolate One. You should have received the changes that occurred in the clan. They nodded. I will give you two choices. Inherit one of the clan's bloodlines, or cultivate the fiend god body, 12 Revolution. I want to inherit the clan's bloodline, responded Sword One without hesitation. She wants nothing more in this world than to become part of the same family as her young lady. I'll cultivate, replied Desolate One succinctly. Very well. Wang Wei accepted their choices and helped them. Desolate One was still re-establishing his foundation, so Wang Wei decided to help and accelerate the progress. Meanwhile, Sword One was far away, so Wang Wei had to teleport some blood to her. Chapter 928 Ancestral Altar. The next thing Wang Wei had to do was to create the bloodline awakening ceremony of the clan. According to his designs, all future Wang, Yin, and Li clan members will be born with their bloodline sealed. In other words, they will be born in the first bloodline category ordinary people with a high talent for body refining. After they begin cultivating, they will experience the awakening of the bloodline in their bodies. Some people might not want to walk the path of bloodline, so they can choose to leave their bloodline unawakened, thus staying in the first category their entire life. Other individuals might choose a partial awakening, thus awakening their bloodline between the first and the third revolution. These individuals will inherit a special bloodline seed that allows them to modify their bloodline to their desire. After they choose whatever law or Tao they wish to cultivate, they can fuse it to the bloodline seed and create a unique human fiend god bloodline. These people can elevate this bloodline to the 10th revolution without having to pass the terrifying immemorial tribulation, since they only updated Wang Wei's original void bloodline. The second category of people will likely be the most favored of the three, since people in that category get the best of both worlds. They can compete for the heaven while also having a powerful bloodline that helps them refine their bodies. These people will become heaven chosens, similar to Huofeng Wang, with innate laws and a powerful fleshly body. Finally, suppose they fail in the final battle. In that case, they can use their innate laws to pass the heaven path tribulation to become pre-march, or they can awaken their bloodline to the 10th revolution and become immortal human fiend gods, walking the primordial law. However, it will not be easy for them to walk the primordial path. After modifying their bloodlines to fit their own personal Tao, Wang Wei's void bloodline will have been changed, requiring them to cultivate on their own to reach the 10th revolution. The third category of individuals will be fully awakened, inheriting the entire 10th revolution bloodline. After the ceremony, these individuals will immediately become immortal human fiend god. With enough resources, their bodies can reach the level of fighting eternal emperors. However, They cannot prove the Tao in the lower dimension and must ascend to do so. Ascension will have a minimum requirement of reaching the primordial dragon realm in the true power Tao realm. The ceremony of the people in the third category is the least safe of them all, since not everyone can awaken his full bloodline. As such, the sect must be prepared to save individuals who fail. Bloodline is innate while also requiring certain luck. So, it's possible to determine the concentration level before the ceremony to some degree. So it's possible to warn certain people beforehand not to choose the third category. I can leave a trial for people who fail to awaken my full bloodline. As long as they show great determination and willpower, I can help them purify their innate bloodline to reach the 10th revolution, muttered Wang Wei, deep in his thought. Furthermore, I need to leave strict rules to prevent the sect from becoming like the Divine Tao League, relying purely on their bloodline and even discriminating against others because of it. The bloodline ceremony should take place after the supernatural realm. In that case, the descendants would have cultivated for a while, have some experience, tempered their Tao heart, and have an inkling of which path they want to walk upon. Such a method will also drastically reduce their over-reliance on their bloodline. Wang Wei raised his hand to create a special dimension for the awakening ceremony. He placed many protections on the dimension to prevent any accidents, including hiding it from the sight of true heavenly Tao using a deception Tao array. He then left another secret backup in case something happened to the dimension and the sect lost the method of awakening their bloodline. He could foresee this method was used to deal with the sect, prevent them from awakening their bloodline and thus drastically weakening them. So, he prepared in advance for such a possibility. Wang Wei proceeded to create a second dimension for the bloodline purification trial for members who wish to elevate their bloodline. The trial can also be used by the sectarian factions who cultivate the fiend god body, 12 revolution, and leave descendants. His work was not over. Wang Wei left his power in the bloodline source to prevent future emperors of either clan from leaving their imprints and using it to revive themselves. Finally, he looked in a direction deep in thought. It's not a good idea for the upper dimension Wang clan to experience any drastic change in the current situation, even with Mithraya's protection. After making a decision, he blocked the changes that would happen to the clan members in the upper dimension. After ascending and choosing the appropriate time, he will allow them to experience bloodline sublimation. Wang Wei proceeded to check his spirit flower ability, Soul Network. One of his goals was to use the network to connect to people in the upper dimension. Sadly, he felt a blockage that prevented him from succeeding. After stabilizing his tenfold battle realm, he sensed the blockage was less restrictive. Then, when he changed his bloodline and connected to the upper dimension Wang clan, the blockage became blurred, only requiring a small push to bypass it. Wang Wei sighed. Even if I could access the upper dimension with my network, I doubt I could be secretive and hide it from Supreme Unity. In the end, I still need Mithraya or someone at her level as protection. He shook his head before continuing his retreat. He absorbed all the merit the devil cultivators gifted to him, along with the ones he had already amassed as the Heavenly Emperor. While he was in retreat, the world was in turbulence as people noticed the anomaly of the Wang clan. They deployed all their spies and used whatever means was possible to detect what was going on. "Ancient clan, what's going on?" asked Huafeng Wang, who was in retreat ever since she lost to that bastard Jinsha. The Wang clan members felt a throbbing in their blood, but we have not detected anything, responded one of the elders. The conclusion is the other branch's bloodline has changed, but we have not found out the exact reason. All their spies were long cleaned up by the Tao opening sect, and methods like divinations and calculations were surprisingly useless in this generation. Well, not surprisingly, given the Heavenly Emperor's Tao. Do we want to sacrifice some of our key luck to find the truth? Is this worth the price? No, Romeli, no. But if it's a change in the clan's bloodline, it's not something we can ignore. Everyone became quiet, a sign they agreed with this proposition. In the end, they looked at Huafeng Wang for an answer. If we do this, The Heavenly Emperor will know we are prying in his affairs, replied Huafeng Wang, making everyone frown. Then what should we do? Two choices, she replied. The first one is to wait. Such a secret is impossible to hide forever. Sooner or later, news will be released. Yes, such a drastic change in bloodline cannot be hidden forever. However, it might take too long to know the truth, someone commented. The second option is to contact our ancestors in limbo. They might be interested in this news. During the deception trial, Huafeng Wang analyzed Wang Wei and the upper dimension Heaven Chosen's reaction and knew many of their ancestors died in a terrible event and were now in the realm between life and death, existence and non-existence. We have tried that before, and it was unsuccessful. The world was drastically changing every day, and the ancient clans wanted the wisdom and aid of their ancestors, so they tried on many occasions to contact them. Alas, all their attempts resulted in failure. With the current event, we have a higher chance of succeeding this time, replied Huafeng Wang, who intuitively knew they would succeed this time around. In the end, everybody agreed and proceeded to a secret dimension with an altar at the center. In the ancient era, when humans lived in tribal societies, ancestral altars were very important to them, and each tribe had one. After death, it was an honor for every member of their tribe to be enshrined in their clan's altar, turning into holy spirits that protect their tribe even after death. In the modern era, the ancient clan fused the altars of many tribes as a way to condense the key luck of all the different tribes. As such, this altar is not only a way to contact their ancestors, but also one of the most powerful weapons that is protecting them in this era. Huafeng Wang and the others did not immediately activate the altar, but did a ceremony of respect that took more than 5 hours. During the entire process, no one was rushed or showed any signs of impatience in their faces. They did this ceremony every time they tried to activate the ceremony. Usually, nothing happened once they finished. But this time, things were different. A brilliant golden light flashed in the altar before a phantom-like individual appeared. However, everyone's face subtly changed after seeing the one who appeared. Chapter 9, 29 Ancestors Warning. An elderly man appeared in the middle of the altar with gray hair and a long white beard. He was burly, showing his profound muscles even while wearing a loose black robe. His body did not exude a sage or immortal-like atmosphere to show his wisdom or longevity. No, his body exuded a primal or desolate aura, like an ancient creature who bathed in the bloodline of gods, demons, devils, and Buddhas. Every ancient clan member in this room recognized this person, the Tao Father of the world, and their clan, the Heaven Opening Emperor. The mighty emperor was momentarily confused as he looked around. So it worked? He muttered, knowing his attempt to reach the lower dimension succeeded. A while ago, while still dead and in limbo, he sensed something important had happened in the lower dimension, so he spent a great deal of effort to arrive here. The Heaven Opening Emperor looked around, gazing at the members of the ancient clan. With his strength, he could sense the guilt and fear these people tried to hide. He immediately knew why, but did not care. Like Kiyun, the Wang clan's branch from his side treats, raising genius and capable people with the utmost cruelty. Since the members of his branch could not keep their positions, power, and strength in the lower dimension, it only showed their inadequacy. When it comes to people of his level, the lower dimension can provide them with little power or ability. However, as their place of origin, most paragons will have a special place for their place of origin. So, as long as they are not destroyed, people in the upper dimension will not care about the prosperity of the factions they left behind. The Heaven Opening Emperor asked, "Why did you guys summon me?" No one answered for a moment before Huafeng Wang took a step forward and bowed. "I have seen the ancestor. A pre-march on the lower dimension? How rare," commented the Heaven Opening Emperor. "However, it's a shame for someone of your talent to become a pre-march." Huafeng Wang smiled wryly before explaining the situation, starting from the Heavenly Battle to the Heavenly Court and finally to the current changes in the Wang clan bloodline. Kiyuan's branch gave birth to such a talent?" muttered the heaven-opening emperor as he caressed his well-trimmed beard. His eyes shone brilliantly as many truths appeared in his mind. Mortal emperor, 10 supremacy foundation, and even immeasurable emperor? This kid is scary. No, this generation, in general, is unique. He looked in the distance, observing something. Huh? He raised the Wang clan's human bloodline to the level of fiend god, said the heaven-opening emperor, not hiding his shock. Yes, 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 that's the answer I've been searching for. The heaven-opening emperor's voice was loud, shaking the entire ancestral room. Oddly, the sound never escaped the confines of the room. Everyone of sufficient level knew he was unique because of a mutation of his physique. He was the only individual between heaven and earth who cultivated Power Grand Tao Source, while simultaneously reaching the end of the true Power Tao realm and opening the gate of flesh. Many people referred to the heaven-opening emperor as the ultimate body refiner. And they were correct about that, because he also had a fiend god bloodline he cultivated to the limit. However, the bloodline has become the core issue of the heaven-opening emperor. After becoming a paragon, he went to great lengths to fuse with this bloodline, almost dying in the immemorial tribulation. According to the rules of heaven and earth, the Grand Tao and primordial path are separated. So, it's a nightmare for fiend gods to prove the Tao and eventually become paragons. But it's also the same for paragons to acquire a fiend god's bloodline and reach the pinnacle. The heaven-opening emperor always felt something was wrong with his body after reaching the pinnacle of the paragon realm. He never knew what it was, and anyone he consulted concluded nothing was wrong. He even consulted his greatest rival, the owner of the Grand Tao source position of the Power Tao. The two had more than thousands of battles for the position. In the early stages, the heaven-opening emperor lost all of them, but later on, they only tied, allowing the others to keep their position. Alas, even after consulting his friends, he never found the answer. A few people suggested to him the problem might be his bloodline, but that answer was too broad, so the heaven-opening emperor changed his bloodline a few times and recultivated them to the pinnacle. Alas, the feeling of incongruity did not fade away. This problem was one of the main reasons he participated in the ultimate taboo, hoping to find an answer. Today, he finally knew the answer to his problem. No matter how much I train and cultivate the fiend god's bloodline, it's still foreign. The heaven-opening emperor can say for sure he has 99 control of his bloodline. However, he realized that the missing 0.01 was the real issue. Such a small problem might not be important to others, but after reaching his level, such a small flaw might be detrimental. The real path I must take is to create a human bloodline on par with those pinnacle fiend gods. Only this way can I reach the true pinnacle of body refining, establishing the greatest foundation to become transcendent. The heaven-opening emperor felt his mind cleared and a heavy burden lifted from his shoulder. He knew the way forward after he resurrected himself. He did not need Wang Wei's fiend god body 12 revolution, since only a few people understand bloodline better than him. So, it's not a problem to create Wang Wei's technique. Furthermore, if he wishes, he can travel through the river of time to find Tao monarch Qianwa's technique and learn from it. The only issue he needs to prepare for is the immemorial tribulation for changing his bloodline, and the heaven-opening emperor could deduce how terrifying it will be. "It seems I owe this descendant some karma," muttered the heaven-opening emperor as he observed Wang Wei. He could see countless destinies around him, one of which was the destiny to deal with the 8 parasites and return the eternal ascension world to its golden age. Qiyuan gathered the destiny of the entire chaos universe with the mission to bring about the era of half-step transcendent. His attempt both failed and succeeded. Qiyuan's attempt did create multiple half-step transcendents, but it was not enough. Furthermore, most of the methods that resulted from the ultimate taboo were flawed, which was unacceptable to most people. Someone else must finish what he started. Could this kid be the next one after him? The heaven-opening emperor was in deep thought. The eternal ascension world has gathered the greatest destiny amongst all the chaos worlds. So, the probability of the next chosen one to appear there is the greatest, but it's not completely guaranteed. Some of these old guys must be trying to prevent this from happening, doing everything to make the next destined one appear in their world. Since these old guys are working hard, it's not impossible for Kiyun to be also secretly plotting. Did he make a move to ensure the next chosen ones appeared in the Eternal Ascension world and even the Wong clan? Or is this just a coincidence? The Heaven-Opening Emperor did not have a definite conclusion. However, he knew the Chaos universe was about to experience another era of prosperity and chaos. As such, he needs to prepare. Should I facilitate the merger of our Wong clan? After thinking about this idea, he secretly groaned. He had his disagreement with Kiyun and fought a few times. However, they were not enemies and even worked together on many occasions. On multiple occasions, they also discussed a possible merger. However, the conclusion was that it might not be possible, at least not now. Each branch of the Wong clan reached the pinnacle of the Eternal Ascension world, but in different factions. Because of their power, some people do not want them to merge. So they've been secretly plotting to aggravate the contradictions between the two factions. Although Qin and the Heaven-Opening Emperor took measures to alleviate the situation, their methods were not 100% successful in the end. After years, the two clans had many resentments, contradictions, and hatred. Although they can control themselves when they are allies, the difficulty is another level regarding turning them into one huge family. Because of the balance mechanism, it's impossible for the clans in the lower dimension to fuse. However, they can still be allies. So, let's show some sincerity. The Heaven-Opening Emperor waved his hand to remove all the hidden imprints in the Wong clan's bloodline, even protecting them from such a situation from happening. He then used some of his own luck to bless the clan, giving them one last chance to prove themselves. Finally, he looked at the ancient clan. I will give you some wisdom. Whether you listen or not, it's up to you. How dare the unfilial descendants not listen to the ancestor, said these people immediately and in tandem. However, the Heaven-Opening Emperor did not care whether these words were sincere or not. The Heavenly Emperor's strength has reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, meaning he is one step away from being able to battle Empyreans. The ancient clan members' faces changed. They knew the Heavenly Emperor was powerful, but never thought he was to that level. After all, it hasn't even been 2,000 years since he proved the Tao. The Heavenly Emperor era is very important to him. So, no matter what grand plan you're plotting, make sure it does not negatively affect his legacy. Otherwise, he will annihilate you no matter the price he has to pay. Huafeng Wang and the elders' hearts sank. Their greatest reliance is no matter the situation, they can rely on their key luck to survive. Now, it appears it might not be the case. One last thing, continued the Heaven-Opening Emperor. Before ascending, the Heavenly Emperor will definitely condense a golden body of merit and acquire the title of Sage. By then, the backlash of luck from the clan will be nothing to him. You've been warned. After saying these words, he disappeared as if he were never here. Chapter 9, 30 Ancient Clans Internal Response. What should we do now? Asked one of the elders, and Huafeng Wang did not know how to answer. Bloodline is very important to the ancient clan, but now they heard the Wong clan had the highest bloodline fiend gods. Their relationship with Kiyun's branch is neutral after so many years, so they're not their main concerns. The ancient clan worries the Wong clan and their branch will follow after their counterparts, elevating their bloodline to a higher level. How do they change their bloodline? Is there a way we can replicate it? You're asking me. But who do I ask? They're the most knowledgeable faction in the world regarding bloodline, even outclassing the demon race. However, they've never heard of a human bloodline sublimated to be on par with fiend gods. How about we steal their bloodline? Are you crazy? Didn't you hear the ancestors' words? How dare you say such words with the Heavenly Emperor's strength? Stupid. I'm not talking about using force. We can do it through marriage. That's not a bad idea. Better yet, how about we facilitate a marriage between the Patriarch and the Heavenly Emperor? Great idea. The Heavenly Emperor's Tao companion mysteriously disappeared, so we might have a chance. Not necessarily. There have been rumors that he has a hidden relationship with the Emperor from the Academy. So see, be respectful. You're right. I mean the time void Empress. She's indeed the most beautiful woman in the world. However, she lost in terms of noble temperament to our patriarch. Patriarch, how do you feel about this plan? The elders all looked at Huafeng Wang. No matter how much they plan, the final choice is hers. Huafeng Wang did not immediately reject the idea and took some time to contemplate the feasibility of this plan. In all categories, the Heavenly Emperor was the perfect man. He was handsome, powerful, wealthy, noble, and had a powerful physical body. Alas, in the end, she shook her head. Based on his personality, I doubt he will take a second wife. She has observed the Heavenly Emperor closely, and even in his interaction with Su Shi. He could see this was a man with an iron will and would not deviate from his chosen partners. Such a trait was not unique to him, as most members of the Wang clan had similar traits. They would choose one Tao companion and live their entire life being faithful. Such an anomaly often made people wonder whether it was this reason why the Wang clan was so powerful. In each generation, they will often have one Tao companion and one child. Certain people believe the heir of the Wang clan gathered the entire bloodline, talent, and luck of the clan. Hence why only one child per generation. So, what is our next step of action? Their ancient clan has been planning for countless years to set up a devil catastrophe and save the world, thus gathering merit and luck. Unfortunately, with one chess move from the Heavenly Emperor, all the pawns they left in the Western continent were slaughtered, ruining their plans. Now, they have to worry about the possible merger of the two Wang clan, losing the destiny of the Tao Father. The situation has changed, so we need to adapt, said Huafeng Wang. Our main objective is to revive the clan, and the first step in that plan is for me to become an eternal emperor. And the main requirement for this transition is merit, analyzed Huafeng Wang. The Heavenly Emperor has great ambitions. According to my calculations, the influence of the court will probably spread to other world communities. As long as we play our part, it's not impossible to gather the needed merit. Are we just abandoning all our efforts so easily? There are devil cultivators in other world communities, but we can still proceed. I prefer if we relied on ourselves than on the grace of the Heavenly Emperor. Our plan will have a backlash. You should all know this, said Huafeng Wang, and the elders agreed. Their actions can indeed save the world, but they cannot completely escape the karma for unleashing these devil cultivators. So there will be backlash, but the clan's plan is to use as little luck as possible to deal with it. By then, the clan's luck would have been so prosperous that such a loss would be minimal. The ancestors' wisdom to us has revealed much information, continued Huafeng Wang. The Heavenly Emperor's contradiction with us is that he feared the backlash of our actions would affect the Heavenly Emperor era. Everything that rises must fall. This era will be glorious, but it will eventually end. The backlash for our plan could be the catalyst to destroy that era. These people could deduce how Heavenly Tao used their actions to bring balance to the Heavenly Emperor era in the future, ending it after reaching its acceptable limit. Exactly. So unless we ever take the Heavenly Emperor position, we cannot proceed with the original plan, nodded Huafeng Wang. So, what should we do? The answer to this question is simple, she replied with shining eyes. The world's political landscape will change in this era, with every faction trying their very best to cultivate Heavenly Emperors. So, if we want to revitalize our clan, we must cultivate as many competent Heavenly Emperors as possible and use the luck of the court to revitalize our clan's destiny. Is it possible for us to be as powerful as in ancient times? Or even surpass the Tao opening sect? Huafeng Wang was quiet. Unless their clan can cultivate a peerless genius like the current Heavenly Emperor, such a thing is not possible. Regardless, she did not want to give some of these elders a blow to their fragile hearts and ego. As long as we cultivate more Heavenly Emperors than them, we still have a chance, replied Huafeng Wang, deciding to say a partial truth. We need a step-by-step plan, said Feng Huang's father, who became one of the core elders of the ancient clan after his daughter's rise. The Heavenly Emperor promised to revert the environment to innate. This might be our chance, suggested someone. We now have the methods of becoming primarchs. Soon, this method will become valuable. So, before this knowledge becomes public knowledge, we can use this time to establish as many advantages for our clan as possible. Once the environment changes, an innate key becomes ubiquitous. Innate demon gods reappear. So the path of primarchs will shine again in the myriad emperor world. With their ancient clan's foundation with innate bloodlines, they will have a great advantage. True, even the demon race cannot compete with us in this area. The Heavenly Emperor will definitely try to delay the spread of the Primarch technique as much as possible to give the Tao opening sect an advantage. So, we only need to cooperate with him and aid as much as possible, added Huafeng Wang. What about the primordial god cultivation system? Do we want to spread it? That might not be a good idea. The Heavenly Emperor already said he would optimize the origin system. Plus, such a thing that involved the core destiny of the Tao opening sect. He won't play around. Two factions hold the destiny of Tao Father, the ancient clan and the Tao opening sect. Interestingly, both originated from the Wang clan after the Heaven Opening Emperor, and Qiyuan created a cultivation system and opened the Tao to all sentient beings. So, they knew the Heavenly Emperor would never allow any other cultivation system to replace the origin system, thus affecting one of the core luck of his sect. We don't need to spread our system and contradict what the Heavenly Emperor said, Huafeng Wang, but also don't need to be fearful about the situation. Many people will be interested in the primordial god system and will study or cultivate it. I deduce that some people will try to secretly get some technique from us. We can take this opportunity to get some benefits. Everyone nodded at this approach. No matter how powerful the Heavenly Emperor is, he cannot control people's curiosity and desires. Furthermore, not everyone is compatible with the origin system, so they might wish to try the primordial god system once the environments change. We have established an initial plan for how to deal with our relationship with the Heavenly Emperor. Now, let's discuss how to retrieve the god position we previously lost to the Eastern faction, said Huafeng Wang with killing intent flashing in her eyes. Yes, we cannot swallow that breath. The best solution would be for the Patriarch to become an Eternal. However, such a plan would take too much time. So, I propose we choose a few sealed Heaven Chosens and have them experience the Heaven Path Tribulation. If we can cultivate a second 6-star pre-march, we can retake everything we lost. The elders agreed with this plan, but also worried about the implications. A faction cannot have two voices, and another 6-star pre-march could lead to problems. Let's do it, said Huafeng Wang, fully confident of her strength. Her 5 sacred beast bloodline is not a joke. As such, she knew she could suppress anyone who tried to test her power. Chapter 9, 31 Fear and Swift Reaction, huh? Muttered Wang Wei as he sensed something. What happened? The power of fate flashed in his eyes, revealing most of the secrets of heaven and earth. The ancient clan's destiny has changed? He looked at the moon. His eyes barado the incalculable distance between his location and their small world. It's the Wang clan? Wang Wei concentrated as he soon discovered the truth. Someone removed all the imprints in their bloodline. Even their key luck was blessed. Many thoughts flashed in his mind as he analyzed the situation. Did the ancient clan summon their ancestors? The one who appeared was the Heaven Opening Emperor. Wang Wei tried to see the past and discover the truth. However, an invisible power blocked all his attempts, making him understand someone of a higher power than him was involved in this situation. As such, he had no choice but to use his intelligence to analyze the situation. The changes in the clan's bloodline should have alerted him. Was he interested in my human fiend god bloodline? Why did he remove the clan's bloodline imprints? A sign of goodwill? Is he trying to merge the two clans? Numerous thoughts flashed in his mind as he analyzed numerous possibilities before coming to a conclusion. A merger in the lower dimension is impossible. However, it's still possible to work together in the future. He did not know much of the political situation of the upper dimension. The knowledge he stole from the primordial dragon was mostly based on the recent era after the parasites took over. Furthermore, most of the dragon's memories are about him sleeping and cultivating, trying to activate his bloodline. Something is wrong, thought Wang Wei after deducing what happened. The lower dimension is sealed, so it should not be so easy for the Sword Empress or the Heaven-Opening Emperor to interfere. Even the Academy had brief contact with Emperor Kong. Such an anomaly immediately caught his attention, so he began to analyze the situation. Supreme Unity should still have the advantage in the confrontation against true heavenly Tao. So if the latter can allow other people to interfere in the lower dimension, Supreme Unity should also have this power. There's a high chance he allowed true heavenly Tao to break the rules, so he can take the opportunity to intervene. Wang Wei immediately frowned. If that's the case, dealing with these traitors and spies will not be as easy as I anticipated. Wang Wei suddenly stood up as he thought of something. He immediately acted, which caused a sensation throughout the world. A giant hand appeared above the central continent, towering over one of the most dangerous places in the Myriad Emperor world, the Netherhell. As soon as the hand appeared, it transformed into colossal chains that surrounded the place. "You dare!" roared a powerful voice before another gigantic hand emanated from the Netherhell, trying to block the chains. However, before it succeeded, a dark gold dragon with 9 claws and a crown around its horn appeared and passed through the chains, leaving countless dragon marks on tattoos. The Heavenly Court's key, Luck Dragon? Damn it, little Heavenly Emperor, this is not over, roared Old Man Nether as he watched helplessly as he lost the newly acquired freedom. Wang Wei watched everything calmly, as expected. If he were Supreme Unity and secretly influenced the world, the best way to deal with himself would be to secretly help his enemy. And the best option is Old Man Nether, a powerful Empyrean living in the lower dimension. After regaining his freedom, he only needs to wait for the right time to sneak attack, and Wang Wei would suffer tremendously. Luckily, I acted fast enough, thought Wang Wei, feeling slightly scared after imagining the consequences. The good news is now I know Old Man Nether's strength does not exceed 75. Plus, he seems very restricted in his actions and power. Wang Wei exhaled deeply before returning to his retreat, ignoring the chaos on the outside. He could foresee how scared many people would be. After all, the aura revealed by Old Man Nether is 100 times scarier than his own. Knowing such an existence is living next to them will keep many people awake. Of course, a few brave idiots will think this was an opportunity since there is someone who could balance the Heavenly Emperor's power. Wang Wei is already prepared for these idiots, leaving his power in the seal. Anyone who approaches with the intention of removing the seal will be annihilated. And Wang Wei will not even spare the faction behind them. Eternal Ascension World, the Dark Truth, Supreme Unity opened his eyes. Those damn Tao overlords are too smart for their own good, he thought coldly. With his strength, it was impossible for a little emperor to detect his methods. Even the Heaven-Opening Emperor's projection could detect the means he used to free Old Man Nether, so his plan failed only because the latter deduced what he wanted to do. The feeling was annoying since it felt like he had lost control of the situation. It was like someone was in his mind reading his thoughts. If only I could crush that little bug, thought Supreme Unity, looking at the woman next to him. A hint of annoyance flashed in his eyes before swiftly being replaced by his cold and emotionless face. Be patient. I only need to wait until the deal with Heavenly Book is concluded. Produce. These pawns can still be of value. Supreme Unity closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Methria was also deep in thought. I was careless, she thought after sensing the Empyrean aura that appeared in the lower dimension. Her action of stopping the Dark Truth is pointless because everything she tried was of no use. The fog was a power of a higher level of transcendence than her and Supreme Unity. As such, they could not stop its ever-growing presence. Luckily, the rate of growth was extremely small, indicating they had more time to deal with the situation. Mithriya stayed before the fog because it was easier to monitor supreme unity in this citation, and she also believes the latter felt the same. While I was doing things secretly, he was also not wasting time. I need to be more careful of him, she concluded. I also need to speed up things. Mithriya closed her eyes. But no one detected she sent a message to one of the 7 moons. Monk Twin Flower was cultivating, his body pulsating with the aura of the Grand Tao Source. He suddenly opened his eyes as a piece of information entered his mind out of nowhere. He did not panic, as this was not the first time. However, he squinted after reviewing the message. Find a way to kill Time Eater, no matter the cost. Twin Flower was in deep thought after reading his lord's order. Has it started? He thought. He had long known the 7 moons would not last long. He represented Mithriya, while 7 Cauldron represented supreme unity. From the beginning, their alliance was already divided, not to mention contradictions between certain members of the group. The hidden 8th member Disaster is a coward who runs away at the slightest sign of danger. Since the last meeting, he disappeared, and no one knew where he went. The situation is disadvantageous to the Lord. Unlike supreme unity, Mithriya no longer had any need for these people, so she no longer wished for them to control the eternal ascension world, suppressing everybody else. However, they would not easily accept handing over their powers, especially after making so many enemies. So, if he is not careful, everybody could turn on him. It's easy to aggravate the contradiction between 5 Feathers Phoenix and Undead Phoenix. However, she is the one with the most desire for power after the Earth Emperor. Time Eater has recently shown his edge, taking most of the power of the Alliance. I should be able to convince her and the Earth Emperor to ally with me and kill him. However, I also need to be on guard against 7 Cauldron taking action. As for Blood Dragon, the best way to deal with him is to create another civil war between the dragon race. Blood Dragon used cruel means to take control over the dragon race, making the majority of different branches hate him. 5 Feathers always wanted for her Phoenix clan to overwhelm the Dragon clan. I can use this fact to facilitate an alliance between us to deal with Time Eater. Twin Flower took a moment to refine his plan and waved his hand to secretly send a few messages. An hour later, he stood up and disappeared from the room. He ensured he was so quiet that no one knew he had left. Alas, things did not proceed as he expected. After leaving, Twin Flower found himself surrounded by a powerful formation. Then, his pupil shrunk after seeing the person controlling it. Chapter 9, 32 Old Debt Wang Wei continued his cultivation. With each passing second, he deciphered fate's deepest mysteries and intricacies. The process was faster and more enjoyable than ever, with merit as an aid. Wang Wei did a few tests, restricting his comprehension level to understand the difficulty of cultivating in the Emperor realm. He also compared the difference between using and not using merit. According to his conclusion, merit can give a boost as big as 1,000 times acceleration, and that boost is to someone of his comprehension level, which probably reached the ceiling of the chaos universe. The difference was so big that Wang Wei wanted to cultivate 100% of the time using merit. Unfortunately, such a thing was not possible. After he finished the merit, he had a few achievements. First, his base cultivation reached 32 Grand Tao Source, 2% higher than the predicted 30. The reason for this error was because of the Tao discussion he had with Su Shi and the others, and the epiphany he experienced after talking to his ancestor. Wang Wei's second achievement is he completed the Heavenly Tao control of his Force control skill. Heavenly Tao had a natural affinity for wielding laws or Taos. Controlling laws is no different from moving the limbs of any creature. Such affinity makes it possible for Heavenly Tao to do extraordinary things with the laws of heaven and earth with little effort. Wang Wei took the opportunity of this retreat to study Old Man Tianji and this world's Heavenly Tao. Then, based on the previous foundation and a deeper understanding of Lu Cheng's innate talent, he created this level. This technique has more potential, thought Wang Wei as he read the final product. So what's next? Empyrean control? Paragon control? Wang Wei shook his head. Empyreans and paragons were more powerful and had a deeper understanding of the grand Tao source than heavenly Tao. However, it did not mean they had better control of it. After all, in some senses, heavenly Tao was born or created from the grand Tao source. So, the next level of this technique will be true heavenly Tao control and grand Tao control. Maybe I will need to divide this realm because of the vast difference, but that's the outline. Wang Wei had a general outline of how to complete this source technique. The next modification is to elevate it to rank 2. Source techniques are divided into 3 ranks. The first rank corresponds to the Emperor realm, and the third rank is applicable to paragons. In other words, a second rank source technique allows Empyreans to fight above their percentage, and the third rank did the same for paragons. Wang Wei put away the book in his hand before checking his current strength. Still 69. If I wanted to be specific, it should be 69.5. However, I now truly reached the tenfold battle realm. Most people who recognized his battle realm countered the extra 5% from his status as an immeasurable emperor. However, after this retreat, he truly achieved the tenfold realm, meaning even if his cultivation was only 20 grand Tao source, he could still battle 69. All of this is because of the 10 boost of his fleshly body after becoming on par with an eternal emperor and the completion of the force control skill. The next step is the taboo battle realm, and I have an idea of how I can reach it, but I need more information. Wang Wei no longer focused on his strength and took out another. This technique will be his main focus next. I always wanted to turn my life and death wheel innate talent into a longevity ability. Most of his innate talents are useless, so he wanted to improve them. The direction he chose is to elevate this innate talent to a first-rank longevity ability, granting him extra lives in the Emperor realm. I'm glad I exchanged knowledge about Monk Wuzu's 9 Nirvana heart. It should make things easier. Wang Wei did not know whether he could copy the monk's unique physique and acquire 9 extra lives. However, he was happy as long he succeeded with 3 or more. Wang Wei reviewed the information of the physique before putting away. He walked out of the room, ending his reclusion. As soon as he walked out, he saw countless golden threads floating above the court. Then they rushed towards him. Thank you, Heavenly Emperor, for opening knowledge to the people. Lord Heavenly Emperor, bless me so I can get the promotion at work. Lord Heavenly Emperor, bless my child to be free from sickness and misfortune. Almighty Heavenly Emperor, ruler of heaven and earth, please bless with great wealth and multiple marriage fate line. I want to honor my family's bloodline by having as many children as possible. There were trillions upon trillions of voices coming from every corner of the world, and Wang Wei listened to them calmly. The power of fate? It seems the sex propaganda worked. Wang Wei looked in the distance and saw he was not the only one receiving incense. People like Su Shi, Feng Heng, Ao, Shan, and Huafeng Wang were worshipped by countless mortals in their respective regions. These people competed for the incense by preventing others from receiving worship in their territory. Wang Wei was the only one who could receive worship from all 5 continents and 5 seas. Even after opening their wisdom, these mortals still worship gods? Well, given how powerful cultivators are, it makes sense. Wang Wei did not complain much. After all, incense is another power that he can use to accelerate his comprehension of the Grand Tao source. He decided to store the incense for his next retreat. Wang Wei wanted to visit his family next, but detected that someone was waiting for him. So, he invited the guest to come to the garden for tea. A few minutes later, Wang Wei sat cross-legged on a cushion with a small table before him, fresh hot tea releasing steam. Zhan Biu has seen the Heavenly Emperor, said the 5-element balance physique owner, using the highest courtesy. Wang Wei used his power to prevent her from kowtowing. Have a seat, said Wang Wei. I dare not, quickly replied Zhan Biu. She knew any great being had karma, so it's not simple to sit on the same level as them, receive their bow, or any form of respect. For example, if an emperor bowed to a mortal, the karmic weight of their actions would immediately be the mortal. If the latter is a cultivator, their luck will instantly ruined, and they might die due to misfortune. There is no need to behave like this, said Wang Wei. I just want to follow the proper etiquette. Wang Wei looked at her and no longer insisted. He had absolute control over his karma, so she should be fine. However, he can't force her decision. I know why you're here, but I'm afraid you might be disappointed. Jin Baiyu's face changed. Her worst fear had come true. The Heavenly Emperor did not want to repay his karma. It's not what you think, said Wang Wei calmly, taking a sip of his tea. Right before I proved the Tao, Emperor Five Heart seemed to have sensed danger and ran away to the upper dimension. She left? Yes, replied Wang Wei, not hiding his regrets. He truly wanted the artifact in her hands, as it might be beneficial to his issue with the balance mechanism. Alas, the latter seemed to have an intuition for danger and ran away before he even became an immeasurable emperor. Jinbiyu did not expect this outcome. She had already panned her life. With the help of her sect, she successfully purified her second soul, returning it to the pure heart state. She even took the risk and revealed that she had a second soul that was full of wisdom and a strategic mind, showing the upper echelons of the palace that she was the perfect heaven chosen. Now, all she had to do was wash her karma before sitting on the throne and becoming a heavenly emperor. But now, she learned she could not achieve complete freedom. Don't worry. Since I said I would repay my karma, I will keep my word. Wang Wei raised his hand and held a red thread connected to Jinbiyu and somewhere far away. Then he crushed it with ease. Now, you're free. You're no longer a clone, but your own self. Jinbiyu felt a heavy weight lifted from her shoulder. The karma binding her and Emperor Five Heart was crushed. And even their fate was separated and no longer entangled. She felt free and without any burden. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your benevolence, said Jinbiyu, bowing 90 degrees. Wang Wei did not stop her this time and calmly nodded. Immediately afterward, she left the court and returned home. Is this the loneliness of being at the top? Muttered Wang Wei after watching her leave. He sighed deeply. Luckily, I have people who can keep walking with me until the end of this path. Wang Wei disappeared from the court, returning home. Chapter 933, Swordsmanship World. Wang Wei appeared in the backyard of the Wang clan manor. The first thing he saw was his father training his swordsmanship. He held a sword in his hand, slashing repeatedly at a wooden dummy. The odd thing is his slash left no marks nor cut anything. It was like his sword was intangible and passed through the solid object. However, Wang Wei knew this was not the truth. He could see that with each swing, his father's sword would pass through the gap between the atoms and subatomic particles of the wooden dummy, giving the illusion that it was intangible. Such subtle control of his sword is a display of his father's swordsmanship realm. Wire, you're here, said Yu Yin with a gentle smile after noticing him. Do you want me to make you something to eat? No, I'm fine. What's wrong? You look distracted. Wang Wei sighed. No, I just have a lot of things to do, and I'm thinking about where to begin. Take your time. There is no need to hurry, she suggested. I may not have as much time as I anticipated. Is it because of what happened to the Netherhell? Asked Wang Tian, who ended his training. Yes, nodded Wang Wei. Dark forces are moving against me, so I must hurry. Wang Tian sighed after hearing this, his voice a little desolate. I would offer you my help. Alas, there is no longer anything I can do to help you. I'm fine with just the emotional support, reassured Wang Wei. The family of three sat down, and Yu Yin still gave him some snacks and tea. How was your retreat? She asked. Productive, replied Wang Wei. How about you guys? How are you adapting to your new changes? Very satisfied. I've modified my bloodline to fuse my sword Tao. I can't wait until I can reach 10 revolutions, said Wang Tian with a smile. With the increase in his fleshly body cultivation, his sword and sword realm has increased exponentially. Now, he only needs to finish the 9 extremity foundation, wash away his karma, and wait for the next generation. That's good to hear. What about your mother? I'm just happy that body refining is so easy. Although painful, it is much easier than before. You can cultivate the Fiend God body, 12 revolution, and I protect you during the tribulations. However, I'm afraid you cannot leave the entire bloodline to the Yu clan. That's fine, replied Yu Yan. She knew little about fiend gods and paragons, so she understood that the Yu clan did not have the virtue or destiny to become a fiend god class family. Maybe after she one day becomes a paragon, but it's not possible now. What about the resources needed? She knew this technique was not simple and required unique and high-level resources. Don't worry, replied Wang Wei. Although he finished the blood pool he used for his cultivation, he had another way to make up for his mother. So, he waved his hand to manifest a river made of red threads, the river of karma. He connected it to the myriad emperor world's river of time, changing the karma of the past to affect the future. Then, a few secret realms that contained the blood of innate demon gods and survived the null era suddenly appeared in the myriad emperor world. For some reason, they were miraculously never discovered during the long history of the world, and their creator forgot about them or died immediately after setting them up. Wang Wei raised his hand, and 6 small cubes floated on his palm. These 6 secret realms should be enough for you to cultivate the 9th revolution. I will get you the rest after you prove the Tao. Wang Tian sighed deeply. I truly marveled at your power. Such a heaven-defying method. Won't you get in trouble for using it? Asked Yu Yan. Don't worry. It will be fine as long as I don't do it too often. Good. She nodded before taking the 6 cubes. Then, Wang Wei took out another sphere and handed it to his father. Is this? Yes. Your swordsmanship world, replied Wang Wei. He spent a great deal of effort in creating this world. The first step was creating a world using space-time Tao before using Fate Tao as its core to evolve all 3,800 main Tao, creating a complete world. This process was easier than expected since Wang Wei studied Heavenly Tao through Old Man Tianji and could basically copy the essence of the Myriad Emperor world and recreate it for this swordsmanship world. As a result, the world was a quasi-heaven world where people could reach the quasi-emperor realm. After Wang Wei created the world, he only needed to accelerate time until creatures were born. He connected the world to the source key space to instill spiritual key and allow people to cultivate. He sent a projection to the world to preach the Tao, introducing the origin system to the people of that world. However, his preaching was extremely biased towards Sword Tao. All the inheritance he passed down involved swordsmanship. Furthermore, Wang Wei blessed the Sword Tao in that world with great destiny and luck. As a result, 95 of cultivators in the entire world are swordsmen. Finally, he accelerated the world to more than 500 million years, allowing countless geniuses to grow, die, and develop Sword Tao. It's a shame I could not create a genuine heaven world, said Wang Wei with a sigh. He knew even if he were a paragon, he could not create a heaven will and grant people immortality and eternity. Regardless, Wang Wei did imitate the heaven will system. In each generation, all the swordsmen in the world will battle it out for the tithe of sword god recognized by heaven and earth. Wang Wei made sure the highest lifespan of the world is 1 million years, and the final winner will have an additional 4 million years. The cultivators of that world do not care for immortality. However, the longer they live, the more time they have to cultivate their swordsmanship. Wang Wei even left a competition between the sword gods to see who is more powerful. Every sword god will condense an imprint with all their strength, and Sword Tao accomplish before their death. Then, the imprint will evolve a projection that competes with all previous sword gods to decide who is the best and acquire the title of Sword Emperor. What a brilliant world, said Wang Tian, his eyes shining brighter than ever. Such a world is a wet dream for any swordsman. I've never seen you so happy. Even when Wire was born, said Yu Yan with dangerous eyes. Wife, you've wronged me, Wang Tian quickly said, making his wife only snort coldly at him. Sometimes, she wondered whether he loved swordsmanship more than her. Thinking about this, she decided to give him the cold shoulder for a few days. Are you satisfied with this world? Asked Wang Wei, changing the topic to prevent his father from getting into too much trouble. More than satisfied. However, I feel 500 million years is too little. Can you expand the time? Wang Tian wanted nothing more for this world to develop longer and have more sword gods. Then, when he sends his incarnations, he will have more competitors for the position of Sword Emperor. However, Wang Wei shook his head. I have prepared a few specialties for you in the current generation. It will be too much of a pain to change it now. Oh, specialty? I've crafted some special, talented swordsmen for you. Wang Wei did not explain too much. He modeled many swordsmen in the current generation of that world after characters from his previous life. So his father will fight Shimin Chunxue, the cold and ruthless swordsman dressed in white. There is also Dugu Kubai, the creator of the technique Dugan 9 swords, who can break all martial arts. Dugu Kubai was lonely and invincible all his life, and his name literally means to seek defeat. There is also the heroic Wuming or No Name, a swordsman from the novel and manga Wind and Cloud. There is the immortal swordsman Li Bai, known for his poetry and his swordsmanship. In general, Wang Wei modeled many characters after people from his previous life, allowing them to develop and create techniques that fit their settings. I'm looking forward to it. By the way, can we recruit some of these swordsmen into our sect? Asked Wang Tian. I'm afraid it's not possible, replied Wang Wei. I tried to recruit these sword gods, but accidentally activated a hidden mechanism of heaven and earth. Only Empyreans, Paragons, and Tao monarchs can create a perfect world and lives that can exist outside these worlds. The world Wang Wei created was too perfect and unbalanced, making true heavenly Tao restrict them from existing outside of that world. Are there any exceptions? Asked Yu Yan. Creation Tao, but even then, things would not be so simple, replied Wang Wei. I guess it makes sense. Wang Wei was about to say something else when he sensed something. Grandfather's out of seclusion, he uttered, looking in one direction. Chapter 934 Clarity. Wang Chong walked toward the three of them. Wang Wei could immediately tell he was different. The death aura surrounding him was gone, replaced by an unmatched vitality. From afar, he could hear the sound of his blood rushing to his body, followed by his powerful heartbeat. He could already imagine the old man's strength, but noticed something else. He was not as happy as usual. Normally, he would have been laughing his heart out, talking as loud as his heart wished. However, his grandfather seemed quiet until he reached the table. My favorite grandson, how are you? Said Wang Chong before patting Wang Wei on the head. I'm your only grandson, replied Wang Wei, rolling his eyes. But Grandpa, why do I feel like you're not in the best mood? Hey, said Wang Chong with a sigh. I left my seclusion, prepared to go show off to my old friends. Then I realized most of them are already dead. The room was quiet, unlike Wang Wei's Heaven will battle, where he had the strength to spare his competitors. His grandfather's battle was cruel, and only a few people survived. Although most of these people were his rivals, there were also people he knew the longest. Some were only competitors because of the circumstances. They respected each other and could be described as friends. Alas, for the sake of immortality and eternity, they had to kill each other. Don't talk about these sad things, said Wang Chong. What were you guys talking about before I arrived? Wang Tian immediately took this opportunity to change the subject, talking about his swordsmanship world. Could we recruit talent from that world? Asked Wang Chong. Although our sects once had the most powerful swordswoman in the world, we have not done a good job cultivating more swordsmen. Is the Tao opening sect a swordsman's sect? Yes and no. They have the knowledge and resources to cultivate potent swordsmen. However, only once in a while would a decent swordsman appear in their sect. No, replied Wang Tian, explaining what Wang Wei said. In that case, could we use the technique they developed? Asked Wang Chong. There should be no problem, responded Wang Wei, nodding his head. Although the highest level is Quasi-Emperor, the majority of them are ingenious, containing unique sword Tao ideas and applications. I just had an idea, said Wang Tian. Could the members of the Sword Alliance inherit the destiny of this world's sword god? Huh, that's not a bad idea, replied Wang Wei. The sword gods in his world are basically emperors limited by their world and cannot prove the Tao. Their sword Tao is the best in their generation, reaching the limit of the world. If someone in the Myriad Emperor world could inherit these sword gods' destiny, it would be like inheriting a great emperor's destiny. It's also a way to continue the legacy of these swordsmen limited by the world they were born in. I have already gathered the imprints and destinies of all the sword gods into the Sword Tao Temple. You can send members of the Sword Alliance to the temple to see if they can inherit any of these destinies. Explained Wang Wei. Will there be any trouble with heavenly Tao? No. Wang Wei shook his head. Your idea is the same as using another world's destiny to nourish the Myriad Emperor world. Having the destiny of an emperor did not mean these people were guaranteed to prove the Tao. On the contrary, if too many people of the Sword Alliance had sword god destiny, they would become fate sheep to heavenly Tao. Once any of them die without proving the Tao, heavenly Tao will take their unique sword Tao destiny, break it into multiple parts, and scatter it into the Myriad Emperor world, allowing many future generations to compete for that sword god destiny. The final winner will recondense the sword god destiny before competing with other people for the heaven will to prove the Tao. After so many battles, the people who can prove the Tao with the sword god destiny would have been tempered to the extreme. I understand, nodded Wang Tian. The sword god destiny is indeed valuable, but only if its owner can keep it and prove the Tao. Otherwise, if they died, the only fate of such destiny is to be gutted and nourished by the world. Grandpa, now that you have such potential, what are you going to do? Asked Wang Wei. I have been debating with myself, replied Wang Chong, who took Wang Wei's snacks and directly ate it. Yu Yin was distressed, but could not say anything about her father-in-law, so she could only give her son more while blaming her husband. After thinking about it, I have two choices. Firstly, continue to develop my bloodline until I reach 75 to 80 infant fiend god force and fight 9 sons with my fleshly body. The second option is to continue our previous path, becoming an insurgent Tao ancestor. With my bloodline, it should be easier to become an insurgent and can reduce the resources needed for my bloodline. Developing his bloodline in the lower dimension is difficult. So Wang Chong was leaning more toward the second option. Do you still want to reincarnate? Asked Wang Wei, making the room quiet down. Father, you don't have to. You can still prove the Tao in the upper dimension with your bloodline. Wang Chong shook his head. I want to have my own glory and brilliance, sitting on the throne and ruling the court. I still want to bring glory to our Tao opening sect, and I cannot do any of these things in this life. Wang Wei still sighed, despite already knowing the answer. I support your choice. But you should be prepared to suffer from the balance mechanism after you reincarnate. He knew how powerful the sect would become in the future and how much it would be restricted by the stupid mechanism. So, future emperors of the sect will have to be extra careful. I'm not worried about this, said Wang Chong nonchalantly. Oh, why not? Asked Wang Wei, not hiding his curiosity. By the time I reincarnate, you should be strong enough not to give any face to true heavenly Tao. By then, how dare it make things difficult for me? Wang Wei looked at the old man, his open mouth revealing his current emotions. Then, he suddenly laughed as boisterously as his grandpa used to. Ha ha, yes. I've been so annoyed about this balance mechanism that I failed to see the core of the issue. As long as I can reach their heights, how dare true heavenly Tao restrict my sect? Half-step transcendence, it's only a matter of time before I reach such a realm. Thought Wang Wei with a brilliant smile. Boom! The sky above the Myriad Emperor world changed. Countless golden lights, golden lotus, and Tao voices echoed between heaven and earth. Many people were shocked by this natural vision, wondering what had happened. However, after a few deductions and divination, they were speechless. The answer was that the heavenly emperor was so happy that heaven and earth changed to celebrate this mood. The most frustrating aspect of this vision to these people is that it was not something the heavenly emperor did himself. The man was so powerful and noble heaven and earth would sometimes respond to his mood. In the end, these people could only sigh and return to their daily lives. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was in a good mood and ignored what was happening outside. "Grandpa, thank you for enlightening me. Although I don't know what's going on with you, I'm glad I can help." Wang Chong only said what was in his mind. He knew his son and grandson's potential, so he had unconditional faith in them, especially his grandson. "As for your issue, there is no need to make a choice and use both of them," continued Wang Wei, his smile not abating in the slightest. "Becoming a Tao ancestor and coming into contact with a grand Tao source will immensely benefit you after your reincarnation. As for your bloodline, there are enough resources in the lower dimension to raise it to the eternal level. In a worst-case scenario, I will seal you in a world place full of innate ki, speed up the time, and allow your bloodline to naturally develop through age. The Wang clan's human fiend god bloodline functions like every fiend god bloodline, requiring an extremely long time to grow and develop. So, any members who inherited the 10th revolution do not need to cultivate and rely on the natural growth of their bloodline to reach 100 infant fiend god force. The only downside is they might take countless yuan epochs, just like cultivating in the Emperor realm. No, the time needed would be even longer than normal. Fiend gods are born in primordial chaos and can absorb primordial ki at birth to grow their bloodline. But the Wang clan only have access to spiritual and maybe innate ki, so their growth time should be even longer. Chapter 935 Rise of Mortals. Aye, that's fine, nodded Wang Chong, as long as he can defeat 9 sons. The last flaw on his Tao heart will be fixed. Then he can be reincarnated, hopefully with the same unparalleled talent as his son and grandson. Well, forget the anomaly that is his grandson. He will be satisfied with some of the talent of his son. Afterward, he can sit on the throne and become a heavenly emperor, looking down on myriad worlds and races, bringing glory, luck, and destiny to the Tao opening sect. By then, if everything goes correctly, he might even see his wife again. Although the chances were slim, they were better than nothing. "By the way, do you have a way to find 9 sons?" asked Wang Chong. "Yes," nodded Wang Wei. "His sons made a deal with me to protect him. In return, he sold his father's information to me. Through their bloodline, I can help you find him in the upper dimension." "I guess I should not be surprised Emperor 9's sons would side with these parasites," sneered Wang Tian. Wang Wei disagreed with his father's words. He did not know 9's sons' exact circumstances, whether he was forced, was only externally on their side while secretly plotting against them, or was truly a villain who feared for his life. He would not villainize the man because of what happened in his grandfather's generation. Simultaneously, he also won't have any sympathy. His grandfather needs to defeat him, maybe even kill him to heal his Tao heart, so 9 sons have to either suffer or die. "Let's not talk about this," said Wang Chong, and everybody agreed to change the subject. "Wire, now that you left your seclusion, does that mean it's time for me to move to my family?" asked Yu Yin with worry in her eyes. "Now is indeed the perfect time," uttered Wang Wei. He had opened the wisdom of all mortals in this plane, so it was indeed time to prepare for his mother's proving Tao method. However, there is no need to hurry. Let's wait until after Li Jun and Yin Liling become emperor. Although it was the perfect time, he did not want to separate his family so soon. "Won't that affect the plan?" "Don't worry about it," reassured Wang Wei. "We might even use them to prove the Tao in the deception method." "That's fine, then," nodded Yu Yin. Wang Wei spent the rest of the day with his family. The next day, he had 2 things on his schedule. The first one was having a talk with Ancestor Wuching. However, the latter would take a few dozen years before exiting his retreat, so Wang Wei focused on the second task. He did not leave the sect, but sent an invisible projection to travel through the central continent. His first destination was the Emperor Enlightening Academy's domain. He wanted to check the development of their mortal civilization. 700 years passed since the second court meeting, leaving 300 years until the third. Such a long time was more than enough to build a decent spiritual rune civilization, especially since they were copying the Tao opening sex model. As soon as Wang Wei arrived at this place called Black Stripe City, he felt a strange incongruity. He saw many modern concepts in the form of constructs, like cars, airplanes, trains, and buses. He even saw people with flying carriages, changing the setting from modern day to futuristic. However, according to his modern Earth cognition, everyone dressed in ancient clothes had long hair and spoke like ancient people. It's like ancient people suddenly developed futuristic technology, but these technologies also looked ancient, thought Wang Wei, secretly shaking his head. Wang Wei continued walking and noticed everyone had one thing in common: a bracelet on their wrists. He watched a young man across the street tap his hand on the bracelet, and a holographic screen appear before him. He seemed to have read something, and a smile manifested on his somewhat handsome face. Then, he began to press on the screen before it disappeared. Wang Wei looked at another person who was talking to the screen before them. Oddly, no sounds came from their mouths. Even the person standing next to them could hear what they were saying. Did they make improvements to the communication talismans? Not bad, commented Wang Wei before walking away. He walked around the city and noticed many libraries. Excellent, he thought. In the past, knowledge only belonged to noble mortals as a way to control the lower class. Now, knowledge was accessible to everyone. He continued walking, and he heard many people talking excitedly on his way. Did you hear? What is it? A cultivator will give a lecture in the academy on spiritual runes. Why are you so excited? Wasn't there one last month? Yes, said a third person in this group of three. I heard the Emperor Enlightening Academy is trying to catch up to the Tao Opening Sex region. So, many cultivators have given lectures in the past 100 years, trying to accelerate the growth of our civilization. You guys don't understand, said the first person who spoke. According to my sources, the person who will give the lecture is a quasi-emperor and an alchemist. After hearing the word quasi-emperor, the other two showed a look of envy, longing, and fear. In this current age of information, everybody knows the existence of cultivators and how powerful they are. As such, they understand the capability of such a powerhouse. An alchemist? Such a cultivator should deeply understand divine runes, so their explanation of spiritual runes should be very profound. The three of them were extraordinary citizens who could tap into the potential of their spiritual power. As such, they enrolled in school at a young age to learn about spiritual runes in the hope of developing their civilization. That's why I'm so excited. No matter what, we must attend this lecture even if we have to buy a seat in the black market. True, nodded one of them before a look of worry took over his facial expression. I hope another northern barbarian will not affect the lecture like last month. The faces of the other changes. We're in public, so don't say these words. The group looked around to see if anyone heard them, and then they rushed to their destination. Wang Wei calmly watched this with a smile. Then, he continued his tour. He first wanted to see a recorded story. He chose a romance story. He could see through such a low-level illusion with his power, but he shut down his mind and enjoyed the movie. However, Wang Wei regretted his action. The movie was a tragedy where the main character lost the love of his life, deciding to live the rest of his life alone in the mountains. The movie reminded him of Wuhan. After all, he also saw a movie the last time they met. As such, he was depressed after exiting the cinema. Terrible movie, I will give it a bad review. The pettiness in him activated to the max. So, he went to the best publisher in this city and secretly influenced the head editor to write a terrible review of the movie in the next newspaper release. That's better, muttered Wang Wei. His mood drastically improved. He did not care about the commotion it would create if the mighty heavenly emperor were seen as so petty, or the consequences that would befall the creators of that movie had the world known the heavenly emperor did not like their story. After venting his negative emotion, Wang Wei continued his tour. He visited a temple nearby. At the center of the temple were 5 statues, and he recognized the main Wan Su Shi. Countless people entered the temple and offered their worship, asking for blessings. The majority of them asked for their offspring to be born as extraordinary citizens. They were smart enough to leave my share, thought Wang Wei. The temple did not have his statue, but there were plenty of mentions of him in the court. As such, plenty of mortals prayed to him instead of Su Shi and the other gods from the academy. Moreover, he could tell he was the most popular god in the world. Most mortals are not really religious, but they respect the gods because of their strength and presence. So, when they pray or think of any god, the first that comes to mind is the most powerful one, the Heavenly Emperor. Let's check other regions. Thought Wang Wei before heading to the transmission gate for mortals. He created an identity before buying a ticket to travel to another domain. The price is too expensive. In his sex domain, mortals do not have to pay so much to use the subspace. However, it's understandable. After all, the Tao opening sect has been developing their mortal civilization for more than 300,000 years. And they have reached the limit. These factions are doing nothing but catch up and have only been developed for 700 years. It's not hard to understand why they are still way behind. Chapter 9:36 Rise of Mortals 2. Wang Wei stood before a gate full of ruins. Although his statue was everywhere in this city, no one recognized him. He observed the large gate, feeling the subtle fluctuation emanating from it. He remembered how the world was when he first came and how much influence he had on this world. Back then, if you had told anyone that mortals could master the power of space-time on their own, 99 of cultivators would have laughed in your face, while the remaining one would look at you oddly and not say anything out of politeness. He waited a few minutes until it was his turn. According to instructions, he stood in a circle before the door. Then, a flash of light appears around him, and he disappears. A controlled wormhole? Not bad. He thought before finding himself inside an all-white space that was shining as bright as the stars. His mind seemed to feel like it was looking at infinity itself. If I were immortal, then this subspace would indeed be a version of infinity, thought Wang Wei. Before long, he found himself in another room with a magic circle on the ground. There was no gate around him, but Wang Wei could tell the entire compound was the teleportation gate. A woman stood before him with a gentle smile. She immediately welcomed him and explained how to leave the compound. Wang Wei thanked her before leaving. Let's see what's different between this Green Lotus City and Black Stripe City, thought Wang Wei. Green Lotus City is in the Tai Profound Gates domain, so he wanted to know whether there was any difference. He walked around the city, and to Wang Wei's disappointment, there wasn't much difference except for the god temples. As a religion, Taoism had gods even before the heavenly court, and the people living in their domain were used to worship different gods. However, the Tai Profound Gate would always disperse the incense gathered, and the act of praying was more of a way to condense their religion's key luck by better controlling the mortals. How stubborn, thought Wang Wei. Thinking, are these Taoist monks follow the absolute beginning emperor's edict like it was absolute? After shaking his head, Wang Wei visited a few more places in the central continent before heading to the southern continent. His first destination was Heartfire City in his old sect's domain, the Origin Pildao sect. As soon as he arrived, he discovered something different. Most mortals had tattoos on them. Some hid them with some sort of potion. Others naturally could hide them in their bodies, while the rest did not care and let them show. Totem warriors? Has it spread to mortals? Wang Wei was intrigued, so investigated. He went to a hospital and saw a bunch of children that had been born. Then, a caretaker or nurse pushed them into a special room with countless runes engraved on the ceiling. She activated something, and the runes descended on the children's body, creating a tattoo. Some of the children began to emit light in their forehead where their Niwen palace was. The nurse had a holographic screen before her and would identify these children as extraordinary. As for the other children, the light emanates from their bodies. I see, thought Wang Wei, understanding the situation. The mortal civilization in the south did not follow the Tao opening sex model, but created their own unique civilization. The citizens did not use things like meditation, potions, pills, or rune array to create extraordinary citizens that awakened their spiritual power. Instead, they directly engraved special runes on the people's bodies at birth, activating their potential and spiritual power. Meanwhile, ordinary citizens do not need to practice martial arts to wash and nourish their bodies with spiritual ki, thus strengthening them and prolonging life. The totem given to them at birth will automatically absorb spiritual ki from the environment and replace the role of martial arts. Different paths to the same destination, thought Wang Wei with a smile. He was glad these people did not directly copy his sect. That would be boring. It's good for the mortal spiritual rune civilization to have variety. He then proceeded to analyze the difference between these two mortal civilizations. The totem allows this citizen to awaken their spiritual power at birth, saving them a great deal of time. However, my people who have to meditate for a long period of time before succeeding, their spiritual powers are scattered and harder to control. It's the same for body totem. They don't need to practice martial arts, but their strength is not as good as the sex mortals. However, they can also add more totems to their bodies to make up for this fault. In general, each had its advantages and disadvantages. If Wang Wei had to choose, he would lean toward the totem warriors. However, they have not been developing long enough to be even close to his sect's mortal civilization. By the time they catch up, his mortals would have adopted some of the advantages of this totem civilization. Wang Wei walked away and continued to observe the city. Due to the influence of the southern continent's professions, the mortal civilizations developed faster than the others. Things like pharmacology and rune artifacts excelled in the south. Arrays are not well developed in any mortal civilization because mortal spiritual power is too weak to borrow the strength of heaven and earth, so they must rely on artifacts similar to technology to do everything. Wang Wei took a soaring phoenix construct, heading to the nearest city. As he sat in the plane that was flying in the air, a sense of achievement overcame him. He looked through the window and saw endless stretches of land, forests, and mountains. This world is too big. After more than 700, the mortal population had drastically increased, but they still occupied a small part of the population. However, if they continue to reproduce at such a rate, after a few million generations, an issue of overpopulation might occur. Should I plan for this? He thought about it for a moment and decided to ignore it. Once the court spreads to the lower realm and otherworld communities, mortal migration will help with this problem. Additionally, Wang Wei knew that this world will not always be peaceful. After he leaves, not all heavenly emperors will be able to reign in these ambitious cultivators, allowing mortals to grow and develop. Once a weak emperor takes control, the cultivators will have no restraint, fighting everywhere and destroying countless mortal cities and civilizations. They must be restrained, thought Wang Wei before continuing his tour. He focused on observing the gods of the southern continent. Su Shi is worshipped as the god of the south, along with some gods from the academy. However, to adapt to the local situation, Su Shi also allowed gods that originated from factions in the south to be worshipped as well. After visiting the south, Wang Wei looked in the direction of the origin Pil Dao sect. Lu Cheng's destiny and fate were still shrouded in a cloud that blocked all his investigation. However, his fate shadow guard has infiltrated the sect and learned the latter is refining a pill, and he seemed obsessed with it. Moreover, Lu Cheng went to great lengths to hide it from others, especially him. Flame Emperor, what you planning? Thought Wang Wei. He analyzed the situation countless times and had many theories. Alas, there was not enough information to come to a conclusion. It doesn't matter. I have a feeling your path will lead to me in the end, thought Wang Wei before leaving. He headed to the eastern continent, trying to see if their civilization was anything unique. As soon as he landed, he sensed the difference. The mortal civilization in the east seemed to have inherited the martial spirit even present in the cultivation world of the east. They were also greatly influenced by the fact that most swordsmen's lineage was in the east. The martial art that Wang Wei developed to help people keep fit turned into a world of mortal martial arts, with mortals who became as strong as divine altar realm cultivators. Moreover, this was not the only unique aspect of the Eastern mortal civilization. A grand event was happening in Warrior City, so Wang Wei bought a ticket to the Colosseum. In his private room, Wang Wei calmly watched the events. When it began, his mouth twitched. Human versus robots? He thought. At the center of the stadium was a man in martial clothes with a long sword. Opposite him stood a humanoid puppet more than 5 meters tall. Wang Wei could tell a mortal was inside the puppet, controlling it like an exoskeleton suit. The battle was thrilling, at least it was to the crowd. In the end, the swordsman won as he successfully chopped the puppet made of wood and ores harder than steel. Wang Wei noticed he was an extraordinary citizen who could place temporary runes on his body to boost his physical attributes. Rune martial art? Human ingenuity is truly a wonderful thing, thought Wang Wei before staying to watch the next battle. It was the same swordsman against a divine sea cultivator. The final result was the cultivator's victory, but he barely won. Wang Wei could tell he was trying his best. The cultivator left the Colosseum feeling humiliated. However, he did not dare act out. The mortal civilizations had no problem dealing with low-level cultivators like himself. Furthermore, the heavenly court did not allow any cultivators to mess with mortals. Wang Wei shook his head. The man accepted the Colosseum invitation, probably thinking it was easy money. But who knew he was only inviting humiliation to himself? In the end, it's because cultivators have not truly integrated with mortals, concluded Wang Wei, but that was to be expected. After all, it has only been 700 years. Extraordinary citizens can now live between 250 to 300 years, meaning only 2 generations passed for them, let alone cultivators. So, there's still a lot more work to do before a perfect integration could appear. In the end, it might not even be perfect. More importantly, the court needs to have strict written rules. Wang Wei has shown how he felt towards mortals, so these factions followed his will. It did help they could also benefit. However, the heavenly court has yet to establish strict and written rules for everybody to follow. A lot of work has to be done in the next meeting, thought Wang Wei while tasting the unique food of the East. He enjoyed tasting the food of each civilization. So far, his favorite has been the spiciness of the South. After the battle, nothing interested him, so Wang Wei headed to the Western continent to check how the monks were doing. Chapter 9, 37 Rise of Mortals 3. Wang Wei arrived in the Western continent through the Mortals subspace traveling technology. He was happy with the changes he saw so far, especially with the transportation technology. Before he forced the world to change, most mortals would be born and die in the same domain they were born. No, forget the domain. All of them would spend millions of generations stuck in the 10,000-kilometer radius of where they were born. Only a few things like natural man-made disasters, dynasty changes, and famine would make them change location. However, 99 of them would die in the process, ending their lineage. Now, any mortal with a decent income can travel the entire world, going from one domain to another and from one continent to another. After everything is settled, use of the subspace should become cheaper, and everyone can travel anywhere with relative ease. After walking out of the portal, Wang Wei secretly used his power in the subspace. Order. No cultivators can enter the subspace. Disorder. Unless they have permission from the court and are going to do things like repair or fix certain problems. The subspace that connected the entire world of mortals was subtly changed, and only a few people noticed the difference. Then, Wang Wei continued his visit. He visited the Western continent, trying to see their civilization. His first observation was that the devil cultivators were nowhere to be seen. I guess this should be expected, thought Wang Wei with a smirk. His eyes scanned the entire continent and saw most devil lineage had closed their gate, not allowing their disciples to participate in the outside world. A few were even discussed modifying their techniques to make it less reliant on negative karma. Meanwhile, during this absence, the Western Bliss sect had already controlled the Western White Tiger continent. I'm surprised the D-clan did not resist. Even secretly, thought Wang Wei. Feng Hong's approach to the Western continent was similar to a cultural invasion, slowly making Buddhism the dominant religion and influencing the West. He did not try to directly influence the cultivation part of the West, but focused on the mortals who were the main source of cultivators. Now, more than 70% of mortals would choose to enter the Western Bliss sect once they have the talent for cultivation. without the threat of the devil. The D clan's prestige and power were tremendously reduced. It also did not help that they were a clan faction. 99 of the people in power were members of the D clan, sharing a bloodline. The remaining 1% were talented individuals they recruited outside. But the caveat is that they had to marry one of D clan's daughters, and the heir would have the name D. Many people do not accept becoming the D clan's son-in-law, making it difficult to recruit foreign cultivators. In the past, some people had no choice, either marrying into the D clan or becoming a devil cultivator. But now they could also choose the Western Bliss sect. Feng Hung was smart and created the Outer Hall, a faction in the Western Bliss sect that cultivated Buddhist techniques but did not believe in Buddha or the religion. These people only had to follow certain rules and precepts, and other things did not matter. Many people praise him for his benevolence, but Wang Wei could tell the trap in this method. If these people want to cultivate the Buddhist technique to a higher level, they must have a deeper understanding of the Dharma, meaning they must read and understand Buddhist scriptures and ideologies. In the end, most of them will convert to the religion to reach higher realms. Such a method is good in the early stages, but it will leave a flaw for Buddhism later on, thought Wang Wei. Since he was also part of Buddhism, he decided to warn Feng Hung. Does he already know? I see. He's using this method to strengthen the weak foundation of Buddhism. However, he should leave methods to deal with the issue before ascending. For a moment, Wang Wei thought the monk had allowed the idea of reviving Buddhism to affect his mind and made such an error. That's fine, thought Wang Wei before continuing his tour. The West also had a unique mortal civilization, and it involved Buddhism. While invisible, Wang Wei watched a battle between two individuals in a forest outside Holy Light City, a mortal monk and a Tier 3 demon beast. Donor, I know you were enlightened and know right from wrong. It's not too late to redeem yourself, serve your sentence, and become free once again. Ridiculous. Demons should be free and wild. So what if I ate a few humans? This is my nature, replied the black tiger with white stripes on its back. Wisdom and knowledge are the keys to changing one's innate nature. So, it does not matter whether demons despise societal rules and restraint. All of you monks have golden tongues. I won't listen to any of your words. In that case, Donor, please have a taste of my Arha subduing demon fist, said the monk before taking on a martial pose. The battle was fierce, but a few hours later, the monk defeated the tiger demon who was on par with the divine altar realm cultivator and captured it. Then, he used a communication talisman to contact the government in Holy Light City to get the tiger. Buddhist martial art? Interesting, thought Wang Wei before leaving.